Chapter 1, 11 ADP. The life of a arg3nt student was a busy one, with barely enough time for studies, running errands, and finishing up on projects and homework. Gina Proudmoore found little dullness in the work though, as she always looked forward to gleaning every tidbit of knowledge from her daily life as a student of the arcane arts. Her mentors and tutors happily obliged her quest for knowledge, finding much potential in the young noble. The arg3nt was ever keen to aid such promising talents after all. Gina had quickly become adept at, if not outright mastering, all that she learned, and had excelled enough in her lessons that she was already working on subjects ahead of her year to sate her desire for learning. Despite her achievements, Gina could not help a small tinge of envy whenever she saw a particular student under the personal tutelage of the enigmatic archmage Crassus. Kyle Dalem was barely older than her, yet something about him had drawn the venerable elf out of his sabbatical. Or was it that he managed to persuade the archmage out of his break? Then again, there were many curious things about the young new king of Alterac. Somehow, they discovered and verified a bastard child of the late and treacherous King Aidan Pernold, or a bastard of one of his close relatives. The rumors were still all over the place on that part. Regardless, he was deemed legitimate enough to inherit Alterac, and that he was told of it on the same day he was inducted into the arg3nt as a student. Gina remembered seeing so many notable figures of the Alliance crowding over the confused boy at the entrance of the academy, her father amongst them, most wearing stern and even harsh gazes. The stink of treachery from the deposed king of Alterac still lingered strongly in everyone's minds, enough so that the boy was allowed to keep his low-born family name instead of being officially a Pernold. From what her father told her, the new king of Alterac would be crowned only upon graduating from the arg3nt, since he had refused to drop out. No doubt that the idea of a mage king sat poorly for some of the kings of the Alliance, but support from Dalaran and Kulthalas especially had quelled some of that sentiment. Besides, there was something to be said about having stronger neighbors after all the madness from the Second War. In the meantime, Kyle would be allowed to input his suggestions on governing Alterac, which would be slowly rebuilt with the help of a council of regents selected by the Alliance. Assuming he actually had the time and opportunity to do so, being buried in his studies as a mage here in Dalaran. It was clear that the Regency Council served more as a backup should the new king be found wanting in any way, and a compromise that checked the ambitions of Stromgarde, Gilneas, and even Lord Arryn and Dalaran to an extent. Every time she thought more about his circumstance, Gina's envy at Kyle's special treatment was quickly smothered by sympathy. "Hello, Kyle," she greeted as she passed him in the quiet hallways of the Academy of Arcane Sciences. "Lady Gina," came the usual reply from the raven-haired boy, along with a deferential nod as he paused to pay his respects to her. It was mildly annoying, but by now Gina was sure he was doing it as much out of habit as because he found her clear irritation amusing. The novice rolled her eyes, just as she did the last dozen or so times when they had this conversation. "Please, we're both students here. You can call me Gina, you know." In response, he offered the same deprecating smirk as he always did, his silver-grey eyes barely hiding his amusement. "I could, but there are ears all around, and I do not need your father, the Lord Admiral, to find any cause to dislike me any more than he already does, Lady Gina." Gina sighed aloud, shaking her head at this new noble's paranoia. Apparently he thought that his new position, and very existence, was on a precarious ledge, and so dealt with everyone with excessive deference, as if any one act of disrespect would see him cast out of Dalaran and carved apart by the lords and kings that would be his peers. Not that his worries were completely unfounded, admittedly. To be a bastard legitimized and raised to the seat of power was problematic enough in the intricate game of nobility and diplomacy, but to be a Pernold, a name now associated with traitors and untrustworthy cowards? To be lord of a broken realm whose lands are contested by at least two others? And to not just inherit a tainted family name, but to also be a prospective mage, a class of people who are regarded with almost as much suspicion and fear from the light-worshipping common folk? That many students pitted Kyle rather than mock or bully him spoke volumes of how bad a situation he was stuck in. "It's been months already, and no one's come to do whatever it is you're afraid they'll do. Surely you can afford to relax a little." Kyle's smirk returned. "I wish I could, but gossip travels fast and far. Excuse me, Lady Gina, but I should not keep Archmage Crassus waiting too long." He hurried off at a brisk pace, not letting her get the last word in. As annoying as ever. Gina sighed once more before she glanced down at the small scroll Kyle had seemingly left behind on the floor by her feet. How he managed to surreptitiously drop them was just one more mystery in the pile of secrets of the heir of Alterac. With well-practiced movements, Gina accidentally dropped some books, and as she recovered them she picked the scroll up. When she returned to her dorm, the blonde student smiled at the contents of the scroll. It was an abbreviated summary on advanced arcane channeling, focusing on efficiency and compact spell work for faster and less exhaustive spell casting. Expert-level stuff, but Gina's own diligence, and the other scrolls Kyle had smuggled to her up until now, would theoretically have prepared her for this. She'd have to be subtle about implementing the knowledge into her own spellcraft, but it wouldn't be the first time she'd have done so. It was interesting being a teacher once more after so long. Archmage Crassus found the experience novel, but not so novel that he would consider returning to the classrooms and lecture halls. His queen might tease him about his duties as a mortal being greater than that of her consort, but after Kyle's little revelation, Crassus knew that properly training the boy was a matter of import, no matter how annoying the task might be. "Master Crassus," said boy appeared in the private lab just in time for his scheduled lessons. "Arcane theory, or something along those lines." Crassus didn't really care much about that. The elven archmage regarded his student with a slight incline of his head. "Kyle. If one weren't so knowledgeable about your method of thinking, one might assume you were attempting to court Gina Proudmoore with your antics. It's a minor thing to redirect her curiosity, as you well know," the boy replied with a smile. "Plus it's not a bad thing to try and gain a friend in the long run." "It isn't," Crassus agreed, "though one might wonder why you limit such stunts only for her, considering your rather reclusive behavior." At this, Kyle's smile gave way to a small frown. "Well then, it's a good thing that most magi don't notice such things, right?" "Indeed." Crassus beckoned his student towards the ritual circle at the back end of the lab. "Come, we are expected." Master and student entered the circle, and with a surge of magic from Crassus, they vanished from Dalaran. At almost the same moment, both rematerialized in a great cavern of ice and rock. The air was cold, but glyphs kept the worst of the frost at bay. "Ah, there you are," rumbled a cheery voice as the two magi stepped out of a replica of the ritual circle back in Crassus' laboratory. "Vasergios," Kyle casually greeted with a nod at the cavern's owner. The blue dragon lounging in the center of the cavern slowly rose up on its four limbs and imitated a feline stretch, even opening his fanged maw wide to let out a yawn. "Good, I was getting bored observing the ley lines." "You're always bored observing the ley lines." "Fortunately, that's held true so far." Kyle stopped just a few paces outside the teleportation circle, watching the towering dragon move to one end of the cavern as Crassus continued walking towards the vast space made for him. In just a few steps, the elven archmage morphed, or perhaps more accurately unmorphed, into a dragon, similar in shape and size to Vasergios. Vas would argue that he was the bigger one, but was covered in red and yellow scales, rather than the blue and white of his counterpart. In those few steps, Crassus reverted back to Corielstrass, prime consort of Alexstrasza, the aspect of life. Corielstrass stood beside Vasergios without a word, too focused on the task at hand to trade banter with his light-hearted cousin. The two dragons settled down and brought their attention to the boy before them. The blue dragon gave a scholarly nod as the glyphs etched onto the cavern walls began to glow. "Now, where did we last left off?" Kyle raised his right arm up, allowing the student's sleeve to fall off and expose his forearm. Despite training all his senses, Corielstrass still couldn't detect whatever caused an intricately crafted golden bracer to so suddenly appear around the young human's limb. Neither did the dragon notice anything askew in the magical fabric around Kyle as his eyes glowed in a dim white blue. Then a short jet of the same light shot out from the bracer above his hand to form a blade. Kyle's lips formed a smile but otherwise didn't move at all as his words rang vividly in Corielstrass's head with a faint, reverberating echo. "We were finding out if this magic is at all related to the void." And still not a single glyph reacted to that. At least by now, the dragon masquerading as an archmage knew enough to be too annoyed by the mystery. And here I go. There's just enough ideas to get this story going. As usual, I don't know how and how long this tale will meander along. If anything, I have less solid checkpoints to reach, so things might get more fun from a writing perspective. Also, I don't know if I'm going to follow the format of focused fire or not, but currently it's kinda easier not doing a first-person POV. Keeps me guessing just as much as everyone else what the MC is thinking. But I think I'll eventually have to give in to explain in story what exactly the guy's abilities are. Anyway, expect cringy references, improvised plots, and a slower posting rate. Oh, I might keep the theme running and shove in a scorpion reference somewhere. Chapter 2. Corielstrass, in his elven form, slumped into the cushy seat of his mortal office as he watched his student leave. He didn't really need to remain in this confined room, but he might as well commit to the act for a while. As usual, little progress had been made on deciphering the abilities of the protégé he had been forced to take on. It was frustrating, yet what little insight he and Vasergios gleaned had often more than made up for the extremely slow research. They've learned that whatever source of magic that Kyle manifested, it was not tied to the void or the light in any way. There was none of the inky, insidious corruption of the former, nor the overbearingly radiant presence of the latter whenever Kyle spoke through his mind or created blades of light from his confounding bracer. Vasergios had been most certain that it had nothing to do with the arcane or the fell either, and Corielstrass trusted the judgment of the blue dragon, a child of the aspect of magic. Another intriguing fact was that this new flavor of magic made Kyle's mind impervious to other mental-based spells. Corielstrass had snuck out a few artifacts from his personal vault from his Dalaran office, minor artifacts that were marinated with the taint of the void or the fell. While normally such objects had subverted lesser mortal minds to create power-hungry warlocks simply by proximity, the boy had remained oblivious to their nature even as he held the items in his bare hands. Vassergio's array of precautionary wards and spells had been completely unnecessary. After witnessing such uncanny resistance, if not outright immunity, to mental subversion, it took all of Coriel Strass's persuasion to stop the blue dragon from snatching young Kyle away to Northrend for further study with his kin. Both dragons believed the boy when he said he couldn't remove the bracer however he tried. If it was anything like more conventional magical artifacts of great power, the bracer was bound solely to Kyle and nothing short of a time and resource-intensive attunement ritual, of which would require deciphering the new magic in the first place, or destroying it to undo that effect. As intriguing as the anomaly might be, its wielder was still a mortal human under Coriel Strass's tutelage. And while the red dragon didn't think that his blue cousins would be so callous with mortal lives, Kyle's presence was significant enough that too many unwanted questions would arise if he were to be absent for too long. So the facade of an education was kept up, giving the dragons what time they could to delve into the mysteries of a new source of magic, as well as its wielder. And for the time being, some subtle manipulation would be required to ensure that Kyle remained studying in Dalaran. If that meant keeping an eye on Alterax's Council of Regents to do their jobs, or ensuring that Kyle's family would live quiet and uneventful lives, then so be it. Crassus had his stable of agents for such things. While Coriel Strass was approving of Kyle's caution in seeking out aid to understanding the powers that came to him seemingly out of nowhere, after all, history was replete with hedge magi and inadvertent warlocks who did not understand the concept of restraint, there was a disturbing question that still nagged at the back of the red dragon's mind. How did Kyle know to seek him out? The boy's application into the Kirin Tor's academy was a singular request for tutelage under Archmage Crassus. It was surprising enough that someone beyond Dalaran would know the name, given Coriel Strass's care to minimize attention to his cover. But to not only know of Crassus, but the identity behind it. The phrases Kyle included in his petition were nonsensical to the magi attending to Kyle's request, but to the dragon they were highly unsubtle hints of the venerable Archmage's true identity. I have questions about the crimson, the sand, the wardings of earth. If by consorting with an aspect of royalty, say a great lively queen. That they still forwarded the otherwise outlandish application to Crassus' attention was a credit to the magi, even if they were simply going through the motions to keep their hands clean. It was a select few mortals indeed who knew that Crassus and Coriel Strass were one and the same, and he did not believe any of them would betray his identity in such a haphazard manner. In the same vein, those of his draconic kin that were not too removed from the affairs of mortals would not be so creative in their ways. That Kyle came seeking help with foreign magic instead of using his knowledge to blackmail, however useless that delusional notion might be, was a pleasant enough surprise that Coriel Strass did not press the boy too much on how he got a hold of what he knew. At least not yet. The hints of what he might know was more than enough for the dragon to tolerate for the time being. And then, mere days after being confirmed as a student, Kyle was revealed to be the newly recognized heir to Alterac. Coriel Strass was not present at the time, but from Kyle's haggard state after that, it was safe to surmise that the newly minted king did not look forward too much to his position. Isn't there a real heir? Or if they're going this far to find an obscure bastard, couldn't they just make one up? Coriel Strass had shook his head in sympathy at the questions. To put it simply, Aladin Pernold, Aiden Perenold's legitimate son and heir, and your half-brother, is distrusted by the leaders of the Alliance, almost as much as his father was. To many, endorsing Aladin's legitimacy would be akin to endorsing all his father had done. But I'm fine as an heir because I'm a bastard. In a sense, Coriel Strass had answered honestly. The boy deserved to know his place as a pawn in Alliance politics, at least. While there are some kings vying to claim Alterac for themselves, the others would prefer the realm be restored, to some degree. There were other claimants, like your cousin, Isidon Pernold, who was momentarily sponsored by King Jen Greymane. Or Deathwing's guise as Deval Prester that was luckily foiled in time, Coriel Strass thought sourly. Were. Coriel Strass found it hard not to shrug. From what has been made public so far, Isidon had suffered a riding accident during one of his journeys to rally support, the Red Dragon explained simply. It would take a bit of resources to figure out if that was really the case or not, but considering King Jen was not kicking a fuss about plots from Stromgard or Lord Aaron, perhaps it really was a sad misfortune. As for the others, similar to Isidon and Gilneas, their claims were sponsored by other kingdoms, which due to the inevitable contention between kingdoms weakened their legitimacy, or in Deathwing's case, he was defeated and forced to flee. Enough so that with your discovery, support for all of them were dropped. Kyle had nodded then, bleak understanding dawning on his features. So I've just got enough of a claim to be counted, and am considered unaffiliated enough that everyone's compromised on me. Coriel Strass gave another nod of sympathy. But wouldn't me studying here be an issue? A minor one, considering how little stake the Kirin Tor has in Alterac, and how generally uninvolved it is in the internal conflicts of the Alliance recently. So long as you remain only educated in magic instead of being groomed for politics, your time here will be acceptable. You will eventually be assigned an impartial educator to bring you up to speed on a king's duties. Once the Alliance leadership finished with their bickering and came to a consensus on the matter, which might take a while. In any case, Your Council of Regents also serves as a check to ensure the common interest of the alliance. Kyle had frowned for a second then, and then gave Coriel Strass a querying look. If I may be bluntly honest. You may. Fug. Knowing what he did about the current culture and politics of the continent, Coriel Strass almost pitied Kyle. That he chose to continue his studies in Dalaran would earn him little favors among the near-magic phobic and superstitious human lords. Even for all its contributions to the alliance, the magocracy of Kirin Tor was still regarded with distrust by its supposed allies. Human aversion to the unknown, coupled with superstition exacerbated by their worship of the light, made magi unwelcome at best throughout most of the human kingdoms. Maybe after a few years, once Coriel Strass had fully cleared any misgivings about Kyle's character, he could set up a meeting between the boy and an envoy of Kulthalas to gain more honest support. The Elven Kingdom was respected by the human kingdoms despite their use of magic that was on par with Dalaran, and if nothing else they might be a powerful patron to fend off the worst of the politicking over Alterac. With the quiet influence Crassus exerted, perhaps he could introduce Kyle to Prince Kael'thas, who was himself a senior archmage of the Kirin Tor. Of course, such aid would have to depend on just how trustworthy Kyle Dalem was. Just like his magic, there was still much unknown about the Mage King to be. The boy was definitely more than he seemed, and he definitely knew more than just Coriel Strass's identity. Unfortunately every attempt at inquiry, subtle or not, was so far expertly deflected. Politely too, at that. At least the boy was currently focused on figuring out the limitations of his power. To make sure that I don't accidentally summon something or blow something up because I blinked the wrong way, as he phrased it. It was a laudable enough goal, but Coriel Strass couldn't help but worry about what happened after that. There were too many of those that sought power for power's sake, and while Kyle showed none of their narcissism or greed so far, Coriel Strass also knew that all it took was for an over-ambitious mage to learn that one spell, that one supposed key to solve all the problems in their life, to send them down into a destructive spiral. As Archmage of the Kirin Tor, Crassus had euthanized his fair share of delusional aspirants, and even once respected magi, and power-hungry warlocks within Dalaran. A few were even his apprentices at some point. As Coriel Strass, he'd purged caverns of corrupted cultists and snuffed out secretive covens before they could endanger their environment with their reckless abuse of dark magic. Hopefully Kyle would prove his suspicions wrong, and would grow into a respectable lord, the first mage lord, despite his neighbor's machinations. For now though, the draconic archmage conjured a scrying window and silently observed his student going about his daily life within the Academy of Arcane Sciences. Just as with Kyle's magic, the boy himself still required much studying. Chapter 3. I have no doubt that whatever Archmage Crassus is teaching you is good and all, but please try to use the spells intended for this lesson. Try again. Archmage Antonidas smirked as he eavesdropped on the lesson taking place in the practice field. The educator, a promising if somewhat weary mage by the name of Herwig, sighed with exasperation before he replaced the charred remains of the practice dummy with a simple transmogrification spell, and then gestured to the problem student at hand. Once more, Kyle. With arcane missiles this time, and not that bolt of whatever it was. Yes, sir. Crassus' protégé gave a curt nod as he focused on the target, and then went through the motions of the spell. His fellow classmates had taken a few steps back out of precaution after the first demonstration. Looking in from his scrying spell, Kyle's hand gestures were passable, but it was clear that the boy was still too stiff. And predictably, a measly missile flew out of his hands in an erratic flight towards the dummy, barely glancing it enough to trigger the dummy's shielding. Normally, such a display would be considered a failure and grounds for a harsh lecture, but considering that Kyle did erase his target earlier with a different spell, a spell that was far more advanced and complex considering how Antonidas couldn't sense its casting at all to even consider a counterspell, Herwig wisely opted to give a grunt of minimal satisfaction instead. If Crassus was teaching his students such things, it was little surprise that the boy could have gotten too used to the motions of advanced spell work and let his elementary basics languish. It was a good idea too then to ensure that Kyle took the basic courses to help ground his knowledge. Prodigies, savants, it was almost always the same. Talents that were inherited from birth or honed after years of self-learning, gaining a degree of specialization that normal magi would take years to even reach the beginning. Problem students, in not a few archmagi's view, Antonidas included. These cases often took extra effort to properly educate, as professors would have to put additional work in undoing all of the improper habits picked up from poor or absent education, before the actual foundations could be laid. Worse, many held a delusional degree of self-perceived greatness that made educating them nearly impossible. Too many hedge wizards often only knew how to throw unstable fireballs because that was all they cared about, but couldn't conjure a simple mage armor or a smaller, more efficient firebolt because of their severely compromised knowledge. Often, it took some harsh shock to their systems to remind them that there was more to magic than making the biggest explosions or conjuring the largest frost elemental. While many of his colleagues took the more direct path of enervation, silencing or counter spells, Antonidas preferred the time-honored polymorph spell for such lessons. Humility tends to stick a lot better after one has spent a few hours as a hapless sheep. Those that dabbled in forbidden magics were much worse, quite literally losing their minds to the corruptive influences of the void or the fell, just so they could inscribe a summoning circle or enact horrific rituals. But all that esoteric knowledge and borrowed power couldn't tell them how to power a floating torch or properly adjust the speed of an arcane tome reader. While the dabblers of the dark arts were rarely sane enough to be rehabilitated, at the very least, their blinkered view on power made dealing with regional, homegrown cabals and covens a lot easier. Hopefully Crassus knows what he was doing with Kyle, though Antonidas wouldn't be the one to tell the venerable elf how to do his job. If it came to it, he'd send some fresh-faced mage to risk his enigmatic colleague's ire. The light only knows what Crassus is really capable of, when even Prince Kael'thas and the other elves treat him with reverence. You'll have to work on your basics further. Maybe stop trying to show off. Yes, sir. At least this Kyle isn't showing the usual signs of an arrogant prodigy. He didn't show any resentment nor tried to prove himself above the lesson. If anything, he behaved a bit too meekly, bordering on sycophancy. Antonidas sighed at that, understanding where it might be coming from. Perhaps he should bring Kyle in for a quiet chat someday, and go through the young lord's insecurities of being given the reins of Alterac. Really, for grown men to swarm an unsuspecting boy like that, and all but threaten him even as they bestowed what should be an unbelievable gift of not only elevation to nobility, but rulership over an entire kingdom. It's completely unsurprising that Kyle could have gotten a nervous tick after that encounter. As a member of the Kirin-Tor's ruling council of 6, Antonidas had already sent out official messages to the kings of the alliance protesting their disappointing behavior against one of Dalaran's students. Little response was expected, but the gesture should at least offer some comfort to the young king of Alterac, that he was not alone. A loud bang snapped the venerable archmage out of his thoughts, and he saw Kyle on his back and his fellow students jumped well back as thick arcane smoke wafted away from the point where he was previously standing. Mage Herwig hurried up to the boy in a mix of concern and admonishment that all decent teachers had mastered, checking Kyle for any signs of serious damage. Clearly, he'd been lucky, because Herwig was scolding Kyle rather than putting out an urgent call for aid. And just how did you manage that, young man? Kyle was blinking dumbly for a few seconds before glancing down at the stub of ivory in his hands that was all that was left of a wand. I don't know. Antonidas blinked. What was Crassus teaching Kyle? The eavesdropping spell picked up the mix of annoyance and relief in the teacher's huff, oblivious for now of the implications of what had happened. It seems that rudimentary wand use is somehow above you. Perhaps Archmage Crassus should withhold any further advanced lessons from you until you get your basics right. Though Dalaran is famous, or notorious, depending on one's view, for being the realm of magi and the arcane, it still boasted a more conventional army of blades and metal plate that served to protect the magocracy. The Violet Legion was a small, purely defensive force, but it was still a highly trained and respected one within the alliance. There were whispers from the neighboring realms that suggested that it took truly brave and skilled warriors to fight and survive alongside war magi, whose use of magics could be as much a threat to friends as to foes. And despite what some might think, the arms and armor of its soldiery were not entirely bespelled. Partly to maintain relations with the superstitious populace within and without, and partly because the Kirin-Tor did not want to risk the dangers of an arms race such proliferation might cause. This relative handicap also gave those serving within the Violet Legion a sense of martial pride, knowing that their feats against the Horde in the Second War were all down to their own strength of arms. Said pride also kept the warriors from using it as an excuse for their defeats. The commanders would instead blame their lack of strategy or tactics, or poor coordination and resolve, just like other armies might. To attribute any failure to lack of magical equipment was tantamount to rank cowardice in the Violet Legion. Besides, the common soldiers often took to the field with battle magi to make up for any magical handicap. The close integration between the two elements gave Dalaran's warriors a degree of tactical knowledge regarding magic that the other kingdoms lacked. It also gave an edge in training nobility who had to balance between the magical and mundane aspects of their life. Nobility like the new king of Alterac. Captain Reuben Weinhold kept an attentive eye on his students' movements. Being a peasant elevated straight up into the highest rank of nobility, Kyle had a lot of catching up to do in terms of martial ability. Squires his age would have already moved past the basics and onto acquainting themselves with the different styles of blade work, and getting used to the weight of armor. Mobility is important, but learn to root yourself, Reuben sternly advised as he brought his practice blade up and reset his stance. You can't land a decisive strike otherwise. Once more. The boy gave a curt nod and brought his own wooden sword to bear. Reuben bit back a curse when Kyle feigned a lunge yet again, managing to almost force a reaction to the captain's left while the true attack came from the right. Almost, though. He parried the stab with an almost desperately fast swing of his arms, and then stepped back from the follow-up swipe and swatted away the thrust that followed after that. Reuben settled on the defensive and patiently waited out the flurry of attacks. For his inexperience, or perhaps because of it, Kyle kept executing unorthodox and unexpected aggression that were surprisingly effective in theory, if not in practice. The flaw in such rapid attacks lay mostly on the fact that the blows that went through carried little weight, and in real combat Reuben doubted that many would get past even bog-standard armor Lord Aaron churned out. Thanks to the 2 wars against the Horde, the armor of the human kingdoms had evolved towards durability, the plate pieces rated to withstand at least 2 axe swings from Orcish hands, while the mail underneath was designed to resist 4 good spear jabs, or a few seconds between the jaws of a dark wolf. Compared to all that, what was a mere longsword, delivered far from full strength? It may be decent against orc and troll raiders though, Reuben had to admit. Those brutes tended to rely on pure savagery, so their protection was more lacking. Still, Kyle's style of fighting was too energy inefficient. The constant attacks from every direction, forcing his feet to reposition from left to right to front before the strikes landed, was obviously too exhaustive a price for seizing the initiative. It was proven by the fact that after weathering the storm of blows for all of 15 seconds, Reuben found the boy's movements noticeably slowing, and a glaring opening was found as a result. Unless the strikes hit critical areas, orcs and trolls would still be more than able to fight back. Holding back a sigh, the instructor parried a hasty lunge and then stepped into Kyle's reach. With a half-sword grip he lightly stabbed his wooden sword into the boy's belly, causing Kyle to audibly gasp as he was knocked back and folded over. "What did I just say about rooting yourself? Sorry." Now Reuben sighed at the young king who was rubbing at his bruised abdomen. "You've got a good idea that needs a lot of refining, but that's work for another time. Right now, you need to hone your basics." Kyle slowly got back onto his feet, and gave a nod that almost looked resigned. "Yes, sir." The captain rolled his eyes and silently cursed the recklessness of youth. It probably didn't help that this king-to-be was learning to be a mage. Those types always were full of ideas that needed to be proven in the showiest way possible. As it was, perhaps it was a minor miracle that Kyle hadn't yet tried asking to try a different weapon, or worse, present a weapon he designed himself. "You caught your breath yet?" Another nod from the boy. "Good, guard position. Now, stop trying to prove me wrong and actually use what you've been taught." Reuben smirked when Kyle launched himself at him. The swings that followed were more carefully paced, more precisely applied, and more weighted in delivery. It was a standard flurry that was almost straight from the textbook. Almost. Damned boy still did one of his quick feints at the last moment, actually catching Reuben flat-footed. Only a slip of the captain's feet from being caught out of position allowed him the movement to dodge the sweeping strike aimed for his neck. Reuben fell onto the floor and rolled out of the way, and through practiced improvisation knocked Kyle down with a slash behind his knees before getting up. "Good try," Reuben said with false casualness. "Now, more of that, and less of the fluttering about." As he waited for Kyle to recover, the captain quietly thanked the light for his momentary clumsiness. Kyle must never know he'd missed that strike purely because Reuben accidentally stumbled. The kid didn't need to learn how to be insufferable just yet. Chapter 4. Magic was an art, or science, that required equal parts theoretical knowledge and raw creativity. As such, even for a fresh novice, the curriculum of the Academy of Arcane Sciences included in its curriculum an ample amount of self-study, encouraging its students to explore the vast libraries to plumb for ideas. Of course, being novices, such exploration didn't mean they'd be allowed to immediately try creating new spells or experiment in the alchemy labs. Instead, any potential ideas were carefully presented in a proposal for a senior mage to review, and if the idea was truly interesting and unique enough, the prospective novice might see themselves giving up their free time to pursue their research under the oversight of apprentices or even archmages. Not many had the chance to, though. Even 2 weeks after her induction into the academy, she'd seen senior students walking through the halls dejectedly and lamenting and wailing about how their proposals hadn't been as original as they thought it to be. As it turned out, in the centuries-long history, and thanks to its elvish archmages especially, the Kirin Tor had kept thorough notes about practically every ambitious experiment that came to mind, in however many permutations and angles. The laboratories and fields of this storied institution have seen far more failure than any of us will ever know. The old, regal form of Archmage Cilia had lectured them all with patronizing softness. From hypotheses that were mundane to grand, with results spectacular to anticlimactic, it is safe to say that the Academy has seen nearly everything. She emphasized nearly with a knowing grin. The only reason you're not being made aware of it is because dedicating a subject to past failures would overly bloat your curriculum, and the Academy doesn't need a whole new campus just yet. Despite that fact, the students were encouraged to keep trying, as much as to temper themselves with dead ends and the fact that their path has been trodden before, which was a surprisingly common thing, Gina learned, as to get them used to researching on their own terms. That didn't mean everyone used the time to pursue the ambitions of having a spell attributed to them though. Sitting in one of many of the Academy's cavernous libraries, Gina heard a fellow classmate pipe up. "Ah. Let me guess, Arcane Gemology, volumes 9 to 15. She raised her head to find Kyle walking over their table with a stack of dusty tomes. He placed the books down carefully before answering the question. "It stops at volume 10. But I found Professor Melfier has his own books on the topic, the calculus and matrices of gem crafting." I've found 5 volumes so far. Great, the classmate, Ralin, replied. What's with the fascination with magic stones, anyway? Another student, Liana, whispered from the other end of the table. It was crystals before this, and now you're moving on to gems. Please don't be so droll as to say it's because you want to make money, Ralin dryly added. You're going to be a king someday, right? Kyle picked a tome and sat down before he answered them. It's just research. About what? Liana pursued, and Gina put in some effort not to roll her eyes as she anticipated Kyle's reply. Just some curiosity. There it was, the annoying evasive answer he kept giving out whenever you tried asking him for any solid details, whether it is his fascination for gems and crystals, or his delving of etheric wines, or that momentary bit of dabbling into arcane forging. Kyle had sought out various bits of knowledge, and it irritated Gina that she couldn't find the underlying pattern to his research topics. Still, she had to ask, are you sure you don't need any assistance? The answer still hadn't changed. I'm fine. Just need to do my reading. Gina suppressed a sigh and went back to her own reading material. If nothing else, Kyle was a ludicrously rapid reader. He'd cleared the issued textbooks in days, and could actually quote them line for line as proof. No doubt he'd pore through his selected tomes today in a quarter of the time she'd take to ingest her own tome. Annoyance began to gnaw at the edges of her mind, as it always did when her curiosity was stoked and she invariably tried figuring out the king-to-be's agenda. What was he really looking for in the Academy's comprehensive libraries? The only strand of a clue she'd ever get was the words Kyle occasionally muttered as he read. None of this looks anything close, he complained this time, whatever that actually meant. The last time, it was something about probing and harvesting. And that time when he looked into etheric wines, he was mumbling something about green coloration. It all really did not make any sense at all. Oh, gold. Wait, can I make a field out of this? Gina rolled her eyes and crushed her natural curiosity. Kyle, your voice might draw the librarian golem, she chided mildly. Oops, sorry. The boy hastily nodded and shrank back into his tome. Much as she tried not to, Gina spent the rest of the reading session trying to fit his latest string of nonsense in with the rest of the other random sentences. The inevitable failure to make even a tenuous connection only made her more annoyed for the rest of the day. While Kyle's progression in general magical studies was going along steadily, his skill with the practical side of arcane casting was barely mediocre at best. His essays and debates were solid, even noteworthy at times, but the professors always left notes about how woeful his magical aptitude was. His conventional magic, anyway. The same professors all expressed their curiosity about the foreign magic Kyle had managed under the tutelage of the reclusive archmage Crasius. With practically no external effort, theories were now abound that Kyle's lack of orthodox arcane proficiency was due to his skewed mastery of advanced magic that Crasius taught him. Some said that Kyle had become the archmage's guinea pig after his audacious request. Coriel Strass did not do anything to dissuade those rumors. In a way, it was half true. Kyle's lack of arcane abilities was due almost entirely to foreign magic he wielded, Chinook magic, as Kyle named it. Even his numbness to the fell and the void was attributed to it, though that was something the rest of the Kirin Tor didn't need to know for now. As it was, Coriel Strass had his student practicing Chinook's only under his and Vassergio's watchful eye. And after that stunt with the wand, all attempts to channel Chinook energy through arcane receptacles was forbidden for the time being. The conversion between magical states was too volatile and required greater skill than the caster had right now. Kyle was lucky that they were using wands that day, rather than practicing on monogems which held a higher storage capacity. Still, Kyle's mastery over Chinook magic was comparable to that of a seasoned apprentice in arcane casting. Through the bracer, he could fire off bolts of energy that could be effortlessly guided to shatter boulders. It was hard to react to, the psi bolts did not draw on arcane mana to provide any warning. Even with the knowledge of its casting, neither Coriel Strass nor Vassergios could figure out the appropriate spell matrix to create a suitable counterspell. In the same fashion, the blade of light he conjured was on par with the best dwarven or elven enchanted blades, and even some of the older relics before the Sundering. Despite its ephemeral appearance, the psi blade cut through dwarven wrought adamantine as if it weren't there, and it took Vassergios almost asking Coriel Strass for help in forming a powerful enough arcane barrier to last more than a few strikes against it. The blue dragon had been annoyed for days because of that. If not for the relatively short reach of the blade, and the fact that it was practically unique to Kyle at the moment, the dragons might have found a great cause of concern, maybe even worthy of their respective aspects' attention. But with Kyle being just as eager to learn about Chinook as they were, the three immersed themselves in exploring the limits of this new magic. Yet, for all the interesting studies within Vass Lair, Kyle eventually and unsurprisingly found his attention distracted elsewhere. Is it possible for me to see Alterac anytime soon? Coriel Strass had considered the question seriously, providing an honest answer out of respect for the human. It is unlikely. As part of the agreement with the rest of the Alliance, you will remain a student in Dalaran until your education is done. At most, a visit might be arranged during the semester break, though that would likely require approval from several figures. If you still plan to refrain from antagonizing the Alliance leadership, such an avenue should not be pursued. Credit to the boy, Kyle simply fell into a thoughtful frown rather than becoming crestfallen or breaking into a tantrum. Well, can I make it part of my curriculum? Foundations in statesmanship or something like that? That. Why the sudden urge to visit Alterac? Kyle shrugged lightly. I just figured that I haven't even met my regents yet, or the lands I'm supposed to end up being a figurehead for. Or actually ruling, Vassar Geos added casually. Or actually ruling, Kyle echoed with a grin. The boy most definitely had some sort of plan. And considering human youth, those plans would likely be reckless, half-baked and self-damaging. And there should be plenty of war-torn, desolate fields there for me to try out some of the spells Vast Cave can't accommodate. Boy's got a point, the Blue Dragon quickly chimed in, already eager to figure out the upper limits of Kyle's shenanigans. Surely the Magi could be made to find a compromise or a loophole. Vas then broke into a fanged grin. If not, we could engineer a reason. Knowing better to leave both human and Blue Dragon to find alternatives, Archmage Crassus sought out his peers, arranging a meeting with the ruling council. Surprisingly, their approval was far more easily gained than Coriel Strass had expected. Admittedly, young Kyle's studies have hit a rather novel plateau, Antonidas, the spokesperson and leader of the Council of Six eloquently explained, expertly keeping any blame from being laid on Crassus' feet. With his stark contrast in his performance between the theoretical and practical, it might be prudent to rework his advancement. The human archmage inclined his head towards Crassus in a polite fashion. Assuming that you still have interest in educating him. Kyle has talent that should be carefully nurtured, Coriel Strass had replied with practiced evenness. Though considering the incompatibility and the results thus far, I suggest pulling him out of general practical studies altogether. I will fully take over that aspect instead. That made several curious eyebrows rise, though none voiced it. So be it, Antonidas finalized, admirably keeping his own curiosity at bay. We can use the time to redraw King Kyle's new curriculum, and prepare for the necessary changes. My thanks, Crassus said with a slow, deep bow. I'll see to preparations. Antonidas gave a final nod. Perhaps, it would be better that you hire a private escort detail instead of drawing on the Kirin soldiery. Of course. That had been expected and accounted for. Thanks to the consideration of international politics, Vassar Geos needn't go through the hassle of justifying his mortal cover to the more professionally minded warriors of the Kirin. In fact, Coriel Strass could now rely on his own trusted apprentices and agents to minimize the risks of Kyle's magic being revealed. All that was left was figuring out how to fit in Kyle's lessons once they got to Alterac, and how to do so without any witnesses present. Regent Councillor Lometh Whitepine huffed as he hurried to the palace library, a griffin-delivered parchment scrunched up tightly in his hand. His colleagues rose up with a start as he barged into the designated meeting room for Alterac's Council of Regents. Ill news? Brydd asked, his bushy brows raised bemusedly. Lometh ignored the Kul Tiran's usual lousy humor and marched up to the table. He slammed the parchment down onto its sturdy surface, and found that having the message leave his person did not undo his scowl in the slightest. King Kyle Dalem will be returning to Alterac to sit in on a monthly meeting, Lometh summarized for everyone present, barely keeping to formalities, and immediately any humor the other regents had fled the room. Isn't he supposed to still be in school? Lady Philia Calomer asked with a haughty frown, not hiding her condescension at the reason for her posting at all. Months in, and the scion of an old Lord Ehrenhaus never got over her dislike of being promoted to her current role. Not enough artisan makeup to keep the bint's puffy hair in place and the skin of her face fully hidden under a layer of caked powder, probably. Beside her, the more stoic Councillor of Stromgard shook his head. It's in his right to involve himself in the meetings. Despite Joran's usually stony features, the scarred veteran from the Second War actually grimaced. Probably one of his mage tutors thought to send him here just to spite us. The mages are probably just feeling petty from being left out, Philia remarked, earning nods from Lometh and Joran. Magi, Lometh reflexively corrected. But that's what I was thinking, as well, he continued before the noblewoman could retort, still unable to drop his scowl. The boy's not even close to being properly educated for a peasant shunted up into nobility, and they're thinking of sending him here to learn from us. Well, in normal situations, it'd be a decent idea, Brydd weakly defended. Teach a kid how things are really run and all that. Make them appreciate the stuffier parts of sitting on a throne. Lometh is right, Joran cut in, surprising everyone for agreeing with Agilnian's sentiment for probably the first time. Boy's been taught nothing but foul magic for barely 4 months so far. If we're lucky, he's been hitting more proper books about history and statesmanship. Doesn't matter, he's still going to end up wasting our time, dragging us all through the most basic lessons. And I'd bet he'll get a bit uppity and try to throw his weight around, Philia added. It'll probably be the Magi's idea, too, Lomith chipped in with his disdain clear. The current situation with this Regency Council was barely tolerable enough, now the damned Magi's meddling would threaten the fragile balance of interests over Alterac. Lomith once again quietly cursed Isaiden's idiocy. Aiden's nephew had a clean enough record, and for all of Stromgarde's protests the lad's claim was hard to contest. Having Isaiden take the throne would have given Gilneas an ally in alliance decision-making, another kingdom who shared the same interests to prevent being totally outvoted. But the damned fool had to go around rallying support and fall off his horse. King Gen wisely tried to keep the details hidden, lest the disgraceful accident mar his decision to support Isaiden in the first place and paint him as a poor judge of character. Unfortunately, the incident put Lomith in this unenviable position, where he had to constantly keep an eye out against the representatives of other kingdoms to ensure that Alterac didn't get quietly pilfered under his nose. Obviously, the biggest threat in this was Joran Keenshard, who was still pushing the Stromgarde agenda of annexing parts of Alterac. Lomith had to keep his wits up to combat the attempts at sending Stromgarde prospectors and peasants to supposedly develop the southern regions of Alterac. Both councillors knew full well that if it was allowed, then it'd pave the way for a slow but eventual colonization. At least Joran was blunt and to the point, typical of a frontline veteran who couldn't think past direct charges and mediocre feints. For all her haughtiness, Philia Calomer was a more cunning and insidious rival, who sought to encroach on Alterac from all directions. If she had her way, Lord Arryn merchants and masons would be flooding the land to undo the scars left by the Second War, making the peasantry sing praises to the kingdom for its charity. By throwing gold and men around, the kingdom would be rebuilt in Lord Arryn's image, and the oblivious people of Alterac would be happily petitioning for King Manethel's rule. Yet while the councillor of Lord Arryn had the most pull due to the kingdom's overwhelming power, she rarely threw her weight around unless her kingdom's interests were truly threatened. The infuriating woman had the nerve to be truly bored at the whole thing, keeping the hassle of interfering between Lomith and Joran to a strict minimum. The same went for Brydd Salthewer, councillor of Kul Tiras. The sea-brained sailor was here simply because his Lord Admiral didn't like being kept out of the fun, and wanted to remind the continental kingdoms of the archipelago's own influence within the alliance. Even with some sourness in relations between Gilneas and Kul Tiras, Lomith would have tolerated Brydd if not for the latter's penchant to throw his vote casually about, almost for the sheer fun of it. One moment the hook-handed former naval captain was supporting Lomith in shooting down Joran's proposal of establishing more logging camps, staffed fully by Joran's countrymen of course, and in the next meeting Brydd would be arguing on Joran's side to protest Lomith's necessary redrawing of the trade routes. After all, Alterac's eastern roads were practically dirt paths by now, and traffic to Stromgarde had dried up. Why not emphasize commerce along the more profitable western routes that were headed to Gilneas? And now, with the struggles within the council still peaking, the light-forsaken spell-slingers of Dalaran decide to join in. They probably have the boy reading off their carefully prepared script, Lomith muttered, noting the nods from the other regents. Any idea how long the boy will be staying? Brydd asked, glancing down at the crumpled message. No more than 3 months, Philia answered, bringing up a manicured finger to tap thoughtfully on her chin. No matter how they want to wrangle it, the Magi can only leave him here for as long as their academic breaks, so long as he's not of age yet. That's the agreement. Joran gave a rumbling harumph. Humph. If they're pulling this now, that'll mean that even if we can keep the boy from wreaking havoc, we can look forward to annual visits at the very least. Lomith's scowl grew at that thought. We'll have to impress on him the importance of sitting quietly while the adults work, he declared. Once more, Philia was the one to respond. He's learning to be a mage, right? Chuck him in the library. I'm sure we can stuff the shelves with the sort of stuff his kind would be interested in. Or introduce him to girls. Brydd suggested, shrugging as the other 3 regents focused their gazes on him. What? He's of that age, right? It's a good enough distraction. Surprisingly, Gruff Joran nodded at that. I'll have to scout out the locals, prepare a roster. Lomith suddenly saw through the man's ploy and quickly interceded. We'll have a lot of reviewing. No way was Joran going to slip in a Stromgardian wench to steer the boy's cock towards Stromgardian interests. Realizing his plan was discovered, the veteran gave Lomith a glare for a second, before Philia obliviously spoke. Just perfect, more work. The Gilnean and Stromgardian representatives aborted their stare-off to nod their hearty agreement at their colleague's sentiment. The current responsibilities were already burdensome enough, now they had to find ways to keep a jumped-up boy king occupied and away from the matters of state. Chapter 5. For all his long years, traveling by carriage was a highly novel experience for Vasergios. As was maintaining a mortal form for any longer than a day. Yet for all the discomfort and limitations, the dragon found himself rather enjoying the bumps and sways of the ground-based transport. There was something quaint about the sensibilities of the strictly bipedal mortals, being half buried in a cushioned seat especially. Opposite him was the ever-stoic and serious Corielstrass, or Crasius as his cover was called. The red-robed archmage managed to compose himself to a regal, almost graceful silence throughout the journey so far, every movement economically minimal, every word carefully phrased. In contrast, Vassergios barely sat still, his human head craning about to decipher the carriage's design, and then peering out the window to study Kor's hired escorts, and then turning his attention back into the carriage to look at the other passengers. And then he repeated the whole thing, in a different order as his attention dictated. Contrary to mortal assumptions, the fidgeting meant that he was far from bored. There was just so much to study. Especially when compared to the drabness of his cavern. Already in the 4 days of trundling along, he had picked out that Coriolstras's companions were shrewdly chosen. Vassergios might be far less immersed in mortal happenings, but he did understand some basic politics. Judging from who rode along with them, Archmage Crassus had quite a long reach it seems. Other than the disguised dragons and Kyle, 2 magi and a walking fort sat in with them. The arcane duo was made up of a gnome and an elf, the robes of the former in Nomarigans brass and purple while the latter wore the rich crimson and gold of Colthalas. In the same fashion, within the small hulk of burnished steel and red gold was a dwarf of Hosmodan. The gnome had his face buried in a tome almost as big as himself as he sat between the dwarven warrior and Crassus, while the silently aloof elf sat past Kyle who too sat quietly beside Vassergios' human form. Where the gnome was fully engrossed in his book, something related to transmogrification if Vassergios read the magics off it correctly, both elf and dwarf would occasionally turn their attention to Kyle for a few seconds before returning to whatever thoughts they entertained. There was some conflicted feelings that none of the trio cared at all for the blue-haired human that rode along with them. On the one hand, being passed over meant that Vassergios' shape-shifting was good enough to not draw immediate attention. On the other hand, after having owlbears and trolls flee from just the sight of him, being ignored felt offensive somewhat. There was a temptation to draw their attention by casting a cantrip the mortals would have never seen before, or loosening his guise to reveal some draconic features. Common sense won out though, and Vassergios easily let the notion slip by in favor of taking in ever more details of his surroundings. The gnome, Pelton Quickgear, for example, was on friendly terms with Crassus, being a smiling and cheery sort before his face was completely hidden by the tome. The bejeweled stud on his right earlobe and the amulet under his robes were heavily enchanted, radiating some flavor of offensive magic. Frost and lightning, if Vassergios had to guess. In addition to his accessories, Pelton was a mage of some capabilities, as his small form was thickly shrouded with carefully regulated mana. For all the magic radiating from him though, his opposite number, Ahalian Donsong, was clearly several levels ahead. Vassergios could taste how refined the elf's mana was. It was more intense, as all elven mana naturally was. And the way Halion kept his mana tightly wrapped around himself suggested literal centuries of experience. An arcane bolt from the elf might actually cause Vassergios to lose a few scales. While the 2 magi were interesting traveling companions, Vassergios found himself far more intrigued by the dwarf's presence. Just what kind of dabbling in mortal affairs did Coriolstras involve himself in to gain the allegiance of a dwarf, and if he had a roster of them, why this one? There was only a trace of magic on the thick armor she wore, though the battleaxe by her side glinted with familiar violent runes. Still, Laura, she hadn't given any further names, only had minimal magic on herself. And unlike the gnome's friendliness and the elf's veneration, the steel-wrapped warrior had regarded Crassus with a simple nod that held reluctant respect. Very curious, but Vassergios doubted he'd get the story behind that anytime soon. At least he knew why she was here, as were the 2 magi. As Dalaran had officially sent Kyle to Alterac to actually see the lands he'd be ruling and meet with his regents, Coriolstras had gotten his agents to join along as emissaries of Nomarigin, Colthalas and Hosmodan acting as observers from the non-human but no less important members of the alliance. Vassergios didn't know what their duties were exactly, but he knew that they were the true guards for Crassus and Kyle, as the hired swords escorting the carriage were more of a token piece to keep up appearances. Vassergios' guise on the other hand, was simply an unaligned peer of Crassus. The barebones cover was that Valagan was a hermit sage who had Crassus as a lifeline to the outside world. The blue hair was from an experiment gone wrong. A simple enough foundation to riff from. As nobody had yet asked, he still had time to figure out why a hermit would end up traveling with the archmage. It took a week for them to reach Alterac, almost a week longer than if Vassergios had simply flown there. He shouldn't complain too much though, the drawn-out trip had been interesting. The human villagers they passed were wary, but also wore a resignation that was similar to wounded prey animals. From what Coriolstras had briefed, the Alteraci were still coming to terms with the fact that their former king had betrayed the alliance and aligned them to the Horde during the Second War, forcing sons and fathers to fight with the savage invaders against the neighboring realms. It led to the unsurprising retaliation from the alliance, and the Alteraci, natives of the mountainous region, were treated as no better than the Orcish horde that they aided. Vassergios could understand the alliance's harshness. He'd heard stories about the horrific fall and betrayal of the aspect that now took the name of Deathwing. Judged purely from intentions, the late King Aiden's betrayal was arguably far worse than Neltharion's. According to the dragons who'd survived that cataclysm, of which there were a depressingly few from the Blue Flight, the former aspect of the earth had gone mad from corruption. He'd expertly hid it from the other flights, and his own spawn had shared in or embraced his madness. On the other hand, Aiden had made a conscious, cowardly decision to forsake his fellow humans to preserve his own lands. Rather than fight with them towards victory, he stepped aside and then dragged his people to directly aid the rampaging enemy in hopes of hastening his former allies' defeat and securing himself peace as a subject of the Horde. Such repugnance had spread to taint Aiden's subjects, though it seemed that the hostility the Alliance held towards Alteraci had softened a bit over the years. They were still distrusted, but now their merchants could leave the mountainous kingdom with only the risk of persecution rather than being lynched on sight. That also meant that the Alliance garrison that occupied Alterac moved with all the wariness of conquerors in a hostile land. Vassargio's ears had picked up the warning from patrols warning the carriage away from local taverns, and instead stop at the nearest guard post or barracks. The first encounter an Alliance patrol had with Kyle was also rather telling. The guards manning a guard post had glared at the boy for a moment when they'd stopped for the evening. "You're the bastard, then?" The sergeant, a gruff man bearing the heraldry of Lord arg3nt, had impolitely inquired. Before Crash's companions reacted, Kyle had simply nodded. "I am, for better or worse." He was most definitely shaken by the hostility, but admirably the boy stood defiant against it. The sergeant sneered, though his mocking voice sounded pathetic in Vassargio's opinion. "Had got your work cut out for ya in this shithole, your highness." Kyle shrugged. "I know. But I've got no choice in the matter, so, yet. Blame the last king for taking liberties with my mom." Vassargios was surprised to finally hear some heat in the student's voice. Coward didn't even have the balls to face what he did, and instead kicked her out the moment he remembered the consequences of following his wandering dick. "And now I'm dragged here because the twat seed wasn't as cowardly as the rest of him." That got some of the occupying soldiers to snort and chuckle. The sergeant paused for a second before his stance softened noticeably. "Yet, bastard nobles sometimes." He quickly glanced at the other members of the traveling party. Present company excluded, of course. The glare on Kyle was less intense this time before the man nodded. "Your mum's doing fine." "Oh yet. She had to scrape by in Lord arg3nt while she had me, living as a vagrant for a bit before she got herself a husband. Now that I know where I'm from, I'm surprised she let me live past my first breath, to be honest." The chuckles from the guards were far more muted and definitely more nervous this time, and their hostility was displaced with something approaching sympathy. "Tough lady," the sergeant finally said. Kyle nodded, wearing a soft smile. "Good mother. HN. Hope you take after her instead of your shit-stained father, then." "Me too." The guards left them alone after that. "Well done," the elf, Halion, has quietly remarked with some approval. "And without any persuasion spells too. You've got a talent for diplomacy. I didn't think it'd work as well as it did." Metal squeaked softly as Laura shrugged and her pauldrons shifted. Soldiers like that are all about bluster." She sounded far less rugged than what Vassargios had imagined. "They were looking for a fight, but you threw em off saying what you did." The encounters after that were not as eventful, and after passing several downtrodden villages and towns, many of which were barely half inhabited, they eventually reached Alterac City. Banners of the Alliance and its various human member states hung proudly over the city's still broken walls, and most buildings within wore fresh patches of brick and planks to fix the damage done during the Alliance's siege and subsequent conquest. The city's inhabitants moved about furtively, shrinking away from the armored patrols. It was a rather depressing sight, reminding Vassargios of a rat's nest he'd cultivated and used for experimentation decades ago. They disembarked at the foot of the palace, where 4 overly proud humans stood in the middle of a score or so of guards. There was barely any respect radiating off them as their gaze rested on Kyle, and their disdain was poorly hidden. "Welcome to Alterac, your highness," the lone woman in the quartet greeted, her tone so coldly formal. "We, your Council of Regents, are at your service." Thanks." Some more formal and more cordial greetings were exchanged with Pelton, Halion, and Laura, but Crassus barely got a nod before they were escorted into the palace. Despite the cold reception, Vassargios found himself admiring Alteraci architecture as he followed along. The plastered stone construction was reminiscent of the other human kingdoms, but there were some differences in the placement of the timber supports and windows. Being a colder, mountainous realm, there were more braziers and fire pits lying around than usual, and the windows all had shutters built into them. The interior decor from the palace's former ruler was mostly untouched, judging from the amount of items still bearing the Pernold family crest. As they were led to the throne room, Vassargios noted how gaudily the gilded throne and the gold-threaded banner behind it stood out among the almost plain stonework around them. There were vast fireplaces instead of fire pits or braziers flanking the space just before the throne, and above them hung several wooden chandeliers. Draconic eyesight picked up the thin layer of dust all around the chamber, and Vassargios idly wondered if Aiden Pernold was so reviled that the current occupants even found the thought of sitting on his throne abhorrent. Did they treat his bed and favorite seat in the same manner? Presently, a man in a long coat in the style of Gilneas wheeled about and gruffly addressed Kyle. "Right then, Your Highness, would you like a tour of the palace, or are there any other areas you'd like us to enlighten you to?" Kyle gave Coriel Strass's gnome agent a glance. "Master Quickgear." Pelton gave a cough and cleared his throat in a theatrical manner before stepping forward and conjuring a thick, yellowed scroll and unfurling it noisily. That the show spooked at least one of the regents was probably the point. Right then. The gnomish mage looked over his shoulder to his elven and dwarven counterparts before returning his attention back to the scroll. "We, as interested parties within certain Alliance member kingdoms, have taken notice of the curious experiment here in Alterac. Particularly with the rather unorthodox appointment of Kyle Dalem, and the institution of this method of regency." Pelton paused to clear his throat again, sneaking a glance to the four representatives who remained stonily silent. "Through some minor correspondence, and a little bit of fortune, we've decided to travel with the appointed heir to Alterac to sate our curiosity about this novel implementation of a shared stewardship. While our respective employers do not begrudge the human kingdoms their exclusivity in managing Alterac, we'd like to study this model for potential implementation in the future." The gnome paused once more, this time to shrug at the quartet. "You never know, maybe the trolls might get the boot." "Of course," the Gilnean regent, Lomoth, muttered with poorly masked bitterness. Pelton went back to his scroll. "So. After some discussion on the way here, we've come up with an itinerary of areas we'd like to observe and/or review. Ideally, we'd like to note down the inner workings of cooperation and coordination in a complex task like this, so that we may draft proposals to present to our respective lieges for future consideration." Pelton finished by flashing a smile about half as long as he was tall up at his audience. "We will, of course, be sure to credit you honorable councillors in our proposals." Halion stepped in with the usual elven grace. It would also be the perfect opportunity to impress Kyle Dalem of how, through close cooperation between Alliance members, the realm he will inherit is tended to efficiently and effectively. Behind the gnome, elf, and smirking dwarf, Crassus stood solemn and quiet, but Vassergios could feel the subtle smugness radiating off the disguised red dragon as his secondaries began talking the regent's ragged. Chapter 6. With Alterac's Council of Regents worn down by Pelton's sanctioned harassment, the Archmage Crassus found it easy to convince the beleaguered humans to provide for various amenities to resume his students' education. Kyle and Vassergios would have their empty field to further test Chinook magic, and Coriel Strass only needed a few wards to avoid any accidental witnesses. As the experimentation continued, Crassus had Halion discreetly sift through the regent's paperwork, while Laura played the imposing guard that stopped anyone from snooping or interfering. It was far from an optimal setup, but considering the time constraints, it was about the best Coriel Strass could manage for the moment. For a moment, he wondered if perhaps he was getting rusty in mortal interference. Admittedly, after elevating his cover Crassus to an archmage, and all the subtle work required to maintain an air of reclusiveness, he hadn't really needed to dabble so much in the realm of mortal politics, and human politics too, at that. Maybe it's also the fact that having his queen return had mellowed his attitude somewhat. Ultimately, this was not too dire an issue. These humans were far from the persistent and ambitious magi who risked discovering Coriel Strass's identity as they politicked in the shadows of the Kirin Tor, and they'd be far more fools than he'd take them for if they dared to employ assassins and poisons. Yet it was the same feeble-mindedness that had the draconic archmage concerned. What he'd seen so far through his own eyes and scrying had revealed a war-ravaged realm that had barely taken a step towards recovery. Damned by their former liege, the Alteraci he saw were all to a man shattered in spirit, trudging through their lives under the hostile gazes of the occupiers who were once their neighbors. As a member of the Red Dragon Flight, whose mandate was to protect and nurture life, Coriel Strass felt some offense at seeing the potential for vibrant life so withered. He felt that especially keenly now, trying to make up for his mistakes in the past when he abandoned his responsibilities in trying to free his queen from the orcs. It was a long road to rectify his callous oversight, but the people of Alterac would be a part of it. If his instincts were right, Halion would soon be finding ample evidence of the regent's lack of performance. If they were truly incompetent, there'd be a trail or two of embezzlement as well. There was virtually no way that after months of taking the reins, all the Regency Council had to show for was just a refurbished road into Alterac City and an increase in the Alliance garrison. Kyle already had his ideas on improving the land, but no doubt he'd face opposition from the representatives of the four kingdoms whose clashing interests stagnated any real recovery to the land. Ideally, Halion might soon find the right evidence to give Kyle the leverage he needs to loosen the regent's hold on decision-making. At worst, Coriel Strass would have to retask Pelton in tutoring the young king in the art of persuasion, and some strings would have to be pulled to raise the issue to the Alliance leadership. Regardless, the deadlock between the regents had to be broken. In the meantime, Kyle would continue his lessons in private, only joining Pelton and Halion during more prominent excursions into the state of Alterac. Which in turn gave Coriel Strass and Vassergios time to compile their findings on any progress on Kyle's Chinooks. Unfortunately, the Blue Dragon had been right that Chinooks scaled rather lethally on a larger scale. where arcane magic ran into inefficiency issues that forced its casters into investing precious seconds into channeling and shaping mana to cast fireballs and blizzards, the Chinook bolts of comparable power required virtually no downtime. It seemed that so long as Kyle willed it, the energy was available and pliable for immediate use. And according to Visregos, Kyle was beginning to experiment on other yet unknown uses for Chinooks, something about surveying his environment, but as of yet no results had been produced for the dragon to speculate on the nature of it. With how he's constantly sifting through the craters he leaves behind, it could be an equivalent to a scrying or dowsing spell. Or it could be a transmutation one, for all we know. It was puzzling and perhaps a bit worrying, but Coriel Strass trusted his cousin's abilities to keep an eye out for Kyle while he played his role as both mentor of the heir to Alterac as well as the unofficial representative of Dalaran. The humans distrusted his presence far more than they did Kyle's, so Crassus was required to draw their attention, asking veiled but pointed questions during briefings, or making blunt and not quite innocuous remarks that detached magi are expected to make. Coriel Strass had to admit to a guilty pleasure in really immersing in his mortal guise again after so long. Being the mysterious, almost faceless ancient in the Kirin Tor's shadows was nice, but being right in the midst of the mortals like he was now was invigorating in its own distinct way. The theatrics bore fruit just after a week of their arrival, after the regents dropped their guard enough from the weary familiarity with the envoys. Admirably, Kyle beat Pelton to the punch during a discussion over Alterac's expenditure. Pardon my ignorance, but does this mean that Alterac's poverty is purely theoretical, and that the treasury still has a significant amount of funds locked behind stalled proposals? Councilman Brydd, the Kul Tira's representative, answered with a nod and a half shrug. Well, when you put it that way, yes. Your Highness. Kyle managed a look of bemusement that carried a trace of high noble. So, the budget that's been presented before is only in the red because the locked funds have been discounted. Well, of course, Councilwoman Philia huffed, as if stating the obvious. Without that, the Alliance's development projects couldn't be launched. But it's still not launched, right? The woman rolled her eyes before giving her two colleagues, Lomith from Gilneas and Joran of Stromgard. Well, not yet. There are disagreements about how exactly the development should proceed. Lomith nodded, flinging a smirk to his counterpart. Quite so. If only the honorable representative of Stromgard partook in common sense like the rest of us, the masons and carpenters would be here already, repairing the city to a respectable state. Joran, in turn, scowled at the accusation. Common sense, eh? You mean common sense to see how you've set it up so that only Gilnean workers will be employed in the projects? The common sense to see how you are prioritizing only the small parts of Alterac that'll benefit Gilnea's commerce. Please, you'd simply send in Stromgardian workers to carve up the land and slap your claims on it. Lomith shouted back, jabbing an accusatory finger. Kyle stared at the shouting match that ensued, then stared at the other two regents with bemusement that slowly hardened into a front. Philia and Brydd at least had the decency to offer embarrassed and apologetic looks. The raucous continued on for a few more seconds before Laura literally stepped in and interposed herself between Lomith and Joran before grabbing them not too kindly by their collars. Oi! Yeri in the presence of a king! She hollered sharply, her armor clanking lightly as she shook the two men angrily. The feck are your manners? With that, she sent them stumbling as she shoved them away. The Gilnean and Stromgardian eventually realized the error of their shameful display, staring first at each other before turning to shrink back a little from Kyle and his delegation's gazes. Brydd quickly stepped in on behalf of his colleagues. Sorry. Your Highness. The burden of hard decisions has been hard on us. And formulating an acceptable solution is a delicate thing, Philia added with an aloof sniff. Kyle's bemusement did not lift at all. It seems to me that it's an issue of your own making. If Stromgard and Gilneas are at odds, why not hire Lord arg3nt or even Kul Tira's laborers? The Admiralty has all hands on deck to rebuild and expand its fleet to scour the last of the Horde's navy, Brydd explained carefully. Philia was far less deferential, all but glaring at Kyle as if he was asking the blatantly obvious. Orcish internment remains the top priority for Lord arg3nt. We simply cannot spare any manpower when we have camps to raise, and our own ravaged settlements to rebuild. Kyle ignored the glare and the underlying accusation in the woman's voice, and turned back to Lomith and Joran. And I'm guessing a 50-50 division of labor is unacceptable. You can't trust their work. Both councillors answered almost in unison. Gilnean architecture and their penchant for glass and overcosted timber is going to endanger my laborers, and they'll weasel their way into making us pay for it too. I'm not risking my countrymen to stand underneath Stromgardian's primitively built walls. Coriel Strass exchanged weary glances with his delegation, noting Halian's utter disgust, Pelton's growing exasperation, and Laura reaching a violent breaking point. Again, Kyle stepped in before any four of them could. Councillors, if I may offer a suggestion before you strangle each other. The growing hostility was decapitated, and heavy silence followed as the regents all looked at Kyle with surprise. Then the look in their eyes told Corielstrass that they remembered that he was the heir and all but confirmed king of Alterac, and the titles came with some measure of power. Ignoring them for a second, Kyle glanced over his shoulder towards Pelton. It's within my rights, right? Pelton nodded with some relief as he produced and opened a tome. Indeed so. More than that, even. He jabbed a finger onto a particular jungle of text. As no amendments have been made regarding the responsibilities of your Council of Regents, by default, as the confirmed inheritor to the throne, you still have the right to make decisions. So long as it gains the approval of your regents. Or, in the case that you feel that their judgment is compromised, your decision may be instead executed by approval of other witnessing members of the alliance of some rank. Like you? He asked, turning fully to Pelton, Halion, and Laura. Like us, the gnome confirmed with a barely suppressed grin, whereas his dwarven counterpart didn't bother hiding her glee and their elven colleague managed to just smile with faint smugness. Corielstrass himself couldn't help but feel some satisfaction at watching the regent's expression melt into horrible realization. Your Highness, there is much underlying context to consider, Lomith ventured, his once cocksure tone almost devolved into a stammer. Kyle nodded with faux magnanimity. I'm sure there are. That's why I'm going to seek out a second opinion. He beamed a vapid smile at his regents. From Hosmodan and Gnome Regan. Laura was snickering as she gave the boy a thumbs up, while Pelton's eyes went wide for a fraction of a second before he broke into a full, toothy grin. Considering how uninvolved they are, I'm sure their impartiality would be very welcome. Most, assuredly, Philia answered for the council, her deflated tone conveying anything but pleasure at the sudden turn of events. Don't worry, Your Highness, Laura cheerily said, I know the right dwarves from the guilds who'd be willing to go over the whole thing. I betcha with solid dwarven practices we can probably save ya some costs on construction without cutting corners, too. Both Lomith and Joran paled at her words as the funds that were supposed to flow to either man's kingdom threatened to be diverted, and they paled further as Pelton chipped in with a polite cough. I have acquaintances who have converted some of the excess war machines for civilian use. Perfectly safe too, not like the goblin scrap. If you'd allow me, I could work out a deal for them to demonstrate the machine's worth in exchange for a subsidized price. Kyle still managed to not share in the malicious glee that was blooming from the envoys, and instead gave a serious nod. Those sound like good plans. Indeed so, Halion agreed, directing a smirk at the regents. His silken voice took on a haughty tone that made Philia flinch. The young king-to-be has offered a sound alternative to break what seems to be frankly a petty and disappointing deadlock. Would there be any protests towards his decision to be noted? For a moment, the regents froze up like deer caught under a dragon's hungry gaze. If I may, Crasius interrupted, drawing looks of surprise from everyone. Perhaps some concern could be raised that having dwarven and gnomish workers might assert some undue costs to Alterac, he offered, pretending as if the same wouldn't have happened if Gilneas or Stromgard took charge of the rebuilding. Perhaps a compromise could be found. Kyle finally grinned as he bowed gratefully at the Archmage. Thank you for pointing out my mistake, Master Crasius. Would it be better if specialists were hired from Hosmodan and Gnome Regan to instruct the local Alteraci workforce? Laura snorted, waving the question off. So long as they can follow instructions and don't skimp on work, I've got clansmen that'll take human wages to serve as supervisors. You're looking to build a human kingdom after all, so we can loosen some standards. Oh, I'm sure the engineers would like a chance to prove their machine's ease of use, Pelton happily added. Training human operators from scratch would serve as an excellent demonstration of the machinery's capabilities. And I'm sure that it'd be beneficial for the local populace if they received some work to slowly raise them out of their sorry states, Halion finished, and then fixed his gaze on the councillors again. Unless, of course, there are any objections. Not wanting to risk their reputations, the humans remained quiet. Excellent. Then, as an observer of Kulthalas, I approve of Heir Kyle Dalem's proposal of seeking expertise from the Alliance Kingdoms of Hosmodan and Gnome Regan. Seconded. Same here. Wielding his influence as a ranking Archmage of Dalaran, Crasius provided his assent as well. Kyle clapped his hands once and beamed a smile. Well, that worked out rather well. Can we go over the other issues that have been held up? Oh, right. There's the mining issue, right? If I hired dwarven prospectors instead, and charged a sort of tax to lease the mine to them, would that work? Laura rubbed at her chin as she seriously pondered the sudden proposal. Might need to clarify the terms there, Your Highness. But it sounds good. Payment should involve a portion of the mined wealth, as to ensure that Alterac is not bled dry, Halion suggested. As Kyle brainstormed with the envoys, Corielstrass watched his regents fall into a sort of despair as their perceived control over the kingdom and any wealth they thought to leech away to their own kingdoms was now about to be snatched away. Forced between ceding all development rights to Hosmodan, Gnome Regan and even Kulthalas, the Regency Council finally agreed to compromise on their greedy demands as they tried to outbid Kyle's suggestions and sought to salvage something. Archmage Crassus only had to voice his own suggestion once, instigating a false bidding war between Hosmodan and Kulthalas to force the Lord Aaron representative to completely abandon her plans for minting Alterasi currency in her own kingdom. All in all, for all the pettiness that ensued, it was a surprisingly delightful use of the disguised dragon's time. Maybe he really should go out and be a little bit more direct in his dealing with mortals after this. Chapter 7. The forests of Alterax lowlands were deathly quiet. Thanks to Aiden Pernold giving free passage to the Horde through his lands and the Alliance's subsequent retaliation, anything with fewer than 6 legs had been devoured or had fled from both invaders to the highlands. It would take years for the region to recover from the desolation, and in the meantime Alterax's outskirt valleys were avoided by most people. Most, because invariably as humans especially were wont to do, desperation led them down unusual paths. It was unsurprising that Corielstrass's agents had noticed some banditry in the region, but what was uncommon was how easily their camps were located. Vasurgios hadn't even needed a scrying spell, and instead let the dwarf and elf track down the rather obvious trail. They were desperate to escape whatever downtrodden lives they once had, but not desperate enough to really hide themselves. With the Alliance occupiers only sticking to well-traveled routes, the local brigands had simply avoided those areas and stuck to the shallower regions of the empty forests. It was under these conditions that Valagan casually followed along Laura and Kyle while Corielstrass and the other agents broke the Regent Councillor's wills. Vasurgios had promised his crimson-scaled cousin to ensure Kyle's safety, and to that end he'd cast several enchantments on the party. It was rather impressive that the dwarf didn't raise any comments about it, simply accepting the spells that fell on her before she led the way. Hey, mud's not too dried yet. Smell that? Unless there's actually animals about, someone's been pissing nearby recently. Trail's getting fresher. For her part, the armored dwarf was taking her time in tracking their quarry. Probably under Crassus' instructions, Laura was pointing out the clues she noticed to Kyle, teaching him the basics of tracking. Yes, it would have been easier to use a spell, but Vasurgios approved of the idea of letting the boy build up some talents outside of spell casting and alchemy. This would be his first blooding too, so the dragon had to make an effort to remember to hold back on his spells when the time came. Whether he killed them or cowed them into submission, Kyle had to face some actual hostility and temper himself. It was like looking after whelps, Vasurgios suddenly mused, and that happy little thought was quickly smothered by the oppressive reminder that the blue dragon flight was still clawing its way out of extinction. His sire, Maligus, was roused out of his reclusiveness after Deathwing's defeat at Grim Battle, but his sanity was still recovering. From last Vasurgios heard, some inroads had been made recently as the aspect of magic had readmitted Saragossa back into his lair. Hopefully, she will resume her duties as prime consort soon. Vasurgios tsked audibly as he forced the dour thought away. He did not want to fall into that pit of wallowing again. Ignoring the looks from Laura and Kyle, he waved them on and distracted himself by refreshing everyone's protections. Kyle's would require additional care, of course. Chinook magic, as far as they've tested so far, had a tendency to simply undo the less robust spell matrices whenever Kyle used it. As such, Vasurgios had slowly made it a habit to tweak his spells with added redundancies that would have been outright wasteful in more normal situations. He doubted the shields and wards would ever be tested, considering Laura and his own presence here, but it was better to be safe than sorry. And it helped to keep the blue dragon in practice by spellcasting in disguise. The trio soon found themselves walking down a hunting trail, where the signs were obvious that it was far from disused. See the way the grass is crushed. Laura softly pointed out to Kyle, continuing their lesson even as they got closer to danger. Means that patch gets stomped on a lot. See that? Ignore the footprint itself, the way the dirt's cracking around it. Vasurgios simply adjusted his dampening spell to accommodate the lesson, lessening the chances of them being discovered. An invisibility spell might be more effective, but who knows how long it'd be before they found the bandits, so he opted for a less mana-hungry spell instead. Sure, the actual use of invisibility wouldn't really tax his energy, but it was a habit that Vasurgios refused to shake out of when he ventured beyond his lair. Plus, it was good practice to hold a reserve to quickly blast anything short of an aspect out of the sky before teleporting back to the safety of his lair if he had to. It took a while more before they finally found their quarry, a pitiful collection of tents within a perimeter of poorly constructed watchtowers. Vasurgios had smelled the whole thing well before he saw it, of course, but he let Laura and Kyle find their way to the camp by themselves. The men and women that trudged about the bandit camp were grim and maybe a bit on the gaunt side, but the cloak of oppression did not weigh so heavily on their shoulders. There was little of the furtiveness in these people compared to the villagers and city folk. They grinned and laughed more freely among themselves. Such honest joy, even if the specter of desperation gnawed at the edges of the scene. Vasurgios felt some pity at watching the brigands obliviously go about their day. Looks like they're just back from a good raid, the dwarf whispered from beside him, nodding over to a few humans rummaging through a pile of sacks and picking out vegetables and dried meat to be carried into cauldrons. They could be preparing a feast, probably their first really good eating in a while judging from how animated they were. If I may, the dragon began before Laura would give Kyle the order to charge and begin a slaughter. Perhaps this sorry bunch is not deserving of bloodshed. Laura gave him an incredulous look. They're bandits, and so are the Alliance regents and soldiers occupying this kingdom, Kyle surprisingly replied. These people are simply more honest about it. I don't see any gold or silver on them. Vassergios gave the camp a more scrutinizing look, whispering a few spells to help him. There's a few coins laying about, he agreed. But if the value of things hadn't changed in a while, I'd say that the weapons are the most expensive objects here. They could have bought their food from the nearby village, Laura suggested in an unhappy mutter, which Kyle nodded to. True. I guess we'll have to find out their characters. The dwarven warrior seemed ready to protest more vehemently, but then she settled for sighing and rolling her eyes instead. Well, put it this way, if these were your fellow dwarves, and the Alliance soldiers were, say, elves. Laura's head snapped around to fix a glare on Vassergios. I get the point, mage. It's why I'm not saying no in the first place. We'll go talk to them, but don't be so tolerant of any bullshit they sling your way. Dwarves, elves, humans, sacks of scum exist. Kyle gave a determined nod. For their sake, let's see if the food is taken from villages instead of the Alliance camps. They broke their cover and walked straight into the camp, earning the panicked surprise of its inhabitants. Knives and spears were hastily grabbed and shakily pointed their way. Their attention was mostly focused on Laura, who was fully clad in armor and wielding a mace and a relatively small shield. Vassergios didn't need magic to know that these people were utterly terrified for their lives. Relax, we've come to talk, she opened dryly, her weapon arm swinging lazily by her side. It'd be a bloodier greeting otherwise. Do you have a leader, or will I be addressing all of you at once? Kyle asked politely. Who are you? A woman asked, and then immediately shrank back when the trio's attention was fixed on her. Vassergios double-checked and confirmed that the enchantments were in place before nodding at Kyle, who then answered with a reassuring smile, I'm Kyle Dalem, King of Alterac, as appointed by the Alliance. He paused for a second to let the words sink in before adding, I've still to be coronated to make it official, but I still have some powers available, like touring the lands I'm supposed to rule, and looking into supposed bandit issues. Eyes went wide at the accusation, and the bandits trembled further as they slowly backed away from Kyle. We're not bandits. Someone shouted from the fearful mob. Yeri, a bunch of folks living in the woods outside of the law, Laura casually pointed out. Don't all look like hunters or rangers to me, either. Perhaps you can clarify why you're here. Kyle quickly added, causing eyes to glance worryingly at the metal-clad dwarf before settling for the gentler-sounding boy beside her. We've nowhere else to go. The woman from earlier finally answered. Kyle allowed for a very slight pause before replying, not wanting to appear aggressive in his inquiry. And why is that? Well, after the horde came through. Vassergios noted with some satisfaction that a dialogue was finally established, with Kyle applying the short lessons in diplomacy from Halion rather admirably. Between his veneer of reasonableness and Laura's intimidating glare, the history of these refugees, and they were nothing except refugees, were carefully unfolded, revealing a rather somber picture of life in Alterac. The Alliance were only better than the Greenies by the fact that they didn't kill us outright, one former tradesman offered. They just came up, cursed all of us traitors and heretics, and kicked us out of our towns. The more intact our homes, the angrier they were, another person added. Vassergios recalled the map of Alterac and overlaid it with the descriptions of these people's homes. Most of their homes were now marked as Alliance bases. Some of the more strategically located ones were being fought over by the Gilnean and Stromgard regents. Many sought shelter in the cities, or tried their luck with the nearby villages. I've met a few of them a few weeks back, they're just surviving, but the soldiers leave them alone. By this point, both Kyle and Laura were frowning, and Vassergios found himself joining them. This was far from the careful attention the regents had promised. If not for Micah being a hunter, our lot would have been dead from hunger or desperation, the woman, Brianna, explained regarding this current group's founding. Led us to the woods out of the patrol's way and taught us how to survive off the trees and roots. And where's Micah now? Kyle subsequently asked, glancing about his bedraggled people. A heaviness settled on the group then, and a man, less worn down than his peers, shook his head. Passed a couple months back. Coughed himself to death. My condolences. Brianna nodded once and gulped silently. Yet. Anyway, we were doing all right for a bit, but food's hard to come by here, you understand? So when we found an Alliance wagon with its wheel busted by the roadside. Kyle let out a soft sigh. I was told that there'd been casualties. As one, the peasants' eyes went wide as they looked among themselves. We didn't kill anyone. Oh, or hurt anyone too much. Swear by the light. Connor and Lou just lured the guards into a pit trap and it bought us enough time to grab what we could. Which meant empty the whole wagon. We barely got off with half of it, Brianna quickly answered, before wilting under Kyle's stare for a second. Well, we tried taking more, but some of the sacks were torn, and the guards were climbing out as we ran off, so we lost a bit. The congregation startled nervously when Laura cursed aloud. Feckin' swear that you humans really need to get your shit together. Can't even manage a proper raid. Kyle gave a light shrug as he regarded the annoyed dwarf. Well, as an observer of Hosmodan, what do you say, Laura? She answered with a stink eye. Well, your highness, I'm saying we should bring this lost souls back to the city, feed 'em, and then get more things straight about how things are run here. Brianna's jaw dropped as if something of great significance hit her. Wait, you weren't joking. She fixed Kyle with boggled eyes. Why you really the king? I'm supposed to be, the boy answered with a casual shrug, before smirking. Though I might get kicked out once I start making some changes. Valagan, your thoughts on the matter? Barely remembering his cover, Vassergios provided an answer with a sagely nod. Your highness, I would have to agree with the good dwarf's suggestion. These people are not the bandits we're after. The disguised dragon gave Brianna and her people a look before their shoulders could sag with relief. Though considering why we're here in the first place, perhaps they might direct us to actual bandits, so that the day is not completely wasted. Unfortunately, the refugees knew of no bandits around the region. Fortunately, they found probably something better, gnolls. With the Alliance and Horde presence lifted from the region, the desolate land became prime camping grounds for the opportunistic creatures. Vassergios recalled a few red-scaled cousins having low regard for the hyena-like people, finding their belligerent and fickle nature too bothersome to properly herd. Apparently they were one of the rare intelligent races, a highly debatable point, even among the scholarly blue dragons, that the red dragonflight tended to immediately treat with hostility if found near their lairs. The dim-witted gnolls understand enough to be terrified by a dragon's presence, but it was an amazingly short-term thing, and as soon as the dragon was gone they'd return to harass and potentially threaten nesting sites. Bothersome pests, basically. Maybe even Corielstrass might not bat an eye at Kyle having attacked them on sight. They ended up having Brianna and a few humans serving as guides, and by late afternoon Vassergios had his first close encounter with the gnolls. Kyle too, most likely. Laura was probably familiar with them, considering that she wore a scowl of disgust ever since she heard the word gnoll, and her hand never let go of her battleaxe ever since. I didn't expect them to stink so much, Kyle remarked, voicing what Vassergios' draconic senses had noted far before they got this close. Laura snorted. Yeah, well, trust me, this is about as good as they smell. They're barely fed right now. Once they start putting meat on the table, the feckers will stink enough to rouse the ancestors. In that case, I'm surprised they're even here in the first place, Vassergios noted. New clan seeking new territory maybe. Not a lot of them about. On hearing that information, Vassergios gave the gnoll camp a quick head count, and came up with a rough estimate of no more than 20 of the brutish creatures. 25 at most, assuming that the collection of twigs that don't deserve to be called shelters were occupied. The dwarf nodded over to a rather mangy gnoll draped in mismatched pieces of armor barking and nipping at its nearest pack mates. That seems to be the largest of the lot, so it'll be their alpha, their leader. She then made a dismissive grunt. I've seen bigger runts back in Loch Modan. Despite Laura's encouraging words, Brianna and her friends were still well intimidated by the sight of the camp. Kyle, thankfully, only wore a thoughtful frown. So do I try to parley? Pfft. Good luck with that. Laura hefted her axe with both hands as she grinned at the boy. Go on and try. It'll be a good experience, and a good laugh. I'll be right behind yet. For a moment, it seemed like Kyle wanted to protest, but then he gave a shrug and turned to Vassergios with an oddly determined look. Valagan, you can drop your sneaking spell. Mortals and their need to prove themselves. The disguised dragon gave the young king a bemused look before complying. The gnolls instantly perked up as they caught the now unprotected scent of the party. Kyle stepped out into the open, arms open wide in a show of peace. Hello there. His words were cut off as the gnolls all stared at him as one, and then the alpha pointed at him and broke into a cackle. Me he he att. Then they drew their rusted blades and cleavers, and charged at Kyle. Laura snickered as she began to break out of the foliage cover. He. Kid's a bit stupid, but in a good way. Vassergios had to agree, though he kept his opinion silent and instead turned to the human guides. Kindly stay put, and stay safe. My spells will keep you out of the gnolls' attention so long as you don't run off. At least Brianna had the presence of mind to answer with a mute nod. After giving everyone a quick double check to make sure that their spells were in place, the hermit mage Valagan stepped out to join the dwarf and their young ward. Said ward was currently staying admirably calm, though draconic sight could pick out the faint tremor of nerves on his limbs. Kyle raised his hands and sent out 2 bolts of blue-white energy that flew with unerring accuracy. The first gnoll to be hit was blasted off its feet with a sharp explosion and a sickening crack of broken limbs. It landed almost where it started, quite dead. The other recipient took a glancing hit, but even then the explosive energy sent it flying limply into its pack mates and fouling their charge. A few more bolts, and a few more gnolls were tossed like ragdolls. Then Kyle broke into a countercharge. His bracer materialized with its usual suddenness, and the boy let out something akin to a warcry as he swiped the conjured blade of light across the alpha's head. The gnoll leader instinctively brought up its own nicked and bloodied sword to block, but its eyes boggled right as the Chinook blade sliced neatly through metal, fingers, and fur, and continued straight into and past the gnoll's snout. Kyle's body then quickly snapped about, driving his blade upwards with an uppercut that fully decapitated the mangled alpha's head. Even as Vassergios prepared a simple missile spell, he noted the damage his student had dealt, and he could already hear Corielstrass's "I told you so" for suggesting to test the blade's properties on himself. Ignoring the death of their leader, the gnolls tried to converge on Kyle. Laura's arrival fouled their attempt, the dwarf rushing into melee with a roar and surprising speed for her stature. Ahaha! Have it yet! She was beside Kyle in mere seconds, her axe half buried in an unwary gnoll. With a good yank, the axe was freed and was soon sent swinging again to knock away weapons and lop of limbs. Vassergios noted the action taking place with the detachment of a sage while he unleashed a stream of arcane missiles. The magical projectiles were not as spectacular on their impact as Kyle's, but the barrage still blasted small craters into 4 gnolls and dropped them. By the time he let off his second spell, a carefully aimed ice lance to skewer 3 gnolls, less than half of the growling, snarling creatures were left standing. Laura was a violent whirlwind of death, brutally mutilating any gnoll she got in range of, while Kyle was darting about, his Chinook blade leaving a pretty trail of light as he carved effortlessly through flesh, bone, and metal. The protective spells were not needed at all, Laura's armor was more than enough to bounce off the shoddy weapons of the gnolls, while Kyle expertly avoided every hit even when being flanked. Before Vassergios could set off his third cantrip, Laura was letting out a triumphant roar as she buried her axe into the last gnoll's skull. The dwarf was in high spirits indeed, despite or perhaps due to being completely drenched in blood and gore. Kyle on the other hand kept a stony, neutral frown as he regarded the carnage around him. Something about his stiffness was vaguely familiar for Vassergios. Laura stomped over to the boy with a wide grin. "Ah, that was a good little brawl. Good footwork there, Your Highness." She gave him a light, comradely pat on the arm, and Kyle turned to stare at the blood-caked Laura for a second. Then he stared down at the bloody handprint on his sleeve for another. And then Kyle hurried away and bent over to violently retch and heave. "Ah, right. Some humanoids raised in more sterile conditions had a reaction to this particular sensory overload. Hence the need for desensitization. Hopefully Kyle would grow inured to it after a few more excursions." The dragon took in for a few seconds the scene of Laura patting the boy on his back and offering encouraging words as he puked, then returned to the rather shocked refugee guides. "Perhaps we could rest at your camp for the night before we all leave for Alterac City? I'm sure His Highness Kyle would appreciate some water and some rest. Maybe some dinner, if he feels up to it." Chapter 8. Author's Notes: Protoss stuff is coming soon, don't worry. The journey from Northdale to Alterac had been an uneasy one, mostly due to the intimidating and rather important-looking escorts. Nevertheless, the excitement traveling for the first time had made up for the minor dread and made the trip at least bearable. Alterac was a dour, grey land, accented by the shiny armor of Alliance soldiers. At least they didn't look as scary as the escorts, which was of some strange comfort. Alterac City was an even greyer place, with holes in its walls and its people skittering about like scared mice. After days of traveling, reaching the destination felt anticlimactic. But then they reached the palace, where a familiar figure waited for them with a bright smile. "Ma. Pa." Kyle was dressed casually and eagerly walked over to greet them, hugging his parents, who in turn matched the gesture with similar affection. The hugging didn't last too long, and as ever, he saved a portion of his attention for the third member of the family. "Callum," he greeted with a grin, and Callum only had a second to brace himself before his big brother swooped in to tussle his hair. The younger boy had learned long ago to put up with this annoying form of affection. It didn't help Callum's embarrassment that there were people in armor and robes watching the whole thing, but he endured the ordeal as best as he could. Finally, Kyle's hand lifted off Callum's head and he stepped back. "How was your trip?" "It was nice," Ma answered with a soft smile. "Though you needn't have gotten us, guards. We could have made it here ourselves, dear." Kyle shrugged. "It was my master's decision to send his people." He then glanced over to the men and women in violet tabards to give them a nod of thanks, and then returned his attention back to his family. "Anyway, welcome to Alterac. It needs some work, but it should make for a good home. I'll show you around, and let you pick your rooms. Is that wise?" Pa asked with a slightly worried frown. Again there was a shrug. This whole place was meant to house an extended family, so there'll be more than enough rooms. Kyle tossed a knowing grin at Callum's way. "There's even 2 rooms at least for indoor martial training." The boy's eyes went wide with excitement at that, ignoring his parents' sudden spike of concern. Really? Yab. Rooms full of weapons and armor and practice dummies. Oh, don't worry, Pa. Callum will be supervised. I hope so, came the overly gruff reply, and Callum found his dream of becoming a knight a lot less fantastical. Kyle led them on a tour of the palace after that, and Callum was free to ogle at the shininess of his surroundings. It was all far more than he had imagined, especially compared to a farmstead. The biggest thing for him was the complete absence of manure in the air right up until they neared the stables. The air was colder here, but that only enhanced the palace interior's pristineness in Callum's mind. The bedrooms were about twice as large as their whole home back in Northdale, and true to Kyle's words there were 2 barn-sized halls that had racks upon racks of weapons and armor. None of the stuff were small enough for Callum to wield right now, so they instead became a goal for the boy to reach, a greater motivation to quickly get to training. So, do we have to call you Your Highness now? Pa asked suddenly as they exited the throne room. Nah. Just call me like you used to. You're all technically royalty as well anyway. Callum didn't know why his parents were uncomfortable at hearing that, but he was ready to jump for joy. He was a prince now. And he'd get to learn how to use swords and shields. And ride a warhorse. Kyle slowed to a halt and suddenly turned to Ma. Ma? No pressure, but do you happen to know any details about the bastard? Pa tensed up a bit while Ma seemed to grow anxious. Why do you ask, Kyle? I was just wondering if he'd have something like secret rooms and tunnels and such. Considering that, you know. Her anxiety lifted a little at the reply. I see. I'm afraid I wasn't shown any of those. Welp. It was worth a try. They finished the tour by the afternoon and took a break for a very, very hearty lunch. They had more than 2 types of meat, and then for some reason Kyle personally showed his parents to a particular privy chamber. They were confused as well, until he pointed out something to them and then Ma was grinning like a maniac. She promptly chased everyone out and made use of the toilet after that, cackling in a manner that amused Kyle and Pa. Callum had a peek of what his parents had seen, but his young mind still didn't understand the significance of having the portrait and bust of a man stuck at the bottom of the privy's hole, other than it being a rude thing to do. It was well timed, Vassergios remarked as he watched Kyle interact with his family from a scrying portal. That should get the thoughts of violence out of the boy's mind for a bit. A purely fortunate coincidence that they arrived when they did, Coriel Strass replied not too coldly beside him. But yes, this has the added benefit of incentivizing Kyle to properly tend this land. The blue dragon turned to the red one with a fanged smirk. Ever the master manipulator, et. Coriel Strass dipped his head in some embarrassment. It is, a habit I am trying to wean out of, he actually admitted, surprising Vassergios. But Kyle does deserve some ease of mind having his family here. And it saves on resources having them all here, I bet. Quite. From within the privacy of Vassergios' pocket dimension they watched as Kyle introduced his family to Halion, Pelton and Laura, and Vassergios couldn't help feeling some amusement at watching Kyle's younger brother charge at the dwarf almost immediately and swamp her with a storm of questions. His thoughts threatened to turn back to exuberant dragon whelps zipping about in icy caverns, but the flashback was quickly crushed before the claws of morning could grab at his emotions again. On to other matters, Vassergios decided, changing the target of the scrying portal to bring up a different scene. Or rather, different scenes. The view split into 4 even sections, each showing one of the 4 regents of Alterac moping or brooding elsewhere in the palace. You're not going to clear off these humans. The time is not right for their expulsion, not without drawing undue suspicion. Besides, Kyle will be headed back to Dalaran soon enough. The blue dragon grumbled at that. It's a shame their disruption to the lessons have been so tolerable so far. Pelton and Halion have been very effective at distracting them, Coriel Strass replied with an undertone of smugness. Even with the fact that they'll be leaving along with Kyle, the added work they've saddled on the Regency Council will ensure that Kyle need not worry too much about losing control of his kingdom. That was good enough news. Though. Hey. So you're really gonna make the boy a mage king? I thought humans especially had biases against such a thing. The red dragon shrugged. It is worth a try. The enslavement of my queen had revealed major vulnerabilities in affairs of mortal kingdoms. Their prejudice towards magic have hampered their effectiveness against the more esoteric weapons of the Horde, so if... Coriel Strass. Vassergios. Both dragons jumped and immediately snapped their heads towards a space they were certain was once empty. Now however a vast dragon, almost larger than Coriel Strass and Vassergios combined, filled the space. And contrasting from their coloration, burnished bronze scales covered her. Both dragons relaxed their guard as they recognized the intruder. Soradormai, Vassergios identified, half confused and half annoyed. How did you get in here? One didn't just let themselves into pocket dimensions. The prime consort of Nozdormu, aspect of time, gave him an expressionless, almost aloof glance. I entered before you closed the entrance. But there was no one th. Vassergios caught the last words as he remembered what his bronze cousins could do. As the guardians of time itself, the members of the bronze dragonflight were gifted with temporal magic. Right. You shifted yourself through time and space at the right moment and slipped in. He speculated with irritation. Soridormai nodded her head once. A little reductive, but simply put, yes. What brings you here, Soridormai? Corielstrass politely asked. If Vassergios wasn't so annoyed about completely missing her sudden appearance, he'd be deferential too. His annoyance melted away though when the bronze dragon fixed them both with a serious look. I've come bearing a warning, be careful with how you tread around the human Kyle Dalem. It sounded more of a threat than a warning to Vassergios, but he was too taken aback by the fact that he was hearing such a thing in the first place. As guardians of time, the bronze dragonflight took their duties very seriously. From what he understood, they rarely interfered with its flow except for the direst of circumstances, and rare indeed was it for them to dole out warnings of something or someone considering the events that they've passively watched unfold over the millennia. From Deathwing's fall and repeated reappearances, to the demonic incursions and the Horde invasion, the bronze dragonflight had allowed such things to pass. Rarer still was their warning when one remembered that they could simply avert said issue from happening in the first place by amending the flow of the past. The more Vassergios thought about it, the more disturbed he was. You could have told us before we took the boy in, he dryly remarked, earning a glare of contempt from Soridormai. We have only managed to stabilize a great disruption that threatened existence, she snapped back. Matters are fragile as is without further risking the temporal fabric. While Vassergios reeled from the larger dragon's wrath, Corielstrass took over the conversation. Kyle is the cause of this? He queried, not bothering to mask his unease. Soridormai shook her head with irritation. In all honesty, we are still unsure. But more likely, he is a byproduct of the disruption. My lord Nozdormu is still investigating the matter. Both blue and red dragons were frowning at the explanation. That sounds severe. Should we have a private conversation with Kyle? Once more the bronze shook her head. You are free to do so if you too wish to. For the time being, until more can be ascertained about the nature of the disruption, the bronze dragonflight has been ordered to avoid Kyle Dalem. Is that truly wise? Soridormai turned to the scrying portal and reached out with a forelimb. The scene reverted back to Kyle and his family, now taking a leisurely walk in the garden. What do you see? She asked softly. Humans. Vassergios ventured. Soridormai let out a soft sigh before she closed her eyes. This is what I see. The scrying portal shivered, and the scene within took on a sepia tint. Both blue and red dragons gasped. Kyle was not there. In his place was a shifting void, with vivid white arcs of light lashing out at the red-brown environment. The boy's family obliviously walked alongside the whole in reality, leaving disturbing after-images. Those of Kyle's parents morphed from aging gracefully to putrefying and then shambling along as walking corpses. The image echoes left by his younger brother flickered between a proud knight, a decrepit vagrant, and a mutilated lump of meat. It was the same for Kyle's immediate environment. The garden shifted between leaking magma, blooming vibrantly, or glowing a sickly green, while the castle rose into a gleaming stronghold and fell into ruin. Everything was in a constant state of change. No, the future of everything was in a constant state of change. With his annoyance and surprise gone, Vassergios tore his gaze away from the scrying portal and finally noticed just how worn the prime consort looked. She looked like she had just escaped a great century-long battle. Soridormai let out a slow, heavy sigh before opening her eyes and fixing them both with a tired but severe look. My lord Nozdormu has allowed me to offer you a glimpse of the danger that is faced. The future is in flux, we cannot ascertain a growing swathe of what is soon to come. Her voice dropped to a soft, fearful whisper. We've lost near total control of the far future. The few islands of certainties that are left are at risk of being torn apart by the currents of causality. Wait. He growled with a rising dread. When you say you've lost control of time. Soridormai offered a lopsided smirk. Typical of a blue scale. Temporal magic remains largely stable enough for the time being, so long as it does not draw too far into the future. The sands of time still flows, it merely joins a growing sandstorm as it leaves the present. As such, any sort of divination is wholly unreliable. The bronze dragon rose up, drawing up a reserve of inner resolve. The other aspects and their allies are being notified, as are those allies that are deemed relevant to such information. She inclined her head a little towards Corielstrass. Our agents will also be briefing the relevant individuals in Kulthalas and the Kirin Tor. Kyle's link to the temporal disruption will be omitted for the time being, to avoid unnecessary tampering. Vassergios huffed. If he's directly linked to the event, shouldn't you take him in? Confine him for study, at the very least. Soridormai looked conflicted. Some within our flight have suggested that, but others have countered that being connected with the anomaly as he is, trying to impede the human might only serve to worsen the situation. Like blocking a monospring along a ley line. Her analogy helped hammer home the potentially perilous nature that Kyle had become, and Vassergios felt the blood chill in his veins. Is this a theory Nosdormu agrees with? His red-scaled colleague inquired, earning a pained nod from Soradormai. Kyle Dalem might be an unwitting victim or a catalyst. He will be allowed to carry on with his life. With any luck, some clues can be gleaned into his connection with the temporal disruption. Until then, as dragons closest to him, Nosdormu, the guardian of time, has asked that you be mindful about how you guide him. And should the time come, should the human be found to be more than just a byproduct of the disruption, you might be tasked to rectify the issue. Vassergios turned back to the scrying portal, now reverted to its original, colorful state. He stared at Kyle sharing smiles with his family for a moment. Then he turned to a stunned Corielstrass. So, are either of us going to tell him? Chapter 9. What's gotten your attention this time? Kyle continued sifting through the smoking dirt mound left by his spell. He'd been testing out his upper limits, and at the moment managed to launch a massive ball of Chinook light as big as himself that turned a small outcrop into a dust-shrouded crater. It marked an achievement for Kyle's growth as a Chinook caster. If compared with conventional arcane energies, the level of control and raw power to form and maintain such an impractical ball of magic would mark any mortal as more than a mere novice, at the very least. And considering that he had fired off 3 of such oversized bolts before he felt spent, Kyle could very well be on his way to being worthy of apprenticeship, not that it would be occurring anytime soon, if at all. From what Pelton understood, the lad would be taking just enough lessons in Dalaran to certify himself as a trained spellcaster, and then take over Alterac proper as its new king. The first human mage king. It'd ruffle a lot of feathers, for sure, especially the human realms. Even more especially after the little maneuvers Kyle had pulled off with Pelton's help. It was a bit of a guilty pleasure for the gnome to bask in the despair of the human regents as he and Halion dismantled their petty machinations and traded the parts in for profits for Gnome Reagan, Hosmodan and Kulthalas. Their mistake had been to assume their certainty on their grasp of power. That, and the constant bickering that distracted them from actually reading the fine print and looking into loopholes. As a result, Alterac would soon be visited by actual dignitaries of the 3 kingdoms, proper envoys with proper authority to ratify the proposals Kyle, Pelton, and the others had hammered out. And there'd be almost nothing of value for the human regents. Pelton had nothing against Lord Aaron, Stromgard, Kultiras, and even Gilneas, but he was of the mind that felt like the alliance needed to remember that it was more than just a collection of human states most of the time. The gnomes, dwarves, and elves were treated as stalwart allies during times of war and crisis, but in the peacetime it was as if the 3 kingdoms were outsiders, kept out of the more minor but no less important politicking and decision-making within the alliance. Having the humans largely fighting over the affairs of the alliance meant that it would gravitate towards human-centric matters. Oh sure, it was mostly for the best, in most of the 3 races' opinion. The gnomish, dwarven and elven kings and their courts might think it beneath them to involve themselves in human affairs, that human affairs were generally moving in a favorable direction already. But Pelton disagreed. Human squabbling was an annoyance that's better to be avoided, but the price of that convenience had meant that the bickering human kings held the reins of power as they fought among themselves. Which led to a sense of entitlement that fueled a dangerous arrogance. Things had to change, in Pelton's opinion. It was true that Stromgard had been devastated and warranted aid in rebuilding, and the Kultiras navy required replenishing of its great fleet, but the dwarven kingdom of Hosmodan had been all but desolated by the horde in comparison. Yet King Magni was still so dwarvenly stubborn to seek alliance funding to quickly redevelop his war-ravaged kingdom. And Kulthalas was too busy playing the distant, aloof member and was too proud to request anything beyond the bare minimum of aid. The culturally entrenched sense of separation from the human kingdoms had put up a distance between them and the non-human realms. They should be more integrated, the resource allocation and policy-making should be more fairly divided. Rather than pay for the dangerously foolish internment camps, the funds should be diverted to fully rebuild all the affected kingdoms of the alliance. Pelton shook away the ranting thoughts that bubbled in his mind and returned to the present, walking over to Kyle. With his former mentor Crasius and his equally mysterious hermit friend Valagan gone to handle some secret affair, the gnome was in charge of overseeing Kyle's curious, and highly secretive, magic practice, while Halion took over keeping the regents in line. It was a mark of honor to be assigned such a task. Pelton had to agree with Crasius that Kyle's unique magic had to be kept under wraps for the time being. The implications of this new magic was staggering, especially considering that it was limited to only the boy who would be king. If mishandled, poor Kyle might end up being decried as a monster by the zealots of the light, or be a target of the ever-power-hungry occultists who'd seek to wield the powers for themselves. As Pelton reached Kyle, he noticed the boy brushing away the dirt with his hands to reveal shattered crystals. Upon realizing his proximity, the boy turned to him. Are these crystals glowing to you?" Pelton hummed and frowned at the broken shards in Kyle's hands. The pretty things were glinting with a blue hue under the sunlight, but there was most definitely no glow. An easy mistake to be made by the uninitiated. Hence the annoying clique of kooks who believe that certain mundane, untreated crystals can carry special properties like healing or emotional control. I'm afraid it's a trick of the light, he gently explained, reaching over to pluck one shard between his index finger and thumb. See? The way the sunlight refracts through the crystal? Granted, it is an uncommon effect, especially from a formation like this. Kyle's face was stuck in a frown for a moment before it was replaced with a student's curiosity. What sort of crystal is this? To answer, Pelton did a quick chant and snapped off a simple identification spell. Hey! Blue quartz. A common enough mineral, though the Engineers Guild and Gnome Reagan are still looking into any potentially unique uses. Makes for rather pretty looking lenses though. So, not much value. Pelton shook his head, though he couldn't fault the boy's entrepreneurial spirit. Not yet, I'm afraid. Even if a vital use of it is found, it's plentiful enough that the price of the stuff would be cheap. Ah. Okay. Strange. He'd thought Kyle would be more disappointed by that fact. The boy looked back down to the crystals in his hand, then turned back to the pile of dirt behind him in silence. Then Pelton felt his hair stand on their ends as Kyle began to cast something. The pile of dirt heaved, and then was shredded as scraps of blue quartz shot out and up into the air, spinning about as if caught in a tornado. The faster they spun, the tighter the stream of shards became, until it became a roiling crystalline ball of scintillating blue. This time, seconds into the mesmerizing dance, they began to really glow as they further compacted. Pelton barely began to gape at the scene before it was over, and he watched a single, monolithic chunk of blue quartz the size of himself drop back to the ground with a heavy thud, followed by a drizzle of tinkling as the unconsolidated shards of crystal bounced off its surface. Hey, the gnome managed to say as he stared blankly at the dimming crystal. He walked over to inspect it, and true to his first impression, the huge blue quartz formation was now a single, unified piece, perfectly smooth in all of its planes with no trace of fractures or interior refraction to suggest that it was once a collection of shattered shards. That's a neat trick, he commented honestly, and immediately noticed how keenly Kyle was staring at the block of crystal. Pelton had seen such looks before back in his Kirin Tor days. It was the look of a mage trying to figure out the possibilities of their new discovery. Sure, crystal amalgamation might not be the most promising of things from an outside perspective, but to Kyle's young mind, no doubt he would be figuring out what else he could do with this spell, and how else to apply it. It was probably his first unique spell after all. Even accomplished mages treated the most trivial of arcane discoveries as a paradigm-shaking thing, and Pelton was guilty of at least 2 of such incidents, so it wouldn't be polite to snuff out the bubbling excitement of creating one's own spell. I'm sure there'd be jewelers eager to have such a spell, so they could salvage the leftovers from their cuttings, Pelton encouragingly offered. Kyle didn't seem to notice. The boy probably was thinking on a far grander scale. Maybe synthesizing focus crystals or something. Unsurprising, but best to ease him back down to harsh reality. Kyle. So, 8 minerals. The boy mumbled. A little confused, Pelton nonetheless nudged the young mage gently out of his daydreaming. Now what would you need 8 of such huge blocks for? Kyle snapped back to the present and immediately gave him a sheepish look. Oh. Just, wondering about, stuff. Ahoy. Pelton politely ignored the boy's embarrassment. Again, he himself went through a similar phase before. Well, it is an interesting spell, but word of advice, whatever plans you might concoct in your head, I suggest you push them aside and extensively test out the limits and intricacies of your spell. That way you can form a more realistic idea and present your case in full to prospective investors or patrons to realize said idea. Hey? Oh. Thanks, Pelton. I appreciate it. The boy's probably still holding on to his notions of grandeur. But I don't think this spell is going to be too useful, save for decoration and maybe helping jewelers like you said. Or maybe not. Ah. Young Kyle was far more grounded than expected. He'd focused on the more disappointing facts of his achievement first, probably saw it as a failure of sorts as the spell didn't achieve what he had in mind. Perhaps he was trying to create a less blocky structure, or transmute the blue quartz into something else. Something more fitting and useful for his responsibilities, no doubt. The poor boy might be letting his kingship get to him to treat a new spell with such reserved disappointment. Don't worry, Kyle. You've taken just the first step. With some work, I'm sure you'll be able to adjust this spell to achieve greater things. The smirk Pelton received told him that the boy knew he was being patronized. The gnome cleared his throat and tried again. Well, it is still no small thing to create a new spell matrix, especially since you're dealing with your novel Shinnik magic. Consider it a stepping stone to plot out your full capabilities. This time Kyle nodded with far less amusement, and then glanced back at the block of blue quartz. I guess I should experiment further while I have the time. That's the spirit. Pelton smiled, happy that the novice hadn't lost his sense of curiosity completely. They spent the rest of the day searching the area for more potential mineral sites with the aid of Pelton's dowsing spells. The gnome noted down with great curiosity the fact that Kyle's crystal amalgamation magic had severe limitations. It only worked on quartz crystals, and it only worked on crystalline shards that had been bathed in Chinook magic, basically being blasted by a bolt of it. It's as if quartz had some sort of unique property that could be attuned to Kyle's Chinooks. It was a rather irritating limitation on Kyle's behalf, but since he'd already set his expectations low to start with, Pelton didn't have to worry too much about the boy's spirits being too down. He did perk up though when they found a rare patch of citron. After blasting his way more than a dozen feet underground to reach it, Kyle seemed rather pleased at amalgamating a 2-hole block of the crystal. Well, considering that citron was a rare enough mineral, and it did look rather pretty with its golden hue, it was probably the most worthwhile block Kyle had made so far. They returned back to the initial training grounds as evening began to loom, with Kyle hauling back the 15 blocks he'd made with the aid of a conjured hovering platform. Neither Crassus nor his friend were there, so Pelton's assumption that they might be caught up in something serious seemed right on the money. Well, at least Kyle had his schedule laid out for the next week and beyond if their absence dragged on. As they prepared to return to the palace, something caught Pelton's eye, and he found himself drawn to the scattering of leftover crystal from Kyle's first amalgamation. It might have been a trick of the fading light, but... Kyle. The boy had finished placing his first block of blue quartz on the platform as he turned to him. Yes, Pelton. The gnome pointed to the crystalline fragments littered on the ground. Do you recall the fragments of quartz that didn't combine being this big? Or have they grown a bit? Kyle came over to help confirm, and yes, the little scraps had grown a bit. Despite it only being quartz, he still seemed quite pleased about that fact. Pelton shrugged off the excitement. Maybe the boy's actually going through that giddy phase of discovery this time. Author's notes, and mineral patches. I find it highly convenient that it's obscurely canon for mineral patches to regrow, Rev, the backwoods entry in this site. Anyway, an early happy Lunar New Year to anyone celebrating. I'll try to have the next chapter up in time. Chapter 10. Polly tried not to chew on her bottom lip as she patiently waited by the hallway. Enter, instructed a voice, and she opened the door before her and pushed a small trolley in, keeping sure to keep her gaze lowered as her station demanded. Refreshments, lords. At the regal-looking elf's nod, the woman quietly handed over the goblets of warm herbal tea to the 4 occupants and the 4 occupants of the study room. The dwarf refused the drink as usual with a curt shake of her head. The elf accepted the drink with an absent but not unkind nod, while the gnome smiled and offered a polite thanks as he took his. As for the boy, the one who was supposed to be Polly's king, Kyle gave her a sideways glance as he received his goblet and hummed out a noise of gratitude while he returned to the pile of papers between himself and the others. With his focus so drawn to the papers, Polly didn't waste her time trying to grab the boy's attention. And as before, the elf mumbled something that caused the drinks to glow in a warm blue before they began taking sips. Would that be all, lords? All 4 shook their heads, and without any reason to stay Polly left the room as quietly as she had entered. As usual, she heard the discussion resume in soft murmurs only after she finally shut the door. Polly was patient enough not to feel annoyed, and rather than sulk she left the hallway to see to other tasks in the palace. It had taken a month before she managed to deliver food and drinks to Kyle after all, so she didn't mind waiting a while more for an opportunity to present itself. She was busy cleaning the now barren portrait room when another serving girl dragged her out of her thoughts. Hey, Polly? The lord's redone upstairs, sounds like. So quickly? Oh. Thanks, Shella. I'll quickly head up for the cleaning. Don't worry, I can take care of the cleaning here, the younger girl offered with a friendly smile. You should take things slower. Polly shrugged, as warranted by the image of a desperately hard-working servant she had fostered. By covering as many tasks as she could, it not only endeared her to her colleagues, but allowed Polly to figure out some of Kyle's schedule and habits. Which was why she found it highly unusual for his meeting with his 3 advisors, or mentors, to be finished so quickly. They usually talked throughout the late afternoon at the very least. Walking briskly back upstairs, Polly almost stumbled when she saw the 3 advisors leave, with Kyle absent among them. Lords, she meekly greeted, drawing their attention only briefly as they walked past her. Then she resumed walking, forcing herself to calm down as she neared the room and the promise of an opportunity awaited. Polly peeked into the study, finding Kyle still seated and staring quietly at sheets of paper in both hands. Comparing them, it seemed. She gave a knock on the open door to announce her presence. Lord? Should I clean up? The boy looked up from the papers to regard her for a second. Ah. Right. Go ahead. Beating back the urge to simply get it over with, Polly instead slipped into the room and did exactly what she had asked to do. The untended goblets were collected, the seats checked for any dirt or stains to clean up, the quills and ink pots returned to the proper desk, but the papers were left scattered about. Polly knew enough that trying to reorganize them would get her a mild admonishment. As she finished tidying the place, the opportunity she had been waiting for a month now fully presented itself. In case his attention wasn't fully fixated on the papers, Polly made a show of noticing the empty goblet by the foot of Kyle's chair. Would Lord like more water? She offered, cradling the pitcher in her arms. Kyle turned to her, for a moment seeming like he'd forgotten about her presence, and then glanced down to his cup. Oh, sure. Thanks. Here, let me, Lord. Polly interrupted him before he could put aside his papers to reach down for the goblet. She played oblivious and quickly bent over at just the right angle, allowing the loosened neckline of her dress to hang low enough to offer Kyle a peek at the bare skin underneath. Thankfully, the results were as expected. As Polly rose back up, she noticed the slight color in Kyle's cheeks, and the familiar mildly stunned look in his eyes. Still keeping to her role, she carefully filled the goblet with water, though not so carefully that there was some splashing and stray drops darkened the fabric of her dress. Here you go, Lord. Oh. The serving girl made a show of noticing her young liege's hands being full, then glanced to the paper-filled table, and then back down to the foot of his seat. Then she beamed a smile at him. I'll bring the trolley over, it'll be a safer spot than the floor. With that, Polly swiveled about, taking care in how she walked as she no doubt had Kyle's attention on her rear. She bent over once more as she pretended to pick up some stray dirt from the floor, then wheeled the trolley over to his side, his goblet of water conveniently placed within his reach. I hope this is all right, Lord. Despite the look of a boy trying hard not to stare, Kyle managed to keep an even voice, with nary a stammer despite the embarrassed expression he wore. It's fine. Thanks, Polly sketched a curtsy as she introduced herself. Polly, Lord. Right. Thanks, Polly. You're welcome, she replied with a bright smile, ignoring the fact that her curtsy had caused her dress to shift a little. Would that be all, Lord? It was admirable, maybe even cute, how much Kyle fought to keep his eyes from straying below her face. Yes. Thanks again, Polly. Polly held back a triumphant grin right up until she reached downstairs, where no one else was around. It was a small but important victory, getting Kyle's attention was the first but arguably hardest step in all this. Now all she needed to do was follow up, though she had to let such opportunities naturally present themselves rather than forcing the issue. Palace servants might not care much, but their overseers tended to notice unnecessary shift changes, and a bad experience had made Polly wary of attempting to bribe them. A second moment of privacy with her target came mere days later. The two more mysterious aides of the young king had returned at last, and were locked in with Kyle for a good portion of the day before leaving. Whatever words the enigmatic human and elf imparted had left the boy a little rattled, which was just perfect for Polly's needs. She slipped into the study room as unobtrusively as possible, picking after whatever mess as usual. This time Kyle was pacing about with nervous energy, running his hand through his black hair repeatedly. Is everything all right, Lord? She ventured innocently. Ah. Polly. Fine, everything's fine, ish. Giving a quiet nod, Polly went on to tidy up the room. She timed the pace of her work, making sure that when she finally had to check on the desk, Kyle's pacing would put close to her. Close enough that she could feign being startled about almost walking into him, and offer a bow of apology. I am so sorry, Lord. It's all right, he waved off. My bad. Now that she had more of his attention, Polly continued her path towards the desk, and she was sure she could feel the boy's gaze on her as she bent over to clean underneath it. As expected, as she rose back up and turned around, Kyle had stopped pacing and his cheeks had faint blush on them. Boys his age were so easy. A shame she was usually sent out to deal with older men. Polly put on a mask of concern. Are you sure you're all right, Lord? If you don't mind me saying, you seem unwell. Admirably, he had already snapped out of his staring and shook his head. I'm fine. Just some uncomfortable news, that's all. As you say, Lord. She made to curtsy again, but then aborted the gesture as she pretended to notice something. Oh, there's something on your face, Lord. Shall I? Polly closed the distance in a few steps, drawing out a handkerchief but not raising it just yet. Whether Kyle allowed her to or not, the fact that she was now taking up most of his view should be enough. Predictably, he stopped her, swiping at his face with a hand. It's okay. Really. I'll just go get a bath after this. As you say, Lord. Should I have the bath ready for you? Polly kept her tone innocent, confident that the boy's imagination was worked up enough to do the job for her. It's fine. I'll get it after dinner. Polly gave a short bow and then turned to leave, but Kyle unexpectedly called out to her. By the way, Polly. Yes, Lord. How much are they paying you? Lord. What are you being paid to do? To serve the needs of the palace, Lord, she smoothly replied with as much false innocence as she could muster, not showing an ounce of the cold, clammy panic that suddenly bubbled up in her. One didn't suddenly ask that sort of question without reason, but Polly had been in enough situations to know better than to panic. And all that just now. He gestured, face still a little pink. I don't understand, Lord. Kyle let out a sigh, and Polly knew that he knew. Or least suspected far too much for her to brush off with a smile and sweet words. Please, I know Lord Joran has hired you, and I know he's hired you as more than just a serving girl. Kyle's shoulders slumped a little as he sighed. I'm not going to hurt you, I just want to know the details. You're the only woman and the only non-strong guardian servant Joran has put into work here. You're also the only servant hired by the regents whose name is on the palace payroll, rather than their own roles where they can obfuscate how much or how little payment is being rendered. The spiking panic threatened to overwhelm her, and Polly found herself stealing glances behind her as she tried to retain a clueless smile. Lord, You know I'm studying to be a mage, right? Kyle suddenly asked, once more catching her off guard. Do you know what kind of spells I'm learning now, Polly? The boy took a step forwards, and Polly instinctively took one back. For a fraction of a second, Polly was about to turn and flee. Then she saw a ball of light materialize in Kyle's hand, and primal fear made her freeze. I can promise that your cover will not be broken, that no harm will befall you. Will you cooperate, Polly? Or will you be my first practical lesson on the harsher side of ruling? Faced with such options, Polly gulped and told him all that he wanted to know. It surprised her that she wasn't dragged down to the dungeons despite Kyle's reassurances. It also surprised her that he received her mission to seduce him with an almost bored disappointment. But what was more surprising was that Polly wasn't the only one ordered to get into Kyle's pants and lead him by the cock. I honestly thought Lomitha's girls would have made the first move, Kyle muttered with some annoyance as he sat across from her. The regent from Gilneas apparently had more than one servant with similar orders. A couple of the newer, younger girls. It was a bit unexpected that Shella was supposedly one of them, though now that Polly thought about it. Kyle lightly thumped on his chair's armrest, drawing her attention back to him. So. You've no other orders beyond trying to get me to bed, you? The study room's door was closed behind them, leaving Polly alone with him. If not for her blown cover, this would have been the best opportunity. She shook her head earnestly, knowing better than to give the boy a reason to doubt her in any way. That is all I've been told thus far, Lord. The exposed seductress started to wring her hands nervously, but stopped when she became conscious of it. It's how they operate. Further orders will come only after I pass along the success of my mission. Smart enough, the boy opposite her remarked. So why did you take the job? Is this your profession, or are you forced into this? Polly tried hard not to squirm under his curious gaze. I've family in Stromgard, Lord. We've lost a lot during the war, and it's put us in debt. A classic case, hey. She nodded in agreement, even as the urge to squirm increased from being honest. I sought some extra work to help them pay it off, but I got caught. Lord Joran gave me a choice then. Kyle was silent after that, fixing her with an unnerving stare for a few seconds before finally speaking again. How much are you being paid again? Polly told him, and he in turn promised to discreetly match her pay in exchange for her switching sides. There wasn't any choice in the matter, so by the time night came Polly was dropping off her report for Joran's aides. No doubt people would have already noticed her being stuck in the same room as Kyle for some time, so she went along with the explanation her new employer laid out, and reported that her attempt at seduction had failed, but only just. After that, she'll be reporting closer calls, drawing things out until Joran raises a stink or Kyle says otherwise. She didn't mind playing turncoat, but part of the subverted seductress couldn't feel a pang of offense that the boy never bothered laying a hand on her given how much leverage he held over her. Nothing so much as a grope or a brush of the hands, even if his eyes betrayed his interest. It shouldn't feel insulting to not be taken advantage of, but yet with how Kyle treated her with some aloofness it did. It would be a minor annoyance for Polly to deal with as she took on her role. Until her family was brought over to start a new life in Alterac, she would play the frustrated temptress while also keeping an eye out on other serving girls, the Gilnean inserts especially. Chapter 11. You may begin. Coriel Strass watched as Kyle centered himself and then hovered his hand over the brass shaft of an ornamental floor candelabra, which was in turn resting on a block of transmuted crystal. His eyes glowed in that familiar blue-white, and then both Psion and observers alike, as well as everything in the empty, windowless room were bathed in that same light as both brass shaft and crystal glowed and was soon engulfed in the radiance. The blinding display lasted all of 9 seconds. When the light finally subsided, the crystal block was missing, and the candelabra shaft had noticeably changed. Rather than a sculpted, decorative rod, it now took on a far more utilitarian appearance, though the sheen it took on now seemed closer to gold than brass. It seemed more like the shaft of a pole weapon missing its weapon head, and upon Kyle cautiously lifting it for closer study, Coriel Strass noticed the hollow, socket-like hole on one end of the shaft. Beside the disguised dragon, the human facade of Vassergios clicked his tongue in annoyance, and Coriel Strass could sympathize. For all the showy and undeniable effects, neither dragon could detect anything truly amiss on the magical plane. There was no disruption in mana, either within Kyle or around his immediate surroundings, and neither did the transmuted item radiate anything that might suggest it had undergone what must have been a magical process. Coriel Strass felt a bubble of annoyance within himself at another lack of any solid information to work with. It was his idea to scale up the Chinook transmutation from a scepter to a much longer candle holder shaft, after all, and it was hard to deny the dislike of having his theory be proven so utterly wrong like this. Kyle held the transmuted staff firmly in both hands. His eyes glowed again, and again, without any indication at all. The socketed end of the rod erupted in a thin blade of light Vassergios was starting to call Chinook blue. Well, at least the end result is somewhat consistent, the blue dragon grumbled as he continued to stare hard at the weapon in Kyle's hands. Do you feel any strain? Their student shook his head. Not any worse than when I used the earlier piece. The scepter had converted into a mace with a pattern of holes on its bulbous head. Kyle's powers had caused small spikes of light to fill those holes, turning the mace into a significantly more imposing weapon. Apparently both that mace and this polearm only required some extra focus on Kyle's part, compared to projecting the blade from his bracer. Taken by itself, it was a trivial piece of information. But at this stage, with everything about Chinook's being new, even the smallest bit of trivia might help to paint a better picture. Kyle fell into guard position with the polearm, and then gave a few practice swings and stabs before both the blade of light as well as the glow in his eyes vanished. The bladeless staff was then gently lowered to the floor before he regarded his tutors. So, still nothing, hey. Vassergios growled in full annoyance. I swear, I'll be taking you with me when I give my report on your Chinook magic. The last word was voiced with thick distaste. Otherwise I'd be laughed out as an imbecile. The implications of Chinook's imperceptibility during casting definitely brings up disturbing potentials, Coriel Strass added evenly. Though I suppose we should be fortunate that its results have been overt, at least thus far. Indeed, it was probably the biggest boon so far that beyond the lack of mana distortion, there were still definite tells to Kyle's magic, the distinctive glow being the more obvious one, often with the boy's eyes lighting up first. The Chinook version of telepathy also had a sterility to it that made it clearly stand out from the corruptive whispers of the Fel or the Void, though it would be a challenge relaying that information across to others. Besides, from what little experimenting that's been done, Kyle required a lot more training to control his telepathy. While he could speak through his mind easily enough, he had trouble listening as apparently he couldn't effectively focus on a single person nor filter their thoughts just yet. It could be a matter of lacking the required mastery over Chinook's, or, as Vassergios speculated, a limitation of the human frame. For the time being, it was a moot point, as both draconic tutors had agreed with Kyle to focus on the more obvious and practical side of his magic. Still, it's not like it's worse than the darker forms of magic, the blue dragon mumbled. That you're not sprouting extra eyes or tentacles, or growing horns and breathing green fire is already speaking very well for Chinook's. Though I suggest you experiment with transmutation after you grow up a bit more, and can afford the more exotic materials. Coriel Strass rolled his eyes at the advice even as Kyle shrugged at it. It sounds too much of a hassle. Transforming quartz and brass is good enough for now, I guess. The draconic archmage frowned a little as he detected an underlying something in his student's voice. Did Kyle have a clearer idea, or perhaps more realistically, has he somehow managed to form his suspicions on what his transmutation spell could and could not work on? While Coriel Strass found himself mulling over that, Vassergios resumed grumbling. Your crystal blocks are interesting enough, but if you really want to stockpile them for further experimentation, see if your Chinook's allows you to create pocket dimensions to store them in. Otherwise, artifacts that provide that effect are damnably hard to come by, and I'm not going to be at your beck and call as a convenient warehouse. I'll figure something out, Kyle answered with a lopsided smirk. Don't worry, I'm not going to make my magical advisor into a glorified spell encyclopedia. Good that you know it, Vassergios snorted. With Soradormai's revelations, both red and blue dragons had spent some time discussing before coming to an agreement in regards to Kyle. For the time being, he would be kept out in the dark over the matter of the future. Considering that he had already hinted about some knowledge of the dragon flights, who knows what other supposedly obscure information he might come across, and how he might act on it if he understood the implications of the Bronze Flight's quandary. It was convenient that the boy had a spot for an advisor and tutor for when he ascended Alterax's throne, so Valagan would take up that role, which also allowed him to monitor the young king's growth. Crasius would have to return to his role as reclusive archmage, where other matters within the Kirin Tor require monitoring. And with how he is shaping up so far, Coriel Strass admittedly felt a bit optimistic that Kyle wouldn't need too much guidance or nudges away from perilous paths. Though considering that the boy was sure to suffer the full brunt of human puberty and all the erraticness it comes with. Vassergios had been briefed on what to look out for. Hopefully Kyle wouldn't lower himself into using his Chinook's to achieve more base satisfaction. Now, what's this I hear about you threatening a girl with magic? The blue dragon teased, causing Kyle to shrink back a little with embarrassment. I'm sure there's better ways of seeking a prospective mate, no. The boy began to sputter a protest of innocence, causing Vassergios to break into a laugh and further dig into the issue. Coriel Strass found himself frowning as a new cause of concern reared its head. Would it be prudent to cultivate an appropriate partner for Kyle? At the very least, prospective candidates would require vetting so that he isn't exploited. Vassergios' words dragged him out of his thoughts. What do you think, Cor Crasius? Have the humans here been cowed enough? Quickly discerning what was meant, the Archmage nodded. I'm told that responses should be on the way from the kingdoms of Kulthalas, Hosmodan and Nomragan. Unless they wish to risk tarnishing the reputation of the kingdoms they represent, the current regents will have to remain passive, until a consensus has been achieved on how to proceed with Alterac. He turned to fix Kyle a heavy stare. Are you sure you wish to continue with this? The young human shrugged. I'd rather continue studying magic as a normal student, but if I'm going to be put as the head of a kingdom, I might as well take the job seriously, right? I mean, lives are at stake and all. It is an admirable decision, Coriel Strass replied with an approving smile. Besides, considering that we all agree that Shinix should be kept out of public knowledge for now, it's probably easier to practice in privacy here than in Dalaran. Very true, Vassergios agreed heartily. With how much you'll have to clean up after yourself, it is only a matter of time before one of the more curious mages starts poking about and finding something annoying. Kyle nodded at that, and then shrugged again. I still find it weird that no one can just create a portal so I can attend classes and govern at the same time. The blue dragon let out a sigh of exasperation. The amount of power and attention required to maintain portals like that is significant, even for dragons. And I reckon you're not that important that the Magi would simply create portals according to your whims. And contrary to what you think, hearthstones are exceedingly rare to be simply loaned out, Coriel Strass added, preempting Kyle's next line of reasoning. Even if anyone manages a breakthrough in recreating them, realistically there would be other people of significance who would be more deserving of receiving them. The boy slumped with a sigh. Fine. So I'll stick to ruling then, and keep magic as a secondary. He straightened as he fixed Coriel Strass with a look. You're sure that I'll be able to get the throne with nobody breathing down my neck? Not nobody, the dragon corrected. But considering the current state of alliance politics power plays, you would most likely have appointed advisors rather than regents, though their role of mitigating their peers' influence would be similar. But Pelton said the non-human realms don't do that sort of thing. Coriel Strass nodded, not hiding the smirk that formed on his elven disguise's lips. Old memories of climbing his elven guise up the Kirin Tor's ranks bubbled up in him. Not in the way of the human realms, no. While Hosmodan and Nomragan might happily remain apart from the posturing, trust that whoever represents Kulthalas will enter the political fray with their own distinctive approach. So, out arrogant the competition? Kyle asked bemusedly, and Vassergios snorted at that. Ha! The kid's onto something there. Out arrogant and out condescend them. Coriel Strass ignored his blue-scaled colleague. Not quite. Elven courtiers tend to operate with more long-term views in mind, and the changes they might propose will be more gradual in scope. Though given their perpetual state of conflict with the Amini trolls, any immediate action they would suggest would be decisive and far less subtle than outsiders might expect. But they'd still be good counters to Lord arg3nt and the others. In ensuring that your options are free of external interference? Most assuredly. However, the three kingdoms would have their own needs met, of course. King Anastarian might send an advisor just out of spite, but the assignment would likely have an added agenda to it. It might be as simple as demoting an unfavored courtier, or putting a prospective one to the test. Or it could be as vexing as Anastarian wishing to establish a new network of influence while further secluding his realm. Kyle took a few seconds to digest the information before he spoke again. Still better than dealing with humans who actually want something out of Alterac. Indeed. On the upside, the dwarves and gnomes would be more direct in what they might require of you, and would require minimal concern as you have already made plain the agreement with them. While King Magni is a cunning ruler and not to be underestimated, in your case, so long as you remain honest with Hosmodan, whoever he sends should generally stay out of your way and offer reliable advice. Reliable from a dwarf's point of view, Vassergios helpfully pointed out. Even I can tell that human and dwarven values have their inconsistencies. The same applies with any advisor offered by Nomragan, Coriel Strass went on. Even with difference of values between races, they should still remain reliable advisors. Giving actual advice, the blue dragon rudely cut in. So long as they are treated with appropriate respect. Act as a dutiful and responsible ruler would, and you would have at least 3 advisors you might rely upon. A shame it can't be 4. Coriel Strass shook his head slowly. Dalaran has kept out of such affairs as a matter of policy. Besides, you wish to keep your Shinix studies out of curious eyes. Kyle blinked a few times as he remembered what having a Dalaran representative would mean, and then he sighed. That's true. So, unless things go really weird and unexpected, I can be looking forward to being king in what? A couple of months. The Draconic Archmage hummed as he calculated the required events in his mind. 4 months, as King Gen would require mollifying and convincing to attend the meeting. 3. If he and King Thoras somehow do not engage in diplomatic insults over the Regency Council's failure. Hey. So I guess I still have some time to return to Dalaran and catch up on some subjects I'll likely never be able to take again. At least for the near future, Coriel Strass corrected. Once you have stabilized your rule, and should relations remain cordial, I'm sure the Kirin Tor might be easily persuaded to send over a tutor. At least to ensure that Kulthalas doesn't send one of their own and put a black mark on the Magocracy's reputation as a place of arcane learning. Chapter 12. The solemn, storied, Imperial Hall of Lord Arg3nt Palace was host to many historical events within the northern continent. From forging treaties that have lasted for centuries, to the creation of the Alliance, the Great Chamber has received kings who have recognized the greatness of the kingdoms of Lord Arg3nt and its rulers of the Manethil dynasty. For all its grandeur though, the same hall also played host to less public meetings, where instead of grand proclamations or magnanimous gestures, concerned whispers were traded and less savory compromises were made behind barred doors for the good of the kingdom. This was such a meeting. It seems that we've stumbled into quite an interesting situation here, Terranaz said with reserved calm as he leaned back into his seat. The cushioned, hardwood throne didn't make even a whisper of a creak, such was the craftsmanship of the gift to Terranaz's great-grandfather all those years ago. To his side, Lord Arryn's stalwart ally and Terranaz's close friend let out a weary sigh. I've read Brydd's reports, Lord Admiral Dalen Proudmoore of the Admiralty of Kul Tiras half-groaned, a habit he was starting to pick up whenever the topic of Alterac arose. I thought it would have been a headache enough to ensure that Gen and Thoras didn't devolve into literally fighting over that land, but now the elves, dwarves, and gnomes are deciding to join in the mess. Admittedly, they had every right to voice their opinions on the matter. Like Dalen, Terranaz had assumed that Alterac, being a country surrounded by human kingdoms, would be a matter beneath the interests of Kulthalas, Hosmodan and Gnome Regan. Anastarian especially seemed ready to withdraw its influence back into the borders of Kulthalas and seclude the elves from alliance affairs. Still, the oversight had been troublesome to say the least. With the disagreement over Orcish internment, the promise of Alterac was supposed to serve as an incentive to keep both Gen and Thoras interested in remaining in the alliance. Of course, how the mountainous realm would be partitioned to satisfy both kingdoms was still a work in progress, as Stromgarde wanted land, while Gen wanted what was essentially a puppet. The opportunity Alterac offered was one of the larger reasons why Gen still considered Gilneas to be part of the alliance. It was common enough knowledge that the proud king far preferred to isolate itself from the alliance, if not for lucrative and important trade and the measure of security. With the end of the war and the alliance member states mostly focusing inwards to rebuild their ravaged realms, Gens was vocal about finding the incentives to keep the practically untouched Gilneas in the alliance to be dwindling, especially when he often stood alone in how the alliance should be steered. Alterac was also what kept Thoras at least tolerant of the internment camps. Terranaz still regretted how his friendship with the king of Stromgarde had deteriorated so quickly over the fate of the orcs, but he truly believed that the invaders could be turned to the light, and serve as a powerful vassal for the alliance. Even if their friendship couldn't be salvaged, Terranaz found it worthwhile enough if allowing Stromgarde to annex part of Alterac could keep Thoras satisfied enough to continue going along with Orcish internment. Unfortunately, the significant overlap between what Gen and Thoras wanted forced Terranaz to resort to stalling tactics while an alternative could be figured out. Hence the appointment of Aiden's convenient bastard, or more precisely the Regency Council that cared for the land while Kyle remained young enough for their presence to be valid. Dalen had agreed to sending a representative to help Terranaz's own appointment in keeping their Gilneas and Stromgarde counterparts from skewing the fate of Alterac too much on either side, essentially stalling progress for as much as possible while carefully allowing at best the illusion of opportunity to keep both kingdoms interested and involved in fighting over it. Except that they had assumed that the non-human kingdoms would be happy to sit out the whole affair, an assumption that was now proven false probably thanks to the dabblings of certain figures in the Kirin Tor. Terranaz shook his head ruefully. It seems in our eagerness to resolve the matter, we have allowed our perception to be too narrowed and focused. With how incompetent the regents had seemed to the non-human observers when they visited, and with the ideas Kyle, or more accurately his Minders, added to the reports, it was impossible to reject the other kingdoms from meddling in the affair. Not unless Terranaz wished to reveal to Gen and Thoras that they were being manipulated. Magni had already sent a message about his disappointment over the Regency's standstill, and had offered well-meaning advice on how to overcome such matters. In the same message, he also praised the wisdom and farsightedness of Kyle Dalem for seeking out dwarven expertise in rebuilding Alterac, and promised to subsidize the bill for whatever his expedition of artisans would need. Somehow, most likely with the aid of Dalaran conspirators, the dwarven king was convinced that by being involved in Alterac, Hosmodan would show the world that while it had suffered greatly during the Second War, the kingdom was not so ravaged that it couldn't help in rebuilding another kingdom at the same time as it did itself. The ruling council of Gnome Regan also echoed their concern in a message that came along with Magni's, and at the same time heartily approving the steps offered by Kyle to transition their surplus and obsolete military war machines towards civilian usage. By now, Terranaz naturally glossed over the gnomes' official tirades and snipes against goblin technology to quickly understand just how pleased they were to show off their renovated inventions. Even Anastarian, for all his preference for seclusion, had chipped in, not so subtly belittling the human regents while approving Kyle Dalem's request of sending over retired elven specialists to train up Alteraci rangers and foresters to manage their mountainous woodlands. The more obvious barb was the outlandish offer to send over a tutor to hone Kyle's statecraft, since his regents were clearly too busy squabbling to be trusted for that. The Dalaran meddlers must have some level of influence indeed with the Elven King to manage such a feat. That, or they knew the right amounts of flattery to win Anastarian over. So, we're simply letting Alterac turn into a mess? Dalen glumly asked. Terranaz leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table but resisting the temptation to bury his face in his hands. There is little choice in that matter. By leaving them out of our intentions, we've made ourselves seem ineffectual to the dwarves, gnomes, and elves. The alliance will have to come to a more official agreement over the state of Alterac, and with the regent's performance and the kingdom's history, some level of impartial observers would still be necessary. The older king let out a drawn-out sigh. The only silver lining now is that the wild hammer dwarves are not involved. Dalen let out a groan at that, clearly imagining the ruckus the more blunt cousins of Ironforge might cause. Is this the spell slingers getting even with us? The Lord Admiral asked through his groan. Terranaz was silent in thought for a few good seconds before answering. The Kirin Tor's Council of Six have been utterly silent over the matter. Not a single message condoning or condemning any of what was transpiring in Alterac. Not a single gesture to even hint at their level of involvement over recent developments. I cannot be sure, my friend. In all honesty, for all their aloofness, I have to credit the Archmagi for thus far never reducing themselves to pettiness. Unlike the other human kingdoms, Terranaz did not say, but Dalen understood well enough. And for all the mistrust we might have of them, they have been reliable allies throughout the wars. Knowing the eccentricities of Magi, Terranaz still believed that at least some Magi were responsible for fomenting this mess, but the same eccentricities made the king doubt that the Magocracy as a kingdom was officially involved. Perhaps there were still some elements within the Magi that held a grudge from being snubbed by Deval Prester's charismatic but dubious machinations over Alterac. Dalen too seemed to reach that conclusion after some thoughtful humming. So, it's not all the spell slingers, but maybe a handful of them? A handful of the more influential ones. Terranaz shrugged his shoulders and leaned back into his seat again, hoping that its comfort could leech off the irritation gnawing in his head. It could be. Light knows how easy it is to impress on a child some suggestions for them to regurgitate later, thinking it was their idea all along. Too true, that, Dalen muttered. From what I've been told, this Kyle boy is receiving special treatment indeed. Could be the mage he's tossed off to has his own designs. Has Kyle sequestered away in private lessons and whatnot? The Lord Admiral would know best, Terranaz mused to himself. Dalen had discreet Minders, Magi loyal to their home islands of Kul Tiras, to watch over his daughter in Dalaran. No doubt his concerns over Kyle went beyond just what the boy would inherit. A sudden melancholy hit Terranaz then as he thought back to his own son, who was now under the guidance of Uther, to be brought up as a paladin within the Knights of the Silver Hand. Arthas was undergoing the same rigorous training as every other aspirant and squire, a mirror of what Dalen's girl and Kyle were undergoing. A thought struck the king of Lord Arg3nt then, one that his friend noticed as he perked up from his seat. I know that look, Dalen said, a touch of optimism coloring his voice. What do you have in mind, Terranaz? While I am glad of young Kyle Dalem's bouts of ideas for the realm he will inherit, the older king said, in a more formal tone. While I have no doubt of the quality of education the young heir is getting in the Academy of Arcane Sciences in becoming a mage, his education in governing is surely absent. As such, it would reassure me to know whether the judgments he's made thus far are based on a solid foundation of statecraft or are due to more, dishonest influences. As I said earlier, it is easy to impress on a child the wrong teachings. Dalen was sitting up a little straighter as he followed his friend's train of thought with growing interest. As such, when convenient, I will be sending someone to appraise young Kyle to ensure that he is not unwittingly manipulated. And if need be, if things are truly dire, I would have Kyle undergo a more formal training in royal governing before he assumes the throne. In Lord Arg3nt preferably, before Anastarian or Jen could get his hands on him. The Lord Admiral was nodding, though some doubt still colored his expression. That's not a bad idea at all, but who will you send? If you're going to rid the boy of his puppeteers, whoever's going will have to beat off allegations of disruptions and the like. Of course, I'll send only the most respected man I know, a man whose integrity is beyond reproach. Someone everyone can agree would be a reliable judge of Kyle's character. There weren't many audible complaints from the convoy as they followed the lead of Kyle Dalem. The journey wasn't too long or arduous, and the pay was more than tempting enough for the Alteraci who were still waiting for jobs or resettlement. It also helped that moving the carts along wasn't altogether a harsher task than the jobs the laborers had done previously. Brianna also noted that by hiring the destitute and homeless, and save for his non-human advisors, the young king of Alterac kept his convoy absent of any outsiders. Nobody commented about whether such a fact was pertinent, so she didn't raise a fuss over it. There were no guards, but with how the dwarf, gnome, and elf were walking, not to mention the young royal as well, Brianna felt that any threats this land had left to offer would be of little consequence to the convoy. They trundled out of Alterac City until they came across a cave that almost blended in with its environment if not for the freshly blasted dirt around it, or its cracked surface that made it seem like someone had taken a massive hammer and pounded the entire area without rhyme or reason. It wasn't small, but neither was it exactly huge. Just about big enough to fit in a cart, maybe even two if the carts were just a wee bit thinner. Please be careful with your footing, Kyle warned as he led them into the cave. The Alteraci laborers had to rein in their nerves not from the darkness, but the floating lights the elf and gnome conjured to illuminate the passage. What little Brianna knew about caves told her that the rocky surface around her seemed natural enough, though there were certain parts that were neatly sheared off to keep the surface level and the passageway unobstructed. It took a little bit more effort to keep a grip on the carts and keep them rolling at a slow, controlled pace as they went down a gentle slope. More evidence of renovations to the natural cave system were seen as straight paths looked like they were literally blasted to cut through otherwise snaking tunnels. Chalky white surfaces marked parts where more of the rocky ceiling and walls were removed to make space. They eventually entered a massive cavern, half naturally formed and half carved out if Brianna was any judge of it. Magic floating lights revealed the whole space seemingly large enough to swallow a castle. Even as she cast her gaze to the distance, she could tell that the ground was too smooth, and there were severed stalactites above. There were also patches in the far corners that glinted in blue and gold like glittering dust. What really caught Brianna's attention though was the pile of blue, glass-like blocks in the middle of the cavern, the same sort of blocks found in the carts she and her friends pushed here. Off to the side, Kyle was addressing the elf in particular, shrugging too casually at times. Wait to transmute the deposits, then cleared the rest of it out as practice. Be grateful the ground's on your side, the dwarf then cut in to scold for some reason. If Yeti hit a patch of soft soil back then, Yeti be really testing your pretty shield spell against a cave-in. The terse dwarf then turned to the gnome. Aren't there spells for that sort of thing? There are spells to aid in prospecting, but now that you mention it, there's nothing for discerning the geological makeup of the ground itself. Alien. Brianna zoned out the unrecognizable words that followed, and instead kept her gaze on her employer as Kyle slipped out of the trio's attention and instructed everyone to unload their cargo by the existing pile of crystals. Each glassy block wasn't as heavy as it looked at first glance, but neither was it so light that one person could easily carry it around. Brianna was glad that the blocks were at least robust enough for rough handling, as she and the others simply tilted their carts back and let the heavy contents tumble out in a small avalanche. With that done, only some minor grunt work was needed to shove or tumble the blocks into a single, glimmering pile. Then the young king instructed everyone back, sweeping a severe look across the laborers. I'm going to give you all a choice, wait outside and say nothing of what you've seen, and go back to your lives. Or stay here and watch, which will make you directly under my employ until I say otherwise, which would require oaths of loyalty and secrecy. Oaths that I will take very, very seriously. Brianna could hear the nervous gulps around her, as well as the slight tremor in her voice as she suddenly spoke up. What would we be asked to do? Nothing too illegal, Kyle answered, still with a severe expression. But nothing that will cause you to abandon or turn against your homes, that I can promise you. If you stay, you will be listed under the palace's payroll with a solid wage, enough to live in the city itself, and a pension for when you retire from my service. The assurance of wage and pension practically drowned out all of Brianna's concerns, and she was not alone in that. When Kyle asked again if anyone wanted to leave, resolute Alteraci faces met him as they remained still. He regarded them with a hint of satisfaction before giving a nonchalant look at his three advisors. Well, I guess I have my first homegrown workforce. You'll find a use for them, the gnome remarked with a grin. Everyone was instructed to hang back by the cavern's entrance as only Kyle stood by the crystalline pile. At such a distance, Brianna couldn't make out much, but she did notice both the boy and the blocks glowing for a second or two. And then there was a blinding light, followed by a horrendous tearing sound. In a reluctant blink, the blocks were gone, seemingly swallowed by a massive, lightning-wreathed hole of empty black in the space above where they used to be. Startled and fearful curses broke out all around, and Brianna spied even the elf letting out a stream of unknown words as he shielded his eyes with a hand. The gnome looked torn between panic and curiosity, while the dwarf was a font of curses as she ran over to Kyle and dragged him back. Brianna and her fellow laborers were rooted in horrid fascination as arcs of lightning flicked out from the quivering void. After a while, the whole in reality collapsed into itself, promptly exploding into light that immediately coalesced into a silhouette. With each passing moment, the silhouette became more solid, more defined, and Brianna could just about make out what it was trying to be. Everyone stared mutely for unknown seconds as the intricate pattern exploded once more, reeling back from the shockwave that echoed through the underground chamber. When Brianna regained her footing and looked back, the light was gone, and the space it once inhabited now barely fit in a pyramid of burnished gold and glowing cyan gems. Impossibly, a glowing crystal the size of a house floated above the top of the structure, rotating serenely in place. "And there's my supply display," she barely heard Kyle mutter with glee. Chapter 13. Jaina felt some pity as she glanced at Kyle, who stood at the edge of the crowd. He'd barely returned from Alterac a couple of days ago, and was immediately put through classes as if he hadn't left. Rumors were that other students had seen him stuck in the library, cramming as much as he could to make up for missed lessons. More rumors said that things in Alterac had gone bad, so Kyle would have little time to learn what he could before he was forced to ascend the throne. The details on these whispers were too sparse to be verified, not that Jaina was one to chase after vague gossip, but seeing how the enigmatic Archmage Crassus hung in the shadows of the classrooms to observe Kyle, she could lend it some credence. The red-robed Archmage was standing at a distance from the gathered novices right now, keeping unobtrusively to the edge of the field as they demonstrated their summoning spells. Once more, Jaina felt bad for Kyle, as the class had 2 months to be introduced to the basics and then given guidance during practice. Who knows whether the boy had the time, or if Crassus even had that scheduled while they were in Alterac. Realizing the risk of her thoughts straying too far, the blonde novice returned her gaze back to the ritual circle, where another student was putting the final touches to his preparations. While it was more common to simply bring forth a summoning through internal arcane channeling, the novice unfurled a scroll and began to chant. Though it had far more limitations, mana capacity and inflexible matrices in particular, casting through scrolls was still a potent and legitimate skill, especially casting as the student was now, simply uttering a single syllable instead of spending precious time to conjure an elemental. With a single utterance, the scroll glowed and disintegrated, and water condensed before the novice, forming a bubbling puddle that grew into a shifting, quivering blob taller and wider than its summoner. The water elemental took amorphous shape, gaining vague hints of arms and a stubby head. It was a fair display of scroll inscribing, considering that the elemental was barely noticeably smaller than those summoned through conventional conjuration. The arcane professor in charge of the class walked towards and circled around the water elemental, humming softly as she studied its magical makeup. The elf's eyes narrowed behind mana-infused glasses before she finally addressed the summoner. "Not bad. Not bad at all, Fenwick. Spent a whole night in building the scroll, I take it." Professor Firesong sighed. "It can't be more than a night, otherwise you'd have corrected the mana leakage. Don't think I didn't notice that shoddy oversight." The elemental's holding shape for now. No signs of instability. Passable enough. Stop pulling last-minute all-nighters and maybe we'll see more than just a passing grade. With the student suitably admonished, the elven mage then had both him and his elemental step aside and join Jaina's group of successful casters. Jaina quashed the petty pride before it could form when she noted how no one could still beat the assessment she got. Her elemental flowed silently beside her, a hulking blob of water almost half as tall as herself and only dwarfed by the earth elemental a gnomish student had conjured. More importantly, the professor had praised the spell work she used for its efficiency, noticing the changes to the spell matrix that Jaina had taken weeks to perfectly implement. Besides, the information Kyle had surreptitiously passed along had been responsible for getting her such results, which was another reason not to feel too confident just yet. Since he had given her the scrolls, Jaina had no doubt that Kyle would be making use of the same information for himself, and he probably had more unrevealed cards hidden up his sleeve. "Kyle Dalem. To the ritual circle, please." Of course, that hinged upon whether Kyle actually crammed enough to know how to safely cast a summoning spell in the first place. Said novice stepped into the ritual circle, understandably looking a little nervous. There was a hint of apprehension from the other students, who were all aware of Kyle's absence and the lack of practice he most likely suffered from. But considering how he previously blew up a wand of all things, everyone was preparing to be astounded or disappointed at what was to come. Kyle glanced about, and then looked to the direction where Archmage Crassus silently stood. Jaina thought she saw an imperceptible nod be exchanged between the two before Kyle focused himself with an audible exhale. His eyes glowed, just as it did whenever he cast his mysterious spells, but this time it was far less intense. Jaina could still make out the irises, and his brow and nose were not bathed in the light. She still couldn't pick up any of the energy he was gathering around himself though. If not for the glowing eyes betraying his intent, it'd be easy to assume Kyle was frozen due to suffering from stage fright. Jaina counted 12 whole seconds before something, or perhaps more accurately everything, happened. His spell took effect with startling suddenness. A loud crack of displaced air caused many novices to jump right as the space in front of Kyle was filled with gold. It was just a bit larger than Kyle himself, a glinting, burnished gold construct shaped like a stylized ornamental eyeball, with the puzzling addition of fish-like fins. It had an iris of blue lightning, crackling almost lazily as blankly stared into space while it hovered a few feet above the ground. Jaina had never seen any construct like that before, and it was safe to say that the rest of the gawking crowd hadn't either. An eerie whistling sound emanated from the gilded eyeball, breaking everyone out of their staring trance. Professor Firesong cleared her throat as she quickly regained her composure. Right. That's an interesting summon you've done, Kyle. Care to, tell us what it is exactly you've summoned? Kyle smiled with worrying brightness as he replied. A probe. Jaina almost cringed at the name he gave. Calling a floating eyeball a probe was a bit much, wasn't it? It was like naming a hulking golem tiny. Or a phoenix crispy. That's interesting, the elf mage went on to say, clearly at a loss as to how to proceed. Very interesting take on a summoning spell. Yes. If I may. A soft voice interjected, smooth yet filled with undeniable authority. Archmage Crassus. Please, feel free. The crowd parted for the enigmatic Archmage, and he made his way towards his student in silence. Kyle for some reason braced himself, as if expecting to be reprimanded. Jaina frowned. Did he just cast a spell he was not supposed to? Archmage Crassus' expression was unreadable under his hood as he regarded the hovering eyeball for a moment. What are its capabilities? Not too much, I think. It was then Kyle's turn to stare at the probe, and as if it picked up an unspoken command, the golden construct let out another string of unsettling noises before turning in place, and then hovering closer to him. First time I, summoned it, he admitted sheepishly. But I think it's safe to say it's not exactly meant for the front lines. Jaina felt second-hand discomfort on Kyle's behalf as the Archmage's gaze continued to be fixed on the probe. Eventually though, the elf spoke again. We will have to examine its capabilities later. For now, though, as a requirement to pass this lesson each summoned guardian should have a minimum durability. As your method of casting has made it challenging to peer into your spell work sustaining this probe, we will have to test your summon's durability in a more traditional and blunt way. Would that be alright with you, Kyle? Kyle gave his mentor a look before shrugging and taking several steps away from his probe. Everyone else took the cue and did the same, adding more distance between them and the golden eyeball. Mage Firesong, Archmage Crassus gently called, and the professor straightened as she drew out her wand. Both elves then took some steps back from the probe. Professor Firesong leveled her wand at the construct, letting loose a flurry of arcane bolts that sang like chimes as they flew towards their target. Each bolt detonated like miniature fireworks in the space before the probe, and as they did so Jaina was not alone in noticing the flickering lights of an otherwise invisible bubble around it. Curious, the Archmage simply said, and then extended a hand towards it. This time, a massive lance of ice shot towards the passively hovering probe. There was a shattering crack as the tip of the projectile impacted against the same empty space, and once more the invisible force field flickered into view. However, rather than completely negating the frozen missile, the shield gave way as raw kinetic force drove the remaining mass of the ice lance against it. There was a collective gasp as the bubble burst into a myriad of fading hexagonal patterns. The remaining two-thirds of the missile slammed into the probe with a solid clang, shunting it a good dozen feet or so away. Despite the impressive sight, the summoned construct quickly righted itself and went about hovering obviously in place. There was a noticeable dent in the side that received the ice lance, but beyond that, like an elemental receiving non-critical damage, it seemed functional. Quite impressive, Kyle, Archmage Crassus remarked, giving the novice a nod before turning to Professor Firesong. I'd say his summoned guardian has passed the basic durability test. The other elf was still staring at the golden eyeball, and hurriedly blinked back to the present as she was addressed to give hurried nods. Yes. Quite so, Archmage. Structural integrity and stability remains. Well done, Kyle. And with that, Kyle joined Jaina's group, his probe following. There was a second where the novices around it were startled back as the invisible bubble popped into and then winked out of view. Jaina didn't hide her admiration at the novel spell work. She knew that if the ice lance had been aimed at any typical summoned elemental, even a hardy alloyed earth elemental, such an attack would have been far more crippling. And to have the force field return after a relatively short time? Kyle must be holding out on the precious nuggets of knowledge he'd been drip-feeding to Jaina all this while. Somehow, the evaluations continued, though the awkward air lingered as eyes occasionally flickered towards Kyle and his probe. By the end of the day, there were no failures, though some novices had come very close as their summoned elementals teetered on the verge of dissipating due to poorly crafted spells. Somehow, despite the distraction the golden probe offered, Professor Firesong's advice, along with highly valuable observations by Archmage Crassus, were attentively received by the students. Class was about to end with final words from the professor, when a man in robes of deep violets and gold zoomed over on a floating disc. Jaina immediately felt some apprehension when she noticed how the official messenger of the Kirin made a beeline straight for Kyle. Archmage Crassus likely felt the same way too, with how his stance became openly wary. Kyle Dalem. The messenger didn't wait for Kyle to complete a nod before he offered a scroll with the broken seal of Lord arg3nt on it. You have an audience with notable guests. It was rather impressive how the man managed to sound so composed while his words clearly gave away his anxiety. If you would be so kind as to make yourself presentable according to your station as soon as convenient. Your guests await you in Master Antonida's study. It must be a very important guest, Jaina surmised. Surely King Teranaz wouldn't be visiting personally. A secondary, perhaps? What did Kyle get up to in Alterac? The boy blinked once before managing an absent all right and then turned to his mentor, who gestured with a hand to create a portal, probably straight to Kyle's room. Dismiss your probe, and see to your appearance. I'll have a new portal to receive you near Antonida's study room. Right, Master. Kyle's head snapped towards the oblivious construct, and then he hesitated. Kyle. He gave the Archmage a mildly embarrassed look. I can't dismiss the probe. There was a moment of collective dumbfoundedness as everyone stared at Kyle. Archmage Crassus eventually let out a soft sigh. Have it wait in your room, then. We'll deal with it after you've attended to your guests. Right. Kyle gave a quick glance to the messenger. Any idea who my guests are, or is it a surprise? The man leveled an unamused look at the boy before sighing out the answer. Prince Arthas and Lord Uther Lightbringer await your pleasure. Jaina blinked almost at the same time as Kyle did, though she did have the sense to refrain from making the same comment as he did. Shit. Chapter 14. Uther kept his mind clear as he patiently waited, only occasionally forced out of his meditative state to glance at his far less calm squire. Arthas was almost vibrating with nervous energy as he stood beside the paladin, still riled up by the disturbing rumors that came along with the orders that bade them to Dalaran. The Prince of Lord Argent had focused on the fact that the heir of Alterac had brazenly orchestrated a scheme that besmirched Lord Argent's reputation. An understandable sentiment, but still one that required correcting. Uther had to point out to his royal squire that Kyle Dalem had only revealed the ineptitude of the regents appointed to him, the negligence was entirely their doing. It would take some time to hammer that lesson home though, as Arthas' youth further fed his misplaced indignation. Still, Uther was sure that the prince would correct his views soon enough, he's been quick to learn and mature in every other field, after all. As far as long waits go, it wasn't the worst. Kyle Dalem made his appearance less than an hour in, dressed sharply enough in formal attire fitting of a royal. He gave the Archmage Antonidas a formal greeting as the venerable mage left the study to give them their privacy. Lord Uther, Kyle greeted with a polite nod. Prince Arthas. Squire Arthas, Your Highness Uther corrected, reflexively entering a lecturing tone. As all are equal in the light, so too do aspirants of the Silver Hand relinquish any station they might hold when they join the order. Only after they prove themselves can they regain what they have left behind. Kyle nodded again, but did not comment on the matter any further. I'm sure you're both busy men, so if you'll permit me to be blunt, what can I do for you, Lord Uther? The supreme leader of the Knights of the Silver Hand gave a soft grunt of approval. The impatience of the young and inexperienced had its advantages over the purposeful meandering of seasoned courtiers. King-elect Kyle. I am here in the capacity of arbitrator, regarding the troubles in Alterac. Uther didn't bother hiding his frown or his disdain. He understood the value of politics, but he personally did not like wading in it himself. There were only so many simpering courtiers or self-entitled lords he could tolerate before he began to view them as no better than trolls. The smile fell off the heir of Alterac's face. It took a few seconds before Kyle replied, barely restraining from a sour expression. I suppose if there's anyone that can be deemed neutral in alliance matters. Uther gave a sympathetic nod. To get straight to it, firstly, I'm here to inform you that the Regency Council of Alterac will be restructured, and you may rest assured that each new recommendation will be subject to your review and approval for appointment. It was disrespectful to not open with an apology, but it would be even more rude in Uther's mind to be the one to offer it as a mere arbitrator. Kyle's expression scrunched up even more. How considerate. Smart lad, he knew how much that whole affair would bog him down. I'll be sure to take the opportunity to carefully go through them when the time comes, then. Uther gave Kyle a moment to stew before he continued. Next, regarding the policies you've instituted in Alterac. Interesting. The displeasure eased up rather than remain or worsen. While there is no protest against the changes you have made, questions have been raised on whether you are conscious of the significance of your actions. Kyle stared in silence for a moment before finally shrugging. Considering the utter stagnancy I've seen my supposed regents impose, I opted to reach out to the dwarves, gnomes, and elves to at least attempt at improving the state of the kingdom I'm supposed to inherit. You'll forgive me if I prefer actual advancement over losing out on immediate revenues from the convenient trade routes set up with my neighbors. Besides, the suggestions given to me were far from unreasonable or wasteful. I would not only rebuild the kingdom, but also offer the Alteraci people a chance to benefit with the employment opportunities that will follow from hiring outside overseers and trainers. Far better than importing whole labor forces from Gilneas or Stromgard, where they'd give very little back to Alterac. Uther studied the young mage carefully as he practically ranted. With the outrage clear in his eyes and voice, it was hard to imagine Kyle being coached in his words. And if the Magi were grooming his opinions as Teranaz had insinuated, then they were guiding Kyle's perspective towards more admirable and virtuous views in Uther's opinion. The argument about intentions and results aside, because otherwise the other rulers would have to look into a mirror, better a king who cared for his people and based his decisions around them than one who did not. Still he had to be thorough about his certainty. What if the people sent from Hosmodan, Kulthalas or Gnome Reagan would end up as inept as your regents? Kyle scowled, an expression that would be intimidating if not for his age. If their help proves inadequate, if no one in the alliance can offer any reasonable aid, then I'll rebuild Alterac without outside help. Now Uther felt concerned. There was a flash of zeal in the lad's eyes that reminded him too much of grim commanders readying for a last stand. Being dragged up into the position, likely knowing he was seen as little more than a puppet, the lad must feel like he had a lot to prove, either to the world or to himself, or both. Arthas, who had been silently glaring at Kyle, finally snapped at the declaration. What do you know about ruling a realm? You're just a peasant who found a library and archivists who think they know everything fr. Arthas. I'm a peasant that knows enough to see that my so-called elevation is just a ploy, Kyle spat back, his silver-grey eyes almost literally flashing with rage. I'm a jumped-up peasant that sees how blatantly obvious it is that the other kings of this alliance and their petty games are fucking the people of Alterac over. And I'll be damned if I sit back and let their thoughtless stupidity ruin innocent lives. Uther immediately stepped in between the two teenagers as both seemed ready to take a step towards each other. He addressed both sternly, fixing a slightly harder glare on his protégé. Arthas, stand down. Your Highness, please, calm yourself. The king-to-be and Squire Prince relented and eased back, settling instead for exchanging hostile glares. Youth. Uther held back the urge to sigh. In hindsight he should have had Arthas wait outside, rather than sit in to learn a thing or two about formalities. My apologies for my squire's discourtesy, Your Highness, the paladin quickly cut in. Kyle, understandably, showed none of the decorum of a noble and nodded curtly. Fine. My apologies for losing my composure as well. No offense taken, Your Highness. Your impassioned words, while harsh in judgment, hold truth to them, and I sympathize with the frustration you feel. Kyle froze up for a second then, and his head tilted to one side as he regarded Uther. Hey! Your Highness! I think you're the first person, first human at least, who uses Your Highness sincerely. Thank you. Uther could only nod at the earnest show of gratitude from Kyle, and for a moment he felt a wave of pity for the boy who saw himself as a puppet and railed against it. He saw how Kyle forcibly calmed himself down, his anger just barely restrained. Now, back to the main point. The lad shot a glare at Arthas. Lord arg3nt and the other kingdoms either purposely had their representatives stunt Alterac's reconstruction, or they cast a blind eye on the utter incompetence that went on. Malice either way you look at it. I highly doubt anything I do for the realm I'm supposed to rule can barely be any worse than what has already been allowed to go on. There was that zeal again, the deep, angry conviction that Uther doubted was imparted by whispering advisors. He'll have to have words with Taranas. Manipulated or not, Kyle was voicing genuine grievances against the rulers of the alliance. It would be dishonorable if amends were not made. Like it or not, the lad was taking his sudden elevation to a king seriously, and as far as Uther could see, the only strings he could see on Kyle were those shaken off the likes of Taranas and the other kings. I understand, the paladin presently replied, stifling a weary sigh. If it is any comfort, know that I too have found the situation in Alterac deplorable. But I also have a duty, as much an arbitrator as a servant of the light, to make sure that it does not get any worse and cause innocents to suffer. Kyle gave a bemused snort. So you have more questions? I do. With neither side wanting to drag this on any longer than necessary, Uther proceeded to inquire Kyle about the decisions he'd made. Young Kyle provided solid reasoning for each of them, and effortlessly answered any follow-up questions to convince the paladin that at the very least, Kyle comprehensively understood the consequences of his decisions. He opted to give the dwarves claim over Alterac's mineral wealth, because they would be the most effective at it, and the tax that came attached with the mining rights would not see the kingdom completely bereft of raw metals. The machines of the gnomes would be used to supplement, not supplant the Alteraci limited labor force. The training offered by the elves were preferable because they had far more extensive knowledge over the subjects than any of the human kingdoms, and they hadn't tarnished their reputation yet in Kyle's eyes. Uther could not find any real fault in Kyle's rationales. They were all sound judgments, insofar as one could make with the information they had at hand. With that, the notion that he might be a mere mouthpiece was finally stamped out for good. Whether Taranas and the other kings liked it or not, Uther found Kyle fit for the throne they have foisted him on. As for the final subject of our meeting, he concluded, producing a scroll for Kyle. There will be a summit, held in Lord arg3nt in a month's time, to discuss the matter of Alterac. Your presence would be. Uther didn't try lying by saying most welcomed. Preferred. Kyle was silent for a couple of thoughtful seconds before he responded. When you say a summit, does it mean? The paladin nodded, already intuiting the young heir's meaning. The rulers or representatives Kulthalas, Hosmodan and Gnome Reagan will be attending as well. You have my word that you will be given equal time to voice your thoughts and grievances as your peers. With a resolute nod from Kyle, the meeting was done with. Considering the way they were glaring daggers at each other, Uther allowed for Arthur's half-hearted apology for his earlier outburst, though he'd have to remind his squire about the importance of propriety later. Perhaps his station as prince had made Arthur's take certain things for granted. It was a lesson for another time. Uther bade the young king to be a sincere farewell, and then marched out of the Kirin Tor's sanctum. As arbitrator, his current tasks were done, but as a paladin of the light, a warrior of justice and righteousness, there were some hard questions that he needed to ask of old friends. If Kyle truly was set up to fail as he had implied, Uther would have to revise his role in the coming meeting, and perhaps revise his regard of the human kings of the Alliance. Author's notes, time skip in a few chaps' time. Also, next chap should answer the questions about summoning zealots and other fleshy Protoss units. Chapter 15. Tristan glanced furtively about the domed room, particularly at the sealed door. So, what are we doing here? Actually, why are we here at all? Because you're all about the closest people I have to friends here, and I reckon you'd be interested in an exchange of services for information. Kyle's reply was immediate and breezy as he swept a scrutinizing gaze across the cleared center of the room. You're being melodramatic again, Lizzie muttered not too softly from beside Tristan's waist. Despite her words though, the pink-haired gnome wore a curious look as she regarded both the room they were in as well as the boy who'd invited them in here. Really, Kyle, you really should try socializing, Nelrath added, the high elf's voice tinged with exasperation and ribbing. Cultivating the air of a hermit is unappealing, and you are going to need to learn how to interact with a wider group of people. Again Kyle's response was quick and half-absent. I have. You're good practice as is. It helped me lots in Alterac. Tristan joined everyone else in rolling their eyes at their classmates' behavior. For the love of. Nelrath groaned as he rubbed at his temples, and then turned to the other guest of this semi-secret rendezvous. Please talk some sense into him, Jaina. I gave up long ago, the Princess of Kul Tiras answered with a cheerily resigned shrug. A smirk bloomed on her face, and Tristan had to hammer into his mind that she was way out of his league to maintain his rationality. If Kyle's going to be a misanthropic king, it'll mean he gets ousted and sent back here. Which I think is his grand plan. Kyle seemed finished with defining his casting space, as he turned back to the quartet with an unamused look. I wish. Anyway, are you all interested in this or not? You've not told us what this is, yet, Tristan pointed out. We've been dragged through the professor's wing and maybe made to trespass into a mage's private lab. Archmage Crassus has given me permission to use this room. Tristan almost felt his eyes strain as he rolled them. Oh joy! We're about to be party to vandalizing an archmage's chamber. Not just a normal mage, no. I'm not going to do any destructive testing, Kyle countered with a huff. To forestall any further griping, he then produced a scroll from a discreet satchel hanging off him. Look, I'm going to show you a spell I've been permitted to share. And? Lizzie prodded. And because you're all better casters than I am, you'll help me cast the spell so I can try some non-destructive testing. There was a moment of silence as everyone digested his words, and then a collective sigh. Please don't tell me this is the part where you reveal yourself to be a warlock, Nelrath groaned. Please, Lizzie cut in. It'd make more sense if he did so. Kyle let out a theatrical sigh. Look, there's nothing forbidden about this, all right? Master Crassus probably knows you're all here thanks to the wards in the doorway. Shit. Tristan forgot to consider that. His head immediately snapped back to the door, half expecting for a guardian golem or elemental to manifest and smite him for his earlier comments about the room's lack of tidiness. And he's been briefed and has given me the approval to proceed with this. Lizzie kept a skeptical glare on Kyle as she took the scroll off him, and the three other novices easily bent over above the gnome to have a look at its contents. It's a conjuring spell. Tristan immediately commented as his eyes ran through the first lines of the formula. A potent summoning spell, Nelrath corrected. Compact and efficient. Where'd you get this, Kyle? Master Crassus knows a hermit mage who knows a thing or two about magic. Silence fell again as the novices fully studied the scroll, digesting the intricacies of the spell's construction. It was a highly complex conjuration spell, one that managed to be tightly focused in what it could summon, yet had such loose tolerances that even mere novices could, at least on paper, cast it without too taxing their focus. What really drew Tristan's attention though was the subject of summoning. Aren't summoned crystals practically useless as ingredients? I'm not using it as an ingredient. Could you please be less cryptic? Nelrath sniped, his eyes still fixed on the scroll. Kyle let out an annoyed huff. Look, I just need a whole bunch of a specific quartz right now for some testing. Master Crassus is busy with other matters, and he agreed that I could seek discretionary help. Lizzie tore her gaze from the scroll to look at Kyle. How discretionary? You can keep the scroll, he replied, shrugging. Just, keep what follows after that to yourself. It's not gonna be demons. For fucks. I'm not a warlock, Lizzie. The gnome grinned. I don't know. Reclusive, handles unknown magic, summons a flying eyeball. Could have fooled me. Despite the teasing, the 4 novices did eventually agree to aid Kyle's simple request. Just summon as much quartz as you can. Fill the whole room up, for all I care. Should have clued me in earlier, Tristan groused. I'd have brought my pickaxe. They spread out across the circular chamber, forming an axis while Kyle stood back and watched. Nelrath went first, on account of being the most experienced caster present. He glanced down to the scroll only a few times as he gestured, and with a forceful push of his arms along with a shout of exertion, a small shockwave radiated out from the center of the chamber as a pile of chunky blue crystals about half the height of the elf literally appeared out of thin air. Nelrath wiped his brow as he slowly exhaled. Be careful, it's an easy spell to cast, but it takes a bit out of you. Duly noted, Lizzie said, taking the scroll next and going through the same motions. She visibly trembled as she let loose the spell to conjure not only a pile larger than herself, but also marginally larger than Nelrath's. Not as hard as you make it sound, Nell. She was being competitive about it for some reason. Jaina went next, and Tristan had to remind himself to stop from staring so much as the blonde novice gestured with far more grace than either elf and gnome. The princess aimed her spell higher in the air, causing the summoned blue quartz to rain prettily on both Nelrath's and Lizzie's piles to create a larger conglomeration. Then it was Tristan's turn, and he thought did respectably enough, putting a cap on the whole heap that made it higher than everyone present. As they studied the result of their work, Kyle gave an appreciative nod. My thanks. Do you want to go for another round? I think we'll wait and see what you're actually going to do with it first, Jaina replied. Fair enough. Now, if you could, please keep the following to yourselves. As long as it's nothing warlocky, Tristan said before Lizzie could, triumphantly savoring her glare. The quartet sat or stood back as Kyle figuratively took to the stage. He walked up to the glinting pile and reached a hand out. By now, seeing his eyes alight with an eldritch glow was utterly mundane to Tristan, though he did feel a rash of concern as the air around him felt charged with something. Lightning arced out from Kyle's fingertips to dance across the crystal in chunks, causing them to glow with the same blue-white light that spilled from his eyes. Tristan had to squint and cover his eyes with a hand from the increasing brightness, and a quick glance to his sides showed that the others were in similar states. Loud cracks rang out, followed by sharp grinding and crunching. Through the stabs of light, Tristan could just make out the silhouette of the quartz heap rippling and shrinking. And then there was a final, ear-stabbing crack as the blinding light flared and suddenly snuffed out. As Tristan slowly lowered his hand and his eyesight adjusted to normal light levels, he found that the heap of blue quartz had been replaced with a loose pyramid made of dimly glowing translucent cubes. What even as he opened his mouth to raise the obvious question, the Lizzie-sized cubes began to evaporate. Tristan stared mutely as the center of the chamber became empty in a few seconds, with the only blue-white glow left emanating from Kyle's eyes. That too was snuffed as he snapped out of his casting trance and regarded Tristan and the others. I'm sorry that your transmutation didn't last, Nelrath began sincerely, though it trailed off as Kyle broke into a smile. Oh, no. It went perfectly well. Then where'd the blocks go? Lizzie asked, peering around as if the transmuted cubes would suddenly appear out of thin air. Let's just say it's being stored in a cache somewhere. It was hard not to stare at Kyle then, so Tristan didn't bother trying. He joined Lizzie in silently boring a hole into the boy with an unvoiced question for further elaboration, but Kyle didn't budge. So, is that all? Jaina asked. You didn't just call us all the way here for that, right? Kyle's smile widened, probably the first time Tristan had seen the potential Mage King show such levels of excitement. Of course not. I mean, you're free to leave if you want to. Nobody did, and instead the quartet kept closer to the walls as Kyle's eyes lit up again and he raised his arms. A shimmer of light rained down from out of nowhere and thickened at points to create a silhouette of a giant. There was a sense of something far more weighty to his gestures now compared to when he summoned his eyeball probe, something that made Tristan and Nelrath silently cast a protective ward as they watched. The eldritch summoning took a while, the streams of light adding more layers of detail as they rained down for almost half a minute. Tristan could see something that was larger than a troll or orc, at least the descriptions he'd read about them, but did not give off too bulky an impression. The legs looked a bit weird, and there were weird growths on its shoulders. Tristan didn't have the time to fully speculate on the details as the summoning was completed with another crack of sound. This time, it was followed by a clamorous crash of metal as Kyle's summon completely collapsed to the floor. Shit! They ran over to his side, tense and ready for trouble, but they found Kyle kneeling dejectedly and staring at a heap of exotic golden metal. Golden metal armor, Tristan corrected himself as he noticed what were large greaves and breastplate and bracers. Each piece was studded with finely cut blue gems. Each piece was obviously too large for Kyle or anyone else to wear. Tristan finally understood why the legs looked so weird when he finally saw how the whole assembly looked double-jointed, like a large prairie bird. There was even armor for claw-like feet. Who had legs like that? Kyle. Jaina called out with concern at the boy kneeling by the metal pieces and mumbling what were probably a stream of curses. Kyle, are you all right? Yeah, he replied in a snap, finally rising up. Yeah. Just surprised, that's all. And disappointed, Lizzie bluntly added. And that, he confirmed with a weak smirk. Jaina glanced at the armor on the floor. Was there something supposed to be in that suit? There was a heavy second before Kyle nodded, sighing deflatedly. Yeah. I thought I'd. He glanced at the pile, and then to the 4 novices, and then sighed again. Never mind. Didn't pan out as expected. Don't lose heart, Nelrath comforted. You still achieved some results. I'm sure with some further refinement. I doubt it, Kyle cut in. I mean, if this his eyes glowed then, and in seconds, a golden probe popped up in the air beside him, floating with eerie sereneness. If this works, then that should have as well. I mean, more than just the armor pieces. Fuck. He gave a dismissive wave of his hand, and both the probe and the pile of armor instantly became glowing, transparent things for a second before they vanished with a clap of displaced air. I thought you couldn't dismiss your summons. Jaina queried with a raised brow. Kyle dragged himself out of his despondency to look surprised, like a thief caught in the act for some reason. Oh. I eventually recalled how to do it. Careless oversight on my part. Well, maybe you did another oversight here. She added in a reassuring tone. Yeah, this is your first time casting the spell, right? Tristan chipped in with a shrug. It's fancy, and fancy spells aren't exactly the easiest. Despite his skeptical expression, Kyle hummed in thought at the encouragement. Maybe. Nelrath joined in to lift Kyle from his dejection. Well, the evening's still young, perhaps we can still conjure more quartz as a stockpile for your future attempts. Yeah, it beats being led around like thieves in the night each the next time you want more, Lizzie added. There was a moment's pause before Kyle nodded, offering grateful thanks to them. While the others worked to help Kyle, Tristan found himself staring dumbly at the sudden realization of Kyle's summons. The other boy had far more power than he's letting show to be able to so casually cast 2 summoning spells just like that. It might not exactly be arcane power, but it was magical power nonetheless. And Tristan suddenly felt glad that he didn't owe Kyle anything, nor did they have any thorny issues between them. Kyle did try summoning the giant thing once again, but once more it was an empty suit of gold and gems. At least he didn't look too dejected by the result this time. Instead, as he dismissed the armor, a worrying lamanic gleam suddenly filled his eyes as he came to an epiphany. I'll need gas. Hey. There was a resolute nod, and then Kyle was regarding the 4 of them with a querying look. Do any of you by any chance know of any sort of green gas? Tristan was about to exchange worried glances with Nelrath, Lizzie, and Jaina, but the Princess of Kul Tira's had to nod at Kyle and further enable his madness. What properties would the gas have? She asked with genuine academic curiosity. Damn it, Jaina, Lizzie hissed, but by then it was too late, and Tristan found himself roped into a research group. Author's notes, Met, this wasn't supposed to be a full-blown chapter. Anyways, with that reveal out of the way, Kyle can't warp in actual flesh and blood Protoss. He'll get their armor, their vehicles, their robots, and their clothes, but no actual Protoss. No, he does not have access to the purifiers yet. That'll require a catalyst, as will his access to Nerazim and Tal'Darim tech. Kyle's workaround for Dragoons and Immortals is already decided, but would take a while to get to due to some checkpoints I need to reach first. Chapter 16. Callum could barely contain his delight as his brother returned, but contain it he did. After all, Kyle wasn't supposed to be back home, weird how home was now a huge palace, anytime soon. Yet here he was, in the dead of night, sneaking about the palace hallways like how he did back in the farm when he had to find time to practice his magic. And like before, it was only pure happenstance that Callum caught his brother, because he was still brimming with excitement from the day's training with the powerful dwarf lady and wanted to sneak out to do some practice of his own. Kal. Hey, Kyle. Kyle let out a soft exhale as he quickly ushered Callum into a darker corner, hissing with disapproval. What are you doing out so late? You're supposed to be sleeping. Me? What about you? The younger brother countered in a harsh whisper without missing a beat. Aren't you supposed to be in school? Clear embarrassment flashed across Kyle's shadowed face for a moment before he glared back. Yeah, well. I have magic to bring me here and back real quick, so it's not a problem for me. And I can't sleep. Callum retorted. So I decided to be productive, as you say. This time there was a huff from the older sibling as he shook his head, Kyle's silver eyes glinting from the dim light leaking in the main hallway. You're too young to be turning my words against me, he said dryly, and Callum could almost picture his brother's lopsided grin hidden in the darkness. How's things going so far? Everything all right? Ma and Pa doing good? Callum nodded his head. We're all good. Pa's spending time farming a garden, and Ma's do. The words died immediately and both brothers froze as they heard the shuffle of footsteps approach. Neither made a sound and they instinctively held their breaths and hugged the walls. It was like they were avoiding the town guards again. Even if the guards here were supposed to be following Kyle's orders, Callum absently noted. And this time, Callum was old enough to know how to stay really quiet. No weak lungs or upset stomach tonight. The guards eventually passed, none the wiser, allowing the brothers to resume their conversation. So why are you here? Callum asked again, doing his best to emulate his older brother's intense tone. To his delight, it worked, because Kyle gave a sigh and conceded the battle of wills with a slump of his shoulders. Look, I just need to get back to my room for something, all right? It's a quick thing. So why do you gotta sneak in to do it? You could wait for tomorrow or something. Kyle leveled a heavy stare that seemed to pierce the darkness, causing Callum to almost wince. Why are you sneaking to do more training when you can wait until tomorrow or something? Crud. He got him there. Hearing no answers from Callum, Kyle's lips twitched into what must be a grin. I'll make you deal, you pretend you didn't see me, and I'll pretend I didn't see you. Deal, Callum answered without hesitation, aware that dallying here further would waste precious training time. His brother gave a pleased nod and prepared to leave, pausing at the last moment. Next time I come back to Alterac properly, if you're doing good enough with your lessons, I'll have the smiths make you a sword. Callum's eyes went wide. Promise. Only if you promise to be worthy of it. The younger boy nodded with determination. I will. Kyle reached out and ruffled his hair before fleeing into the shadows, leaving Callum alone to slink off in the other direction with barely suppressed delight. He had a sword to earn, and even if not, he had to convince the dwarf lady that he could handle more than simple routines with a stick. Ever since the meeting with Uther, Kyle had gained a drive that propelled him to researching various topics and paying full attention in his classes. Not that he wasn't doing so before, but now he actively asked questions, and spent time after classes to discuss the lessons with the professors. He even applied himself in the practical lessons, ignoring his own poor innate arcane abilities to focus on how everyone else conducted their spell casting. From the whys and hows of somatic gestures, to the finer details of wand usage, Kyle observed everything intently and sought clarification when required. Which was a lot of times. To the point that half the practical teachers were highly impressed with his pursuit of knowledge, and the other half were annoyed at having to provide thorough answers to satisfy his questions. There was a kind of frantic urgency in his studying, as if Kyle was trying to gorge on what he could before a drought came. If he was not interrogating his teachers or locked away with Archmage Crassus, he was pouring through the library's stock of knowledge. And if he wasn't in any of the libraries, then he was in some lab or another working on something. Gina would be lying if she didn't find his research highly curious. She'd worked with Kyle in scouring the archives for his mysterious green gas, and it didn't take too many guesses for them to stumble upon something that met Kyle's specifications. Corpse gas. That was all to it. Well, corpse gas from decomposing matter transmuted by Kyle's magic. They initially tried a rare breed of mushroom, an exotic ingredient taken off an alchemical treatise. Then after a thought, and considering how hard it was to procure the mushroom, they tried other fungi, and when that worked, they moved on to green plants, and then to various meats. It was one of the uncommon cases where an ingredient didn't have to be novel or exotic to work. Kyle had been ecstatic, and Gina had to admit sharing some of it as it was a marvelous result to a joint research project conducted outside of her normal curriculum. There were no professors to herd them down the right path, no real clue as to where to begin, no clear priority list. It was, academically, highly exciting. What bugged her though was after the findings, in the end it was merely just an ingredient, Kyle hadn't told her what the green gas was actually for. In due time, was the infuriating answer the boy gave when Gina asked about it, and any attempts at even sneaking a peek into Kyle's notes came up with nothing relevant. His current research was focused on more banal things like arcane foci and counterspells, probably finding workarounds to allow him to actually cast such spells. The niggling curiosity was mildly frustrating, enough for Gina to entertain the idea of grabbing Kyle really hard by the collar to shake out an answer. Thankfully, it didn't come to that, because a week later, Kyle actually approached her. I'm gonna call in the favors, he said in the seclusion of a library corner. Gina blinked and played dumb. Favors? For the scrolls I've been passing you. I didn't ask for them. But you still kept them instead of returning them or reporting me. Point, she conceded before narrowing her gaze at him. What kind of favor? Your secrecy, and your assistance with some spell work. I missed something blindingly obvious. Ahoy. And that involves? Kyle sighed. Nothing warlocky, I promise. Gina ended up meeting him again that evening in the same library, using the excuse of long research as a cover. She spied Kyle discreetly placing a palm-sized, pyramid-shaped object of the same gold as his summons in a crevice between bookshelves. He noted her noticing, and simply shrugged. You'll understand in a bit. All set. Jaina couldn't help leveling a look at him. We're going somewhere. It won't be long, I promise. Kyle glanced about, making sure that they were truly the only ones in that particular section of the library, and then huffed somewhat nervously as he quickly produced a small chunk of blue quartz wrapped in a band of gold. Hold on to this please. Good. Good, it works. She couldn't help it. What works? Attunement. Now, don't panic, we're just... Jaina stifled a gasp as light began to bathe her, the same light from Kyle's failed summon more than a week ago. She also realized that she couldn't move, not even her eyes. Caught mid-gasp, the blonde novice noted how the world beyond the curtain of light around her seemed to stretch before there was a blinding flash and she found herself completing her gasp. Going for a jump. It all took maybe a couple of seconds, and as the light faded away, Jaina realized she was no longer in the library. She immediately recognized being inside a massive cavern, bathed in a soft blue glow. Crisp, sparking sounds echoed seemingly from all about, and the air was thick with the sharpness of freshly unleashed lightning. Then Jaina turned to look behind her, and she almost jumped back when she realized the massive golden pyramid with a large, floating crystal on its tip filling up the cavern's space. A probe zoomed past with a stump of wood caged in thin lightning hovering in front of it. Jaina tracked it as it flew towards another structure behind the underground pyramid, a grand arch of sorts made of the same gold. Kyle. What how? Welcome to my outpost. Outpost? Where are we? He shrugged. Doesn't really matter. You'll be fine, don't worry. Jaina gawked at the pyramid looming over her, and then stared at Kyle. How did you build this? Another infuriating shrug. The same way I built my probe. Harvested loads of minerals, and then, voila. Jaina blinked, and the receding island of reason picked up the significance of his words. The transmuted quartz was somehow a catalyst to create more things? So his probe wasn't a real conjuration, a real summon then? So. Forcing herself out of her shock, Jaina nodded towards the pyramid. What's that? Kyle offered a weak smile as he answered. Nothing that I can really explain right now. I can say that the interior's remarkably bare, though. She simply stared at him again, and eventually Kyle shrugged. Anyway, we don't have much time. If you'll come with me. Jaina followed Kyle past the golden pyramid, finding more fantastical structures as she rounded the corner. Just beside the large arch, there was a building with an oblong, glass dome and chimneys where the probe flew into and deposited the stump. Jaina noted how wisps of the green transmuted corpse gas spewed out the chimneys at intervals, as well as what looked like a growing pile of compost within the transparent dome. Not too far away, there was a lobed structure with pools of blue light spilling out on its roof, as well as a cluster of cylindrical formations with jagged spikes sprouting out of it. What really caught Jaina's eyes though were the dozen or so floating crystal spikes scattered about the cavern, glowing and hovering idly above the ground. Just as impossibly, rings and leaf-shaped structures orbited them. It took a few seconds before Jaina had the idea to look into the palm of her hand and notice that the crystal Kyle gave her was practically a miniature of these floating crystals. Come to think of it, the small object Kyle placed between the bookshelves earlier seemed like a miniature of the pyramid behind her. I built this outpost before I summoned my first probe, if you can believe it, Kyle spoke, drawing Jaina out of her shocked musing. How? Was all she could manage. I convert blue quartz or citron into, blocks, and with enough blocks, I'm able to, I guess, transmute them into these buildings. Jaina blinked. But how? I don't really know. Yet. The Kul Tiran princess let out a frustrated sigh at the answer. I mean, how exactly are arcane missiles formed? There's theories, but everyone's happy to settle for the fact that it simply works. She glowered at Kyle, who took the hint and continued leading her. They cleared the gilded buildings and reached what seemed to be a field of sorts. Jaina spied flakes of blue and gold crystals in patches glittering on the barren cavern's ground and wall like glassy moss. Finally, Kyle stepped up to actually provide some explanation here. So, somehow my magic, Shinix, I call it, interacts with blue quartz and citron to turn them into different sorts of crystals. From those crystals, I can further refine them into blocks that are used for, well. He trailed off and swept an arm to the buildings behind them. Anyway, these crystals can grow, but very slowly. And I'm running low on blocks to use. So you want me to help summon more quartz to turn into blocks? Jaina guessed, though Kyle shook his head. I was thinking more that you summon the quartz so I can seed the ground with the raw, pre-blocked crystals. Should speed up the mineral patch growth a bit. Jaina frowned at him. Still, you brought me all the way here, to summon more crystals. At least Kyle had the decency to look sheepish. Well, yeah. Plus maybe I wanted someone to show off all this to. The annoyance faded from Jaina a bit, and she blinked before turning back to the buildings glowing and glittering within the cavernous space. With the shock bled away, the underground outpost was a spectacular sight, beautiful even. Nobody else knows? She asked, turning back to Kyle. Archmage Crassus might have a glimpse or two from his scrying, but, yet. He shrugged lightly, offering a smile. You're about it for now. Jaina blinked again, and glanced over her shoulders once more to take in the sight of the buildings and floating crystals, and finally returned her attention to the glittering field. Suddenly, she didn't feel so annoyed and frustrated anymore. How much quartz do you want me to summon? As much as you're comfortable with, doesn't have to be a lot. The novice princess let out a soft sigh before nodding. Come on then. I'll get started. It only took 2 conjurations of blue quartz for Kyle to be satisfied, and then Jaina spent the rest of the time admiring the cavern. Somehow, she managed to withhold from asking further questions. The whys and hows were held back as Jaina began to appreciate the air of serenity offered by the soft blue illumination, and admitted to feeling some sense of marvel at watching more probes fly in to deposit logs or lumps of grass into the chimneyed assimilator as Kyle calls it. They left after Kyle was done tending to his crystal garden, returning to the library in the same, frozen light bathe method as they left it. Thanks for the help, Jaina. Not a problem, she answered, finding herself genuinely smiling with satisfaction. Thanks for showing me around. Kyle shrugged sheepishly at that. If all goes well, I can bring you there again later. Hopefully by then there'd be more improvements to wow you some more. It was well into midnight when they left the library, and Jaina found herself still smiling as she returned to her dorm. Her smile grew as she brought up the small crystal Kyle had gifted her, noting how it glowed faintly in the dark. Chapter 17. Anastarian Sons Strider had to admit, despite how much he didn't care for human politics, the recent developments had made things interesting and entertaining enough that he was less reluctant to be involved in the alliance. Terranaz and his lunatic ideas about taming the orcs had put a strain on relations between the kingdoms, and if not for the excuse it provided it would have tempted the Elven King to really pressure Lord arg3nt about it and remind everyone that the Kaldorei were not convenient lackeys at anyone's beck and call. Hearing of Thoraz and Jen going back and forth was also amusing, enough so that Anastarian had kept a few choice transcripts that were of particular amusement. Yet, it was the humans' latest and most clumsy game that had roused Anastarian from indifference. The Alterac affair had resulted in the king seeking out and crowning what should have been a placeholder to buy Terranaz time to figure out a compromise that would satisfy his allies. But instead of a gullible victim, Kyle Dalem had proven to be unsatisfied in being a puppet. Anastarian had read the reports from his son, Kale that's, to know better than to assume that Kyle was being led on as some humans might assume. Crassus was a mysterious and respected figure even back when Anastarian was still a prince. He had been one of the first wizards sent to enlighten the humans to the dangers of recklessly wielding arcane magic, leading to the creation of the arg3nt. Even back then, the enigmatic archmage had a reputation of being reserved, aloof and highly learned, and the few students he did take on spoke of nothing but respect for their patient yet demanding master. Crassus was a mage who was beyond the care of intrigue and petty squabbling, caring only for the matters of the arcane. It would be far more believable to say that a troll was pulling at Kyle's strings instead of accusing Crassus. No, the boy's initiative was his own. At most, his mentor might offer some insight into the intricacies, or the lack of it, of human politics, and let the boy decide for himself. With that clarity in mind, Anastarian found himself highly intrigued by the choices that Kyle made. Halion Donsong was a reliable retainer. If he said that the boy had acted beyond his age to orchestrate the humiliation of the so-called regents, then the king believed it. Halion had spoken of how Kyle had been thorough in seeking advice from himself and the others who followed him, planning for the various ways the regents might react. Which meant that Kyle was smarter for not only his age, but for a supposed peasant bastard. Which meant that Kyle Dalem could be dangerous if underestimated. With that in mind, Anastarian paid close attention to the boy sitting opposite him as the summit of alliance leaders began. Kyle had come by himself, without a retinue, which reflected his status as a newly elected king and banished a good deal of assumptions of being puppet. Of course, the stalwart Antonidas sat several seats away from the boy's side, with Thoraz Trollbane and the gnome Regan counselor between them, just in case. Anastarian returned to the present just as Terranaz finished his welcoming speech, and honed his senses towards reading the assembled leaders. He could feel Dalen scowling to his right whenever the Lord Admiral glanced at Kyle. In the same vein, Thoraz didn't hide his annoyance at being seated next to the young king-elect, while Jen seemed a few steps away from snarling rapidly. Truly, things were becoming quite amusing. Now then, to the matters at hand, King Terranaz spoke in a calming, patronizingly gentle tone, bringing forward the formal ascension of Kyle Dalem to the throne of Alterac. The kings of Stromgard and Gilneas were not pleased by the announcement, but only Jen had the discourtesy to scoff aloud. Lord Uther. All eyes around the table turned to Uther the Lightbringer, who stepped forwards from behind Terranaz, looking utterly stoic and expressionless. Your Highnesses, as you all know, I've been tasked with discovering the truth about the goings-on in Alterac. Anastarian detected the slightest ticks in the man's eye as he turned to Kyle. I shall put it bluntly, thus far, I've found nothing to suggest that King-elect Kyle has been under undue influence in his dealings in Alterac. From what I have gathered, His Highness was justified in acting after the discovery of gross mismanagement from his regents. The human kings hid their squirming poorly at the implied accusation. Uther either didn't notice or had the grace to ignore their discomfort. By all accounts, the advice King-elect Kyle sought and implemented were all reasonable and fair, with no sinister motives. If anything, perhaps some comment could be made that he should have reached out to Dalaran over some matters, but considering how he wished to avoid undue assumptions, it was an understandable decision. Silence followed after the report, heavy and awkward. Anastarian kept himself from grinning as he decided to banish it. So, Lord Uther, would it be safe to assume that the young king has conducted himself well, especially for his age? There was a flash of annoyance in the paladin's eyes before he gave a slow nod. King-elect Kyle discovered his regents, behaving against Alterac's interest, and as his station allowed and demanded, he acted decisively to make up for their lacking, seeking solid advice and keeping within the boundaries of his power to do so. Anastarian let out a soft, thoughtful hum as he glanced at Kyle, and then to the other human kings. So, the accuser concerns about his competency is proven false? Without a doubt. Indeed, Uther curtly answered, clearly not happy about being dragged into this. The Elven King broke into a placid smile. Well then, it seems that apologies are in order. Why yes. Terenaz coughed out before drawing himself up to fix on a more regal posture. On behalf of the Alliance, you have my sincerest apologies for the insinuations leveled against you. Anastarian did not miss his chance to scoff softly at the poorly offered regret before nodding at the boy. Please do note, young king, that the convocation of Silvermoon was not involved in such unfounded claims. The impotent looks he received from around the table was easily ignored, though what intrigued Anastarian more was how Kyle seemed genuinely surprised at being addressed so. Kyle came here expecting enemies on all sides perhaps? Curious. The boy quickly recovered though, and returned the nod with one of his own. Magni Bronzebeard, King of Hosmodan, suddenly but predictably added. Considering how much the dwarves valued integrity, and Magni his stubborn pride as a king, he had to make his innocence known. I admit, I shared some doubts, hearing of a mere boy making such decisions, but neither me nor my council thought of lurking shadows. Magni gave an almost theatrically exaggerated shrug at Kyle. They were good ideas, yours. We just thought someone was showing you the ropes, is all. Understandable, Kyle replied cautiously, eyes narrowing just the slightest. Quite so, the Gnomeregan counselor that Anastarian hadn't bothered to remember added. I have to say, the idea to repurpose obsolete war machines for civilian use is quite inspired. It's too early to make promises, but I'm sure that with ingenuity, Alterac will be rebuilt in little time at all. Terenaz Unsubtle let out another cough to get everyone back to the subject at hand. Thank you, Lord Uther. Now then, as that matter has been cleared up, we might perhaps move on to the next related topic. The human king had the decency to look embarrassed as he spoke his next words. While his initial decisions were admirable, it also highlights the need for competent advisors for Kyle. Alliance advisors. Anastarian sniped, feigning bemusement. Of course. Thoras came in. We got rid of Pernold, but his people who fed his treachery are still about. Can't have them spreading their poison. Dalen gave a curt, if reluctant nod. We'll make sure that the candidates are properly vetted, of course. Of course, Anastarian finished with a smile, just barely masking his amusement. Terenaz gave his close allies an appreciative nod before he addressed them all again. Now, the current pro. If I may. Kyle interrupted with a casual raise of his hand. The king of Lord Aaron blinked but knew better than to stammer as he gave his younger peer a turn to speak. Perhaps, rather than deciding matters for me, you'll allow me to seek out help and build a court by myself? At least I might have a better inkling on what expertise Alterac needs right now. Of course Jen was the one to scoff at that the loudest. Pfft. The whelp makes one decent call and suddenly thinks he knows better than everyone. Impressively, Kyle slowly turned to level a heavy-lidded stare at the king of Gilneas. I know enough that letting the same people who chose my regents would likely result in similar choices again, and I'd be stuck with lousy advice from people whose intent and allegiances are tied elsewhere. Jen gave a bark of laughter. Ha! Boys got balls, at least. He looked to Terenaz, Dalen and finally Thoras before turning his gaze back on Kyle. Don't get too ahead of yourself, boy. Don't forget who raised a dirty peasant like yourself into a king in the first place. I do, Kyle returned without missing a beat. That's why I have reason to worry about incompetence as they couldn't deal with Alterac's actual claimants and had to settle for me. The table shook as Magni kicked on a leg to hold back a snort or a cough, or maybe both. Thoras and Dalen joined Jen in glowering at Kyle, while Antonidas simply leaned back in silence and the gnome counselor's eyes went wide with surprise. Terranaz rocked back in his seat, and Uther seemed ready to physically intervene. Anastarion himself felt the urge to grin openly at the unfolding scene. Oh, this was truly entertaining. You ungrateful little bastard. Jen growled, about to rise up, and once more Kyle retaliated coldly. Grateful for what, halfwit? Half-wee? Kyle raised his voice to speak through Jen's outrage, leveling his glare at his human peers. I was looking forward to being a student in Dalaran until you lot forced the damned throne on me. And now that I'm taking the job seriously, you're all throwing fits over it. If you wanted a puppet, you should have told me from the start so I needn't have wasted my time trying to actually be a good king. You insolent. I'm not the one throwing threats and insults about, halfwit. Your highnesses, Uther finally cut in, much to Anastarion's annoyance. Gentlemen, please. Compose yourselves. Jen gave a huff. I will, once the bastards apologized for his lack of respect. Before Anastarion could react to such audacity, the king-elect's eyes literally flashed, startling everyone. I'm not the one addressing others like whelp and bastard about, halfwit. Kyle shot up, the chair falling away with a crash that accentuated his move and mood as he swept his glare across the human kings. I'm not the one who brazenly sent lackeys to fuck up Alterac over selfish political games, stopping its people from properly rebuilding and recovering. I'm not the one being condescending and offering nothing but dislike and distrust for breaking up your stupid games and trying to be a decent king. I'm not the one accusing another ruler of being truly incompetent and a puppet to some hidden power, only because they're not my puppet in the first place. Anastarion found himself releasing his breath at the same time as the boy slowly exhaled to calm himself, and all about him, the others were tense. Antonidas seemed ready to cast a defensive spell, Magni seemed ready to flip the table as a shield, Uther was going for his hammer, the only weapon in the room, and the human kings looked like they understood the gravity of their impending doom if Kyle decided to lash out. Respect is earned, Kyle finally said softly, but the words carried easily over the strained silence. And none of you have earned enough for me to even think about pissing on you if you're on fire. The king-elect of Alterac glanced back to the topple chair, and then looked back at the stunned and wary rulers. If you don't want me taking care of Alterac as a king should, then, as you've been the one who put me on the damned throne. He fixed Jen with a harsh glare as he turned his words back on him. Then take me off it. So I can go back to my studies, and be happily oblivious to further idiocies of kings. The tension grew along with the silence, until finally Anastarion decided to interfere before Jen and the others could rise up to throttle Kyle for his audacity and ruin the scene. Well said, the king of Kulthalas calmly said. Well said indeed, king-elect. Kyle's surprise added rather nicely to the amusement. Unfortunately, Kyle is right, Anastarion continued with just enough regal regret in his voice, as if he'd been party to the human's incompetence. Mistakes and impropriety have been made against him. Mistakes and impropriety that should be addressed and corrected. He rose up to give the boy a supportive nod. It'd be an embarrassment and a shame to have a king of such potential as yourself be cast out for our faults. Anastarion swept his gaze across the table, and Antonidas thankfully didn't need a pointed look to chime in. King Varian was barely 10 when he was forced to take the throne, and though he had good advisors at hand, the decisions he made were known to be reliable. You can't compare Varian to this bee. The lad king-elect Kyle is right, Magni cut in rather gruffly. Anastarion was surprised to find the dwarf being so moved. He hasn't been given cause to trust the alliance, and good reason too. I say he deserves a chance. And a proper apology for the shite he's forced into. Pardon the language. Interestingly, it was Uther who put the final touches to the scene and twisted the figurative knife. King-elect Kyle has every reason to be distrustful, as King Magni has said. The actions of the regents of Alterac have not been honorable, righteous, or just. Similar grave doubts are also cast on the conduct of those who appointed them. Hey! The paladin followed his principles, rather than his king. Interesting. And with such an endorsement, the 4 human kings of the alliance deflated in defeat and, barring Jen, shame. Terranaz managed another half-hearted apology, which Kyle graciously didn't kick up a fuss over, and from there it was a simple thing to not only confirm Kyle as king of Alterac, effective immediately, but for everyone to come to an agreement that he would rule over his realm free from the insistence of the alliance. He was free to seek advice and aid just like any other king, and the decisions he made were not beholden to the interests of any kingdom outside his own. I'll look forward to raising a toast when he buries himself in his own mistakes, Thoras had softly muttered, but not soft enough for elven ears to pick up. It was a fitting precedent to set, a decent first step. A more independent Alterac could be just the slope to lead towards Kulthala's peaceful and uneventful secession. The meeting wore on to more bland matters, though Anastarion suffered through it so that he could congratulate the newly minted King Kyle Dalem and offer some overt support in rebuilding his kingdom at the end of it all. It was the least he could do for the amusement alone, never mind for setting the first stone in freeing Kulthalas from the alliance. Chapter 18, 13 ADP. Initial reports from the farms are optimistic, Your Highness. Kyle nodded at the minor official as he sat casually in his rather plain throne. The original, gilded piece had been melted down to add to the treasury the moment Kyle returned to Alterac. Similarly, the young king was rather simply dressed, looking more like he'd be heading to the training grounds or even the fields instead of attending a royal court. Everyone was used to the little quirk by now though. Good. Complaints? The man gave a cheery smile as he answered. All farmsteads have adopted the gnomish machines without reluctance, Your Highness. Fuel consumption is within expectations, and there's no calls for repairs yet. If there's any discontent, it is private. Pelton joined the king in nodding happily at that. Really, it boggles the mind seeing how worrisome humans can be. The first time the engineers presented the farming machines, there were terrified cries with absurd misassumptions that the converted tractors would somehow damage their fields. Riots had actually threatened to break out until Kyle stepped in and assured them that the machines were optional, though an incentive in taxes was given to those that adopted them. Despite that, in the first year, come harvest time, only a measly 4 farms took up the offer of free machines and lighter taxes to give the tractors and their various attachments a try. Yet in little time all those families reported a faster harvest with far less spoilage, without the need for hiring extra farm hands. The fields were also quickly recovered for planting livestock feed right before winter hit. With such praise, even with the tax breaks gone, the start of this spring saw adoptions of gnomish tractors more or less hit 100%. It was an easy matter for Kyle to sponsor the newly freed up farmhands workforce into owning farms of their own and emptying out the kingdom's stores of tractors, or redirect them to other industries that actually needed the labor. Pelton was highly satisfied with that. The young king had wholeheartedly encouraged the spread of gnomish innovations, putting faith in the skills of Gnomerigan's engineers to deliver. With his and Pelton's feedback, the drafting process required little revisions, and the tractors that were once automated ballistas quickly proved themselves. And despite his supposed pessimism, Kyle had placed a massive order of the machines. With that, Alterac found a means to fill its granaries despite their still limited workforce, and the engineer guilds of Gnomerigan found a new profitable venture that conveniently dealt with obsolete technology. A very satisfying win-win all around. Kyle also had ideas of adding more attachments to the tractors, giving them more use beyond the farms. Earth movers, lifters, road layers, heavy load sleds. The possibilities seemed endless. Already news was spreading to the other kingdoms, and last Pelton heard, Hosmodan had placed a hefty order to revive their own war-torn farmlands and aid in road building, and the other human realms were discreetly expressing their interest. The elves remained aloof, of course, but they weren't the target market to begin with. Let's hope we can achieve maximum farming efficiency, Kyle said with a hopeful grin. What's our expectations again? The official bowed cheerfully, willing to play along. No less than 70% in farm yields, Your Highness. Which was 30 more than it used to when the people were being ignored by the regents. So much wasted land and mismanaged laborers. Excellent. Has the incentive been sent out yet? Aye, Your Highness. Any farmlands that reap at least 80% of their farm's potential will have their tractor fuel and maintenance fully subsidized by the realm. Excellent. Assuming this harvest exceeds the surplus we expect it to, we can try diversifying what we grow. Maybe have local variants to match the elves' offerings. With food security assured, Kyle could move away from the subsidized imports from Colthalas and stop feeding Anasterian's little political scheme. The Elven King had made an offer impossible to refuse back when Kyle was officially crowned, offering food for almost nothing for 4 years. It was mostly to show up the human kingdoms, of course, and prove that Magni wasn't the only one providing heavy support to Alterac. Why Anasterian needed to rub it in his peers' faces was beyond Pelton, but considering the benefits the gnome couldn't complain. But where Anasterian's aid was a means to a petty end, Magni's contribution was more sincere, even if it did have the nice bonus of burnishing Hosmodan's reputation. Now, on to other profitable areas. Still no complaints from the dwarven mining guilds. Pelton shook his head with an amused smirk. None yet. And probably ever. You're being too pessimistic in your assumptions, O King Kyle. Hey, it's a valid precaution to take, Pelton. Only in Kyle's mind. Concerns of saboteurs or irrationally disgruntled workers still failed to materialize as the dwarves took over the mining and prospecting. With how openly it was proclaimed, it was a great fool indeed to sabotage an initiative of King Magni of Hosmodan. Indeed, dwarven miners and foremen revitalized Alterac's industry, providing far safer and efficient working conditions in the usually hazardous and back-breaking industries of mining and construction. Kyle had secured a deal with Magni guaranteeing that for every 3 mines the dwarves opened for their guilds and companies, they'd help open one fully owned by the throne of Alterac itself. Some argued that he was being too generous, others said he was being too stingy. Pelton was in the camp that didn't care, since the end result meant significant progress and improvement in Alterac as a whole. Dwarven professionalism meant that the prospectors had not skimped out in the 6 Alterac-owned mines, making sure that the ore veins in each were just as rich as those profiting the dwarves. As for rebuilding Alterac, the dwarven foremen had also proven their worth. It initially took a while for the humans to get used to Hosmodan's standards of construction, but once they did, the new buildings that rose up in Alterac City and other towns and villages were obviously far sturdier than their previous incarnations. Having lumber be used almost equally along with stone meant that the process went far quicker than usual dwarven buildings. Pelton had to admit some amusement at hearing of the dwarves' sensibilities being so assaulted by shingles and thatching being preferred by the humans over a solid stone ceiling. The biggest downside to all this though was that the new buildings kind of looked the same, because apparently the hybridization between dwarven common aesthetics and the war-suffering Alteraci austerity resulted in plain, almost barren-faced blocky things with a door and just enough windows to remind everyone it was hollow inside. Even the churches to the light looked more like Dur fortresses than places of worship. Still, the once destitute humans of Alterac now had the worries of homes and food mostly dealt with, and they also found safer than previous standards, honest jobs in the mines or in the forges popping up to refine the ores, or in rebuilding town halls and homes of their countrymen. Not to mention the additional opportunities that arose as infrastructure rose up around those industries, like taverns and shops. Pelton kept his usual report on Alterac's industries brief. It's pretty much rehashing the same thing at this point. Kyle nodded satisfiedly at Pelton's conclusion. Well, since we're on track, maybe we can free up some laborers, and see if we can get more people to join the local militias. The ranger instructors from Kulthalas helped create highly skilled patrols that secured the flow of commerce and industry in Kyle's domain. Training was harsh by all accounts, but the results spoke for themselves. Bandits and gnolls were removed or chased well away from the inhabited regions of Alterac. The Alteraci ranger militias took on deserters turned marauders and the occasional roving troll bands and won handily. Coupled with Kyle's own magical scrying, it meant that very little could hide underneath the patrol's noses. Some incentives could be offered, one advisor suggested, an older man who used to be a notable Alteraci merchant. With the many sources of food and coin to choose from, there's little else we can really give them, a woman from Kul Tiras countered. Another woman, a younger one from Lord Aaron, raised a hand. What if we offered cheaper housing? We're practically giving away the houses now, came the retort. Besides, with all the initiatives being undertaken, the treasury's barely keeping afloat. That was true as well. While Magni and Anastarian were generous in their deals, there was still a price to be paid. Thanks to the former regent's inaction though, the initial stagnant funds were still enough that Kyle only needed to order the liquidation of most of his palace's valuables to keep a reserve while he paid off the Gnome Reagan engineers for their machines. The eccentric Valagan also offered a hefty donation that bolstered the treasury, but it was the mines opened later on that funded pretty much every other project Kyle implemented to rebuild Alterac. It still left the vaults rather sparse though, at least until the tax season during the fall. The hall echoed with a jumble of voices as Kyle's mixed court began throwing ideas about. Actual, legitimate ones. Half his court were local Alteraci, while the other half came from all across the alliance. From Lord Aaron all the way to Stormwind, there were a surprising number of applicants when Kyle put out the call for advisors. A few were delusional, and fewer still were utterly incompetent, but those that remained were so far proving themselves by dispensing decent advice when requested. The possibility that they could be spies for the other kingdoms were beneath Kyle's concerns for the time being, he only cared that they did their jobs. Kyle regarded the cacophony with some amusement before rising up from his wooden throne. I'll leave it to you to hash something out. Give me 3, 4 of your most decent suggestions tomorrow. If there's nothing else. He turned to Pelton, who shook his head. Good. I've got some things to deal with. Enjoy your evening, Your Highness, Pelton sent off before straightening his back and prepared to herd the advisors into brainstorming decent results. Krajus had the right idea in tasking the gnome to help Kyle in the capacity of a steward. Halion was too stuck in elven decorum that he'd probably polymorph everyone the moment they tested his patience, and his place was in Anastarian's court anyway. Laura was suited for the practice yard, torturing the palace guards in what was supposed to be training. At least she was having fun. Still, perfect fit or not, Pelton felt some pride that not only did Krajus place his faith in him, but Kyle too trusted Pelton enough to leave him to his work. The gnome beamed a smile at the courtiers, setting off a harmless flare spell to get their attention. Now then, let's consider the limitations of what we can realistically use as an incentive. Yes, Sir Maxon. Callum wobbled through the palace halls, panting with heavy exertion. Training with Laura was brutal as ever, though at least by now he could actually feel his limbs. He stumbled into his brother, who immediately gave him a look of exasperation. How many times must I tell you to hit the showers first, Kal? But, tired. Kyle rolled his eyes. If you can walk back to your room, you can walk to the showers for a quick wash. Let's spare our poor servants the chore of dealing with your sweaty ass funking up your room. Callum gave a weak harumph, but turned around. Despite his annoyance though, once he dragged himself to the showers, he quickly slipped into a cubicle and basked in the comfort of the warm water raining down from the pipework above. His reluctance forgotten, Callum once more marvelled at how much some copper piping snaking around the palace could provide so much comfort. This was one of 5 showers within the palace built by engineers from Gnome Reagan. Kyle had his own private one adjacent to his room, a larger one was by the training yard, 2 were at opposite ends of the palace for the servants, and this was the family showers. Each shower hall was converted from an unused room. The family showers Callum was in was formerly a study room, simply retiled over and its furniture moved out. It made for a luxurious experience each time Callum used it, however much he might think otherwise before stepping in. Back in Lord Arryn, his family had to settle for straining their backs drawing water from a well to fill a cramped wooden tub. Kyle must have really disliked that to implement the showers like this. Just like how much he disliked their old outhouse to get the gnomes and dwarves to carve out tunnels under the palace latrines to lay pipes. Thanks to the new toilet piping, the water closets barely stank at all, so long as one remembered to flush after each use, and Callum was most eternally grateful that he didn't have to be on his toes for snakes or frogs slinking out of the seats. Revolutionizing bathing and shitting alone made Callum decide that his brother was a good king. Apparently he was waiting for enough gold to begin introducing the marvels to Alterac City, and then the rest of Alterac. The people of Alterac were sure to be as grateful as Callum was for having access to hot showers and clean, stinkless shits. Callum got out of his shower and slipped into some new clothes, finding his brother waiting outside for him. Still feeling like you have to take a nap? Callum shook his head, and Kyle smiled. I'm gonna go see Ma and Pa. Wanna join? The brothers navigated the palace halls effortlessly, ending up outside in what was once a fenced-off garden. Callum remembered that there used to be several ornate fountains, a gazebo, and other noble decorations. Now, it was more of a private farm, tended almost obsessively by Pa. You can take a man out of the farm, but you can't take the farm out of a man, Pelton had rightly said. It wasn't that great a loss. Kyle had a lot of new fountains around, and as pretty as the flowers looked, Pa's crops were edible. They found their father slowly walking along a row of tilled soil, pushing some wheeled contraption on. Ma was sitting idly, almost reclined on a plush seat looking out of place outdoors. Supposedly, it used to be King Perenolda's favorite chair. Hey Pa, Kyle greeted first, how's the seed planter? Cumbersome, came the grumbled reply. Stupid wheels too heavy and sinks in the soil. Well. You asked for a larger wheel the last time, dear, Ma cut in with a teasing drawl. Pa put down the seed planter and turned to Ma with a look. So? I asked for bigger, not heavier. Bigger means heavier, Dylan. Common sense, ain't it? Both brothers shared soft chuckles as their parents bickered lightly, with Ma as usual proving the winner in the exchange by virtue of Pa stewing in silence. Kyle gave her a bright smile and a quick peck on the cheek before walking over to Pa to comfort him. So, lighter wheel? Or would it be better if it was wider instead? Brought out of his defeat, the ingrained farmer hummed thoughtfully. HRNN. Not sure. Though it'd be useless if the wheel's so light that it snaps or bends. How's training, dear? Ma suddenly asked, drawing Callum away from the conversation between his father and brother. Hey? Oh, the usual. Laura's teaching me how to split a rock with a blunt sword. That sounds great, dear, Ma replied with a cheerful, supportive smile, even if she didn't fully understand the significance of cracking boulders with a battered piece of metal. I'm sure you'll be a proper knight in no time if you keep at it. Callum could only nod at that. No need to tell her that what knights did and what Laura taught were almost completely different things. Callum once dreamt of becoming a knight of the silver hand, but after learning proper fighting from Laura and being exposed to her disparaging remarks about stuck-up tin cans on poor abused horses, he found himself more enamored in settling for being an arms master like the dwarf instead. Shattering boulders and cleaving trees felt way more fun than practicing stuffy chivalry and aiming a lance. He bantered with his mother for a while longer, enjoying the simple luxury of talking about nothing in particular rather than worrying over crops or leaking rooftops. Instead of concerns of murlocs and wolves threatening the coops, mother and son discussed the brisk spring weather. Instead of worrying about which jar of pickles had to be eaten first, they exchanged expectations on what the cooks would be preparing for dinner. Out in the tilled soil, Kyle and Pa continued talking about the contraption, and no doubt the disgruntled feedback the latter gave would be delivered to the gnomes via Pelton. After a while, a servant appeared, signaling for dinner. Well, it's a bit faster if we circled around instead of going inside, Kyle correctly pointed out as he offered a hand for Ma to take and help herself up. Care for the scenic route? Our shoes are already a little dirty, so I guess why not? Just be careful where you tread, Pa warned, pointing out where he's been growing his new round of crops. They followed Kyle out of the backyard farm and took a short walk along the exterior of the palace, greeting the dutiful palace guards they passed by patrolling the grounds. By now, Callum and his parents paid no heed to the exotic gilded fountains that were scattered around the palace, like some of runestone arrangement from the stories. They, like most people in the palace, had gotten used to Kyle's magic, including conjuring the fountains literally overnight. Callum had his speculations about the true nature of the fountains, but he hoped that he would never be placed in a situation to find out. Chapter 19. While Brianna was grateful and honored for being in the employ of her new king, there were times where Kyle's eccentricities taxed her sensibilities. His magic was scary enough, summoning huge golden things that were not really gold. Gold does not blunt pickaxes. But then there were the ideas of showers and toilets that, while marvelous on the surface, told Brianna that her liege also likely held frightening knowledge in that confident head of his. At least he's a good king, so hopefully none of his eldritch wrath would be leveled on Brianna and the other Alteraci. He had ordered for the more isolated farmsteads to relocate closer to the cities and towns, taking over abandoned farmland for the sake of making it easier to protect everyone. Taxes were dropped and new homes were practically given away to ensure that everyone could at least afford a solid meal a day under a roof. Good, decent jobs were offered in the mines, which bore far less negative connotations than before now that there were dwarves in charge. The stout, hardy people were prickly when it came to how a mine should look like, but coupled with some gnomish machines the results meant that miners were coming back far less broken than they used to. King Kyle's decisions and ideas for Alterac were generous and altruistic indeed, though such compassion came at a price. The price was a mild madness, and it was a price that people like Brianna paid. Kyle's decisions to dig up holes in the middle of towns and villages in the middle of the night, when everyone else was asleep, only so he could conjure up a huge crystal, was eccentric enough. But then he had them fill up the hole and bury the crystal to make it so that nothing had happened. He also had his agents, because servants were too peasant a word, play a game of hide the trinket by secreting away small golden pyramids in every church and town hall. It had to be really well hidden too, because the Mage King had a thing for unnecessary discretion. On her more uncharitable days, Brianna wondered if her king threw in compost after he shat just so no one can really guess what he ate. Kyle also sent them on weird errands, like the one Brianna was currently undertaking. Traveling to Durnhold wasn't so bad, if she didn't worry so much about figuring out the intentions behind all this. Her title as agent of Alterax King gave Brianna and her small retinue a powerful diplomatic aura that made everyone deferential to them, even if none of them were anywhere close to nobles. The Knights of the Silver Hand escorting them across Lord Arg3nt also helped enhance that impression. It was utterly uncomfortable for Brianna and her fellows to receive such unwarranted respect from the people she came across. They were given the best rooms at the inns they stopped in, and their service was prioritized. Barons eagerly hosted and toasted them. It all felt so awkward and weird for a bunch of once destitute farmers. They reached Durnhold Keep in good time. As they used the main trade roads, Brianna did not get to see any of the infamous Orcish internment camps that the fortress oversaw. She didn't know if she should be disappointed or glad for that. Lord Edelas Blackmore greeted them with full fanfare. "Welcome, to Durnhold, sirs and madams, to the heart of the Alliance's monument of victory over the Horde." It was a bit much, but Brianna played her part and bowed graciously at her host. "Lord Blackmore, thank you for accommodating us. I have been sent on behalf of King Dalem, so that he might learn more about the Alliance's internment efforts." Of course, of course. "Please, follow me." Brianna and her fellow Alteraci former refugees endured a long and winding speech most nobles were so fond of. Even for a minor lord, Edelas really liked the sound of his own voice, though it did not go unnoticed how his secondaries and guards kept a fearful eye on their drunk lord. Great, Kyle was right about needing to tread carefully. Good thing then that Brianna wasn't here to rile anyone. And over there is the arena, where with the aid of convicts seeking redemption, honest folk are given some leisure. It took a whole lot of Brianna's will not to blanch at that, her people too. The Silverhand Knights didn't seem to care. Gladiatorial fights, in Lord Arg3nt. And they called Alterac a backwater? "I apologize that I wasn't more prepared for your arrival, otherwise I would have shown off one of our biggest draws," Edelas said suggestively, but Brianna was already shaking her head. "It's no big deal, Lord Edelas. Now, if we can move on to the topic of financing the camps." Right. Langston, where are the ledgers?" "Ah, no need to explain that," she quickly interrupted. "King Kyle has no doubts of your competence in wielding the funds wisely. He simply wishes to." Brianna fought the urge to gulp as nervousness tingled in her throat. "Know if there are needs here that could be fulfilled. Alterac might still be rebuilding, but recent developments with the gnomes have given us some advantages in machinery especially." The Lord of Durnhold Keep didn't pretend to be impressed. "We're all good here. No need to waste good things on the orcs. The brutes can build their own tents and cook their own food well enough." "As you say, Lord Blackmore." The topic shifted, and Brianna endured the whole damned and boring ceremony. She only needed to give a quick glance at her equally bored entourage to see them carry out their true mission. Even with the attention of the Durnhold guards, even with the fabled Knights of the Silver Hand shadowing them, it was no hard task for one of them to discreetly drop a tiny golden pyramid into a little crevice between the floorboards. It only cost Drevik a bit of pride in pretending to stumble and trip. Brianna and her Alteraci party stayed for the night and left as early in the morning as possible. They were a week closer to Alterac's borders when the news of Lord Edelas' passing reached them. No suspicion was cast on them for their prior visit, but that did not banish the nagging thought that it was somehow responsible for the drunken lord's demise. Taratha sighed with relief as she entered Idela's bed chambers. He was sprawled on his bed, an empty goblet spilled on the floor beside it along with 2 toppled pitchers. The rug beneath them was not stained. Another pitcher of wine sat by the bedside table. He'd been drinking too much again, and had fallen into a deep sleep, which meant that Taratha could enjoy the respite of sleeping in her own room tonight. She quietly left and made her way to the sanctuary of her room. The fortress guards she passed politely ignored her or offered sympathetic smiles. Taratha understood that the latter was the best they could do, that anyone could do as a servant of Durnhold Keep. Everyone within was at the mercy of the drunken, iron grip of its mercurial master. Taratha hated it, but with little real options, and for the sake of her family, she endured the horrid affections of Idela's. The only sliver of light was the fact that she was lowborn, and so could only rise as high as his mistress. It would be a completely different nightmare to be actually wedded to the monster. To be forced to raise a family for him. Entertaining those dark thoughts again, Taratha was distracted as she entered her room, locking the door behind her before she noticed that there was a stranger standing by her bed. "Miss Taratha," came a soft voice. Taratha gasped and jumped back and immediately began backpedaling towards the door, but the stranger, a raven-haired boy, raised his hand placatingly. "Please, I'm not here to harm you." Her back lightly brushed against the door, Taratha forced out a reply to hopefully stall for time. What do you want? Who are you?" The boy slowly lowered his hands. "I'm Kyle. I'm just here to ask some questions." The meager lamplight by Taratha's bed highlighted his features. He was well dressed, like a noble on a countryside excursion. Noticeably young too, at least 5 years her junior despite how tall he was. It was the softness in his silvery eyes that quelled Taratha's rising panic. No hostility, no outward signs of ill intent. That didn't mean she lowered her guard fully though. What do you want to know?" she asked, brushing a stray strand of blonde hair out of her face with one hand, while the other slowly snaked behind her back to reach for the door's handle. The boy Kyle gave her a pointed look, clearly seeing past her little misdirection. And then she froze in fear as his eyes literally glowed blue. "Please, just a question or two and I'll be out of your hair soon. I'm not here to hurt anyone tonight." Stuck in a room with a mage who could do who knows what, Taratha bit back the urge to scream and instead slumped in defeat. "What do you want to know?" she asked again, more resigned this time. Kyle's eyes stopped glowing and he settled for taking a step back. "Lord Idela's, how often does he drink himself to sleep?" "Not enough," she muttered, rubbing at her dress sleeve which hid her latest set of bruises. She wasn't sure if it was the fear or something else, but Taratha found herself answering a bit too honestly. The boy seemed to understand as he offered a sympathetic nod. "Does he switch goblets?" She thought over the question for a while before answering truthfully. "Not that I'm aware of." Kyle gave another nod. "Then if it's any consolation, if he keeps that up he'll be sleeping through his nights a lot more for a while." Taratha did not miss that insinuation. "Why you've poisoned him?" "Not really," he shrugged. "He's already poisoning himself with so much alcohol, I'm just helping him along." He gave her a look before a ghost of a smirk appeared on his face. "He'll wake up fine, well, fine enough for a binge drinker. You're free to inform him of my little interference after I leave, of course. It should net you some goodwill from him." "What little that's worth," she added bitterly, missing any pretense of prettying up her current life. "True. Which brings me to my second question." Taratha tensed up as the stranger adopted a more intense gaze. "Would you be open to working for me?" She blinked. "What? I've heard? Told? I'm informed that you've a sharp mind. I could use more sharp minds right now." "I'm just a mere mistress," she started to say, but Kyle cut her off. "Don't downplay yourself. I saw the resentment in your eyes just now. You hate it here, you wish you were somewhere else, doing something better. My mom's something similar, from a castle to a farm, she hated where she fell, and she couldn't do anything about it. Though, at least she got a good family out of it." Kyle suddenly paused, and then his posture became sheepish. "Oh, don't tell anyone I said all that." Taratha blinked as she carefully digested his words, studying the boy to ascertain the nature of what he offered. Kyle seemed sincere, and being exposed to Idela's people, Taratha couldn't sense any of their dirtiness on him. It could be a great ruse, of course, she didn't think she was that good at discerning people, but... "What would you have me do? If I accept, that is. Do you have an interest in any particular field?" Awkward silence hung in the air for a moment before Kyle shrugged. I have reliable educators that can help you figure out what you might like or not. From there, we can figure out whether you fit in as a secondary or a more middle manager." "Yeah, middle manager role." Taratha unconsciously tilted her head to one side as she struggled to comprehend the string of words she was hearing from him. You want me to advise you? Or lead people? Depends on whether you're fine with it or not, came the reply with yet another shrug. You're not, I don't have to. To what? Oh. Kyle paused as he quickly understood, and then Taratha felt his gaze on her shift. There was the dirty familiarity in it, the one she got from too many men, and she caught how the boy's eyes darkened. But only for a moment. Kyle's stare quickly, almost violently, turned neutral as he regarded her from head to toe, and the lamplight caught some darkening of his cheeks. You, don't have to. Sorry, won't have to. There was another awkward pause as Kyle finally studied Taratha's face more intently. Wow, okay, it's uncanny, he whispered not too softly. What's uncanny? She asked defensively, shrinking away from his gaze. Nothing. Nothing at all. Anyway. Time's running short. Could I press you for an answer now, or would you need time to mull it over? Right, he said he was only here for a moment. She didn't think he actually meant it. Maybe he had a spell or magic item that would forcibly take him back to wherever he came from regardless of his wishes. Taratha barely acknowledged the fact that she had fully lowered her guard against the intruder in her room as she genuinely considered his proposal. But I'm currently. Assume that your position with Edelas might come to an end. Taratha frowned at the suggestion, and Kyle shook his head. The less you know, the better. Did she really, truly care? Taratha thought long and hard about it, recalling what she'd been through these few years, what others have been put through. If Kyle really was going to assassinate Edelas, then good riddance. My family. They would be welcome with you, of course. We can discuss their employment and housing arrangements for them later. The offer was enticing. Too enticing, and what's worse was that Taratha couldn't figure out what the hidden catch was. She was no one important, not to anyone of note, nor did she contain any important knowledge. Did Kyle really just want to offer her a job? It was ludicrous. But if I say yes, what happens? Do you whisk me and my family away or? It was Kyle's turn to stare blankly for a second before he blinked. Right. Forgot about transportation. Shit. Well, He paused again before sighing. You'll have to manage your own travels, I'm afraid. Well, that was anticlimactic. I can offer you the coin for it. For suspicion's sake, that's all I can do unfortunately. And when do we leave? As soon as the opportunity arises. Basically once Edelas was dead. And Kyle was not giving Taratha any hint as to when that might happen. If I say no? She asked, for the sake of thoroughness. Then I wish you all the best, came the smooth reply. And maybe suggest that you find better pastures south. Maybe storm winds good. That was definitely an ominous piece of advice. Taratha kept thoughtfully silent for a moment as she weighed her options. It really was no contest. This dangling sliver of hope, even if held by a barbed hook, sounded too good to pass up. At worst, she'd be in a similar position as she was now, or dead. Both seemed almost interchangeable, if not for. I have a condition, she suddenly said, remembering that her family went beyond her parents. If I say yes, I want something from you. Kyle looked surprised, but thankfully he didn't seem displeased. And that is? I need your help to free someone. A prisoner in the... Taratha stopped when she noted how the boy's features immediately darkened. Dread, once banished, began rising in her again. You're talking about Thrall. He knows Thrall? Taratha somehow nodded in response as she braved Kyle's glare. At least his eyes weren't glowing, which only made his presence a little bit less imposing. The orcs should be put down. But they're in. They are. But Thrall's not, she insisted, finding surprising courage to defend the orc that she viewed as a little brother. Whatever you think they are, he's not. If you know of him, you should know that. Taratha braved a step towards the angry boy mage. Please, spare him and help me free him, she begged, her wet eyes meeting his. Thrall is different. Which is what makes him dangerous, he hissed back. He's not, she countered with all her heart. Please, Kyle. Sir. I'll do anything. Anything. Kyle's angry glare intensified for a second, and Taratha almost cowered before it let up. The boy then sighed with exasperation. Forgot to consider that too, he muttered. Should have known. He kept rambling softly for a few seconds before shooting a sharp look at Taratha that made her back away from him again. Fine. I'll help you break Thrall out, and on my word, I'll leave him alone, for now. It's about the best she could get, Taratha realized, and she nodded. If he dies due to other things though. He won't, she confidently assured him. And if he does, I won't blame you. Kyle gave her another look before sighing again. Fucking fine. It'll make for a suitable cover at least. Thrall will be freed, give me a few days. Taratha bowed gratefully at the simmering boy. Thank you, sir. I promise, you will have whatever you wish of me after that. Unexpectedly, Kyle grimaced, even if his eyes betrayed a second of dark intent. Let's not make things weird. After some finer details on their agreement, Kyle signaled his departure by being bathed in blue light before vanishing with a soft thunderclap. It was only after the fact that Taratha noticed the ambient sound around her returned to normal from a silence she hadn't noticed. She had little time to dwell on that little curiosity though. The young woman instead began planning well into the night, and continued scheming over the following days. True to Kyle's promise, Edelas never remained awake after dinner, always ending up in the deepest of sleep even with only half his usual intake of wine and lager. It bought Taratha precious time to prepare. She discreetly sorted out what she could and couldn't take with her, the latter were bartered or sold off using excuses of clearing out clutter to avoid displeasing her lord. Her father was persuaded to purchase a carriage, once more using Edelas as an excuse. By the time the fateful day came, Taratha was almost itching with apprehension. It was on a quiet evening when the alarm bells rang about the whole keep. Fire! Fire in several camps. Despite his drunken state, Edelas was quick to respond, hollering orders to his men. The full might of Durnhold Keep was mustered in a hurry, to put out the flames and to recapture the orcs that fled. The former was achieved, but the latter had been only a partial success. A good number of orcs fled, which accounted for Edelas' dark temper as he returned. Taratha feared for herself as he would no doubt seek to vent his rage on her, but another shout just as he dismounted almost knocked the Lord of Durnhold Keep off his feet. He's escaped, Lord. Fear turned to hope as Taratha immediately knew who he was. Edelas stormed off in a hurry, and only in the following morning did he return along with the shroud of gossip about what had happened. Thrall's cell was broken into. Probably by some of the escaped orcs. Edelas and his men searched all night for them, but the darkness hid their tracks too much. The wrathful lord only returned because his horse had been ridden to exhaustion, and he was off again with a new one. For 4 days did Edelas force himself and his men to scour the region, but to no avail. The men were at least rotated out, though Taratha did not envy their shifts at all. Their lord though only returned in the midday, to eat, drink and sleep for a while before going back out. The search was finally called off, but not on Edelas' orders. Lord Langston, his second in command, delivered the orders back to Durnhold Keep, along with the regretful news that Lord Edelas, through recklessness born of rage, suffered a fatal accident in his search for the orc escapees. Gossip inevitably came back to provide clearer details. He had ridden ahead of his group and had been later found dismounted, his neck broken and his horse gone. With no signs of danger around, everything pointed to a tragic accident, that somehow Lord Edelas fell off his horse and broke his neck. Durnhold Keep officially grieved for a few days at the passing of their lord, though in truth most within only did so for less than an hour. Before talk of his successor came up, Taratha had managed to convince her parents to leave with her, under the pretense that their privileges earned under Edelas might not carry over to the keep's new lord. Riding in the carriage they so conveniently bought days ago, the Foxtons began their journey west, where Taratha had apparently heard of plenty of opportunities to begin anew, and a young king who was seeking talent. Chapter 20. Well, on the bright side, no one can blame us now for rearming in full. Quite so, Pelton agreed with a sagely nod. News had spread quickly about the orc breakouts in Durnhold Keep. An inevitable disaster, in the gnome's eyes. Completely unnecessary and preventable if Terran Osmanethel hadn't decided to force on everyone such a foolish idea. Now they had who knows how many more orcs running around in Lord arg3nt to go along with the remaining warbands. The messenger said that most of the fugitive savages had been recaptured, but Pelton still doubted anyone in the alliance would feel reassured. A breakout happened once, it could happen again. None of the alliance kingdoms, especially those nearest to Durnhold like Stromgard and Kulthalas, would ever be convinced by whatever reassurances Terran Oz might give now. There'd probably be another meeting soon to discuss the internment camp's existence. On the bright side of this whole fiasco, Kyle now had a reason to further expand Alterax's military. It had been a matter of monetary cost and diplomatic nicety that up until now Alterac only kept a bare-bones force, just enough to deal with bandits and gnolls. Now, with the threat of more orc marauders going loose as an excuse, Kyle had a solid reason to build up beyond militias to see to the realm's security. Unless Lord arg3nt offered to station and fully pay for their own military presence in Alterac as a means to avert the mess they made, which Pelton and everyone in Kyle's court highly doubted. Do we keep ranger training for the recruits? Earl Colin Felden, Marshal of Alterac, made a thoughtful noise from beneath his bushy mustache that sounded half hum, half growl. A bit pointless, I say, Your Highness. We need soldiers who would move in formation and hold the line, not spread out across the countryside. Keep the rangers separate, use them as skirmishers and scouts. Kyle gave a respectful nod at the gruff advice. Good point. The next question then would be arming our soldiers. We should be good, the Marshal answered tentatively. The armories were left untouched when the alliance left. There might be some rust, but nothing major the smiths can't quickly fix. Another nod, and then Kyle was turning to Lady Cilia Nemes, a transplant from Kultiras and Alterax's overseer of development. The woman was basically in charge of the kingdom's various means of production. Progress on the bows. The sea-weathered woman gave a bow as she answered. Your Highness, lumber has been allocated as ordered. The quotas on bowyers, boltsmiths, and goose farmers have all been met, though in the case of boltsmiths only just barely. Production of repeater bows have already begun. She paused for a second, and then answered the unvoiced follow-up question. We should be ready to equip the first batch of soldiers as soon as they finish their training. Excellent. Kyle was grinning, and Pelton couldn't blame him. He'd seen for himself the performance of the repeater bows that the Mage King had come up with. The prototype was a simple, boxy mechanism tied onto a normal bow, feeding arrows and later on pseudo-crossbow bolts to be loosed in rapid succession. With only some improvements offered by Dwarven and Gnomish engineers, the proper repeater bows would be sturdier weapons that, en masse, could pincushion any threat in moments. That the design impressed the Elven Rangers was especially a big deal, though understandably everyone was waiting for its first actual showing in combat before they rendered judgment. Well, if the orcs from Durnhold keep go west, the repeater bows would get the chance to prove themselves. More readiness reports were given, from rerouting the ranger patrols, to prioritization of fortifications, to the status of Kyle's other invention being built by some excited engineers. The first prototype is coming along nicely, Your Highness, Galvanwick Flip happily, almost giddily, reported. I'll have to admit, I had my doubts, but I guess there's some potential in goblin scrap that only gnomish ingenuity can unlock. Peloton had sigh at his cousin's words. Galvin was a great tinkerer, but like most gnomes, Pelton excluded, of course, he had a propensity to rant about goblins if given the chance. At least this time the head engineer and representative of Gnome Reagan managed to rein himself in. Kyle didn't seem to notice or care though, only leaning forward in his simple throne, sharing a bit of Galvin's excitement. So, Project Hollander is walking. Walking? Your Highness, we managed to make Project Hollander run. The glee shared between king and engineer was lost to most of the court, though if Pelton remembered the details right, the little project involved converting an infamous goblin walking wood shredder and elevating it into something that involved a naval cannon. Have you tried the weapon? Galvin's head bobbed like a loosened spring. It fires all right, but we're still working on the breech loader as you mentioned. As it is though, the machine fulfills your minimum requirements. Do I want to know what this is about? Laura asked with heavy exasperation after watching the two exchange huge, childlike grins. I'm sure we can arrange a demonstration later, Master Galvin. Oh, of course, of course. Give me a few days, I'll have my crew spruce up the thing for a formal presentation. Pelton joined the rest of the court in giving uncertain looks at their king, and then decided to clear his throat to hopefully drag Kyle out of his inspired madness. Kyle, not to burst your bubble, but there are still other matters to worry about. Admirably, the king quickly recomposed himself and nodded. Right, right. The mines. The mines, Pelton agreed, and gestured for Carrick Stout Anvil, head of miners from Hosmodan, to offer his suggestions on measures to temporarily seal the eastern mines in case the orcs pour in. The dwarven overseers and miners had all been utterly appalled when Kyle suggested that consideration, though they grimly went to brainstorming with far less reluctance when they realized that it'd be a bigger crime to let the orcs inhabit, or worse, exploit their mines. Apparently, even as Carrick was presenting the options in court right now, individual dwarf overseers have already begun preparing their minds for the loathsome eventuality. Kyle listened attentively to Carrick, just as he did to Pelton and Colin before him, just as he did to the other courtiers after the dwarf. At some point, the young king called for a break, probably to see to whatever Shinnick experiment he had brewing in his study, though discussions resumed well into dinner time. Alterax's readiness was tuned and fine-tuned further, and at the end of it all, everyone was in agreement that they have achieved the best they could for now. Until the orcs arrived, anyway. Then the ifs and in cases will be put into effect, and it'll be a whole different environment to adjust to. Still, despite the many disadvantages of such a thing happening, Pelton found himself hoping that the orcs did show up in Alterac, if only so that he could scry for the looks on their faces when they faced all that the kingdom had in store for them. And so Pelton and Kyle could get to throw some magic. Maybe even Valagan could make it back in time to join in. Observer 15 swam through the air serenely, undisturbed by the happenings in the ground beneath it. If anyone could see it, they'd see a carriage-sized construct that looked similar in shape to a golden flower blossom with swirling, translucent blue petals and a glowing cyclopean eye on its head. If anyone could hear it, they'd notice that it flew in utter silence, the dampeners in its hull turning even the anti-gravitic engines into less than a hum that wouldn't even stir a feather placed next to it. But nobody would ever see it, nobody would ever detect it. Technologies beyond anything anyone in this world could even dream of not only kept the observer afloat for an indefinite amount of time, but also kept it cloaked from almost all mortal senses. It couldn't be seen, heard, or smelt. And even if someone did have the means to detect it, they wouldn't know where to begin looking for it in the first place. It was near impossible to pick out something so high up in the sky, after all. Observer 15 did not suffer the same issue. The same Starforged technology also granted it a highly advanced sensor suite, capable of picking out the smallest of details or listening into the softest of whispers on the ground below. Thus unthreatened, the machine intelligence kept to its assigned task of monitoring its designated targets, a band of creatures, a species archived as orcs. 16 of them fled northwards from their previous enclosure that had been recently blasted open by the Observer's master. The Observer did not care about the whys of it was not programmed to. It was assigned to follow the orcs, and so it did. Frequent scans swept through not only the fugitives, but their immediate surroundings as well. Observer 15 picked up a settlement, a human one, coming up within the proscribed range defined by its master. It kept silent track of the orcs' movements through forests and plains, noting how their distance to the settlement fluctuated as they wandered cluelessly. Judging from the pattern of the movement, the orcs were expected to obliviously avoid the settlement by the end of the world's day. But then a trio of humans riding out from their settlement. Smaller overall compared to the orcs, a quick skin picked up bows, knives, and little else on them, and the robotic intelligence surmised that these humans were hunters. Unfortunately, their journey quickly sent them into an unsafe range of the orcs. Observer 15 sent an alert to its master as it was tasked to do, and coldly noted that there were no other messages currently of equal urgency to compete with its own. It also noted the quick acknowledgement from its master. It took 4 minutes for an arbiter's signal to cruise into Observer 15's passive sensors. While it wasn't technologically cloaked as the Observer, the craft had the aid of extreme height, cloud cover, and people's tendencies to not look up too intently to keep its arrival unnoticed. The daytime also helped drown out the glowing emissions from under its beetle-like elytra. The arbiter came to a gentle stop, and Observer 15 picked up the frequencies it sent back to its master. A spike in energy readings from the craft followed right after as the arbiter spooled up its primary generators. A tight beam signal was aimed on the ground not too far from the orcs, and the energy readings steadily grew ever stronger as the arbiter began tearing a hole in space-time at the designated spot. For all the build-up occurring from the arbiter, for the orcs on the ground the process was an instantaneous thing. One moment they were wandering warily through the forest, and the next they stopped in surprise as the arbiters and Observer 15's master came through in a shimmer of blue light to face them. "Hello there," the master, owner designation Kyle, greeted in what the Observer estimated as minimal cordialness. "I'm giving you one chance to lower your weapons so we can at least hold a civilized conversation." The speech was returned with hostility. Indecipherable roars and growls came from the orcs, and they brandished their sticks. Observer 15 was hesitant to designate them as clubs due to unclear definitions, and pointed at Kyle. The Observer recorded the jumbled exchange that took place for later filtering and deciphering. Kyle's gesture suggested he was entreating them to something, though it resulted in increased hostility from the orcs. "Loktar Augur." The Observer managed to pick up amidst the brief cacophony before one of them broke into a charge. Kyle dropped into a stance to meet the charge, and Chinook emissions were registered as he activated his psi blades. "Doomha du Nulla," he replied coldly. A stick thicker than both of Kyle's arms together struck out, and was met by a blue, misty blade. Kyle's counter landed him beside the orc, where its weapon forearm fell away from it. It gave a roar/whine of pain, but it was silenced abruptly by a quick decapitating slash from the Chinook blade. The remaining 15 orcs were frozen for a second, likely out of shock, Observer 15 speculated. But they rallied quickly, and let out more war cries as they charged as a group. Observer 15 recorded the brief fight for Kyle's training archive. The orcs did not fight like the human soldier, militia, or civilian classes did. There was a ferocity and cunning that was missing from human discipline or desperation. But it did not change the calculus of combat predicted by the Observer. 15 orcs charged, and they fell dead in more than 15 pieces. Based on his breathing and increased heart rate, Kyle was showing noticeable but not critical exertion. He shook his head slowly as he regarded the body parts in silence, then teleportation signatures were recorded as Kyle warped in probes. Acting on silent orders, the servitors immediately went to collect the corpses with their energy projectors, and then Kyle and the probes were recalled out of the scene, leaving only bloody patches of grass and tree bark. The Observer idly calculated that the corpses would provide at least 2 cube units of Vespene gas in the assimilators. Devoid of a primary tracking target for the time being, Observer 15 switched its focus to the 3 human hunters. They just missed the scene by a few yards, riding through a more defined trail instead. Observer 15 was designated a new focus shortly after, joining Observer 21 in watching a lone orc make its way west. With 2 observers on duty, they could afford to increase the scope of their scanning, allowing the master more time to react to potential issues. Though judging from how unsettled the region was, estimates was that the orc would keep traveling unmolested for a while. Chapter 21. Dinner had barely passed in the royal palace of Alterac, and the king was already running up to his study. Again. Kyle had occasionally schemed through his meals when he was fully engrossed in a topic, but it was not common occurrence. At least not until now. With the recent Durnhold development, he'd been barely touching his meals continuously for nearly a week already. He'd been like this back then, of course. Back in Lord Arryn, Kyle had locked himself in the barn from evening to night to realize the ideas in his head. From murloc lures to the disastrous auto-feeders, the boy would barely remember to eat unless he was dragged to the dinner table. Yet such single-minded focus couldn't be fully villainized. The auto-feeder was a rickety failure, but the mechanism was converted into a decent crop transporter. The murloc lure gave the farm years of peace from slimy, scaly trespassers, never mind Kyle's disturbing domestication of them. But a parent always worries when their child, even a stepchild, is not acting as they should. Dylan softly knocked on the ajar door to Kyle's study to herald his arrival, then carefully pushed it open. Kyle. Kyle shot up from his reclined position in his oversized seat, and Dylan felt a spike of exasperation as he caught the fading glow in his son's eyes. I know you've interests beyond being king, but isn't it a bit much to be magicking like this? He admonished lightly, already knowing how this line of conversation would go. It'd be another lecture if he'd found his royal son buried in ledgers and report scrolls. You're barely eating, this room's not even lit, and what time are you planning to sleep? Kyle glanced around, only now noticing the darkness of his room no doubt. Not too late. Dylan sighed as he felt a familiar migraine come on. Kyle. I know, we know you're king now, he began, emphasizing we to make it clear that he's here partially on behalf of a worried Clara. We know you've got responsibilities, and that you need time away from those responsibilities to enjoy yourself. To be a kid. I'm not a key. You are to us, Dylan cut off, fixing a paternally stern gaze on his son. We appreciate that you're at least trying to be polite by joining us for dinner, but your ma's worried for you, you know. Kyle's shoulders slumped. I'm sorry. Dylan softened his stance, entering the study room while ignoring the heebie-jeebies he should feel when the lights in the room came on with just a gesture from Kyle's hands. He came to his son's side, kneeling by the overstuffed chair to meet the boy at eye level. Kyle, look. We understand you need your time alone, to practice your magic or explore your ideas, or to simply be a kid again. The farmer paused as he tried to find the right words. That had always been his trouble with Kyle, finding the right words. Too smart to appreciate being talked down to or lied to, too precocious to be raised and treated his age. Dylan opened his mouth, realized he'd be making a mistake, then closed it and tried again. But don't lose yourself in it, all right? He searched his son's eyes and found the silent acknowledgement in them, and offered a lopsided, weary smile. I know you've little friends your age here, but don't isolate yourself chasing every bit of private respite you can. Callum's thrilled to be training, but he's still up to follow you for whatever mischief you might be up to. It's not mischief, Kyle said, almost pouting, and Dylan believed it even as he chuckled. The boy did a lot of sneaking out back in Lord Arryn, half the time with his brother in tow, however reluctantly Kyle took Callum along, and always for reason more than just childish misadventures. Kyle had been caught with Callum tracking how the moonweevils were behaving at night, so that he could experiment with the various pesticides he concocted. The sprinkling of piss, cheese, and vinegar left a pungent miasma over the affected crops for weeks, but it did stop the bug's infestation admittedly. Then there was that night they went out hunting mice in the barn to serve in his murloc lure. Dylan had been torn between relief and exasperation to find that the blood staining the boy's hands were not his own. And those were the antics before he found he was cursed, before he found his talent for magic. If not for Callum's clumsiness, Dylan and Clara wouldn't have found Kyle floating in the air in the barn, bathed in blue light that leaked from his eyes. And there was that incident of him trying to repair the wagon by levitating the whole thing, while Callum was supposed to unpin the broken wheel. Dylan thankfully stepped in before his youngest son rolled away with the replacement wheel. And then there was that one night where Kyle actually seemed to enthrall a murloc and communicate with it. Sweet light, how Dylan had wished the boys would have been caught pranking neighbors or fishing instead. Well, mischief or not, your brother's not so taken up by the chance of knighthood that he won't be eager to join you. I know, Kyle sighed softly. It's just... Melancholy suddenly flashed through his silver-grey eyes. Dylan fought back a frown, and gently placed a comforting hand on Kyle's arm. Just what, son? Some things are dangerous to share, you know. The father sighed as he nodded in understanding at his son. I know. Your ma knows too. Clara had shared the secret about her and Kyle's origins when Dylan had courted her and won her heart. He knew enough from the tales about the dangers a discarded royal bastard and those around him might face, especially if their estranged father or his family decided to go cleaning the family tree of unwanted shoots. And keeping Kyle's magic a secret from the rest of the community had been a thing too. Miraculously, it was only until he was leaving for Dalaran did everyone find out, just as everyone only found out about Clara's past when Dalaran Knights came announcing Kyle's elevation to the whole village. Kyle blinked for a second, then took on a sheepish expression. Yet. A secret's best kept with fewer people knowing it. Very true. But tending to it all the time gives it away a little, doesn't it? Kyle was silent for a second before he reluctantly echoed his father's reply. Very true. Silence crept in for a moment as Dylan rose up to his feet, and Kyle took a dip in his thoughts. An absent gesture from the latter's hands sent a chair flying up right behind the former, and Dylan took the offered seat without a second thought. So, I'll try to schedule my evenings better, Kyle finally mused aloud. It'd be a weight off your ma's mind, Dylan approved with a nod. I can't promise to share what I'm doing though. Dylan shook his head. Your secret's your secret. Your ma and I know you're smart enough to handle that, we're just worried that you're getting too wrapped up in it. Kyle took on a thoughtful frown for a second before nodding gratefully. Thanks, PA. And thanks for listening to your parents, Ed. He returned with a smirk. It'd look bad if the king was a shitty brat. That it would. Good thing you're anything but one. Dylan gave his son a comforting pat on the shoulder before turning to leave. I'll go tell the cooks the good news, he teased, heartened by how the boy winced at realizing who else his need for privacy had affected. I'll probably have to apologize to them, don't I? Dylan shrugged. I don't know, you're a king and all that. But it'd be polite. Yeah. Good night, Kyle. Try not to stay up late. I'll try. Dylan was just about to leave the room's threshold when his son called out again suddenly. Hey, Pa. There was a mildly apprehensive, cautious tone in his voice for some reason. Dylan stopped and turned about. Yeah. Our family's good at keeping secrets, right? Apart from Callum, anyway. The father gave a chuckle. Seems so. There was a heavy, almost tense pause before Kyle spoke again. Would. Could you keep another one? Dylan hid and pushed aside his surprise well as he answered the question. I don't see why not. There's space after the two big ones have been gone. He managed to add some lightheartedness in his response, somehow, and Kyle reacted with visible relief, rising up from his seat. Thanks. You know the little crystals I gave you and Ma? Do you have it with you? Dylan responded by fishing out a string necklace from under his shirt to reveal the little but significant gift from his son. Good. Kyle walked over to him with a serious expression. Please brace yourself, and don't panic, all right? Brah. And then Dylan was stumbling as he lurched within a wash of light. He caught himself in time, but then immediately realized once the brightness had faded that something was off. His vision adjusted and took in his surroundings, and Dylan audibly gulped. Something was more than just off. Kyle, where? The displaced farmer turned and found himself backpedaling as he took in the sight of a massive golden pyramid taking up the entirety of his vision. It gleamed with a bluish tint from the ambient lighting that glowed from all around, Dylan realized. They were, underground? Welcome to my retreat. It took a while before Dylan found his feet and mind, and Kyle slowly guided him through what was an underground city of gold and crystals. Gracefully curved buildings of alien design filled the massive underground cavern, some rivaling the royal palace in size. There were even structures that floated in the air, forming sections of a lazily spinning ring. Every golden surface was pristine, and the crystals glowed softly. The underground city gave off a pristine, serene, and more importantly ominous air to it, though it was far from uninhabited. Even as he gawked, the large eyeball probes that Kyle once showed off flew past from every direction. Some had glowing cubes in front of their lightning irises, others had blocks of wood or stone, and others still held nothing in their gaze. You've been coming here every night? Not really, Kyle answered a bit too lightly. I can monitor this whole place from the palace. But I guess I wanted to show you what I'm working on. Why? Because it might get some worries out of your mind. Dylan blinked at his son. He blamed the madness from the boy's blood father. Kyle. I gotta admit, right now the worries are doing anything but leaving my mind. Kyle chuckled with false sympathy and then gestured to the gleaming, glowing surroundings. You're safe here, Pa. Really? What's all this for? Dylan couldn't help asking as he continued to stare from one building to another. He couldn't find any doors or windows, and the designs were so foreign to his sensibilities that he couldn't even begin to guess each structure's purpose. Kyle shrugged. Keeping Alterac safe. Do I want to know how? A wry smirk appeared on the boy's face as he shrugged again. Probably not. But there's no magic threatening to blow up mountains or despoil farmlands here, I promise you. Dylan knew he should trust his son, that he would very much like to believe the claim, but... What's that there then? There were groups of probe eyeballs, each hovering around one of their own. Small streaks of lightning lashed out from the collective in a twisted flagellation ceremony, and fins and golden plate fell off the lone probes onto a pile below it. Just beside each group lay hulking, four-legged, spider-like things lying in a heap. Just as gilded as everything else, they looked dead, corpse-like, until Dylan saw the hollow core in one as the probes lifted it up with leashes of lightning. Machines. The spider things were machines. Kyle followed his gaze and his answer remained nonchalant. Oh. That's not magic. Just engineering. The answer was not reassuring at all. Especially not as Dylan saw the probes carrying their mutilated kin towards the spider frames and forcing them into the holes. More lashes of lightning seemed to seal the unfortunates into the machines. Dylan was about to comment about the cruelty he was witnessing, but then the blue lights sprang out from the four-legged spiders, and they each rose up with powerful certainty. Stick-like feelers hung under each construct, and a glowing cyclopean eye stared unblinkingly under a dome-like carapace. A group of them swiveled towards Dylan and Kyle, and then they came stomping over with their claw-like legs. Some of the rising panic was abated when Dylan noticed his son's glowing eyes. Kyle had probably summoned them, then. Dylan fought the instincts to run as they came to a stop before him. They were each larger than 3 carriages put side by side, and the baleful, unblinking stares were utterly unnerving. As one, the spider constructs lowered their frontal legs, bowing before father and son. Pa, meet the dragoons. With any luck, you'd be the only other human who'll ever have to see them. It was not the most welcoming introduction Dylan had ever had, and they looked nothing like dragons, but the farmer managed to simply nod after an apprehensive gulp. Kyle proceeded to give a brief tour of the cavern city and its other inhabitants. The names were queer, but Dylan kept that opinion to himself. What was important was that this was not Kyle's little leisure project as Dylan and Clara had thought it to be. A secret army was being built here, a monstrous one of gold and blue that Dylan felt would utterly crush anything in its path. And it required a lot of considerations. Kyle spoke of resources and logistics and workarounds, venting all the pent-up information he'd held onto himself all this time. It was clear that Kyle was going the extra mile beyond the extra mile to keep his newly acquired kingdom safe, and it was also very disturbing how much magic he was using to achieve it. But at the same time, Dylan couldn't help but feel proud that his son that was not of his blood had trusted him so much as to share something as momentous as this with him. I can see why you've been eager to spend time here, Dylan offered at the end of it. But it doesn't change my earlier advice, don't lose yourself in here, Kyle. I won't, the boy promised. Thanks, Kyle. Now, could we get back to the palace? Need time to process all this. Yet. Don't worry, I won't be drinking. Though I barely understand what's going on in here to spill anything, I think. Don't tell Callum. Obviously. Knowing the younger boy, it might cause him to pester Kyle about coming here. Repeatedly. Probably to write at least half the things Dylan saw moving about here. Author's notes, this was partially inspired by a parent lecturing their kid about the latter's gaming/esports addiction. Chapter 22. In the frozen reaches of Arg3nt, a group of massive figures gathered in the middle of a blizzard, their outlines obscured to the point that they collectively looked like a hill perched at the edge of a cliff. Each winged individual was bigger than a house, and the white snow could not fully hide their blue scales. The congregation of blue dragons sat or crouched silently in a loose half-ring by the ledge, solemn and grave as if flagellating themselves with the biting cold. In the center, one blue dragon loomed over them all, almost a small mountain by itself. Despite its imposing size, it was hunched over in clear grief, the long crested neck arching down to allow its snout to gently brush against the bones jutting out of the crater of ice. Sindragasa. Maligus growled mournfully, his sorrow carried even through the Arctic blizzard. Vasurgios watched in silence with the others as his liege grieved over his beloved consort, lost to Deathwing's treachery during the War of the Ancients all those millennia ago. The aspect of magic had been broken with the betrayal and near extinction of his dragon flight caused by what was once his closest friend. Even now, after grim battle, after revenge was meted out, none of the scars of the past healed over. The aspect was still prone to secluding himself and staring off into space, his mind had been broken along with his spirit, but unlike the latter recovery seemed slow. And now, discovering the remains of his prime consort from an age past, Maligus regained a measure of lucidity that frightened Vasurgios. When he had proposed to search for Sindragasa to Maligus, the aspect's eyes gained an unnerving focus as he seemed to suddenly remember who she was. Then a manic urgency took over, and not only did he agree to the proposal, Maligus had also personally joined the search, and called nearly half the Blue Dragon flight as well. Kyle's directions had been vague, but with the scrying of so many dragons, it took only days before Sindragasa was found. The howl of the air filled the congregation as Maligus settled for sorrowful silence. Vasurgios noted how the larger dragon slowly gained a measure of solidness to his presence. A hardening resolve and baleful clarity washed away the air of befuddlement hanging around the aspect of magic, and Maligus finally rose up to his full height. With a sudden beat of his wings, an arcane gust banished the blinding blizzard and cleared the storm into a cloudless day. Little Vasurgios. Maligus' voice was soft but steely, showing none of the laconic drawl or jittering instability that usually afflicted him. It took some effort for Vasurgios to remain still as the spellweaver fixed a deep, intense gaze on him. Thank you. The younger dragon simply bowed in reply, unable to form words from the attention. Thankfully, the pressure lifted as Maligus shifted his focus away, sweeping his gaze across the rest of his flight. There might be others. Search for them. Let us bring my lost children, your lost kin, the peace they have so long ago deserved. The blue dragons around Maligus bowed at receiving their orders, and then promptly took flight to fulfill their aspect's demand. Vassergios remained, because something told him that Maligus was not done with him. He kept silent as his liege watched the others fly off for a moment, and then turned his attention to the frozen bones beneath the ice. With a sorrowful sigh, Maligus gestured lightly with his right hand, and ice glowed as Sindragosa's remains were whisked away by arcane winds. And then the guardian of magic gave his full attention to Vassergios. Vassergios. Why yes, my lord. It was hard not to shrink back as the larger dragon silently padded over to him. It was harder still to hide his nervousness. So Vassergios didn't try. Yet for all Vassergios' anxiety, Maligus regarded him with only gratitude, though the softness of the expression was lost in his overwhelming presence. Thank you, for this opportunity of closure. It is nothing, my lord. I am only glad that I could do something to, drag me out of the cave. Maligus finished for him, a trace of amusement in the aspect's voice. To bring some peace to your mind, my lord, Vassergios corrected nervously. And so it has done indeed. But here it came. This is not solely your idea, is it, Vassergios? The smaller dragon fought back a gulp as he nodded. It is not. A mortal suggested that you might appreciate this. And why would such a mortal offer such a gesture? Vassergios gave the barest of nervous nods as he tried not to gulp. Beyond the care of your well-being, the mortal, he fears of desecration. The ice creaked softly as Maligus shifted his weight with intrigue. Desecration. He echoed puzzlingly, the somewhat light tone of his voice suggesting that he was already trying to formulate theories as to why the word was used. Vassergios drew in a breath before he fought to meet his aspect's gaze. He believes that there are unsavory elements who lurk in Northron's corners. Fell elements. Maligus' gaze flashed with a fathomless rage and his body tensed up at the last words. The ice beneath cracked as his claws unconsciously bit into the ground. Fell. One deep breath, and then Vassergios got it over with. I am unable to verify his claims, my lord, but he is adamant that some element of the Burni. They are here. Maligus interrupted with an intensity that made the smaller dragon startle back. Vassergios drew on what courage he had left and nodded, silently praying that Kyle was truly right about this. The aspect of magic was not someone you inflicted tasteless pranks on. Just in case, he'd have to clarify that all of this was just Kyle's words. That is his claim, and that they are hiding their presence with. Maligus interrupted again, this time by rearing up on his hind legs. We shall see. His forelimbs began the gestures of a divination spell Vassergios was unaware of. Hidden, little Vassergios? The aspect asked even as his attention narrowed to his spell. Why yes, my lord. He says that there are Nathzarim, dread lords, who might be responsible. I see. Maligus made an offended sound, and his gestures shifted. Vassergios had to brace himself as arcane winds exploded from his sire, blasting clear the layer of snow around them and triggering avalanches on the nearby cliffsides. He kept silent as Maligus' eyes narrowed to slits as he fully concentrated on his spell. Clever, the aspect of magic finally said with heavy disdain. So clever, yet not clever enough. The eldritch gale died down with a banishing wave of Maligus' arm, and he slowly turned his attention back to Vassergios. Your mortal is right, little Vassergios. There are vermin so close to our home. I see. Tell me, how did your little mortal know this? How did he know to bring such news to you? Ah. Vassergios opened his mouth, and then slowly closed it as he realized just how stupid his answer was about to sound. He made Maligus wait patiently for an appropriate response. I don't know, my lord. But Corielstrass of the Red Dragon Flight vouches for him. The outburst of incredulity did not come. Instead, Maligus only hummed thoughtfully. Corielstrass? Alexstrasaw's mate? It seemed that he was about to lose himself in his thoughts, but then Maligus suddenly beat his wings once to lift him skywards. Come, little Vassergios. We have much to do. Fallen to lay to rest, and vermin to eradicate. Corielstrass let out a soft sigh as he dismissed the scrying portal with some annoyance. Something the matter, my beloved? The red dragon turned to the source of the warm, calming voice. His queen, Alexstrasaw, aspect of life, lay contentedly at the far end of the chamber, surrounded by clutches of eggs in varying stages of growth. Some vibrated rhythmically as the hatchlings within were just days away from breaking free, while the newer clutches had the illusion of a warm and radiant glow as their shells slowly solidified. It is a small matter, my queen, Corielstrass rumbled as he lightly padded over to her side. With his tutoring of Kyle over, the enigmatic elf Crasius could resume his sabbatical, allowing the dragon Corielstrass more time to spend as prime consort to his queen. The only minor irritation was the promise he'd made Kyle to oversee some matters in Dalaran. The dragon did as his student had requested and found himself strung along a curious and concerning discovery. As the clues and hints added up, the implications became such that it distracted Corielstrass from his much-needed time with arg3nt. "Is it Kyle?" his queen guessed as she leaned down to nuzzle his neck affectionately. Corielstrass returned the gesture before answering with a sigh. His hints have bore fruit once more. He'd shared his experience with Kyle with arg3nt of course, initially because of the concern he'd held over the boy's method of reaching out to him, but later on because of the curiosity that Chinook magic offered. The Dragon Queen was just as intrigued as her consort at the nature of such magic, especially its uniqueness. And she too shared the same concern of corruption in Kyle. Thankfully, Corielstrass' judgment of his character has held up so far. An occasional scrying showed that Kyle seemed content in ruling Alterac without devolving into a Chinook warlord. Alterac and its Mage King could be left alone. Dalaran, however. "It must be of some significance for you to be frowning so, my love." Corielstrass snapped back to the present, bowing his head before his queen. "My deepest apologies. I did not mean for my attention to waver." "It's quite all right," arg3nt replied with an amused lilt. "Recent history has shown that the affairs of mortals are not something we should so casually ignore." Corielstrass forced himself to keep his eyes from wandering down to arg3nt's neck and wrists, where orc chains once harshly bound her. Just the thought of her enslavement, and the enslavement of the Red Dragon flight as a whole, still stoked the flames of anger within him. Kyle had said that there were still remnants of those orcs hiding out in the northeastern corners of Hosmodan, and that he'd promised to call on Corielstrass when he found them. Intellectually, the dragon knew that petty, bloody vengeance would change nothing. But the rest of Corielstrass looked forward to the satisfaction of wiping out that abhorrent band of slavers that endangered his queen and his flight. Returning to the present before he disgraced himself any further by letting his temper get the better of him, Corielstrass gave arg3nt a slow nod. "It is as you say, my love. And it might be the case in this matter as well, though." The Dragon Queen's head tilted slightly even as her tail lightly brushed against his. "Kyle has predicted that what I've found would take several more years to come to full fruition. Yet, I fear he is optimistic in seeking out a peaceful intervention to prevent what is to come." A frown of concern marred arg3nt's visage, and Corielstrass felt annoyed at himself for causing it. "What have you uncovered, Corielstrass?" The two dragons peered through a scrying portal, looking into a small, windowless lab somewhere under Dalaran. Through arcane sight, discrete glyphs could be found glowing in the walls, meant to ward off prying eyes. They were potent things, but such wardings were far from capable of denying a dragon's magic. Especially from the dragon that helped the elves in crafting such a spell centuries ago. A disheveled human mage in the dirted violet robes of Dalaran was hunched over an alchemical table, still fussing over something as when Corielstrass previously left him. To his side was an open tome, with others stacked up behind it. The ink on the open pages gave off a dim, sickly green glow, betraying the forbidden nature of its magic. It was a proscribed artifact, supposed to be locked away in the darkest corners of the Kirin archives, just like half of the other tomes. Corielstrass was certain that the other half were not even catalogued in the first place. arg3nt's frown deepened as she stared at the man, and the stare turned into a glare as her consort adjusted the view. Between hands wielding a green crystal and a needle-like object, beneath a face contorted with intense focus, was a decapitated mouse pinned onto its back, its underside from the neck down split open like it was undergoing an autopsy. Except that the mouse's innards were pulsing, its small heart beating in terror, its pinned limbs squirming desperately to escape. The bedraggled mage, a peer of Crassus in the ruling council of 6, withdrew the green crystal back, and made a thoughtful noise as the mouse's frantic energy slowed to a deathly stillness. He brought the crystal closer after a while, but no movement returned from the poor creature. "Another failure," the renowned maverick Kel'Thuzad commented to himself with clinical disappointment, and then tossed the crystal aside. "Exposure must be constant to maintain animation. Still, it's an improvement." "Aberration," arg3nt hissed from beside Corielstrass. The consort nodded grimly. "Kel'Thuzad has begun experimenting with fell magic, to reanimate the dead." He waited for the offended growl of his beloved to fade before continuing. "According to Kyle, he is being influenced by a hidden power." Corielstrass regarded his queen with a sour expression. "And he asks if Kel'Thuzad might be redeemed from his current path." Even if devoid of compassion, there was a pragmatic rationale to that. Kel'Thuzad was an archmage of renown, one of the greatest human spellcasters of his time. His keen intellect had played a major role in formulating some countermeasures against the baleful magics of the orc warlocks, and as a polymath his insight into a myriad of academic subjects was, among the mortals of Dalaran, second only to Antonidas. His power and knowledge is a boon to Dalaran, and would remain so if they could curtail his connection to the destructive chaos magic and guide him back to reason. However, one does not simply reverse something like this. Corielstrass had already taken a peek at the archmage's makeup, and found it stained with fell corruption. Kel'Thuzad might have enough of a presence to feign normalcy, but like many warlocks and demonologists, his mind was already lost to the touch of the destructive energies. Alexstrasaw's derisive snort mirrored that belief. To the aspect of life, to the red dragon flight, whose mandate was the preservation of life, fell corruption was something that was utterly intolerable. It was a disease that should be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. It shows that for all his insights, that student of yours is still too young, too naive. Corielstrass nodded slowly. Unfortunately so. Kyle believes that Kel'Thuzad might be turned from his path, but... I see it, the Dragon Queen said, using her own arcane gaze to study the man fussing through the corrupting tome. He is too tainted. Whether it be now or later, this human is damned. And as a ruling member of the Kirin Tor, he is in a position to cause a lot of damage. Despite her harshness, Alexstrasaw still let out a sad sigh. Then you know what must be done. Corielstrass bowed his head. Arrangements will be made, my queen. Chapter 23. On to the next topic, Kyle said with a gesture from his throne. What news from Lord Aaron? A balding, middle-aged man stepped out before the throne, offering a short bow. Your Highness, things have progressed as we all have more or less expected, support for the internment camps have been severely reduced. Pelton joined the other advisors and officials in nodding at the news from the diplomat. There were some murmurs, and a gaggle of former Lordarians were smirking vindicatively. Kyle gave a curt nod of his own. Reduced, but not abandoned. Indeed, Your Highness, the diplomat, Jacob Lassett, answered and then expanded. As foreseen by everyone, due to the Durnhold breakouts, King Anastarian led King Thoras and King Jen in withdrawing all support for the project. Kulthalas and Stromgard shared the same reasoning of diverting the funding towards reinforcing their borders with Lord Aaron instead. Jacob shrugged. As for Gilneas, King Jen's envoy never provided any elaboration. Typical, Pelton muttered, drawing agreement from those who heard him. As to the others, after failure to dissuade King Terenaz, both King Magni and Lord Admiral Dalen made a stand by reducing their realm's contribution to the internment camps by half. The Gnomish Council of course, followed along with King Magni's decision. Which was a powerful gesture, especially coming from the Dwarven King. Magni had sworn his kingdom's support to the alliance, so this reduction could be seen as a pragmatic method of keeping to his honor-bound oath as well as showing Terenaz that the Hill Dwarves would not blindly follow his leadership. Neither Dalen, Magni, nor the Gnomish Council had any compassion for the Greenskins to begin with, so having their support was a clear sign that their respect for Terenaz only went so far. Kyle leaned forward on his throne. What of Dalaran? Dalaran is the only other kingdom to not amend their contributions, Jacob replied with a light shrug. I've heard some mutterings that King Terenaz would review certain old laws as compensation. The ones that sent magic users to church for exorcisms, as well as the destruction and confiscation of arcane artifacts. Hey, clever, Pelton said aloud, and then glanced at a mildly puzzled Kyle. Didn't think Antonidas would actually seize the chance. But Lord Aaron being the most light-fearing of the kingdoms meant it led the way in influencing arcanophobia sentiments. Terenaz having to make some changes is a significant thing. The gnome then shrugged. Still, it might be a first step towards shifting perceptions against magic users, or it might not amount to anything but a token gesture. But the fact that the Kirin Tor got Lord Aaron to accede to something by itself is a big deal as well. Quite so, Your Highness, Jacob answered. Dalaran offering their support, even if conditional, would help King Terenaz retain a measure of legitimacy as leader of the alliance. Plus with how relations with other neighbors are cooling, keeping warm ties with the Magocracy is good for morale. Discounting us, Kyle added. Discounting us, the diplomat echoed with a nod. King Terenaz has agreed to your conditions, of course. He assures that the Lordaeron Alterac border would be more tightly guarded, and that no roving warbands would ever escape south to trespass into this kingdom. Saves us on having to build forts in the middle of nowhere, the young king remarked with a satisfied smile. And it was a considerable savings as well. Pelton had gone through the budget. The infrastructure to reinforce the border would cost the kingdom far more than just keeping up their contribution to the internment camps. Alterac's populace was too small anyway to maintain a robust garrison, and if any incursion occurred they'd likely end up fleeing back to regroup, rather than waste their lives in futile last stands. And with how the people have been relocated closer to settlements near Alterac City, the northern reaches were barely inhabited anyway, so some ground could be given to any incursion to buy time for the capital to muster a proper defense. Were the mountain dwarves around? Kyle asked with a trace of hope. Jacob shook his head slowly. As ever, the Wild Hammer tribes are generally absent from alliance policy-making. I did pass along your offer through Hosmodan intermediaries. Kyle leaned back into his throne with a soft sigh. A shame, but I'll take what I can get I guess. Pelton silently agreed with that sentiment. The Griffin-riding dwarves had isolated clans in the mountains nearby and within Alterac. Kyle had plans to grant them more of the mountains that were untraversable to everyone else, and maybe set up an agreement in hiring their services as forward scouts. With how isolationists some clans were though, especially in more boring matters like this, contacting them at all was proving a challenge. Well, Durnhold aside, are there any other developments? King Terranaz has extended a formal invitation to you for a discreet meeting. To what purpose? I'm not told, I'm afraid. No need to be scared, the Mage King joked poorly. It's not your fault if the King of Lord arg3nt wants to be secretive about things. Plus I'm not the type who punishes people for things beyond their control, am I, Pelton? It'd make more sense to some if it were so, the gnome replied with a theatrical roll of his eyes, and the other courtiers broke into small grins and smirks at the attempt at humor. Jacob inclined his head. Beyond that, there is nothing much else of note in Lord arg3nt that affects us. Well, that's Lord arg3nt. Anything else from the other kingdoms while we're on the subject of international relations? A young woman with silky black hair, Tesha Milfrin, stepped up. Your Highness, I've confirmed with the merchants that we've been passing through. Rumors of Aladdin Pernold being sighted in Stromgard is proven true, at least for a short while. It seems that he was hosted for only a night by King Thoras. Disconcerted murmurs arose at the mention of Kyle's half-brother. The runaway noble from Lord arg3nt gave a polite cough to allow the noise to ebb away before continuing. Latest gossip suggests that he might be either on his way to Gilneas or Kul Tiras. Kyle received the report with only a single, curt nod. Well, that's about to be expected. Lady Whiteacre, any issues with the caravans? The overseer of trade frowned for a moment in thought before shaking her head. There has been no diversion from trade traffic, Your Highness. Nothing out of the ordinary for discovered black marketeers and contraband either. Aladdin is likely still seeking support, Pelton suggested, voicing what probably half the room at least thought. He can't make any moves for your throne without some backing. Kyle gave a soft huff as he slouched a little in his seat of power. It's been a bit too long, hasn't it? Should have gotten at least Jen to quietly sponsor him by now. And with the wealth he's run off with, he should have hired some mercenaries or bandits by now. Pelton held back a sigh. Perhaps then, I was right, and you're overestimating your half-brother's abilities. Tainted name or not, there was a reason that Aladdin's claim wasn't supported by everyone, not even ambitious Jen. The former crown prince was reputed to be inexperienced and full of hollow ambition. When one thought about it, that they overlooked the crown prince of Alterac and went for the far more unknown and untested peasant bastard, it showed just how much the human kings distrusted Aladdin. Pelton shuddered at picturing just how bad could the exiled claimant could be at ruling. Kyle though was treating his half-brother with far more respect as a threat than anyone else. He could have been looking for other avenues. Aladdin was supposedly the late Blackmore's protégé, was he not? Pelton snorted. What? You think he could have tried seeking out Edella's Blackmore, for what? A slave army of orcs? There's nothing in Durnhold otherwise. Similar noises of agreement echoed from the assembled court, sharing the same low sentiment of Aladdin. But it's been a couple of years already. This time, it was the royal treasurer, Tobias, that cut in. Your Highness, not everyone acts as quickly and decisively as you do. The former merchant offered a placid smile as if trying to reason with a child, which, technically was true. Some noble schemes can last for decades, generations even. There is a chance that you might not have to deal with Lord Aladdin, but his children or grandchildren instead. Meh. I'd prefer if he just got it over with so it's one less worry on my mind. Or perhaps he might come around and finally accept his position and reconcile with you, Jacob opined a bit too optimistically, and the rest of the court voiced their derision to the notion. Aladdin was not the type to accept Kyle's offer of some land and an underling's position. He'd want all of Alterac, as its king. The only way reconciliation would happen between the half-siblings was if something drastic occurred. Like a religious experience, or a sudden mental illness. After letting everyone snort and huff their skepticism, the topic was shepherded on to other matters beyond Alterac's borders. On brighter news, Gnome Reagan has agreed to amend your license agreement, Erica Whiteacre reported. In exchange for dropping your 10-year exclusivity clause, the vaults would receive a hefty payment from the gnomes and tractors and toilet systems would soon see sale across all of Azeroth. The woman then preened a bit too smugly. I've also managed to negotiate the royalties owed to us to be based on gross profit, as you suggested. Well done, Lady Whiteacre, Kyle praised, and Pelton was nodding along in approval. He doubted that his more commercially minded fellows in Gnome Reagan would reject such an offer to start profiting off the whole of Azeroth with the machines over a few amendments like this. Profit is profit, after all, and as far as Pelton understood about economics, Kyle's new deal was still a highly lucrative one. Pelton was about to comment about it, but then the Mage King suddenly froze, and his eyes flashed in a blue light for a second. It went out and his posture returned to normal, and by now Kyle's court had been used enough to his sudden show of magic that they only expressed some concern rather than threatened to break into hysterical panic. Everything all right, Your Highness? The gnome inquired politely, and the young king shook his head. It's fine. Just a small alert for a pet project. Oh. He lightly waved the matter off. It's a small matter. Personal thing. As you say, Kyle. Giving the boy a bemused look, Pelton conceded with a slight bow. Kyle has shown competence and reliability so far, so the gnome extended a measure of trust that he knew what he was doing. Oh, by the way. Marshal Colin? How goes the scouting of our rivers? The marshal presented himself with a stiff bow, mild exasperation on his face. As expected, we've had to purge some gnolls along the tributaries from the mountains, but as you've requested, we've noted down and left alone the Murloc villages along Darrowmere Lake and Lordamere Lake. The man's face was scrunched up in mild irritation, no doubt from having to leave the frogmen free to infest the shores. Kyle nodded happily though. Great. We'll mount a visit to the Lordamere ones later on, when time permits. As steward, Pelton once more became the voice representing the rest of the court. You're seriously not thinking of going forward with this? What do we have to lose from trying? Kyle asked too lightly. If it works, we get extra sets of eyes, and if it doesn't, we'll exterminate them just like the gnolls. It was oh so tempting to slap his palm on his face, but Pelton managed to resist. They're Murlocs, Kyle. Murlocs. If they're as smart as you think they are, how sure are you that they can be trusted? Not a lot, the boy admitted, once more a bit too casually for Pelton's liking. But so long as we work on that assumption, we can come up with a realistic plan to manage them. Manage. Murlocs. At least gnolls could be understood. Pelton began to reply, but then gave up with an upward throw of his hands and a sigh of exasperation. Fine. But you'll be going in with a full guard. Sure. And you'll do the talking if Lord arg3nt or the other kingdoms start asking questions. Naturally. Despite that answer, some annoyance washed over Kyle's face. Though if it works, you'll help me write a treatise on the issue. Pelton fixed his king a glare. I'm a steward, not an archiver. Though he did know a few colleagues within the Kirin who might be more than happy to take up that task. Though, considering that Archmage Antonidas was studying orcs, maybe Murlocs aren't that insane a subject to explore. Especially if Kyle really could make them docile. Chapter 24. It took 4 days for the ranger's message of an encroaching gnoll horde to reach Alterac City, and another 7 for a extermination force to be sent east join with the scouts and concoct an appropriate plan to erase the threat from the kingdom. Laura left the planning to the human commanders. Her place was in the brutal, glorious melee, not in the tents straining her brains over tactics and strategy. In the same manner, as captain of the palace guard, she kept a loosely organized order, her only true duties being the training and assuring the loyalty of Kyle's house guard. Things like schedules and budgets, she left to her second-in-command or Pelton. It was a cushy enough job for her self-exile. Far from the suicidal task she envisioned when Crassus called in his debt, and not as boring as she had imagined. The humans she was responsible for were earnest in their desire to improve themselves, and it was amusing enough to send them to the dirt each time to toughen them up and knock some proper, dwarven, common sense into them. And as captain of the palace guard, she should be back at the palace, eking out the amusement she can from wearing down the off-duty guards with training. But Kyle was a decent king, and sent her out here for some fun, is what Laura would say if the boy hadn't saddled her with testing his stupid contraptions. She and the small pack of adequately trained palace guards stood apart from the rest of the nascent Alterac military. Some looks were earned because of the things they were testing, but the soldiers generally knew better than to gawk for too long. After all, near everyone was carrying the new repeater bows, to go along with their spears, swords and shields. Every member within the Alterac military was trained to be able to use the bows, right down to the cooks and maids. Sure, they mostly wielded the weaker variant of the bow, but even the most tenacious orc would be slowed by such a storm of arrows. The boxy things were made to be easy to produce as well, being mass-produced along with other equipment completely within Alterac so that it met Kyle's crazy defensive doctrines. The boy was being a bit too paranoid, making preparations as if his neighbors would actually invade him. The human kings were daft, not insane. Well, not entirely insane, anyway. As she chuckled quietly at the thought of Gilnean soldiers going up against the palace guard she'd trained, the commander of this task force, some young human who was smart enough to be nervous about his first command, eventually came out of the command tent and made a determined beeline towards Laura. Ma'am. Laura. Whatever resolve in him evaporated as his head tilted quizzically to one side. Pardon. Name's Laura. Not ma'am. Oh. Lady Laura. Just Laura. Laura. Right. Well. It took a couple of amusing seconds for him to recover, and credit to the lad he didn't try coughing or mumbling or shaking his head like what most people would do. The commander just willed his determination back and fixed Laura with a serious look. My apologies for the confusion. Anyway, with the gnolls setting camp not too far from here, a plan has been devised to seize the moment. There was a pause, and he gave her an apprehensive look. You are free to go over it, any feedback would be appreciated, of course. I just hope that you don't take the... Laura raised a hand to cut the man off. Nope. Not interested, not offended. Kyle's handed command to Yat, so I'm gonna trust Yat to lead. Makes for an easier time all round. I'm just here to break skulls in a particular way, and report back, it's more than enough work for me. The apprehension bled away from the human commander with wary slowness, but he eventually nodded. I understand. I appreciate your trust in my abilities. Laura grunted in approval and let him get on with it. Experience had taught her with the wrong input, these types of folks would just end up running their mouths with their politeness and courtesies, trying to hammer home that they're not trying to be arrogant or boastful. At least the humans she's met so far aren't as insistent or insincere about it. Ahem. As I was saying, a plan has been agreed upon, and considering what the palace guard has been equipped with, I hope you don't mind that they hold a flank. Without bothering to glance back to her merry little squad, the dwarf shrugged her shoulders, the heavy pauldrons exaggerating the movement. Point me to where I need to be. The summary of the overall plan was given, and Laura didn't rack her head too much trying to picture who went where on a map she couldn't imagine in her head. Simply put, they were carefully encircling the knolls. Skirmishing would initiate things, to put into large-scale practice the doctrines of wielding repeater bows. There were fallbacks in case it didn't work, and plans for if it did. What really mattered was Laura and the palace guard's place in the whole thing. They'd be given a chance to show off once things got stuck in, and if things went well, Laura would get to enjoy herself smashing the ugly furballs into pulp. It took a whole day of tedious sneaking to get into position. There were more knoll patrols than rangers, so lots of discretion was required to march armored boots in a wide circuit around the camp. A few patrols were ambushed by sheer luck, making it that much easier for everyone on the right side of the coming battle. Knolls being knolls, they'd probably not notice their missing kin until they began starving. Laura had her people get into formation right as dawn broke, skulking in a particularly thick underbrush littered with twisted, gnarled roots and a hedge-like barrier of thorny bushes. Even to the dwarf's more straightforward combat sensibilities, even to a starving gnolls, this section was considered impractical terrain to launch an assault from. Hence why their makeshift barricades were the thinnest from this approach, with only a token of guards and patrols lurking about. It was also why the palace guard was put here in the first place. The trio of rangers attached to the palace guard did a good job at hiding their presence, even the new toys they brought with them, with literal curtains of leaves and branches. With her team getting into position as quietly as possible, the most dreaded part of combat began, the waiting. Laura did her best not to fidget as she stared forwards at the knoll camp for things to start. It took the orange dawn skies to melt into blue before the sounds of the first phase wafted over. Snarls of surprise rang out from the camp, peppered with barks of alarm as no doubt the Alterac soldiers made themselves known with a torrent of arrows. So concentrated was the barrage that the morning air became filled with the fat whizzing sounds from streams of loosed arrows buzzing like an angry swarm, and the never-ending echoes of twang cracks from the repeater bow's mechanisms. It took some effort to filter out the droning and cracking to hear the yips and growls of the pincushioned sacks of fur. That sounds fun to be in, a guard beside her muttered lightly, and the dwarf grunted in agreement. Would have been nice to see how that worked against the greenskins back then. A low echo of hums and grunts rose as the guards around her agreed with the sentiment, though the hush from a ranger shut everyone up before they gave themselves away. Not that it was going to be likely, Laura thought. The gnolls on this front were already running off, no doubt to reinforce their comrades. Hopefully they wouldn't all die, otherwise Laura would have come all the way here for nothing. Just as she began worrying about wasting her time, a blast sounded, followed by a bolt of fire shooting up into the air. About damn time, she muttered as her eyes followed the flare up into the sky. Then the armored dwarf glanced over one shoulder, while lifting and resting her axe on the other. Right lads, time for some action. Don't none of ya dare shame me by dying today. A mixed chorus of nervous and cocky assents sounded out, and then Laura hit a gulp as she grabbed tightly onto a gilded handle with her free hand while the heels of her boots knocked on the rounded hull she sat on. Right then, let's hope I don't feckin' regret this. Charge. Hi-ah. The lurch of sudden acceleration almost sent Laura flying off as the probe underneath her launched forwards with a thrum of air. A pack of golden eyeballs broke through the foliage cover with sounds of barely restrained terror, not savage war cries, from their riders. The probes shot out of the forest without legs to trip against roots or stumble through bushes. Kyle's ability to summon so many of them had led him to this insane theory of using them as mounts. Riding on something that floated above every obstacle sounded impressive on paper, but even back in practice, sitting atop the thrumming balls had been a challenging experience. The handles that were most certainly welded onto their backs at the last minute gave just the minimum assurance of remaining on top, while the makeshift saddles forced the riders to sit in a frankly childish position with legs splayed out. So not only did it feel bloody dangerous to be holding onto your dear life atop one of the probes moving at full speed, it made you look stupid as well. But as they soared over the barricades of bones and branches, that broke under the cushion of air underneath the probes, within seconds, Laura decided that maybe looking like an idiot wasn't too high a price to pay. She re-evaluated that assessment further as they came across some gnolls. Most of the mud-headed brutes were slack-jawed as they turned to witness the palace guard's charge, as if they were struggling to process what they were seeing. Most of them. A few had the presence of mind or instincts to take aim with their crossbows or throwing weapons. Laura braced herself, but bolts, javelins and axes bounced off empty air with a flare of blue light that betrayed a protective bubble around every member of the flying cavalry. The dwarf broke into a savage grin as a javelin snapped in midair right before her, and she hefted her axe single-handedly. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. The gnolls didn't get the chance for a second volley as the probe cavalry slammed into them. Sheer metallic mass collided into the loose ranks, killing the gnolls on impact and sending their broken corpses hurtling through the air. At the same time, the riders swung their axes and thrust their spears, adding more to the tally of the dead. The palace guard kept swinging and stabbing away as their probes began circling like bulls in an arena, looking for more victims to crash into. The commotion inevitably drew attention, and more gnolls came streaming between tents and dens to meet them. Not a few of the gnolls stumbled to a halt in disbelief at the sight, holding up their enraged kin behind them. It served to make the palace guards work easier as the probes crashed through the press of furry bodies and sent them flying. Come on lads! For Alterac! For King Kyle! Laura was laughing with glee as she leaned over and let gravity drive her axe down into the skull of a gnoll only just getting up. The heavy blade barely had time to split apart the head before it was yanked out as her probe flew onto the next target. She quickly resetted her weapon for the next swing, letting it swoop down to bite into a snarling enemy who was in the middle of leaping out of her mount's way. All the while, her vision was strobed with blue light as crossbow bolts and throwing axes fell harmlessly away from the semi-invisible bubble protecting her. This was glorious. She watched as up ahead, a couple of gnolls braced their spears against her probe, and for a split second heard the snap of the shafts as wood gave way to metal. Then came the grisly crunch of mangy bodies with barely a yelp between them. Off to the side, one of the guards was holding onto his probe's handles for dear life with both hands, weapon abandoned as the oversized orb ran amok like an enraged bull. Those gnolls that survived the impact were further crushed as the probe flew over them and the arcane winds keeping them afloat flattened them. Off in the distance, Laura saw a field of littered corpses, each studded with multiple short arrows. Beyond that, there were the backs of gnolls engaged in a desperate fight against the shield wall of the Alterac soldiery. Those that weren't clinging onto the wall of armor were picked apart by the ever-present rain of arrows from the soldiers hanging behind the front ranks. She could just make out the spears piercing the matted hides of the creatures, creating a brief opening that was quickly filled by other gnolls eager to actually fight rather than sit back to play shooting target. A long-eared ranger perched on a tree caught her attention, the slender arm working with machine-like repetition to quickly send arrow after arrow into eyes and open snouts. Laura counted 14 arrows before the elf had to stop and reach for her quiver, but in the interim her partner appeared after completing his own reload to pick up the slack. Then the proper cavalry came stampeding into view. Armored lancers on actual barbed horses swept through the gnolls' formation and signaled the beginning of the end. Lances skewered and hooves trampled to add to the rapidly growing count of enemy dead. The lancers cut through the baying mob and began roaming the edges of the battlefield to run down those that tried to flee. There would be no prisoners here, gnolls were not the kind you'd let off with a stern talking to or a fine. Let loose, eventually they'd forget what they went through and make another stupid attempt again. Laura's attention was dragged back to her immediate surroundings with a sudden jolt as her gilded mount crashed through a collection of branches that could barely be called a hut to chase a fleeing gnoll. It took her only a couple of seconds to read its movements, and the dwarf leaned over with axe at the ready as it made a desperate leap to one side. She gave a grunt as it sunk into her target's shoulder, though with a quick yank the blade was pulled out instead of being stuck and dragging the body along with her. Another pass was made, killing 3 more gnolls, before the probe finally slowed to a stop. Remembering Kyle's instructions, Laura gave the thing a respectful pat on its hull, and it hovered lower to the ground, allowing her to climb off with some dignity. She found the other guards running up to her, drenched in blood and gore not of their own. A few were looking a bit green, probably from their hectic ride, but otherwise it seemed that no casualties were suffered. Well then, that was a hoot, she said with a cheery grin, ignoring the strain in her legs from bracing herself on the probe for so long. Excited nods were given as the palace guards surveyed the camp they'd literally crashed through. Not even a tent pole was standing upright amidst the shattered camp, and broken corpses at awkward angles littered the place. In exchange, Laura, her fellow guards and their gilded mounts were stained with the blood of the dead. It was a terrific exchange. Oh, this would have been nice to have against the greenskins back then, she remarked, mirroring her earlier sentiment with the repeater bows. They turned back to the sound of thundering hooves rampaging over the last of the gnolls. The Alterac soldiers were already breaking formation to begin the tedious job of retrieving arrows. The commander and his retinue rode through the battlefield outside the camp towards the happily isolated palace guards. Well met, ma'am. Laura. Ah, sorry. Laura. The clumsiness was quickly replaced with a giddy smile as the man glanced at the drones idly staring off into space. That was a good show the palace guard put out there. Those things already looked imposing, yet I must confess that I hadn't expected such a performance. You and I both, she replied to the chuckles of the other guards behind her. Do you think? Nah, Laura preempted with a shake of her head. The king's gonna keep the probes exclusive to the castle guard, she recited, remembering the important bits from Pelton's too long speech. Takes a lot of effort to summon and all that. Ah, I see. I see. A shame, it does look like fun. She preempted that as well. No, only those attuned to the things can ride em. Ya need to talk to the king for that. The commander deflated further, and gave an understandably glum nod. A ranger ran up, breaking the growing camaraderie between soldiers and royal guard with her grave expression. Commander, you'll want to see this. The elf produced a small bloodied sack, and as the man took it, and almost dropped it from misjudging its weight, Laura heard the familiar jingle of small metallic pieces. Currency. The commander peered into the sack and his expression instantly hardened. Found on the Alpha, she said coldly. I've instructed everyone to look for more. You think someone sent them here? He asked, all youthful nervousness gone, replaced with a cold affront. Laura felt embers of her own anger glowing in her. The elf shrugged. I'm not sure. Gnolls do keep trinkets and coins, but I've yet to hear of so much gold on any single one of them. Take this to the king, Laura growled, disgust clear in her voice at the thought of someone paying a whole horde of gnolls to munch their way through Alterac. Kyle will want to see it. She glanced back at the suddenly dour guards. Come on boys. Dig through the camp, see if there's anything else we can bring back. With the mood changed, soldiers and guards alike spread out and began sifting through the camp and bodies. Chapter 25. For all the servants' industrious commotion at making the palace fit to receive guests, King Terenaz found a strange serenity amongst the hubbub as the esteemed visitors arrived and he contemplated their differences. Varian Rin, the young king of a rebuilding Stormwind, entered from a side hall into the throne room, having already arrived a couple of days before. An impressive figure fitting the ideals of a martial king, Varian exuded strength and confidence that gave him a stirring charisma, even with his oftentimes grim expression. His entourage followed after like elated soldiers heading into the battlefield, ever trusting of their commander. Terenaz exchanged pleasant nods with the young man, a busy man that had managed to take a break from his duties of personally pacifying and reclaiming his kingdom. Varian had apparently come north for a tour to reaffirm his friendship with the members of the alliance. Stromgarde and Hosmodan had already been visited, and only yesterday Terenaz and Varian had shared casual pleasantries over dinner and some negotiations and agreements late into the night. A lot of investment was required to restore Stormwind back to even a shadow of its old self, with various expensive matters like its raised capital city to the bandits and orcs infesting the lands. As a close ally, as oath to the late Anduin Lothar, and as a friend of Varian, Terenaz ensured that funding to rebuild the southern kingdom would never be compromised. Lord Aaron footed the majority of the aid, only because Magni had to prioritize rebuilding his own kingdom. Hosmodan was still in second place though, as the dwarves had pledged to see Lothar's home restored to honor his aid in liberating their own homes. Thoris would have likely done the same if Stromgarde wasn't so devastated by the horde, but as it was, rebuilding in that kingdom was slow due orc remnants drifting between Stromgarde and Lord Aaron, as well as the forest trolls who were putting up a fierce fight and holding onto the captured land their involvement with the horde had granted them. It didn't help that Thoris was being stubborn, Terenaz personally thought, refusing all outside help and seemingly tried to live up to his name as he led his forces to exterminate the troll threat once and for all. There was no doubting the Stromgardian's hardiness, but so much wasted time and lives could be avoided if the Trollbane would just allow the alliance to aid him. A great rapping on the great doors drew Terenaz out of his thoughts, heralding the arrival of another alliance headache. Kyle Dalem, the youngest king of the alliance, strode into the throne room with a minimal retinue in tow as usual. Unlike Varian, the young mage king had an unreadable air about him, with whatever charm or intimidation being conjured on the spot rather than hanging about him like a cloak as with most other leaders. Where Varian moved with the sureness of a skilled warrior, Kyle marched with the resolve of a hunter knowingly entering a beast's territory. There was a wariness bordering on full-blown paranoia with his poorly concealed tenseness and the way his eyes studied what was before him. Yet Terenaz couldn't fully blame the boy, not after how he rose to the throne of Alterac and the still frosty relationship between him and some of his neighbors. King Kyle Dalem, King of Alterac, a herald formally introduced, and Kyle gave a formal bow to Terenaz and then Varian. Terenaz sighed as there was no mistaking the respect in the greeting when it was directed at Varian. Kyle still held a bit of a grudge, it seemed. King Terenaz. King Varian. 'Tis a pleasure. Formalities were exchanged, without any snark from Kyle, mercifully, and then the king of Lord Aaron invited his guests into a private study while the courtiers and hangers-on continued the courtly games of courtesy. Your arrival is a most timely one, Kyle. The youngest king gave a nod. I get to meet the king of Stormwind, and he doesn't have to worry about losing his standing with the others by setting foot in Alterac. I would be visiting your kingdom regardless of what others might think, Varian replied with a frown. I only meant. Kyle raised a hand to politely cut him off. It's just a joke. The frown faded just a little. It's not a good one, came the blunt reply. Kyle shrugged. I'm a king, not a comedian. Varian nodded at that, and Terranaz used the amicable pause to move the meeting on. Well then, I'm glad you came when you did, Kyle. The eldest king gave Varian a look, and the latter quickly picked up on it by hardening his expression. I've just been told of matters in Stormwind that urgently require my attention. I'll have to cancel the rest of my visit to the Eastern Kingdoms. Messages have been delivered to the other realms, of course, Terranaz said softly. They would understand. Even Jen. The frown spread to Kyle, who seemed focused for some reason. Politics or marauders? Varian paused for a second before answering. The former. Some regions are threatening secession over certain discontents. Seeing the boy's growing intensity, Varian waved off the topic. It is an internal matter, one of many that I'll deal with. There is much work still to be done for my kingdom. Indeed, Terranaz added with a smile. That you even made the attempt to come north is admirable enough. Nobody would fault you for having to attend to your duties. The last sentence was subtly directed with a glance at Kyle, who seemed lost in thought. At least he was not throwing snide remarks yet. Yet. Internal matters must be dealt with carefully. He nodded distractedly as he replied, and then muttered off something unrelated. What's the name again? Terranaz and Varian exchanged looks at the boy's sudden queerness, but the former shrugged to assuage the latter. The unsteady nature of a mage did not banish away when elevated to a king. If anything, that Kyle hadn't been rumored to be creating magic circles in his court or letting demons run rampant was already defying expectations. Varian cleared his throat. Anyway, with your opportune visit here, I am hoping that we might establish some agreement between our kingdoms. That finally snapped Kyle out of his thoughts as he looked up and formed a casual smile. Oh, sure. What would we be agreeing upon? Terranaz sat back as the two young rulers began negotiating in earnest. His role now was to offer some mediation and suggestions in case their youth addled their offers and counter-offers with unrealistic demands or requests. Whatever his misgivings for Kyle, Terranaz did want the Mage King to be a cooperative member of the alliance. Thankfully, it didn't seem that his intervention would be required much. With their preference for straight talking, the two younger kings seemed to get along. That both shared similarities in their situation, young kings forced to take the throne and rebuild a kingdom, likely played a role as well in understanding each other. A simple trade agreement was established in barely 3 sentences between the two rather straightforward kings. They then shook hands over docking rights and loaning Alterac mountaineering expertise to better exploit Stormwind's mountain ranges. Trouble only began to brew when it came to the matter of Kyle's innovations. I'm glad you're taking up the offer now, he said after Varian began negotiating for cheaper access to the much-storied Alteraci tractors. I guess we've had enough time to prove their worth to you. Confusion descended on Varian for a moment. I have always expressed interest in the inventions. The kingdom simply could not afford to consider making the purchases up until now. Then it infected Kyle as well, who was regarding the older king with genuine puzzlement. Purchase? I offered Stormwind a free trial of some of the tractors, but we were told that the machines were untested and their reliability was suspect. The air turned a little colder as the king of Stormwind straightened in his seat. Is this another of your jokes? Kyle shook his head. I'm not that bad a comedian. Look, verify it with Namarigan's Guild of Engineers, I had them prepare an order for Stormwind. The boy folded his arms as he leaned into his seat. A big order, too. I paid it off with my future royalties. Then our envoy was given the rejection, so I transferred the tractors to Ironforge. Terranaz nodded at that, remembering the report of the gift of machines to Magni. The Dwarven King was already making deals with his gnomish neighbors for more of the machines after it was revealed that they could be easily converted for combat roles. I was informed that you would not budge on getting the gnomes to haggle for the price, and that the tractors had to be ordered in a minimum bulk. Kyle's eyes narrowed for a quick moment before he shook his head. Nope. I don't recall anything like that. Again, the Gnomeragan engineers can testify to that. The group I have in Alterac were helping me with the back and forth with their guild on discussing how cheaply we can offer the tractors to Stormwind. We discussed it in my court too, so there's plenty more witnesses and transcriptions of the meetings lying around. Actually, hold that thought. Kyle suddenly rose from his feet, glancing at Terranaz at the last moment. Is it rude if I used magic now? The king of Lord Aaron sighed. If you are attempting what I think you are, then I will make an exemption. The boy gave a nod and then placed a small gilded gem on his seat. Great. Give me a few minutes. And then he was bathed in light, and then he vanished with a soft clap of air. Terranaz shook his head, already inured to the displays of his own court mages and those from Dalaran to care too much. Varian too wasn't taken much aback by the vanishing act, though it seemed he was distracted by more pressing concerns. Do you think? Terranaz sighed again. For all his eccentricities and bouts of antagonism, Kyle has proven to be trustworthy enough. He would not make such false claims so easily, especially as he is using his ties with Gnomeragan to back his word. Varian's face morphed into an ugly scowl, as it narrowed down the possibilities of what led to this miscommunication. Barely half a minute went by before the gem on the chair glowed, and another soft roar of air and flash of light heralded the return of Kyle. He promptly handed Varian a loose stack of parchment and paper, and Terranaz caught the wrench and cog seal etched into the corners of a few of them. And again the king of Lord Argn sighed as his young counterpart from Alterac simply handed over official documents to another ruler. There, official missives on my end. Verify the seals with anyone from Gnome Reagan. Varian only read through a couple of the sheets before handing the whole stack back to Kyle. There is no need. I believe you, Kyle. The severity of his expression was imposing, though knowing that the rage doubtlessly building within Varian was directed to other parties did make the atmosphere more awkward than dangerously tense. So either my messenger's lazy or compromised and not doing the simple job of passing a message along. Or someone kept your offer from me. Varian finished coldly. And lied to me to stop me from acquiring the tractors. Or both. Kyle added curtly, and then fell back to muttering. Fucking can't remember the name. The mood in the study room chilled as the young kings mulled over the whos and whys over what was clearly an attempt at sabotage. It seems that I will have to reschedule the rest of the afternoon, while you two discuss this delicate issue. Yet, we need to know whose head's rolling, and more importantly how to reach them to get said head rolling. Agreed. At least they hadn't immediately jumped to accusing anyone just yet, though Kyle seemed like he had a clue on the perpetrator. Terranaz nodded and rose from his seat. I'll leave you two to it. For now, I'll have to inform Kalia. That's the Sinopha bitch. Terranaz head whipped towards Kyle in shock and Varian's eyes went wide at the sudden unseemly outburst. But before the old king could demand an explanation, Kyle was already looking at him excitedly. Terranaz, do you remember the name of the fuckwad who almost conned you into marrying your daughter to him? The sudden question caught Terranaz off guard, and he ended up answering out of sheer confusion. Deval Prester? But... Prester? Varian suddenly asked, and Kyle was directing a triumphant grin his way. Yeah, that's the one. You know a Prester, right? Surprise flashed across Varian's face as he regarded Kyle. Lady Katrana Prester leads the House of Nobles. Terranaz blinked. Could it be a coincidence? King Terranaz, not to insult or shame, but could you enlighten King Varian about what Deval Prester did? Seeing the certainty in the boy's gaze, Terranaz obliged and gave a summary of the very nearly successful attempt of the charlatan Lord Deval Prester in securing rule of Alterac for himself, with ties to Lord Argn through royal marriage with Kalia. He'd somehow charmed everyone, even Jen Greymane, and had them agreeing with him right up until the last moment, when he abruptly vanished without a trace. As he listened to the sorry tale, Varian's scowl grew harsher and harsher. You think that Katrana Prester and Deval Prester are related, that she has designs of her own? Kyle gave a shrug. I can't offer anything yet. Not without solid proof. But I know a few people who might be interested to help. The older king nodded. I will have to figure out a means of contacting you securely. It's no matter. Terranaz, could I get another exemption later today? I suppose it can't be helped. It was highly concerning that Deval Prester might have relatives that share the same insidious blood. Leaving Kyle and his mage accomplices to deal with the matter might be for the best, especially if they can achieve it swiftly. Great. Now, I suppose we'll have to come up with a cover story to minimize the chances of letting her know that we know? Maybe make it look like we've been screaming at each other over the conflicting claims like childish fools or something. Terranaz rolled his eyes. It doesn't have to be so melodramatic. It didn't, but that was what Varian and Kyle ultimately went with. Terranaz's sigh was genuine in exasperation as they sold a heated argument, along with generous thumping of furniture and walls. Kyle also used the faux disagreement to vanish away again, under the pretense of returning to Alterac rather than enduring his Stormwind counterpart's presence any longer. He came back in the evening, bearing discreet news that Katrana Prester would be investigated shortly after Terranaz put on a show of having the two young kings reconcile with each other. It did not bode well to see the faint smirk on Varian as they parted for their respective guest rooms. The alliance might not survive two kings who had a penchant for theatrics. First the vermin thinking they can hide away from us, and now the spawn of my traitorous brother. This mortal of yours is most curious, little Vassergios. Vassergios bowed as he tried to formulate an appropriate response to Maliga's praise. In the end, words failed him, though his liege was too busy casting an elaborate spell to notice. It seems that dear Alexstrasza has been notified through Corielstrasse, and will be notifying the others well. Ah, it's only been so recently that we've come together, and here we'll be doing another excursion. So much fun. So much fun indeed, little Vassergios. The spell went off, and a mountainside was sheared neatly away, causing it to slowly collapse onto the demonic encampment camouflage underneath. The fell servants of the Burning Legion were buried under tons of rock and ice, before a series of spells from other dragons bombarded the area at extreme ranges. In a matter of minutes, another Burning Legion infestation was cleared without their victims knowing what hit them. Maligus then turned to another dragon, offering her a laconic nod. I suppose I can leave this extermination to others. Saragossa, continue this fun on my behalf. As you will, my love, the consort replied in an amused tone, and then took to the skies to command the dragon flight. The aspect of magic watched her go with a wistful smile, and then let out a rumbling sigh. Come then, little Vasergios. It's time for a family intervention. Who knows what sort of mischief Deathwing's brood might have hidden in their wings. Chapter 26. In the privacy of her estate, the highly respected Lady Katrana Prester locked herself within her mansion. With a simple wave of her hand, mechanical locks and arcane glyphs were activated, ensuring that her sanctum was immune to all trespassers. She could afford to spend the rest of the afternoon with private matters. The charms she placed on the nobles would keep them deluded for long enough. They'd all remember her silent presence as they squabbled over topics she planted into their minds, going over a script prepared months ago. The few untampered guards and observers within the House of Nobles would continue to believe that the body was still arguing over funding and manpower, while Katrana could use her free time to look into more pressing matters. Or rather, Onyxia, daughter of Deathwing, could use the free time. Free from prying eyes, the black dragon wearing a human form quickly summoned up a scrying window, and found herself having to rein her temper in. Varian was still in Lord Aaron, despite her orchestration to draw him back south. She'd coordinated her ensorcelled orcs and bandits and rebels to go loose around the same time, and ensured that every messenger would arrive in the capital city unmolested to fully drive home the impact of the planned disaster. By all rights, Varian should be en route on Griffinback right now, and therefore avoiding any encounter with his younger counterpart from Alterac completely. But instead, not only was Varian still in Lord Aaron, but the younger brat had arrived before schedule as well. She shouldn't have left Alterac to its own devices. The boy's advisors and servants were too competent in getting the kingdom running again. Busy as she was with setting up the ruin of Stormwind and aiding her brother in Blackrock Spire, she could have at least flown over for a quick improvisation, like enthralling the trolls into a frenzy, or just inciting a simple rebellion. Even a failed assassination could have held Kyle back from venturing beyond his kingdom as he investigated the attempt. Onyxia growled at the lost opportunities, though at least with how blunt and easily riled Varian could be, and Kyle's belligerent reputation, both rulers at least came to an advantageous misunderstanding. With the way they were sitting at opposite ends of the table and throwing hostile glares, she would have to find a way to exacerbate the matter before they decided to somehow make up, or outside parties decided to interfere. Perhaps she could ask Nefarian for some of his discarded projects. Her brother was too engrossed in his experiments, he could use some. Onyxia startled as her scrying window suddenly winked out of existence. Then she felt the magic reinforcing her mansion vanishing similarly as well. Hello there, little one. The human visage of Onyxia whirled around, and her legs almost gave way as she saw 3 elves glaring right at her. So cute, so smart, to hide amongst the humans. Came the cold, hollow chuckle of a blue-robed elf who radiated such power that the black dragon immediately knew she was doomed. The glare from the cracked and mercurial Maligus transfixed her with sheer hostility, better than any entangling or paralytic spell ever could. His 2 companions were far less humorous, but the similar oppressive presence they exuded further banished the notion of escape. Trust the daughter to be just as insidious as the father, accused a familiar voice from a vague, undefined figure wreathed in green mist, and Onyxia found herself struggling to maintain her focus and consciousness as Asira, aspect of dreams, leveled a glare through closed eyes at her. There was nothing to be done, not even an attempt of futile resistance. Before she fell into utter darkness, Onyxia felt the smoldering wrath from the third figure, a tanned female elf, burning into her very soul. A pity we have to be so discreet about this for the sake of the mortals, Alexstrasza all but snarled. Sister, would you be gentle with her? That would be entirely dependent on how cooperative this traitor's spawn decides to be. And then the darkness consumed Onyxia. And then the darkness grew horrid fangs and dreadfully glowing eyes. Trapped within her mind, Onyxia wasn't even granted the luxury of screaming as the horrors tore through her sanity. It was the first time that Kalia experienced such a nervous atmosphere in her home. The princess remembered well the apprehension and fear back when the war was raging and it seemed that the horde might make a break into the city. She also had felt the highly strung and awkward air whenever multiple rulers were around to discuss certain matters. King Jen's participation especially contributed to the sense of danger. But this was very different. Ever since King Kyle introduced his new guests to her father, the servants were running about terrified, and even the guards were on their highest alert. Kalia too felt intimidated by the stranger's presence. They were strange elves who appeared just outside the palace gates unannounced, supposedly to aid on some private matter. There was an air of dominance about them that went beyond royal authority, as if they were beyond such petty concepts as courtesies of royal court. Understandably, everyone present in the throne room was rattled by their presence. The only one unaffected, perhaps unsurprisingly, was the king of Alterac, who instead just looked nervous and embarrassed as he introduced the red-robed elf leading the strangers as his tutor, the Archmage Crassus. It took only a little reading and listening to whispers to discover that the elf was an enigmatic and reclusive figure among the Kirin Tor, yet was highly respected within their ranks. The Archmage then formally and eloquently introduced the rest of his friends. Valagan, a laconic, hunched-over elf who was draped in thick blue robes and weary eyes. He seemed almost skittish as he hastily breezed through formalities. Apparently he was also Kyle's court mage. With the power that exuded off his antsy form, Kalia could believe it. Kalik, a handsome half-elf of maybe around Kalia's age, or the half-elf equivalent of that, who seemed the most humble and simple of the group with his plain blue and white attire. Unlike the others, he did not have such an oppressive air about him, and actually managed to offer the appropriate formalities as he was introduced. If not for how much he and his group put Kalia on edge, the princess might have found him highly attractive. And then there was Valathria, a quiet-looking elf in an exotic green fur dress. She exuded silent strength as she ignored her surroundings and stared aloofly at nothing in particular. Of the group, she seemed the most disinterested, as if her participation here was reluctant at best. While it is a pleasure to be in your highness's presence, urgency bids that we dispense with pleasantries, Crassus smoothly said, and then turned his attention to Varian. King Varian, if you will permit us a moment of your discretion. After her father led them to a room for privacy, that was the last Kalia saw of Varian for the next 2 days. Servants had reported the room to be empty, almost sparking a panic before Kyle casually explained that the elves had taken him for a really private meeting elsewhere and promised that Varian would return unharmed. True to his word, Kalia eventually saw the King of Stormwind walking through the halls of the palace, looking paler than she's ever seen him as he passed her by, but otherwise all right. No further sightings of the elven guests were found. Quiet words were exchanged with Kyle, and then Varian announced his urgent departure back to Stormwind to deal with certain matters. Some developments require tending to, he said with uncharacteristic shakiness. That left Kyle as the sole royal guest of Lord arg3nt, negotiating one agreement or another with Kalia's father. Kalia found his presence tolerable enough. Like Varian, Kyle did not try to schmooze her whenever she met him. Unlike Varian though, the younger king was far less formal with his courtesies, speaking with Kalia and her family like they were common acquaintances rather than royal hosts. Typical of his common upbringing perhaps, but the princess had to admit that it was a change from the usual stuffiness of nobles and courtiers. It did not lower her wariness against him though, not when her suspicions have yet to be disproven. Eventually, Kalia found herself virtually alone in the garden one afternoon when Kyle walked in. This was no simple passing by as their previous encounters. The princess found herself raising her wariness as the Mage King headed towards her with some intent. Her hackles spiked as he stopped to bow formally before her. Princess Kalia. Your Highness, she greeted back, not completely hiding her trepidation. At the edges of her vision, Kalia noticed the Lord arg3nt guards shifting closer. I hope you do not mind me being blunt, but I feel that I must inform you that your father, King Terranaz, has proposed an offer. Kalia felt a void open up in her guts even before he finished the sentence. Of binding House Manethil and House Dalem together through marriage. That you would be my queen. The shuffling of metal around the garden betrayed the guard's own surprise. The princess could only stare mutely at Kyle for a few seconds, her mind reeling as her suspicions towards his presence here being confirmed in the worst way possible. Another engagement by her father to an inheritor of Alterac. Another clear reminder of Kalia's role in her family as a trophy. I see. She slowly inhaled and forced herself to be calm. After all, this was to be expected, especially after the earlier shock of being promised to Deval Prester. This was the fate of noble daughters and princesses, after all. Perhaps Kyle's eccentric nature wouldn't mean too bleak a personal life. She should. I also feel it prudent to tell you that I rejected the offer. Kalia's thoughts froze, and she ended up blinking dumbly at him. Please understand that it is not meant as a slight to you in any way. What? I mean. Kyle shrugged lightly, offering what she thought mimicked a comforting smile. To put it simply, the current politics was not right for such a thing, princess. Oh. I see. Kalia couldn't hide the relief in her reply at all, and the quirk in Kyle's lips showed that he noticed. As honored as I am at such an offer, I cannot deny that drawing the ire of the other kingdoms, as well as the obligations Alterac would be chained to, has outweighed it. With her limited education in courtly politics, the princess could only vaguely imagine the implications of such a union. There might be some unfavorable whispers from the light-fearing nobility and common folk at least. What would Arthas, a paladin in training, think about her being wedded to a mage king? As she tried to grasp the consequences of such a thing, Kyle bowed once more. Again, please do not take this as an insult on you in any way. Or against the characters of your family, for that matter. It is just a decision made purely on, objective, benefits for my kingdom. Kalia nodded, allowing a small smile to form on her lips as Kyle floundered at the end of his sentence and reverted to his more informal self. I understand, Your Highness. Please be assured that I do not find any insult in your decision. He gave a short nod, though a smirk suddenly flashed across his face. I hope that with my rejection, you are not left with far worse candidates. So do I, she easily replied, though with far less humor than him. Being reminded that she could still be wedded to Galen Trollbane or worse, Liam Greymane, was a sobering thought. Her father should have pushed for the betrothal to Varian more fervently. Kalia would have settled for being whisked off to Stormwind under his care. She'd grown to know his character and believed they could have something together. It was a shame, that. The princess looked at the young king standing before her. Perhaps she could get along with Kyle too, if he hadn't rejected the idea. He wasn't too bad looking and he seemed to be honest enough in his dealings so far. His impropriety wasn't that rude either, now that she thought about it, and he hadn't treated her like some prize to be won. Better some eccentricities than darker vices, that's for sure. Maybe she could convince him to rethink his decision? Settle for a, relatively, safe option before her father could put worse options upon her? Something in the way she regarded him must have betrayed her thoughts, because Kyle's expression suddenly softened to one of surprisingly deep sympathy. I also hope that despite all this, we can perhaps become friends. Kyle offered. Admittedly, it is more to see how your brother might react to the fact, came the light-hearted explanation. Though in exchange, you can use my association as a deterrent against more belligerent suitors. Kalia couldn't suppress a small giggle from escaping at the lousy attempt at humor, so she nodded instead. That sounds fair, Your Highness. Please feel free to call me Kyle. He leaned forward for a theatrical, conspiratorial whisper. Perhaps if we begin a correspondence, your father might be fooled into thinking I might rethink my rejection, allowing you time to scout for a suitable candidate. Another giggle fled Kalia's lips. That sounds like a good idea, Kyle. The Mage King of Alterac stood straight again with a satisfied nod, and offered her a bright, comforting smile. Good. I'll promise to keep the letters free from any ensorcelment. And I will refrain from begging you to rethink your decision, she replied with the same light humor. Kyle slowly bowed again to signal his departure, and this time Kalia was sure only she caught his whispered words. May you find someone worthy of your love, princess. Know that Alterac will gladly offer sanctuary to you and the lucky man if it ever becomes required. He quickly rose, turned, and left before Kalia could fully process the words. The princess was left watching the back of the young king with more than some confusion. Upon returning to Stormwind, Varian marched straight to the throne room and summoned his advisors. He ignored news of the tragedy that fell on Lady Katrana Prester's estate, and rather than appoint a successor to lead the House of Nobles, Varian immediately declared the suspension of the organization pending a royal investigation into potential corruption. He knew what he would find, of course. Misallocated funds, missing resources, unappointed officials. All signed off by nobles under Katrana's subtle influence. Kyle's mentor and those affiliated with him had already enlightened Varian to it. The King of Stormwind was also acquainted with the true nature of Crassus and his peers, as well as the horrific truth behind Katrana Prester. At least he was promised that Katrana, who was really Onyxia, daughter of Deathwing, would no longer be a problem. All Varian had to do was deal with the consequences of her absence as her schemes fell apart and her enthrallment of so many influential people eroded. There was still a lot of work to do to keep Stormwind from collapsing under Katrana's many sabotages. Officials would have to be reassigned and representatives to the House of Nobles retired, simply because Katrana's beguilement had them damn themselves with evidence of ineptitude or malice. Stormwind's overexpanded borders would have to be withdrawn to a more manageable state for both the kingdom's economy as well as its enlisted populace. Wasteful projects and contracts would have to be terminated or negotiated down. The alternative, revealing Onyxia's machination to the public, would likely be far worse, sparking a panic among the citizens, while casting a dark stain on Stormwind's reputation within the alliance. Not to mention, the dragons had so politely asked that Varian refrain from doing such a thing, or mentioning their involvement at all. He owed them that much at least. He also owed Kyle for providing such aid in the first place. Aid that, now that Varian thought about it, came without a price, at least not up front. Yet the King of Stormwind found himself doubting that his Alteraci counterpart offered such assistance simply to hold it above his head in the future. Crassus and Valagan certainly seemed honest about not being able to figure out Kyle's ulterior motive over this whole thing beyond because it was the right thing to do. That being said, Varian also now held a respect for his younger peer, a respect built on a healthy amount of fear. Kyle Dalem held the confidence of dragons, after all, and not only did they trust his words, they also acted on it readily enough. Pity the kingdoms that got in his way too much, then. Pity the kings and fools who decided to make an enemy out of him. And pity Varian, who now was saddled with so much work that couldn't be dealt with a simple swing of a sword. Chapter 27. That was all on one knoll? Kyle asked with understandable skepticism, staring at the small pile of shiny gold coins being displayed by a servant. It is, Laura confirmed with a sour nod. And I know what you're thinking, and if we hadn't found it on the thing I'd be thinking the same as well. And I've checked, Pelton preemptively joined in, there's no signs of the coins being charmed. Beyond the fact that the not insignificant amount of gold coins were a mix of currencies from throughout the alliance, there was nothing truly out of the ordinary about them. Commander Parstun gave a grim nod of his own. The rangers were thorough in searching the area to make sure, the gold is only found on the knoll leader. How a beast would know to hold onto that and why though, I cannot say, your highness. Admittedly, if not for the men Lalora's suspicions, I would have taken such a finding at face value, and think little beyond that the gnolls were paid to come here. Kyle leaned back in his throne wearing a perplexed expression. Do gnolls appreciate the value of gold? Pelton shook his head. When they're not hungry or bored enough, perhaps. Even then, the alleged cases of trading are at most done with a few silvers. There was a case of a Dalaran scholar trying to determine how civilized the gnolls can be. She found that if they're not too hungry, the smarter ones are aware enough to know that the coins they scrounge up are worth something to us. The problem is that most of them don't make the connection between using the coppers and silvers to buy food from villagers. All cases of commerce are done on the initiative of humans and gnomes. Because neither elves or dwarves were curious, patient, or desperate enough to try. So someone got the gnolls to accept a whole sack of shiny coins, perhaps as payment to come here. There were shrugs from various members of the court. It'd make more sense if they were paid with food, Carrick Stout Anvil, unofficial representative of Hosmodan, opined as he tugged at his braided beard. Then again, the food's probably been all gobbled up far before they came over. But if they've already been paid in food, why the gold? Marshal Colin asked on behalf of just about everyone present. A silence descended upon the royal court of Alterac as everyone tried to puzzle it out. Unless, it's not payment. Kyle slowly proposed, clearly mulling over something. Pelton gave his king a confused look, who himself seemed trying hard to put the pieces together. What if the gnolls were already paid with food or something else, and not only to trespass here, but to carry the gold as well? That doesn't make any sense. Parstun voiced. Why'd they want to do that? Pelton though saw the concerning conclusions his liege was drawing, and answered with a heavy frown. Because, they wanted us to think someone else paid the gnolls to come here. But that then raises more questions. Unfortunately so. Kyle gave a slow nod, irritation clear on his face. Right now, just from where they originated, our initial suspicion would be on strong guard, wouldn't it? As debatable as that suspicion is, Tobias Farm said with thick skepticism. Stromgard might have mended the worst scars of war, but there were regions that had been abandoned or razed that hadn't been repopulated yet. The only reasons bandits weren't so rampant in that kingdom was the fact that King Thoras kept his soldiers employed and his people well cared for. There was none of the abandonment or neglect that the Alteraci faced before Kyle took over. But that still left significant portions of the realm uncontrolled, allowing for infestations like gnolls to grow unchecked. And besides, Thoras Trollbane was not one for such subtle tactics, in Pelton's mind. He was a warrior king, leading from the front and was more likely to call out his opponents to their faces rather than orchestrate anything more complex than a cycling charge. But if it was someone from his court acting on their own, then the payment of gold would also make no sense, as anyone with enough of a brain to think up such a brazen plan would also take care to remove any trace of evidence, however meat-headed they might be. Greymane then? Pelton ventured aloud. Kyle shrugged. It might make sense, but as much as I don't like him, I don't think Jen would go that far just yet. Erica, the overseer of trade, agreed. King Jen is taking slow steps towards isolating Gilneas from the rest of the alliance. Everyone knows he's looking for a reason to break away without losing out on all the benefits. All his actions are currently aimed towards distancing himself and his kingdom from the alliance. Going out of his way to do something like this is beyond his character. So who else would have reason and the funds to pull something like this off? The young king almost finished his question when a sudden realization dawned on his face. What about my half-brother? Aladdin. Well. Could he? Would he? That is possible. Pelton ventured as unhappy mutters rose among the courtiers. But that's a lot of gold to simply throw away. And he was recently noted to be a guest in Stromgard, he should know that it'd be too easy to pin all of this on him, now that I think of it. Kyle let out a groan as he slowly slid down his throne. So, someone's got the gnolls to march over from Stromgard, ideally wanting us to blame Stromgard for it. And if not, then maybe direct our suspicions onto Aladdin or Gilneas as the next best targets. Or they simply want us confused as to the true identity, the gnome steward suggested bitterly. Leave something so obviously unrealistic as this with so many implausible suspects just to keep us guessing. Or someone's really that stupid, Erica added. Should have tried to keep some gnolls alive, Laura grumbled. It couldn't be helped, Kyle mollified, you were sent in the expectation of dealing with marauders, not mercenaries. My fault for not considering that. Ours too, Colin chipped in, and then stood stiffly straight as he fully faced his king. Mine, in particular. As your marshal, I should have considered such a possibility. You have my apologies, Your Highness. Kyle waved it off. It's our collective mistake. We'll know better next time. He slowly got back to sitting straight in his throne before letting out a heavy sigh. Need a fucking Poirot or Holmes for this, he muttered unhappily, and everyone pointedly ignored the nonsensical babbling from their king with the ease of experience. Even Father fucking Brown for fucks. The young Mage King then shook his head and slammed a palm down on the throne's armrest to focus himself. For now, keep the gold as evidence. Every single coin should be accounted for. Captain Arianda, now that we know that there is more to this than initially expected, can I trouble your rangers to go over the knoll's tracks to see if they might have left some sort of clue? Arianda sketched a bow, her green cloak fluttering softly. It will be done, Your Highness. Thanks. Galvin, Karak, do you know anything about minting? Or anyone who does? See if the coins themselves have any clues on them. Pelton's cousin rubbed at his chin as he hummed in thought, while the dwarf simply shrugged his shoulders. I'll ask around, but don't expect much, Your Highness. Unfortunately, it's the same here, Your Highness. I'm not sure if there is much nuance to the minting process, none that would be useful here, especially. Nonetheless, I will ask my peers. My thanks. Better to fully exhaust what avenues we can. That got most of the heads in the throne room nodding in agreement at their king's sentiment. Then, perhaps not so surprisingly, Kyle's attention shifted on Pelton. Pelton, have a message sent to Stromgarde about our Knoll encounter, but make it clear we're not accusing them of anything. He nodded, as much in agreement as in compliance. Any allusions to Aliden Pernold? The Mage King paused for a moment before shaking his head. We'll play dumb on that front for now, see if that changes anything. Another pause came, and then Kyle tossed over a querying look. Also, any chance that we might find some assistance through arcane means? It should be Valagan's job, but seeing that the recluse was still unavailable, the gnome sighed. I'm not sure, but I suppose I can try asking a few acquaintances back in Dalaran about it. Dalaran? It looked like that was the wrong thing to say, as Kyle took on the expression he normally took when he came up with eccentric ideas. Pelton braced himself for the proposal that his liege was about to spill, though admittedly, it wasn't as bad as dealing with murlocs or giving the palace guards floating eyeballs as mounts. It's been a while since we've had contact with the Kirin Tor. Pelton shrugged his shoulders. There isn't much to discuss. Unlike Stromgarde, Gilneas, and Kol Tiras, we've established all the relevant agreements with the Kirin Tor, and there's little reason to make further contact. Plus, the Magocracy really liked playing up their aloofness a bit too much, Pelton personally thought. Though perhaps it is justifiable considering how easy it was for superstitious humans to be riled up against damning magic. Well, would they be open to discussing new trade agreements? I'm thinking of marketing the toilet systems. The gnome steward hummed at the idea, and then glanced to Erica, who seemed to be just as lost in thought as he was. It would be a boon to the whole product if even the magi, who have magic at their disposal for their everyday lives, find the sewer and toilets to be worth investing in, the overseer finally remarked. That it is, Pelton agreed, though with a touch of concern. Though it'd be more likely that they'd reject the offer and instead figure out a conjuration to emulate the system. He gave a nod as the memories of being a budding mage came back to him. It might make for good practice for the apprentices, and if it ends up being uncharted territory in terms of spell work, trust that there'd be more than a few magi who would be fully invested to get their name commemorated for being a pioneer in that field. Nielas Aaron, one of the most renowned spellcasters and father of the great Medivh, was famed not only for being able to maintain several summoned elementals at once, but also for perfecting the conjuration of sparkling cider. It took long decades of research before Raphael Chantwick became lauded both in Dalaran and Kulthalas for refining the Frost Nova spell so that the ice was a cleaner, cold blue color instead of taking on the muddier tones of its environment. So creating an arcane analog to the Alterassi toilet system? Pelton would bet a year being polymorphed into a goblin if no fewer than a dozen magi took up the challenge for some fame. Kyle still wore a doubting look. But for every single household like we're offering? Pelton shrugged. Maybe. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to ask. Yes, his cousin had to interrupt. Of course Galvin would be interested in the idea of furthering the Engineers Guild's reputation, especially in Dalaran of all places. The Magi might come up with their workarounds, but a proper sewer infrastructure would keep things clean without interruption or worries for a long time. A toilet doesn't require concentration to maintain, just functioning parts and reasonable maintenance. And water. That too, but the mechanism is still more robust than simply chucking a spell and hoping it's still there when you need it. Rolling his eyes at his ambitious relative, Pelton acquiesced with a nod to an amused Kyle. I suppose you'll want to lead the delegation yourself. The king grinned. It'd be a nice excuse, he said half-absently. Worry crept into Pelton, but he nonetheless tried being optimistic. To look into tracking the coins. That too. It's going to be about the murlocs, isn't it? There was no delusion that his journey would go unnoticed, but at least by taking the less traveled routes, he had hoped to minimize unnecessary detection by any discreetly planted agents. It meant avoiding trade routes altogether and using hunting trails or simply braving the wilderness to drift from village to town to village until he cleared Lord Arg3nt. Even when he finally reached Gilneas, Aladdin Pernold did not take his security for granted. He changed inns every other night under different aliases and kept away from crowded spaces, mostly locking himself in his room. It gave him just enough time to ruminate over how plans were progressing. With the aid of a generous benefactor, the seeds of Aladdin's rightful ascension were slowly growing. Galen Trollbane had proven to be far more amicable to being friends than he had expected, and they'd come to a mutually beneficial agreement just as the benefactor had suggested. Here in Gilneas, Aladdin hoped to have a repeat performance, if not with Jen Greymane, then with his son, Liam. If anything, the latter would be more fitting, as it would then mean another kingdom heralding the dawning of a new era with new rulers. Perhaps after this, if Liam did end up being the one who could be relied upon, Aladdin could try reaching out to Arthas next. The entirety of the human kingdoms would enjoy a united ascension. Wouldn't that be a sight? Kul Tiras would obviously be taken by subverting and perhaps even marrying Jaina Proudmoore, of course. At worst, she could be promised to Arthas. It would open up Aladdin to Kalia and her stake in Lord Arg3nt. Or perhaps it might allow him a place for an elven queen. And Stormwind? Well, they were too far south and too dependent currently on the alliance to rebuild. Varian was too much of a needy parasite that couldn't be tolerated. The Magi, dwarves, and gnomes? Well, he had his plans for them. Aladdin spent evenings entertaining his grand plans while waiting for the right time. It eventually came a week after his entry into Gilneas. The pendant hanging around his neck tingled warmly, signaling his benefactor's incoming contact. The true heir of Alterac shot up from his seat and grabbed at the pendant tightly, and then closed his eyes to focus himself. The silky smooth voice of his benefactor, confident and reassuring, slid pleasantly into his mind. Aladdin, it could, you will present yourself to Jen Greymane tomorrow evening, at the docks. He will be amenable to befriending you, and supporting your cause, I'm sure. Aladdin grinned. Ever since the bejeweled necklace appeared on him, his benefactor had been guiding him unerringly across the continent in the pursuit of reclaiming his rightful throne and more. By now, all suspicion against the mysterious voice had melted away, as every piece of timely advice had proven reliable and true. All that was asked in return was some favors in the future. Tangible gains for simple promises in the future? It was impossible to refuse such a deal. Jen will be there with his guards and some advisors, but they will allow your approach. Aladdin frowned a little as a tinge of doubt seeped in. Shouldn't I seek a more discreet meeting? His last meetings with Galen and exiled Alterac nobles had all been alone and in the shadows, to minimize any unwanted attention. He felt a sigh of mild exasperation ripple in his head. Events have to be accelerated. Your ascension needs to be hastened, before the usurper dooms the alliance and your chance to lead it. The exiled heir almost growled at the mere thought of his half-brother. That the bastard Kyle, a commoner and a mage, had been selected over himself proved just how corrupt the old leadership of the alliance had become. At least his benefactor thinks that Jen could be redeemed from his views. He nodded at the wall as he agreed with the voice in his head. I understand. I will meet with Jen, as you suggest. Most wise, Aladdin. With Gilneas' more overt aid, you will be able to expand your influence far more easily. That was true. Having surly Jen as a cover would make it easier to reach out to other disaffected nobles within the alliance. Thank you. A small sack materialized in a puff of sweet-smelling green mist, and Aladdin already knew that it would be his monthly allowance to continue his harsh journey. It was far from enough for a prince of his rank, but Aladdin was not so arrogant that he couldn't live without some suffering. I will contact you after you've befriended Jen, as usual. Again, Aladdin nodded at an empty room. I look forward to your further guidance, Mal'Ganis. Chapter 28. Jaina sighed as walked back to her dorm, the bustle of excited novices leaving class around her fully ignored as she stewed in her own thoughts. It was a wonder that she could follow her lessons today considering the little meeting at noon. She'd need to unwind, maybe find someone to. Jaina. The princess let out a gasp as she startled at the sudden echoing voice, almost dropping her books in doing so. The other students around her offered quizzical and concerned looks, but after a second, she shook her head and continued walking. Maybe it was the stress of the day, maybe. Jaina. This time, she didn't jump, only stumbling a little mid-step. Jaina hurriedly cast a general detection spell, finding nothing, not even lingering traces of mana on her. Which was weird, because she definitely. Jaina. Library. Surprise turned to annoyance and curiosity as she finally recognized the owner of the echoing voice rattling in her head. Annoyance because of course it was Kyle, and curiosity because he should be in Alterac right now. Jaina. Lee. I heard you the first time, she muttered, though Kyle's ethereal echo did not immediately shut up. Library? Fine, she'll play along for now. Jaina turned about and marched straight for the library. She knew the one he was probably talking about. Mercifully, Kyle's voice did not rattle in her head anymore. The Library of General Arcane Studies was quiet and sparsely populated as usual, magi and students alike barely visible behind the wall of tomes on their tables. A Quickskin gave no sign of Kyle, so the princess headed towards the secluded corner Kyle liked to hide in during his green gas research. She reached the corner and found it empty. "All right Kyle," she whispered irritatedly, "where are you?" "Right here," came a voice from behind her, almost making Jaina jump in surprise again. "Kyle," she greeted tersely, leveling an unamused glare at the boy. But then she noted how she had to shift her gaze up a little to meet his gaze, and how he filled the space between the bookshelves. And how his face took on dashingly sharper features. "You've grown. Puberty's a thing, I heard," he lamely replied, and then sketched a shallow bow. "It's good to see you again, Jaina. Thanks for coming, I didn't know if it wore." Kyle blinked in surprise as his gaze narrowed on her wrist. Jaina looked down to his point of interest, and fought the sudden urge to fidget. "What? I'm surprised you kept it on you." She rubbed at the bracelet with the other hand, letting her palm press against the transmuted jewel hanging off it. "It felt appropriate." The blonde novice replied with a touch of defensiveness. Kyle coughed into a fist before shrugging. "I thought you'd have simply chucked it in some corner as a novelty bauble," he clarified lamely. It was hard to meet his eyes for some reason. "It's a pretty enough jewel to simply throw away or forget in some dusty corner." The boy nodded shakily before clearing his throat. "Well, I'm glad you appreciate the gift that much. Anyway, as I was saying." "Yes, you were," Jaina cut in, eager to move the topic along. "I'm glad you received the message. Didn't think it'd work." Jaina blinked as intrigue replaced her momentary distractedness. "What, telepathy? But I didn't notice any ma." "Right." She aborted finishing the sentence as she remembered Kyle's peculiarities. His magic had the indecency of being practically undetectable by normal arcane means. Kyle gave a light shrug. "It's still a work in progress. I can emit, but cannot receive just yet." "Well, good luck with that." "Wait, how did you get here? When did you get here?" He gave another shrug, this time accompanied by his trademark punchable smirk. "I'm sure you can place an educated guess, and earlier in the afternoon. Had a meeting with Archmage Antonidas." Jaina raised an eyebrow. "Are you coming back to school or is it more kingly matters?" "The latter." That was strangely disappointing, but the girl nodded. "Right, I won't pry then. So what brings you here, and why the secret meeting?" Kyle glanced around to make sure that they were alone before fixing her with a mildly uncertain look. "Well, as a tangent from my discussion with Master Antonidas, I brought up the possibility of doing some research. He is approving of it, so I was hoping to look for some help." "What are you going to drag me into this time?" she asked with not a bit of exasperation, placing her hands on her hips. The boy who didn't act like a king raised his hands in a warding fashion. "Whoa, I'm not dragging you, you're free to say no." Somehow, Jaina doubted it. She fixed him a glare, and then he caved in seconds later with a slump and a sigh. "Look, I need a bit of help. Basic stuff, apparently, though Pelton said he doesn't have the right reference. Hence me being in the archives. And you need me for?" Kyle shrugged as he gave a lame smile. "A free hand? Ideally, my steward helps me run the kingdom while I run off to do projects like this. Can't have him coming with me and leave the throne room empty. Ideally. Your steward's a mage as well." A simple nod came with the answer. "Yet. Pelton Quickgear." Jaina blinked. "Pelton Quickgear. Yet. Pelton Quickgear, the mage who helped simplify the arcane orb spell? The mage who wrote up the treatise on counterspells? That Pelton Quickgear?" Kyle looked at her, pretending to understand what she was saying, before nodding dumbly. Yeah, I guess. He was also one of Master Crash's students. And he's your steward?" "He didn't mind taking the job when I offered it," Kyle replied defensively. Jaina stared at the boy for a moment, dumbfounded at his obliviousness at having such a talented arcane pioneer at his side. As a mere steward at that. How don't you know how important he is? He never brought it up. The blonde senior novice let out a heavy sigh of exasperation. At times like this she wished she remained back in Kul Tiras, and took up martial training under her father. Just so she could sock Kyle a good one. "Look, it didn't pop up in the studies, all right." "Sure." Jaina replied with a roll of her eyes. "You just spent your time rummaging through the wrong books." "Exactly. Anyway, are you interested? Just tell me what you plan to do exactly, and I'll think about it." And so Kyle, regrettably, did. And Jaina had to make him repeat it a few times to make sure that she was hearing things right, and that he understood the string of nonsense that was coming out of his mouth. Despite, or perhaps because of, the blatant madness of the plan, Jaina agreed to offer her assistance. Whether out of morbid curiosity or purely academic observation, she couldn't be certain. Preparations were made, along with a meeting with Archmage Antonidas himself over the finer points of note-taking. Then, in the following day, Jaina met with Kyle and his small entourage officially outside the academy as its representative to observe his insane endeavor. Apparently Archmage Crassus would also be observing, but remotely. With the whispers of the scandal over Kel'Thuzad and the ensuing cleanup, the venerable elf was probably involved in cleaning up the mess left behind by his, allegedly, corrupted peer. They traveled barely half a mile before Kyle teleported Jaina and his whole party back to Alterac. The guards with him seemed inured and unimpressed to the effects, which brought up interesting questions in Jaina's mind. Within the seat of Kyle's power, as promised, she was introduced to the Pelton Quickdeer and allowed to gush over the boundary-pushing spellcaster for an hour. The humble gnome was amused, but clearly welcomed her enthusiastic questions. He even offered a copy of his most recent tome, a treatise regarding streamlining spell matrices. Such was its usefulness that the copies in the Academy's libraries were always being borrowed by some mage or another, and rare was a mere novice able to get their hands on it. And now Jaina had her very own copy, to peruse however long she liked. The cost though, was the commiseration offered by Pelton over her involvement in Kyle's scheme. If it's any consolation, I'm sure your conduct throughout this madness would put you in good stead when it comes time to apprenticeships. There was that, yes. Jaina spent the night as a guest in Alterac Palace, and had the pleasure of dining with Kyle's family. They seemed wary at first, being still unused to their elevated status while in the presence of a Kultiran princess. But after some ice-breaking over exchanging grief over Kyle's eccentricities, Jaina found his family very welcoming and charming. In the following morning, after experiencing the novelties of a flush toilet and a warm running shower, Jaina joined Kyle, his brother Callum, and a band of palace guards, courtiers and servants west towards Lordamere Lake in a convoy of carriages and wagons. The path they took paralleled a river that snaked its way towards the lake. Eventually, the convoy came to a stop as an outrider came back to deliver a report. From there, the whole entourage disembarked and began walking slowly on foot. Rangers with machetes and strange bows attached to boxy contraptions forged a path through the underbrush, clearing a walkable path until they reached their destination. A ranger signaled for a stop as they reached the end of the forest, and the whole royal party fell into a tense hush. Kyle took to the front, and after having a look at what was beyond, gave a satisfied nod to everyone. Right then. Time to prep the stuff. We're downwind, right? Nice. Callum, get the barrels ready. His brother quickly rushed to the back of the line to get the servants, and then Kyle's attention turned to Jaina. So, whenever you're ready. A sudden pressure fell upon her as her part came up. Jaina shrugged it off, and then pulled out a scroll prepared for the occasion. Reading off it, she spent a full minute going through a very particular series of gestures and incantations while the Alteraci rangers and guards kept watch. Despite the exhaustion brought by the demanding spell work, once it was done Jaina still smiled with satisfaction at seeing a cauldron filled with bubbling amber liquid pop into existence before her. Well, at least she'll get some marks for pulling this off. Assuming Archmage Crassus was observing to note it down. The cauldron and its peculiar smelling contents appeared just in time as Callum and a gaggle of servants showed up, cloths draped over the lower half of their faces while rolling barrels over. Oh, when was this here? The boy asked, to which Kyle answered absently as he continued to stare out of the forest. Jaina just made it. Cool. As the servants righted the barrels, Callum looked to his brother. Think we have enough? Should be, Kyle nodded, still distracted. They know how to share. All right, open 'em up. Jaina watched as the barrels were cracked open, and joined the others in backing away from them as the stench of rotting meat immediately filled the space. While groans filled the air and eyes watered, Callum and Kyle quickly moved as one to lift a barrel and dump the rotting fish into the cauldron. The other face-covered servants followed with the other barrels, and mercifully, the worst of the stench died away in exchange for the amber liquid turning into a foul brownish pink. Kyle then pulled out a fish in each hand, and after curt talks with his guards, he broke out of the trilene with arms, and fish, spread wide, heading straight for a Murloc village on stilts along the river bank. Jaina sneaked over to watch the scene unfold with her own eyes. There were maybe 2 scores of them, shiny, bright-colored bipedal creatures with big frog-like eyes and bigger, fang-filled maws. Barely a dozen yards away, she could hear the Murlocs gargling in surprise and alarm as they spotted Kyle and his guards. Rarl Raglglh. Kyle, spoke? Greeted? And somehow the Murlocs became even more startled. Brugraug. One of the bigger ones actually replied, head cocked to one side in clear confusion. Kyle responded with another gargling sound, and the spears and serrated blades of the Murlocs were actually lowered. He's talking to them. One courtier asked in a loud, astounded whisper. Only basic stuff, came the shockingly blasé reply from Callum. Took a long time for Kyle to learn a few words, and took me a while to pick it up as well. Jaina stared at the king's brother. You both can speak Murloc. Once more, Callum was frighteningly casual with his shrug. Barely. It's hard to make the sounds properly. He nodded at Kyle's way. He just managed to say hello, but if he got it a bit wrong, then he'd be asking them to lay eggs or something. Murloc language is tricky. But you understand them. I'm okay with it, I think. Their attention still on Kyle walking closer to the confused Murlocs, Callum proceeded to translate the gurgling that took place between the two parties. Like right now, Kyle's saying that he's here to give food. With Murlocs, you're normally either food or danger. Unless you're a friendly Murloc, then you might be giving food. That's why they're confused. That makes sense. Another guard said. It does, when you think about it. Well, Kyle says so, anyway. And right now, the Murloc shaman, the one with the big stick with shells, is asking if Kyle's a cursed Murloc. Which is good, because it's either cursed Murloc, tricking human, or hallucination. Jaina provided, and the boy nodded. Kyle was barely a yard away from the gathering Murlocs by now, and he burbled something as he slowly laid the two fishes down before him and took a step back. He's saying that he's giving good food. But the fish is rancid. Someone exclaimed. Callum shrugged. Murlocs don't care if it's fresh or foul. So long as they can eat it, they will. They care about the taste a bit though. And they like rotting flesh? Jaina asked. Surprisingly, Callum shook his head, and his face scrunched up a bit. Nah. They like fresh fish better. But, they also like weird things. Like cats, they love the taste of cats. We only found that out during a bad flooding. Our neighbors lost their cats, but their calves and lambs were left alone. Which explained the cauldron of cat-scented oil Kyle had Jaina summon. Proving Callum's words, the Murloc shaman picked up a fish with a scrawny arm, and then tossed it into its impossibly wide mouth. Its bulging eyes stared blankly as it crunched and chewed away. Then its whole body trembled as it gulped, and a reedy gargling sound was made. Ah! They liked it. Kyle's right, this will make things so much easier. Jaina was hesitant to ask, but she had to. What do you mean, easier? Oh, last time, we had to grab Snowball, our neighbor's cat, and rub her against the leftovers we'd gift to the Murlocs down by our river. They didn't always like it, cause the cat taste wasn't strong enough. And the Lees got mad because Snowball kept coming back home all stinky with meat. Utter silence surrounded Callum as the adults around him processed his words. Back near the riverbank, the Murlocs were talking with Kyle with animated enthusiasm, and he replied back with obvious smugness. After some back and forth, Kyle turned back to the forest and waved. Right, Jaina, do your thing. Jaina wished she'd remembered the swear words her parents and the sailors around them used when they thought she wasn't around to listen. Instead, she let out a heavy sigh and turned back to the cauldron. Master Crasius, she whispered, as her arms began the motions of a spell. If you're watching this, please keep this out of my record. Jaina aimed her spell at the cauldron, half hoping that it'd fail. It didn't, and the whole conjured container shuddered as the mix of disintegrating fish and perfumed, is that even the appropriate word here, oil churned and rose up. Eventually, the mixture rose up and spilled out of the cauldron, and a pungent variation of a WATE oil elemental took shape. I'm so sorry, Jaina apologized to the summoned being, and then directed it out of the forest to join Kyle. The Murlocs were suitably awestruck by the spectacle, burbling and gurgling amongst themselves as the oily elemental flowed over to Kyle's side. Then Jaina dismissed the spell, and the humanoid form fell apart in a messy splash of fish and tainted oil. Kyle gave an utterly misplaced, regal nod to the Murlocs, and they dove towards the pile of fish. Jaina's stomach roiled just watching fanged maws shredding messily through the broken-down meat, and oversized tongues lapping up oil from the stained ground. It wasn't a complete display of gluttony though, there was definite hierarchy to the Murlocs as the larger ones devoured what they wanted first, and then moved away to let those behind them take their turn. The novice watched some frog/fishmen pick up pieces of meat and bone to offer to their smaller kin behind the mob. Kyle was right. They knew how to share. Why was that fact so astonishing? The messy buffet was over in little over a couple of minutes, and then Kyle was exchanging gurgles with the Murlocs again. The conversation ended with him extending a hand, and the largest Murloc taking and shaking with uncanny human-like fluidity. Kyle then looked up, grinning, and for some reason Jaina could imagine his stoic, venerable mentor palming his face in disbelief. Great, looks like Kyle's got them to be friends with us, Callum needlessly explained. And with that, supposedly Kyle now had Alterax rivers and lakeside secured. An unorthodox plan, but if the Murlocs could really restrain their aggression as he was sure they would, then it just might be effective. Hey Jaina! Do you think you can create another cauldron? Though maybe it's for the best if they decided to gnaw on Kyle instead. Chapter 29. Dalen sighed as he put down the scroll summarizing the latest developments from the continent. One particular tidbit of note seemed particularly annoying. Murlocs. The boy was offering a way to tame murlocs. And of course the madman in Dalaran also endorsed and authenticated the plan. What had not been expected was that it was Dalen's own daughter being named as one of the credible witnesses to Alterax's lunacy. Supposedly, her name's going to be on an actual, honest-to-light treatise about murloc domestication. It was supposed to sound like a big deal, but Dalen still felt too conflicted to be proud right now. He might have to talk to Catherine about pulling their daughter away from the Mage Academy. Maybe the scroll might help his argument. They could hire an accredited arcane tutor or two as a compromise to Jaina. Still, the idea of actually taming murlocs wasn't so bad. Crazy, yes. But not bad. The fishmen were a menace to any coastal activities. Significant investment into security and seasonal purges had to be expended to ensure that fishing communities actually had fish to catch, or didn't end up being displaced by the unchecked growth of murlocs. In the same vein, the constant opportunistic looting by the fishmen cost the Kul Tiran Icelanders a pretty amount every year to replace stolen or damaged nets and other fishing equipment. And because of how they spawned and migrated, it was practically impossible to completely eradicate a murloc infestation from an area. So if there really was a method to reduce murloc belligerence, or even remove it completely, Dalen had to be interested. He just didn't fully trust the words of Magi and a precocious boy king. The former, while reliable allies most of the time, often came with the risk of explosive or other dangerous accidents or side effects if left to their own devices. Goblin contraptions could sometimes be more reliable than a mage who cared only on whether they could achieve something, instead of whether they should try in the first place. And that's not counting the chance that the spell flingers might be secretly dark practitioners, rogue sorcerers that dabbled in the fell or worse. As for the latter, Dalen had to admit that he just didn't like Kyle. However justified he might be, the boy's arrogance and theatrics had grated on the Lord Admiral's nerves. Competent Kyle might appear to be, but that didn't mean he couldn't be insufferable as well. That he was a classmate of Jaina also contributed to the dislike. Worse, it seemed that they were friends, and who knows just how much bad influence the boy had infected Dalen's daughter with. Terranaz speaking well of Kyle's meeting with Kalia did not assuage the Lord Admiral's fears one bit. Not accepting a betrothal with Kalia only meant that it was more likely Kyle had his sights already set on Jaina. That he dragged her along to his murloc scheme was proof enough to Dalen of that. For all he knew, the boy would use the murloc taming, along with the offer of the much-vaunted repeater bows, as a trade to formally court Jaina. Dalen groaned at the thought of having to put up with that arrogant brat as family. Yet, a small part of his mind tried to offer a counter-argument. Kyle hadn't mentioned any price to his offers. Alterac hasn't descended into the shithole Thoras and Jen had openly hoped it would become. The boy was, from every overt and covert report Dalen received, a decent ruler, even if one discounted his peasant and arcane heritage. That small part argued that Kyle was still young, that he might yet grow into something more tolerable. That the potentials Alterac offered were worthwhile enough to worth some consideration. Dalen sighed. Fine. He'll put up with Kyle, at least as a ruler, and give him a fair chance to prove himself. He picked up a quill and began writing an appropriate response. The Admiralty of Kul Tiras would wait for the long-term results to show before accepting the offer of murloc domestication. Who knows if the methods might wear off in the future or the murlocs were playing everyone for fools, after all. In the meantime, the island nation would monitor the progress of King Kyle's eccentric project with interest. At the same time, Dalen also reviewed pending agreements with Alterac, and approved most of them. In the same reply, he expressed appreciation for Kyle's attempt at warming ties between their kingdoms. Kul Tiran ports would be open to Alteraci merchant vessels, trade of seafood for fruits and grain would proceed without unnecessary obstructions, and the offer to trial Alteraci rifled cannons was accepted with sincere gratitude. After sending out that message, Dalen began to pen another one, addressed to Terranaz. Perhaps their old, idle talk of uniting their families could bear some serious consideration. Arthas should still be clear of any real prospects right now, considering his paladin training. Maybe the wily king of Lord arg3nt could arrange a fortuitous meeting between his son and Dalen's daughter. Thoras rested his cheek on his palm as he leaned sideways on his throne. He didn't know whether to feel grateful or annoyed at the message that was just read out. A significant number of gnolls found crossing from Stromgarde into Alterac, handily taken care of by the brat's forces, and then concerned questions as to whether Stromgarde required aid from further infestations. According to merchants crossing from Alterac, the claim was true, evidenced by the fact that gnoll corpses were being carted into select towns to be rendered down into fish bait. Apparently enterprising Alteraci also turned the remaining carcasses into dice, ink pots, combs, and other curious products. Thoras had to remember the uses in the future. Simply burning the dead mutts or leaving them to carrion feeders was clearly a waste, now that he thought about it. Having frontier villages pick up that industry might help those strong guardians supplement their meager commerce, and it might even allow them to more easily fund adventurers to purge nearby gnoll camps. It was a matter for later. Right now though, Kyle not kicking up a fuss over the gnolls entering his kingdom was unexpected. There was no trace of accusation that Thoras expected the belligerent boy to make of Stromgarde sending the gnolls over. No demands for compensation, no threats to tighten the border. The only insult Kyle gave was faux concern over whether Thoras needed help in maintaining order over his kingdom. It was frankly far tamer than the warrior king had expected. Thoras almost felt disappointed. But then he also realized that Kyle wasn't bothered to kick up a fuss over the matter, which meant that there'd be no drawing the attention of the rest of the alliance. Which was, as much as Thoras hated to admit it, a boon for Stromgarde for the time being. The whole debacle about the regents had spread quickly, to the point where Thoras and his court had gotten inured to complaints from local tavern-goers about passing dwarven merchants or guildsmen casually insulting Stromgardian honor. To the dwarves of Ironforge, Kyle was set up to fail by his neighbors and admirably railed against his fate. That they were even partially right was rankling. It also served Thoras right for following Terranaw's little scheme. Ever since his old friend went insane and advocated for Orcish internment, Thoras should have been far more wary about further proposals from Lord arg3nt. That Jen was roped in should have been the most obvious sign. But what was done, and Thoras and his court now simply hoped to move past the lousy incident. It'd take a while more before the king of Stromgarde felt that he could tolerate a private meeting with Kyle Dalem, but Stromgarde would remain at least coldly polite to Alterac. Trade was permitted, official missives were treated with seriousness, and clearly nobody was ordered to somehow direct a whole horde of gnolls across the border. Which then raised another curious question. Kyle did not accuse Thoras in any way of the gnolls going over, but gnolls themselves rarely migrated en masse like that without ample warning or reason. The hinterlands of Stromgarde was not so absent of wildlife that the flea-infested creatures needed to move such great distances in search of food. If that were the case, there wouldn't be a whole horde to start with, just bands of half-starved raiders. Someone sent the gnolls over. That was the only conclusion Thoras Trollbane could reach. The how was yet unknown, but Thoras had battled alongside Dalaran Magi who could turn orcs into sheep, and fought against orc warlocks who could summon demons. How different, ultimately, was persuading or coercing gnolls compared to all of that. What mattered was that someone either wanted to frame Stromgarde, or incite a reaction out of Alterac, or had other equally concerning intentions. That roused anger in Thoras. He would not be made to look like that snake-gen, or be turned into an oblivious Pernold. Sitting straight in his throne, Thoras let out a soft curse before addressing his court. "We'll have to look into this matter," he said severely. "Someone wishes to make fools out of us, and I will not stand by it. Find out more details about the gnolls from Alterac. Where they trespassed from, what their numbers were exactly. Then I want scouting parties to investigate the possible regions for clues." As a chorus of compliance rang out, Thoras turned to his son, who too was saluting. "Galen. Can I trust you to lead this investigation?" The lad gave a grim nod, though a smirk of eagerness peeked out from underneath. "Of course, father." Far from the western coasts of Lord arg3nt and Gilneas, Gen Greymane kept his apprehension in check as he stood on the decks of a Gilnean monitor. While it was outclassed by most of Kul Tira's warships, the vessel had more than enough cannons to put up a fight, and had the speed to outrun whatever it couldn't outshoot. More importantly, it was just small enough to be unnoticed under the afternoon sun while being out in the Great Sea. The ship's presence here, as was its crew and Gen, were an utter secret from everyone back home, save for Liam who helped maintain a cover. It was a necessary subterfuge to keep any hidden agents in the dark, and to ensure that Gilnea's sovereignty and prosperity would not be leached by the alliance. "It's taking a while," came a spoiled and whiny voice, and Jen had to hold back the urge to snap around with a solid punch into Aladdin Perrenolda's idiotic face. Instead, the king of Gilneas made a far slower, more reserved turn to meet the discarded heir's stupid grin. "It'll be here, you know that," Jen admonished in a soft growl. Thankfully the fop merely nodded instead of opening his mouth again, and Jen went back to enjoy the relative silence. As the monitor rocked lightly to the placid waves, diligent, hand-picked crew kept busy tending to the ship. These were good men, reliable men, who knew how to do a good job and be silent about it. Unlike some stupid exiles. If not for Mal'Ganis' counsel, Aladdin Pernold would have been gutted and buried the moment he stepped into Gilneas. But their mutual mysterious benefactor was right, some plans required a gullible fool to serve as bait or cover. Being an ambitious pretender to Alterac's throne with none of the skill or sense to back it up, Aladdin fit the role a bit too perfectly. That the man still deluded himself into thinking he was the one to introduce Mal'Ganis to Jen and Liam, along with nurturing other childish fantasies, was proof enough of that. Aladdin probably also thought he was the one responsible for subverting Galen Trollbane over to their cause. Jen wasn't that stupid. It didn't require decades of leading a kingdom to know that Mal'Ganis was orchestrating all of this, that the hidden figure had reached out to everyone of note well before Aladdin was sent visiting them. The amount of subtle scheming was suspicious, of course, and Jen was well aware that he was likely little more valuable than Aladdin as a pawn. But Mal'Ganis, if that was really their name, had already offered much, and promised much more for the king of Gilneas to simply ignore. Whoever the mage was, and it had to be a great mage to accomplish such things, and whatever their true agenda, that it involved shaking up the current alliance was more than good enough for Jen. Terranaz and Lord arg3nt didn't deserve to be issuing demands simply because it was the largest kingdom. Loath as Jen was to admit it, Thora's people did more fighting and sacrificed far more than Lord arg3nt. Even Dalen's annoyingly superior fleet contributed critically at various points against the Horde. All Terranaz did to earn his spot as leader was host Lothar, Varian, and the refugees of Stormwind. Lord arg3nt might have sent the most men, and provided talents like Uther and Turalion, but as far as kings went, Terranaz was content to sit back and play at leader when everyone else was busy pushing the front lines back. Jen did his part as well, coordinating coastal battles with the Alliance's Grand Fleet, of which almost a fifth was comprised of Gilnean warships, to keep the southern coastline clear from Horde invaders. Gilneas, Stromgard, and Kul Tiras were at the forefront of the war against the Horde. Lord arg3nt, huge, bloated Lord arg3nt, was conveniently protected by its neighbors, and its seat of power safely tucked far away from the front lines. So no, Terranaz Manethil did not deserve to lead the alliance. Let it be someone else more worthy. Jen would even begrudgingly offer his vote for Thoraz if it came down to it. But it wouldn't. Because Mal'Ganis promised something that would secure not just undeniable power, but prestige as well. The unseen mage had already proven their value by providing altered crops that grew faster and bore greater harvests, allowing the kingdom to fill its stores with grain and begin exporting a hefty excess to Lord arg3nt for once. Sets of Ensor-sealed weapons and armor were conjured in the royal armory, stronger than any dwarven forged steel and keener than any elven blade. The dark metal equipment was put to use by the Gilneas Royal Guard, and Liam had his own set as well. Mal'Ganis' generosity was great indeed. Jen himself awaited his own, greater gift, one that came with the package he was now awaiting. All he had to do was endure Aladdin's foppish presence for just a little longer. Ship sighted. Just in time, the crew manning the crow's nest alerted the king to his possible prize. No. The spotted ship was the one he was waiting for. Even before the pierced circle that was the colors of Gilneas was identified flying on the incoming corvette, Jen knew that this was the ship Mal'Ganis had promised him. Ignoring Aladdin's exuberant babbling, Jen kept still, masking his excitement with regal stoicism as befitted a king of his station. The two ships came up to each other, and only then did Jen allow his eagerness to fuel his movements. He boarded the corvette, sent out weeks before Aladdin came to Gilneas, and found the weathered ship weathered but otherwise undamaged. Its crew though was a different story. Jen balked as he saw gaunt sailors with hollow eyes staring back at him. Clothes hung loosely off near skeletal frames, yet they still held onto the ship's lines with ease and walked steadily across the rocking deck. None of them bowed or knelt before their rightful king. There was utterly no life in their eyes, as if these miserable men were truly dead but had forgotten to stop their hearts beating or their lungs from breathing. What had they encountered that could break men like this? There were sailors' tales of ghost ships and horrors that flayed minds simply laying eyes on them. They look unwell, these sailors of yours. Concern switched to annoyance, and Jen had to clench his hands into fists tightly to stop himself from throwing Aladdin overboard there and then. Remembering his priorities, he growled at the nearest bony sailor. "Where is your captain?" The sallow man simply turned to him, staring at nothing, and his jaw hung open without a sound. Then the sailor, all of them, actually, eerily turned as one towards the stairs leading to the lower decks. Instinctively and fearlessly, Jen strode towards it, his guards in tow. There was no captain to be found. Instead, in the dim lighting of the lower decks, Jen quickly found the prize Mal'Ganis had urged him to seek. Within the corvette's holds, lashed down with bloodied rope and surrounded by cold mist and desiccated corpses, was a massive block of unmelting ice. Jen could just make out a silhouette of someone entombed within, wrapped tightly in a magnificent set of metal armor, alongside an impressive sword. The foolish orc warlock, who had sought out the trappings of true kings and had proven unworthy. Just as Mal'Ganis had said. Even with Aladdin's annoying excitement assaulting his ears from behind him, Jen grinned and reached out towards the enchanted ice. Power emanated from within, dim power from armor and blade that needed a king, a real king, to awaken. "Are you ready to ascend beyond the trappings of kings?" rang the silky smooth whisper of Mal'Ganis in his head. "Aye." And Jen's fingers pressed against the cold ice, and his grin grew as the whole block cracked and shattered. Chapter 30, 14 ADP. Looking back, the long journey through the lands of what he now knew as Lord arg3nt had been a lonely and arduous one. With only his wits and minimal guidance, Thrall managed to sneak through the human kingdom undetected. Beyond the occasional beast that sometimes made for a decent dinner, the fugitive orc had encountered nobody in his travels. If not for the food that appeared whenever he woke up, he'd have given in to the belief that the invisible voice that echoed in his head guiding him had been a figment of his own imagination. Yet, it was the owner of that voice that had urged him to freedom after the walls of his Durnhold cell had been blasted open. It was that voice that provided what little company Thrall had, mostly with curt instructions and the occasional information about the greater world. "Do not follow the river. Durnhold outriders are following it, and will run into you. Put out your fire, hunters are drawing near." Do not bury the cat if you are not going to eat it. Wake up. A whole pack of gnolls were nearby. Right, yes, that way. You'll probably find some food on their corpses. No, I didn't kill them, a patrol ran into them. No, you shouldn't feel bad about their fates. Those are murlocs up ahead. You can't outrun them. Do you still have the cat? With little choice, Thrall learned to trust in the curt, guiding voice. However unamused it sounded, its instruction kept him safe, especially during the few close calls in the middle of the night. If not for the rattling voice in his head waking him up, Thrall would have likely been captured or killed at least 2 times already. Yet for all its helpfulness, the unseen benefactor was far from sociable. Edelas is dead. Taratha is safe. Thrall had been shocked by that declaration when he had begun fleeing, but he wasn't given much chance to doubt it as he was warned into hiding from a patrol. Why are you helping me? He tried asking during one of the quieter treks when he was sure he was being heard. You serve a purpose. Could I know what it is? No. Could you at least tell me where I am going then? West. West? That's all. Go west. Life is peaceful there. Other queries came to similar unsatisfying ends, but Thrall tolerated it. After all, compared to the insults and humiliation back in Durnhold, it was almost refreshing. The orc did try staying awake one night for a chance to glimpse at his benefactor when they presumably dropped his food allowance, but it somehow knew he wasn't asleep. If you're going to be awake, keep moving. Because of that curiosity, Thrall was forced to march through the night, and only found a sack containing his rations when he finally woke up in the later afternoon. Though it mattered little to the undemanding orc, the stale and cold pies and bread sent a clear message that kept him on behaving for the rest of the journey. Eventually, forests and plains gave way to hills and mountains, and Thrall's reliance on his guide increased as he navigated jagged outcrops and treacherous cliffs. It's snow, frozen water. You'll be fine, that's what the shoes and blanket are for. Not that cave. Bears inside. Stay very still and very quiet until I tell you to move. What did I tell you about being quiet? There's a river to your left, head for it to clear your scent. That big cat's a mountain lynx. Leave it, it's mine. Eventually, after weeks beyond counting, Thrall was led towards one final mountain before the sole companion of his travels went permanently silent. Remember what I told you, and don't die, were its last words. After enduring a palm-shredding climb and plenty of near falls, Thrall made it past the mountaintop, and immediately ran into a trio of large, snarling wolves, each bearing a rider on them. Riders that looked very much like Thrall. Remembering his guide's words, Thrall carefully introduced himself. And as the now silent voice had predicted, it became very apparent that he couldn't understand the orc's pointed demand, while they took offense to his use of human common. Still, through patient hand gestures the former slave gladiator was escorted into a hidden orc village, where he was slowly and tentatively welcomed into the clan that he'd come to know as the Frostwolf clan. Thrall took his time learning the Orcish tongue under the wary but patient tutelage of Drekthar, the clan's blind leader. He ignored his host's initial distrust and the guards that watched over him as he took to their chores in life, resolving to prove himself worthy of their trust. For their part, the wolf-taming orcs were patient with him, and grew to trust their new guest enough that Thrall eventually had a tent within the village itself. More weeks passed, and eventually Thrall's mastery of his race's language was decent enough, and his presence trusted enough, that he made friends and was treated as one of the Frostwolves. It was then that he acted on the words of the invisible guide that he owed his life to. Drekthar. I have to ask, now that there is no chance of wrong meaning between us. Do you know of Tirotan and Drika? The chief's surprise, and that of the orcs around Thrall, was total. They had never brought up the names in his presence, not even a whisper. Of course, that got Drekthar wary, but also curious. Contrary to what his guide had expected though, no blades or axes were leveled at Thrall. Where did you learn of them? I was guided here, by someone. Or something. It told me to bring this up to you when I could speak our language. So no insult could be wrongly meant. I see. The old orc slumped into his furs and the sightless milky eyes bore into Thrall's for a moment, before Drekthar finally heaved out a sigh. Theirs is a terrible tragedy. And Thrall learned of the clan's former chieftain, of how he and his mate were betrayed. Of how their child was missing. Drekthar too came to the same impossible conclusion as the tale ended, and pressed Thrall for his past. So Thrall told him of his life as a gladiator and a slave, and took in their disgusted and pitying looks. He did not dare try linking his own lack of parents to the Frostwolves' betrayed leader, but everyone became aware of the possible connection. Come here, Drekthar ordered after Thrall gave his tale, and the latter did so with apprehension of what might follow. The blind orc reached out with a hand and began muttering, and the chill winds from beyond the feasting tent swirled in and around Thrall. As the winds spun into a whistling, and then howling, gale, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. The nearby cooking fires flared brightly, swallowing and incinerating the meats hanging over them. Drekthar's murmuring became strained, and for a moment, Thrall feared that he'd be torn into shreds from the growing storm, or swallowed by the rocky ground beneath him. His fears went unrealized, as both wind and earth stilled suddenly, and the blind chieftain slumped over into a waiting attendant with a heavy exhale. Thrall, son of Durotan, son of Drika. Ignoring the gasps and muttering that arose, Thrall found himself blinking dumbly. What had been an impossibility was now. My parents were. The wind, the earth, even the flames, have answered, and all have given their answer. The old chieftain's voice was trembling a little. You are Durotan and Drika's son, come back to us at last. Praise the elements for guiding you back. Thrall couldn't help frowning. I was not led by the elements, a voice guided me, as I've told you. Far from being dissuaded, Drekthar nodded instead with approval. You have a bond with a guiding spirit. It is a rare gift indeed. Your guide brought you here, and made your ties to us known. Doubtful of the claim, but unsure of what else his guide might be, Thrall shrugged off his skepticism for now. It also gave me more tasks for when I joined your clan, as well as more questions to ask of you. There were noises of admiration at that from the orcs around him. The spirits they believed in must be highly respected indeed. Ask your questions then, Thrall, Drekthar said with a smile. Let us see what else your guide wishes you to learn from us. Nodding, Thrall took a moment to find the right translation to the voice's words. What is the path of glory? The smiles of the adults all fell instantly, and Thrall felt a spike of panic. I might have mistranslated. He did not. Thrall learned about his clan's darker, shameful past. The other questions he had gave similar bleak answers. Thrall learned that the orcs were not native to this world. He learned of dark magics that fueled their arrival here, and the orcs' genocide of the Drania in original home world. He learned of a great war between the Horde and the human-led alliance. More importantly, Thrall learned that the so-called spirit guide had parted ways with him not with a benevolent promise, but a dark threat. When you truly become an orc, figure out what you'll do from there. When I return, I will see if you deserve a path of glory or a shatrath of your own. Ranger Captain Arianda Arcros kept her exasperation in check with now expert restraint as she guarded the Mage King through Alterax's mountains. Why Kyle decided to personally trek through the treacherous mountains was beyond her, but knowing what she did of mages, she hoped it did not involve anything as stupid as murlocs again. The elven advisor could barely tolerate the scent of cats now thanks to all that lunacy. Hopefully Kyle wasn't bringing a whole ranger detachment just to hunt for cats. It's something Arianda could envision a haughty or delusional mage might do. And Kyle comfortably straddled the line between both in her estimation. The trip was made all the more worse due to having to bring along the king's royal guard. Their captain Laura, by her nature of being a dwarf, was far less of a burden traversing through treacherous terrain, but the rest of her heavily armored and very human party were troublesome. For their sake, safer but more circuitous paths had to be charted, whereas if they simply stuck with even the rawest ranger recruit, Arianda could have likely cut the travel time in half at least. As it was, the palace guard's ranger counterparts did what they could in making sure that cliff sides were wide and strong enough to support the clunky tin cans, and to mark out any crevices to avoid Kyle's vaunted guard from getting stuck from falling in. It was more tedium to an already tedious chore of being attached to Alterac. Arianda could be home in the more welcoming forests of Kulthalas, culling roving trolls and orcs that still threatened her homeland. But orders were orders, and so she and some of her peers endured a couple of years being in this backwater kingdom, straining their patience as they tried to make something out of the human recruits that wouldn't disrespect the term ranger. Admittedly, they did better than she had initially hoped. The human locals navigated their mountainous homeland with ease and nearly as much grace as their elven leaders did. Their accuracy and stealth were decent enough to pull off ambushes, though it took them time to learn how to appreciate the subtleties of the plant life around them. At the same time, their eccentric king had a thing for useful contraptions, contrary to the arcane stereotype. While the repeater bows were supremely useful, and plenty had been said about it in her letter to King Anastarian, Arianda and her fellow expatriates especially appreciated the magic-free toilet systems. It made patrolling the settlements so much more tolerable. It made the elves reluctant to range deep into the forests for too long, since they'd have to go back to digging holes and enduring the lack of hygiene and privacy again. But orders were orders, and the rangers of Kulthalas would not shame their reputation and their homeland over such trivialities. Besides, they've already invested half their pay into the gnomish engineers, and the promise of a portable toilet was growing ever closer to fruition. In the meantime, Arianda kept her head down and shouldered on. Toilets or no, she was currently the head of Alterax's Rangers, so if the king needed to wander off into the hinterlands, it was her job to escort him. The ranger captain bit back a groan as she heard the clanking of metal joints from behind her. She should have gotten the king to order his guards to stay back at the mountain's base. How much farther are we away, Captain? Kyle asked politely, pointing first to a point in the map in his hand, and then to a mountaintop off in the distance. Knowing the Mage King's admirable lack of appreciation for courtly bullshit, Arianda didn't hide her annoyance or temper her bluntness. 3 days, if we're lucky. 5 is more likely, more if things start going wrong. It took 4 in the end, with miraculously no injuries or near losses. The young king became both apprehensive and excited as they went around the final summit, but just as they began to descend into a rocky valley, Kyle suddenly froze into a scowl, and the greener rangers startled when his eyes flared out into a bluish glow. Fuck. Change of plans. It was his tone, not his words, that made Arianda tense up. Everyone, gather up around me. We're heading back. Blades and bows out. Any question anyone might have was put aside by the grim look on their king's face and his order to prepare for combat. Arianda Keen Ears didn't miss his muttered complaints as he handed out small enchanted crystals to everyone. There must be an easier way to assign the stupid faction. The rambling can be figured out later. For now, as Kyle's eyes glowed brighter, Arianda gripped her repeater bow tightly. As blue-white light bathed the whole group, she pushed aside all questions she might have and prepared for a fight. Kyle would no doubt explain to her and the others why they'd been trekking through a mountain towards an orc settlement after whatever this fresh trouble was settled. Chapter 31. Uther kept solemnly still as a bishop led the choir through a prayer song, filling the white plaster halls of the newly consecrated cathedral with gratitude and devotion. Behind him, the faithful of Alterac filled the plain but carefully built pews, and the stairs from statues of notable Alteraci religious figures from the alcove seemed to add to the religious atmosphere. Beside the paladin, Arthas knelt with head bowed and eyes closed. Both paladin and squire were in full armor for the occasion as a mark of their office within the Church of the Light. Sunlight streaming through massive stained glass windows above the cavernous space fell on the two holy warriors, and the gleam from their mirror-polished armor plates made them seem to be literally glowing in holy light to observers. As the hymn went on, Uther did not let his thoughts wander. Much. Cynical intentions or not, the cathedral was a good gesture by Kyle for his people. Having the fourth largest cathedral in the Alliance reminded the other kingdoms that the people of Alterac were faithful brothers and sisters in the light. That this holy place was built by both dwarves and men was a show of unity among the faithful that transcended kingdoms and race. And having Uther to join in the consecration of the cathedral as a paladin of the Silver Hand meant that this temple's sanctification would be beyond reproach. Kyle's absence was the only demerit, wielding the excuse of administrative work. But his family and most of his court were present. Uther still wondered if the young mage king would ever appear for service if every reason to do otherwise could be eliminated. The boy seemed indifferent, verging on dismissive, during Uther's meeting with him. Not enough to rile up the paladin's sensibilities, he'd met far more intolerable magi and there were actual heretics out there after all, but enough for Uther to worry about the lad's soul. By all accounts, the 2 short years has shown Kyle to be an able ruler, one that rebuilt a kingdom and uplifted its people to enviable standards. Uther's ride up to Alterac was quite eye-opening, as the roads he traveled were as neatly paved as any road in Hosmodan. Gone were decrepit inns and villages, and instead Uther passed by hybrids of dwarven and local Alteraci architecture that made taverns look like fortified halls and distant farmsteads seem akin to war bunkers. At the same time, the touch of gnomish engineering popped up here and there. Alchemical streetlights lit the major trade roads, the newer hand pump wells replaced traditional bucket wells, and gnomish tractors chugged in the background of most regions. The strong guardian merchants they traveled with had been suitably awed and envious in varying measure, and it seemed that their journey here might be more profitable than they'd imagined seeing how the common Alteraci looked to be doing well enough for themselves. Knowing what he did about dwarven builders and gnomish engineers, Uther was certain that no expense was spared in transforming Alterac, a testament to Kyle's sincerity in rebuilding his kingdom. The conversations with odd villagers and townsfolk further added to the sentiment. With most of the nobility fled or dead, Kyle had virtually free reign of the mountainous kingdom, and there were no signs of oppression or misrule that some had feared. If anything, the locals were taking to their young king's eccentricities rather well. Compared to stagnancy and aloof or heavy-handedness of the old nobility, the new king's eccentric policies had quickly proven beneficial. The tractors were the clearest sign of this, but there were also the implementation of the initially disruptive sewer network, which resulted in the elimination of outhouses and night soil collectors, as well as the subtle stench of waste that usually tainted every village, town, and city. The Alteraci even found solace in the queer, gaudy-looking fountains that sat in the middle of their villages or towns, gilded fountains that held no water. The people found the ornamentation reassuring, that it was proof that their king was aware of their settlement, and a sign of Alterac's growing prosperity. Uther himself felt that there was something more to the fountains that met the eye, but as he did not feel any trace of the unholy from it, he let it be. For all he knew, Kyle was using it as a means to scry his realm, which wouldn't be out of place with how Dalaran might do things or Lordaeron's own network of discreet agents. Damn, he let his thoughts wander off. Snapping himself back, Uther heard the hymn end, and then rose with Arthas to take a seat as the priest moved on to a sermon. It was a short speech, thanking Kyle for allowing the faithful such a magnificent congregation sight, as well as his fair rule. Then there was a short lesson on perseverance and diligence, and then extolling the virtues of unity and open arms. The whole ceremony was over relatively quickly, with practically no attention brought to the grandeur of the cathedral itself. There was no gross lauding of their kingdom's growing prosperity, or a subtle twist to urge the attendees to offer up more tithes. Uther approved. Not a few bishops in Lord arg3nt that could learn to adopt this less material-focused leadership. With service finished, the paladin and his squire rose up and endured the awestruck greeting from the Altarassi believers. As a paladin of the Silver Hand, Uther was a different embodiment of the light that most commoners were unfamiliar with. His was a martial role, a physical embodiment of the saying the light protects. While he traded platitudes with the common folk, out of the corner of his eye, Uther spied Arthas in conversation with one of the more odd Stromgardian merchants that joined their eastwards journey from Lord arg3nt. Like his fellows, Arvidas Ram almost literally tripped over himself when Uther and Arthas came across the merchant convoy and offered to escort them through Alterac and into Stromgard. Arvidas in particular was excited to interact with the crown prince of Lord arg3nt, and in return Arthas found the merchant's tales about developments in Stromgard, particularly of House Trollbane, enthralling. Uther himself was not so keen on the topic, but let his squire enjoy the conversation when time permitted. Before the Terranas and Thoras fell out, even up until his early squiring, Arthas had been close friends with the Trollbane family. Thoras treated him more like a favoured nephew than anything, though Arthas' ties with Galen was a bit more distant considering that the Trollbane heir probably viewed his counterpart with some youthful jealousy. Beyond it not being his business and not affecting Arthas' duties, from what he heard it was a jealousy that stirred Galen into bettering himself, so Uther largely ignored the whole interaction. Probably the only thing that stopped Galen from being sent to the Order of Silverhand was the fact that it was ultimately an organization loyal as much to Lord arg3nt as the Light, and Thoras wouldn't tolerate that. But the ties between kings seemed not to be shared by the prince, as Arthas was just as eager to learn of Thoras' victories against troll holdouts, or Galen's recent rise to command. Apparently Arvidas was close enough to the palace that he picked up on much gossip, and Uther had to remind his squire about the dangers of entertaining too much of that vice. Still, beyond the attentive conversation he held with Arthas, no doubt trying to brown-nose himself into another royal family's patronage, Arvidas was harmless enough to ignore. The man might give off the air of a sycophant, but he knew when not to intrude into a paladin's, and squire's, duties and to keep behind the line of simpering. And light-nose Uther had endured far more spineless cretins even back in the war. The conversation between merchant and prince ended as Arvidas nodded towards a direction and Arthas' face suddenly lit up after turning towards it. Uther surreptitiously followed his squire's gaze to a nearby group of worshippers, particularly a familiar blonde girl with blue eyes who smiled easily and she conversed with the people around her. Arthas not too subtly began heading straight for Jaina with a smile of pleasant surprise on his face. Why she was here was beyond Uther's guess right now, but he felt annoyance suddenly weighing down on him. The urge to act on his exasperation welled up, but was quickly banished. Arthas was still a prince, and Jaina a princess. He'll let the lad go through the motions of courtly romance and politics for now, and remind his squire that there'll be no courting until after he becomes a paladin. Knowing the recklessness of youth, it might even serve to motivate the prince. Not that attaining paladinhood was something that needed such base motivation, of course. Interestingly and with some concern, Uther frowned as he noted Arvidas slipping after the prince's wake. Quickly but politely dismissing himself from the crowd around him, the paladin began to intercept the merchant before he could trespass on an encounter meant to be private. Everything came to a halt as a muted clap from outside drew everyone's attention. Then, heralded by the marching of boots, Kyle appeared through the cathedral's massive doors, his face fixed in anger. "Who the fuck let you in here?" At first, Uther had thought the exclamation was aimed at Arthas, but then Kyle's gaze shifted ever so slightly to give the prince a glare. Guards streamed from behind the Mage King, moving to evacuate the cathedral. "Arthas, move away from it." "You." Uther blinked in surprise at the sheer venom in his squire's word and the snarl in which Arthas delivered it with. Arvidas raised his hands placatingly, his face fixed into a pitiful plea. "Your Highness, please, the prince." "Shut it, demon." "Demon?" Arvidas threw a pleading glance back at Arthas, who began to stride aggressively towards Kyle. From behind them, Jaina tried to protest, either Kyle or Arthas, Uther did not know. "Your Highness," Uther interjected with authority that had cowed King Magni Bronzebeard into thoughtful silence before, "what is the meaning of this?" In response, Kyle lifted a brass short staff and aimed one end at Arvidas. "That's a demon," he declared with surety. "Very well disguised, but whatever spell it casted gave it away." "Please your Highness," Arvidas pleaded desperately, hands trembling and eyes wide, "I'm but a simple merchant." Uther was about to add to the man's defense, but Arthas beat him to it. "Don't cast your own damnation onto others, mage." He growled with such hate that made Uther pause. The paladin knew that his squire had a poor view at best about Kyle, but he'd never heard Arthas express such loathing before. More worryingly, Uther saw how Arthas began to raise his warhammer in both hands. Kyle too seemed surprised, but then his eyes glowed in an arcane blue as he frowned at the approaching prince. "Prince Arthas, you're not in the right state of mind now, gee. Enough of your foulness." Arthas lowered his shoulders for a charge, but Kyle was suddenly past him in a handful of steps. A blade of blue-white light shot out from the tip of his brass staff as he lunged at Arvidas. The Mage King's attempt was aborted as Arthas spun around with equally astonishing speed, the massive hammer's head just clipping Kyle enough to send him spinning to the ground with the sound of dented armor. With the stunned crowd watching, the prince marched over towards the fallen king. Your madness ends today, mage. Please, your highnesses, Arvidas pleaded lamely, eyes darting between Arthas and Kyle. Arthas. No. Uther began running, aghast at what was unfolding before him, ready to slam into Arthas before he could fully raise his hammer. He saw Kyle looking up, at Arvidas. And then the brass rod flew out, just before Uther slammed into his squire to stop the falling kill strike. As he crashed onto the floor with Arthas, Uther watched Kyle's arcane weapon pierce through the air with the speed of a dwarven ballista bolt towards the helpless Arvidas. And then Arvidas suddenly darted aside with impossible speed, but not enough to fully avoid the sudden explosion of the thrown weapon. Blue flames flashed out, searing the merchant. And left behind not charred clothes and seared flesh, but pale and unmarred, violet skin. Arvidas' eyes were filled with surprise as he stared at Kyle, and surprise turned into rage as the merchant's eyes glowed a malevolent green. No. Uther could only gape as the form that was once Arvidas took a step forward, and his body began to bulge and grow, tearing at the seams of his clothes. So be it, the knot man said, voice twisting into something darker, enticing. Claws shredded through his glove as he raised a hand tauntingly. Horns grew from his face, and massive bat-like wings erupted from his back with sickening cracks of twisted bone. Some amendments will be made. In a fit of madness, the Mage King of Alterac went amok and slaughtered everyone in his city, perhaps including the crown prince of Lord Arryn. Terrified faces looked up at the now towering figure looming over all of them, a horned and winged figure standing on cloven hooves and garbed in purple armor that bore familiar infernal patterns. Demon, someone gasped. It replied with a fanged-filled grin. Just as Uther began to rise to confront it, he heard more fearful gasps from nearby, and saw that Arvidas' fellow merchants began to twist and warp as well. Fuck, Kyle swore as he got up to his feet. Chapter 32. Author's notes, I should have split this into 2 chapters, but leaving another cliffhanger in a row might cause a riot, so here. Jaina had expected a peaceful break from her assignment. Being in Alterac's first cathedral reminded her much of the reverential and serene awe she felt back in her first visit to Lord Arryn with her family. The architecture and the echoing murmurs were similar enough that she could close her eyes and almost whisk herself back to a more oblivious but happier time. Almost, because the lingering stink of cat oil and murloc slime clung stubbornly onto her even with the best soaps she could conjure. The novel showers in Kyle's palace helped in washing the consequences of her research away, but the job was never complete. Her new mentor, the vaunted Pelton Quickgear, had commiserated her and simply suggested that Jaina take a few fire-resistant potions before blasting herself with a fireball as a last resort. She didn't think he was joking, and even if he did, she was seriously considering it. Beyond the smells being burnt into her nostrils, the novice also found herself imagining gargling noises thanks to constant exposure to the murlocs. The slightest rattle, the coincidental tune of shuffling feet, and she'd be reminded of the accursed growling of the fish-slash-frogman. She should have not accepted the damned offer, and realized that the honor of penning your own treatise came with the cost of closely researching the topic of said treatise. And in this case, a treatise on murlocs involved Jaina having to spend most of her time near Alterac's new and unconventional vassal, learning of its inhabitants' ways and constantly having to offer chunks of meat marinated in cat oil to keep the murlocs tolerable. For all the grueling work though, it was an honor to be conducting her own research, especially as she wasn't even an apprentice yet. According to the missive from Archmage Antonidas, considering the novelty of the situation, the Academy of Arcane Sciences would amend her curriculum around her research. Certain subjects were dropped completely, most she'd already read ahead on anyway, while others would be postponed to after she got her apprenticeship, just to dangle another carrot in front of her. If her treatise was deemed acceptable enough, Archmage Antonidas had promised she'd get her pick of notable names to apprentice under, himself included. Or Archmage Crasius, or... Jaina had quickly shaken that last name out of her mind. The idea of learning under an elven prince, who lived far longer than humans and therefore were greater repositories of knowledge, and royally sanctioned knowledge too at that, was enticing, but knowing the one-sided, fondness Prince Kale that's held for her, Jaina found it a real possibility that her studies and development as a mage might be adversely affected. Plus her rejection of his advances might make things awkward. The near-perfect prince aside, potentially having her pick of renowned archmagi to learn from was more than enough to keep Jaina interested in investing all she had in the treatise. Until it was complete, the more practical aspects of her education would be resumed under Alterac's overqualified steward, Pelton, who would also advise her in forming her treatise, while the rest of it would be done via reading and preparing essays based on them. It had sounded very interesting at first, but then the gargling droning of the amphibious subjects she studied quickly wore on her. It didn't help that according to Kyle, and verified independently by his brother Callum, the murlocs had gotten used to her presence to a point that they had a name for her, the Tide Caller Queen, because of the water elemental she summoned to guard her whenever she was near the Murloc village. The stupid name stuck, of course, and Jaina had to endure Kyle, Callum, and even Pelton on occasion teasing her with it. Though considering the abomination that now towered in front of her, Jaina wouldn't mind swimming with the damn Murlocs right now. Seeing Arthas snap into an immediate rage had shocked her, especially with how raw his hate sounded when he addressed Kyle. Jaina didn't know what to feel by the exchange between Prince and King, though she did see Callum and his parents bristle at the tone Arthas took on Kyle. Then suddenly Uther was slamming into Arthas, and Kyle threw a blazing rod at the merchant, and the merchant was revealed to be a winged demon, and his friends were now bubbling and bursting out of their human forms as well. Avant, demon! Surprisingly, it was Bishop Falric that cut into the panic and terror from behind the demon and everyone else. Let the light burn your evil away. Still barely away from his pulpit, the graying and slightly portly priest brandished a silver holy symbol with authority as he tried to exorcise the demon. The winged horror only gave Falric a slight glance over its shoulder, and then it contemptuously swept a wing out. The bishop was clearly unprepared, and would have likely been flung into a broken heap if not for the bubble of hardened mana that formed around him, absorbing most of the brutal hit and only knocking the man back a step. Bishop, get out of there! Pelton commanded even as he began preparing another spell. About the same time, Jaina saw Uther already on his feet and charging towards the demon, while Kyle barked out orders before joining in. Both of them were intercepted as the merchant's friends stepped in the way, shrugging off the last of their human disguise to reveal their true selves as towering, red-skinned brutes in black armor and horned helmets. Massive pole blades appeared in their hands, sweeping down to almost bisect Kyle and Uther. For all their fearsomeness, the palace guard, led by Laura, slammed into the red demon soon after that, while all Terrasai town guards hurriedly urged and dragged everyone else out of the cathedral. The rangers that came with Kyle and his palace guards also broke out of their shock and began loosing a barrage of arrows, which barely stuck in the demon's exposed flesh and only seemed to annoy and distract them. In retaliation, the barbed blade of a red-skinned demon cleaved straight through the plate armor of a guard and buried itself deep into another. Another arrow-studded monstrosity swept its weapon wide, amputating the limbs of several opponents before Laura leapt and buried her axe right into its face. Terrified screams mixed with demonic roars as all Terrasai worshippers fled the cathedral or were rooted in fear. At the back of the fighting, the winged demon swatted aside Uther's second attempt at a charge with a clawed hand, tearing through gleaming gold and steel like it was paper. The paladin tumbled with a grunt and crumpled metal, but to Jaina's relief, no pool of blood gathered beneath him. The demon's hands then began moving in the uncanny familiarity of spellcasting, gathering green fire before it. The infernal flame suddenly snuffed out, and the demon bowled over as it let out a strangled growl. Off to the side, Kyle's eyes were glowing brightly, his hands stretched out in a wrenching motion aimed at the demon. Whatever he did caused the fiend to fall over and cough glossy black blood that sizzled away on the stone flooring. Jaina snapped out of her horrified spectating just as a trio of armored guards came up to escort her and Kyle's family away. Without thinking, she shrugged off a guiding hand and began walking towards the fight. Princess! Protect the king's family, she evenly said as her hands rolled into a gesture. Her water familiar materialized beside her, and with a mental command, surged out to join the growing melee. Even as she got into another spell, Jaina had to force herself to focus on her targets and tune out the carnage. She had to ignore the sounds of arcane missiles being loosed from Pelton at the winged demon, who was rising back up and had batted Kyle away with its wing. He flew out of her field of view with a crash of what she hoped was only wooden furniture. Elsewhere, a couple of demons fought back to back against a closing ring of steel-clad warriors who carefully closed the noose lest they join the heap of brutalized armored corpses between them and their enemies. Just a few feet from that scene, the captain of the guard took on a brute by herself, the other guards with her already in bloody pieces around her. Despite pieces of shorn armor hanging loosely off her, Laura deftly skipped aside from a swift cleaving strike, and with a roar brought her own weapon down to sever both of the demon's hands. It barely had time to appreciate its lack of extremities as the dwarf quickly followed up with a decapitating strike. Jaina condensed the air into 6 crystal-clear icicles that floated between her hands, and then sent the frozen spears into another red-skinned fiend, impaling it repeatedly before it could slam into the panting dwarf. She was casting again as it fell to its knees and the Terrasai defenders closed in to finish it off. Near the cathedral's great doors, Ranger Captain Arianda dove towards a demon after blinding it with 2 expertly placed shots, her twin blades flashing out to desperately bat away the demon's great weapon before it could blindly crash through the fleeing worshippers. Another ranger leapt in with a short spear, successfully impaling the demon but suffering a powerful kick from it almost immediately after that bent him over with a sickening snap of bones. A half-ring wall of ice rose up to stop it from rampaging any further, and then a glowing orb of purple energy slammed into it and promptly detonated, painting the ice wall in dark demon ichor. Jaina caught the nod from Pelton, and then instinctively began casting along with her mentor. Ice frosted the tiles under an isolated fiend, exploding into a spike that bit deep into its cloven feet before a stream of arcane missiles from Pelton tore its head off. Beyond the bloody melee, Jaina's water elemental crashed into the leader of this whole infiltration, and the winged demon stumbled from the force of the charge. It counterattacked with impossible speed, swatting the elemental so hard that it exploded into mist, and then snapped its head just in time to catch Uther's hammer to its jaw. The paladin glowed brightly with holy light, and like a divine avatar Uther swung his hammer again and again, each blow knocking the demon lower to the ground. Despite the impressive attacks, his fourth strike was caught fully in the demon's hand, and Uther had but a split second to blink in surprise before the other hand shot up to tear through masterwork steel and bury its claws deep into Uther's abdomen. No. Kyle struck like a diving hawk as the demon sought to rise up with its struggling prize impaled on its hand. He was clad in golden armor now, similar in fashion to the buildings he'd shown Jaina in what felt like an eternity ago. A blade of blue-white light shot out from a bulky bracer, slicing off a forearm to free Uther. The young Mage King barely landed before he was forced to roll away as the demon swatted at him with its remaining hand, roaring with blood-specked rage. The steel-rending claws somehow bounced off the air just mere inches from Kyle, the unknown shielding saving his leg from being torn out. It was only then that Jaina noticed that Kyle's back was just a few feet away from the still-stunned Arthas. The Crown Prince of Lord Aaron blankly watched the desperate combat occurring before his eyes, and Jaina almost paid him no mind. But then Arthas began to rise, with his warhammer tightly gripped in one hand and a steely resolve in his eyes. Worry shot through Jaina as she couldn't tell if the prince's gaze was fixed on Kyle or the demon as both danced about in deadly combat. Doubt seeped in and the distraction almost cost her as one of the last red demons went on a wild rampage towards her, swinging its weapon with its one good arm. Arcane shields from Pelton stopped all the blows from landing on her and the others caught in its path, and it was the blood-drenched Marshal Colin who finally stood in its path with a spear, letting the demon run itself through the braced weapon. Man and demon struggled for control before more guards came to put the fiend down for good. With the immediate concern for her own life banished, Jaina snapped her attention back to Arthas, who now brandished his weapon in both hands as he marched ever close to Kyle and the winged demon. By now, both king and demon were darting at each other like feral beasts. Kyle always barely avoided the powerful swipes from the demon, the invisible bubble protecting him flaring out from glancing hits. His own daring attacks were parried or similarly evaded. After forcing Kyle away, the demon tried to cast another spell, but once more his opponent's hands lashed out in a twisting and crushing gesture, causing the demon to stumble and bend over and cough more foul blood. Despite that, it was still capable enough to fend off another attempt at its life, and the stalemate continued. And Arthas drew ever closer to them, hammer raised for a charge. A decision had to be made, and quickly. Jaina looked at the kneeling form of Uther, bloodied but unbroken with his cuirass torn open to reveal horrendous wounds in his chest and stomach, and saw that he too noticed his squire's advance. The paladin and the novice's eyes met, and the weary resignation he gave her told her all she needed to know. As quickly as she could, Jaina snapped off a spell that froze the air around Arthas' feet, burying him thigh-deep in a block of ice. Immobilized, Arthas first looked down at his feet, and then cast his gaze around in confusion before finally catching sight of her. Jaina flinched as she saw surprise and betrayal flash across her friend's face, but she steeled her resolve and met his gaze nonetheless. "Jaina, let me go." Arthas pleaded even as the last of the red demons were being put down and Kyle continued fighting for his life with their leader. Some guards tried to support him, but after contemptuous slashes from the fiend, Kyle ordered them, especially a limping Laura, back. Arrows sung through the air, ignored by the demon even as their tips pierced its skin. "Jaina, please. Let me help." Jaina looked at the duel, and then glanced back to Arthas, and then she forced herself to shake her head. "I'm sorry, Arthas." She quickly turned away from the blue eyes filled with devastation, unable to bear her friend's gaze, and instead focused on figuring out the right spell to aid Kyle. With how fast he and his opponent were moving, she'd need something easy to cast but also precise enough to not clip Kyle. Despite how large it was, the damned fiend kept positioning Kyle between itself and everyone else, turning his enemy into a meat shield. The arrows that pincushioned it seemed purely ornamental instead of debilitating it. Jaina had seen it attempt flight a couple of times, but each time Kyle would leap at the opening, scoring shallow hits that made it clear that it could not take to the skies in time before Kyle would cut it down. Yet at the same time, any attempt by Kyle to disengage had it lunging sideways, forcing him to re-engage before it lunged for Uther or other incapacitated targets. Pelton sent out another barrage of arcane missiles that tore into the demon's pale violet flesh, causing it to growl threateningly before Kyle forced its attention back to him. It still managed a quick turn of its head, taking in the ravaged cathedral. Without thinking, Jaina followed the fiend's gaze, noting with immense satisfaction the heaps of red demons joining the more mortal corpses strewn across the cathedral. Their bodies were steaming, as if evaporating, likely being banished back to the twisting nether. Seeing itself alone, the demon directed a final snarl at Kyle. "Enjoy this petty victory. You will be broken. Everything you cherish will be sundered before your very eyes." Then the demon burst into a cloud of shadowy bats. With cacophonous screeching, the dark swarm flew up towards the cathedral ceiling. Arrows zipped harmlessly through the bats, though some of the fell shadows burst when Pelton flung and detonated an arcane orb at them. Jaina joined in, hurling a spear of ice that exploded just close enough to the swarm to disintegrate more shadow bats. See to the wounded. Kyle's voice echoed as he charged out the cathedral, head fixed upwards to follow the infernal cloud. Jaina glanced at Uther, who wore a fading halo as Bishop Falric tended to his wounds. She then turned to the still immobilized Arthas, who once more gave her a pleading look as a group of palace guards trained their weapons close to his face. Then she snapped her head quickly towards the cathedral, ignoring most of the bloody chunks around her that were once people, where Pelton, Laura, Colin, and others followed after Kyle in pursuit of the demon. Jaina. She gave one last apologetic look to Arthas, and ran out to join the demon hunt. Jaina. She tuned out the prince's voice, but no sooner had the weary novice stepped out of the cathedral, she stumbled to a halt with the others as the cloud of bats above her were engulfed in explosive blue-white light. Jaina's eyes darted downwards, to the spiraling spire of the gilded fountain that now rose up beyond the heads and shoulders of the people in front of her. The crystal that floated at its tip flared, and then shot out a blue orb of energy at the diminishing swarm. The orb barely detonated when the fountain's spire flared to life and fired again. More bolts of explosive light flew from other points of Alterac City, as other not purely decorative fountains and squares throughout the city came to life and joined in the barrage. In just 2 volleys the cloud of bats were quickly blasted down to merely 4 bats that flapped desperately to juke and dive away from the blasts directed their way. Then it became 3 bats. And then 1. And then the last bat was engulfed in the simultaneous explosions from 4 orbs. It burst into a pathetic shadowy mist, and then the demon reappeared again to tumble out of the sky in a much more broken state. Kyle must have ordered the fountains to cease as its descent went uninterrupted. Kyle ran, and everyone ran after him, Jaina included. All eyes were trained on the falling demon with broken wings and mangled body. But even then, Jaina quietly processed the revelation of the fountains, of the extent Kyle had solidified his power throughout Alterac. Concern and curiosity mingled as she pondered what else the Mage King might have up his sleeve. The crowd came upon the shuddering remains of the demon, and up close it looked truly pitiful. Both its horns had broken off, one wing was missing while the other was reduced to a stump about halfway through. Once dread-inspiring armor was now cracked, dented, and carved off, with the demonic flesh it protected being in a similar ruined state. You think you've won? It hissed as they drew close, weapons and spells ready. It couldn't even stand, its legs missing the hoofed feet. It didn't even have a complete hand to point with. It made the demon's glare all the less threatening. Kill me then, all it'll do. Who said anything about banishing? Kyle interrupted, and the hateful glares directed at the demon turned into confused ones shifted towards him. Kyle. Pelton queried, and the Mage King shrugged. We can't kill him, he'll just be sent back to the Nether, where it'd be free to spread what it's gleaned from us to its kin. That was a terrifying piece of information. The silence from everyone probably meant that they were similarly disquieted by Kyle's statement. So what do we do? Jaina asked softly. Leave it to us, a new voice suddenly cut in, and seemingly out of nowhere an elven noble garbed in blue and white appeared, bearing a dark grin and leading a group of similarly dressed elves and humans and gnomes. The elf noble exuded an authority that was almost suffocating in its oppressiveness. Jaina felt a primal urge to bow or cower before him, and a quick glance at the corner of her eyes showed that the guards and rangers were similarly transfixed. Kyle simply nodded at the newcomer, head shifting slightly to address another robed elf behind the noble. Vas Valagan. A good hunt I hope. Well enough, your highness, the elf that was supposed to be Kyle's missing court mage replied with a shallow nod. Ignoring the two of them, the noble walked towards the crippled demon with supreme confidence. Yes, well enough, a pity some vermin were missed. Jaina could feel the hate in his glare on the defiant fiend, and then his head snapped towards Kyle. You are right, banishing this wretch would do nobody any good. I'll leave its interrogation in your hands then, Kyle replied with surprising deference. The noble's grin widened into something feral, something that Jaina never thought possible for the race. Yes. Interrogation. He looked back to the demon, whose glare faded and now seemed to understand the gravity of the situation it was in. Oh, there'll be plenty of questions. Plenty of questions indeed. The elf reached out with a hand, and light bathed the demon. There was a blinding flash, and in the fiend's place was an aquamarine crystal floating serenely towards the elf. He then regarded Kyle and the crowd behind him before breaking into a jarring laugh. You've done well, young king. We'll have to have a chat later. Kyle actually bowed before the elf. As you say. As I say. Indeed. But first, questions. Ah, the questions. The elf stared at the crystal now floating in the palm of one hand, and then suddenly broke into another grin at Kyle, something softer, more composed and more vulnerable. Thank you, for what you've given me. We will not forget it. Kyle barely managed to give a nod before the elf and his entourage teleported away in a flare of blue and violet light, leaving only Valagan behind. Questions raced through Jaina's mind at what had just happened, at the heavy looks Kyle and his court mage exchanged. But the king of Alterac regarded everyone with a weary and resigned gaze, reminding her of what had just transpired and what was left to be done. Come, the demon's been taken care of. See to our fallen and wounded, if we're lucky the treachery today didn't cost us much. With somber and tired sighs, the men and women of Alterac turned and began hurrying back to the cathedral, already preparing themselves to return to the carnage that awaited them. Jaina's eyes met Kyle's for a brief moment, and as he offered a grim but grateful nod, she could only reciprocate with equal weariness. The battle was over, now came the part of salvaging what was left. And then Jaina remembered Arthas, and she let out a heavy sigh as she mentally braced herself for that conversation. Chapter 33. Author's Notes, Public View on Events in the next chapter or so. In the immediate aftermath of the carnage at the cathedral, Alterac lost a significant chunk of its meager military force. Of the 40 or so royal guards that teleported in with Kyle to confront the demon, only 9 survived, reducing the order down to barely a third of its strength. 12 rangers were lost, including 1 ranger captain of Kulthalas, and more than a score of town guards gave their lives to evacuate the worshippers. If not for the timely intervention from both clerics and court mage, the death toll would have been much higher. Valagan had conjured up healing supplies and cleansed wounds from any fell corruption, while cathedral priests and supposedly even a choir boy wielded the light to heal the survivors and drag them away from death's door. As penance for his perceived failure, Bishop Falric almost exhausted himself to death channeling the light to heal the valiant defenders. Such was his conviction that 9 brutalized guards had their limbs regrown before King Kyle ordered the bishop to rest, eat and drink under armed supervision. That only 4 non-combatants were killed was a miracle and a testament to the sacrifice of the Alteraci defenders, but with the current situation most people understandably couldn't appreciate the fact. A cathedral, one just consecrated nonetheless, had been violated. The presence of a paladin of the light did not stop demons from manifesting on holy ground, or reveal their insidious presence. The faith of the pious Bishop Falric seemed as useless in banishing the fiends, just as faith did not shield Uther and Arthas from infernal deceit. Shame clawed deeply into Uther at that fact. Not until Kyle's court mage lifted the subtle veil that the demon had cast on him did the paladin realize all that was wrong with his encounter with Arvidas. The insinuations that his dulled senses ignored, the leeway the knot merchant had given himself as he interacted with Arthas, even the simple fact that Uther never knew what Arvidas and his ilk sold. Granted, that brand of demons are far more potent than anything humans, like us, can muster, the mage Valagan consoled with inappropriate blandness. Unlike the simple brutes summoned during the Second War, these are expert infiltrators, likely far more experienced at worming their influence into impossible places for far longer than all the lives of the Church of the Light combined. The fact did little to assuage the guilt and humiliation the paladin bore. Ultimately the fact remained that faith had not been enough, that the light he and the Church bore was not bright enough to push back the shadows of fell corruption. I will bear full responsibility for this, Uther swore when was cleared to present himself before Alterac's royal court. He ignored the fact that a noticeable space was created around him as he knelt further than usual from the throne. Or the grim-faced guards that shadowed him with bows and spears, or the increased presence of rangers and royal guards around the throne room. Uther couldn't blame them for their wariness, not after what had transpired. Kyle leaned forward in his throne to sigh. The responsibilities are not yours to bear, Lord Uther. As Valagan had said before, these dread lords are of a strength and cunning that the Alliance has never faced before. I mean this as no offense, but the Church and its paladins are wielding the light as a hammer and shield so far. Hammer and shields are useless when seeking and combating a poisoner. Uther could only grit his teeth and accept the words without protest. And to risk sounding like a heathen? If unrepentant criminals can walk into a sanctified church to offer half-hearted confessions without the light smiting them at the doorway, then a demon waltzing in with his intentions hidden shouldn't be that much of a surprise. The paladin frowned at that poor comparison, but the theological distinctions between them would have to be put aside for a later discussion. Preferably with an archbishop present. Kyle ignored the mild shock from his court at his heresy with a light shrug, and then leaned back into his throne. Rather than unjustly and conveniently dumping the burden of fault on you, Lord Uther, Alterac will seek out the real culprits to this infiltration. The fact remains, demons disguised as merchants were trying to subvert a paladin of the light, along with the crown prince of Lord Arg3nt for reasons yet unknown. Demons disguised as strong guardian merchants. The royal court quickly shifted to that topic with murmurs of concern that disquieted Uther as he rose up and stood aside. And Uther found out why, as he was briefed about the finer details of the Knoll incursion that occurred earlier. Hearing that it truly was a massive horde was somewhat unexpected, but what truly surprised the paladin was what the Alteraci found on the Knoll leader. Initially, we're sure that King Thoras is not responsible for that. Besides, I've had it on good authority that Knolls barely understand the value of gold. Initially, I hadn't thought Thoras to be responsible, but now with this Arvidas claiming to hail from Stromgard. Uther found himself frowning and rubbing at his beard as processed the king's words and the insinuations it carried. Someone is trying to instigate a conflict between Stromgard and Alterac. Perhaps Thoras himself, if the demon truly had its claws in him. That is the conclusion we've come to, the steward Pelton replied with a troubled nod. Attempts to trace the origins of the coins have met with failure. Expertise sought in Hosmodan, Gnome Regan, and the Kirin Tor have all simply come up with the result that the coins were newly minted. And now with the demon infiltration. Someone really wants us to look east, Kyle said with annoyance, and the murmurs in the throne room rose again. And we'll have to, Arvidas Ram declared himself a strong guardian with some ties to the king. If Thoras is truly acquainted with him, then either he's compromised or complicit. Or it could be someone in his court, which might make things more tricky. A simple letter won't do, the steward Pelton muttered aloud. Vulnerable to interception, or lost along the way. Colin Felden, the marshal who wore his fresh scars proudly and still had a thick wrapping of bandages around his mangled left arm, grunted with irritation. Then we can't trust them to receive a delegation either. A powerful intermediary would be required, the gnome finished with a frown. Powerful and with unquestioned authority. Kyle gave a glance to his court mage, who took a second before shaking his head. My superior is still busy with the hunt. Though, perhaps you could reach out to Ko Krajus. Would the Kirin Tor involve themselves in this? Someone voiced. If not as an organization, then at least Krajus would surely be involved in a personal capacity, Valagan said with certainty. With his experience, I'm sure he'll have the appropriate tools and retinue to ward off any demonic ambushes. That's true. Kyle hummed. After some seconds of silence, he spoke up again, sweeping his gaze across the throne room. We'll need to act quickly, while news of the atrocity remains unclear. It also served to solidify our narrative on events. Uther grimaced at that. Kyle had declared the official view on events had been that though undetected until the king's challenge, the demon had been weakened by Bishop Falric and Uther's repudiations to allow Kyle to engage it in combat. The news was also skewed to emphasize just how dangerous the demon was, that it walked into holy ground unharmed, not how ineffectual the light was against it. That Arthas had been possessed or driven insane was left untampered. Great as that shame was, it'd be worse if Valagan hadn't found any sign of fell subversion and the prince was truly in control of his senses when he attempted to attack Kyle. Kyle caught the paladin's look and sighed. We cannot have the common people despair or panic at having their faith be shaken apart. The enemy is trying to sow chaos, and I will not allow them this meager victory. Uther wanted to protest such a lie being cast, but the Mage King flashed a glare that brooked no argument. You will relay the news to the church as well as the Knights of the Silver Hand, get them to rethink their application of faith. Let the strengthening of the light be your penance, Lord Uther. We'll probably need all the help we can get in flushing out demons, or if the worst comes to pass, fighting off whatever plans they've concocted. Kyle Dalem was erring on the side of caution, Uther realized. He was cautious with Stromgard when he had every reason to declare war, even if his kingdom was in no state for it. He sought no compensation nor satisfaction for Uther's own negligence. He made no move towards using Arthas' momentary weakness against Lord Aaron. Either he's a far more considerate king than his peers, or the king of Alterac viewed the demon's intrusion as heralding something very dire indeed. But then again, if demons were truly running rampant with schemes to terrorize the alliance, maybe wary restraint was what was truly needed. The paladin gave a curt nod. You have my word. I will bring the matter up with my order as well as the archbishops, and then present the issue to King Terenas. As soon as he checked with Valagan that he and Arthas were truly free from corruption. They'd also have to retrace Arvida's steps, to ensure that the demon hadn't left a trail of corrupted towns and villages in Lord Aaron. Good. Your word will add more weight to our report. Please assure King Terenas that Alterac will not be levying any charges on Prince Arthas beyond what we've already agreed upon. Uther nodded. Even with the knowledge of being enthralled, Kyle showed severe restraint by only barring Arthas from entering his realm until he became sworn in as a paladin and proved himself to be a steadfast servant of the light. By that extension, Uther too would no longer be welcome in this mountainous kingdom until that happened. Terenas would no doubt find a way to repay the generosity, which might be what Kyle had intended. A dry smirk suddenly crept up Kyle's face. He's free to find other methods to verify Valagan's arcane findings, of course. Uther very much doubted that, right now, he had to admit that the church needed a better way to wield the light before it could even try to claim the ability to discern fell corruption. Just like how Archbishop Valence's Fail created and trained the paladins of the Silver Hand to wield the light in battle against all things foul, a new order would likely be needed to root out the more insidious threats. Now, on to other related matters. Ranger Captain Arianda, you've sent your letter to Kulthalas? Right. Now what are the chances that the orcs might be involved in all of this? Alterac's royal court continued its session, and Uther forced his worries away to focus his attention on the developing scene. He'll have to check on Arthas after this. While shame and guilt filled Uther, his squire had been devastated after he realized what had been inflicted on him and what he'd almost done. Jaina gingerly knocked on the door before entering the guest room. She found its lone occupant sitting dejectedly on the bed, a bowl of half-eaten food beside him. Arthas. Hollow blue eyes looked up to peer at her through unkempt blonde hair that seemed as faded as his spirits. Jaina. Giving a nod to the guards behind her, Jaina stepped into the room, but kept the door open. After all that had happened, privacy was the price to be paid for the polite treatment of a prince who had attempted regicide, fell corruption, or not. Jaina still found it surprising that if not for Uther's own vehement agreement with the court advisors, Kyle would have been happy to just let Arthas roam freely. As Kyle might put it, leave it to an up-jumped peasant to ignore courtly formalities for the sake of more common niceties. The fond thought almost made the novice smile. "Why, are you here?" Arthas asked softly, the words laced with self-loathing instead of accusation. It was heartening and depressing to know that he took his unwitting subversion so hard. On the one hand, the remorse the prince felt proved Kyle's words true, that Arthas didn't really know what he was doing. But on the other, it broke Jaina's heart seeing Arthas so dejected like this, seeing him be more of a hollowed husk than the lively boy she knew. Jaina regarded her old friend with a sigh. "You've not finished your lunch." "I shouldn't be afforded such luxury," Arthas answered, his gaze shifting away from hers with shame. Rather than trying to assuage him directly, Jaina took a different approach. "It'd be more of a fuss for Kyle if he imprisoned the crown prince of Lord arg3nt in the dungeons," she retorted dryly, inflecting a bit of light-heartedness to her words. "I tried to kill him," he whispered, as if that made all the sense in the world. It was impossible not to roll her eyes. "You were influenced by a demon, Arthas. You know that, Kyle knows that, everyone knows that. But You did not let it happen," she preempted. Arthas' eyes met hers again, and Jaina winced at the self-loathing that radiated from it. "Then I was so weak that it still happened." Arthas, not even Uther knew he had demons traveling with him. They stood with everyone in a cathedral. These are far more powerful demons than what the church is used to. And it mildly annoyed Jaina that once more only Kyle seemed to hold the only scraps of knowledge about these dread lords. Pelton had been clueless about it, as were the elven rangers who had centuries of defending Kulthalas from outside threats. The court mage, Valagan, shared some knowledge of the demons' natures, but it was clear that her friend had a far greater grasp of what they were facing than anyone else. Jaina let out a soft sigh before silence could fully settle between the two of them. "Arthas, please. This was but a moment of weakness. You can rise above it." In response, the prince gazed down at his palms. "But, how can anyone trust me? How can I trust myself?" Feeling her annoyance gnawing at the back of her head, Jaina took a bit of effort to stop herself from snapping a reply. "Because Kyle's experienced mage has made sure of that." With a heavier sigh of growing irritation, Jaina knelt down before the prince to look him in the eye. "What happened was a tragedy, but it's not your fault, Arthas. You were enthralled." "But Uther." "Uther was not the intended target," she finally snapped out, and then immediately softened her tone. "You were. You're the beloved crown prince of Lord arg3nt, how much more damage could be done if your mind was puppet compared to Uther's? How much more chaos would unfold if you were made to sow doubt and strife to fracture the alliance?" Arthas did not reply immediately, which Jaina took as a good sign that he was mulling her words instead of curling back into his self-pity. "Arthas," she attempted once more, "you are not at fault here. Don't take this all on yourself. The demons tried to fool you. They might have had partial success, but the fact remains that their plans for the moment were ultimately foiled." The novice lightly rested a comforting hand on the prince's shoulder before rising to her feet. "Kyle believes that there are more of them lurking out in the world." It was heartening to see Arthas look up at her again, with dim embers of resolve in his eyes. "If you blame yourself for being weak, then work to correct it. Become a paladin that would be proof against another attempt at your mind. If the demons show up again, show them that you are ready for them." It felt dirty cribbing from Professor Herwig's lecture in correcting one's mistakes, but seeing that the words did the job in slowly strengthening Arthas' resolve justified it in Jaina's opinion. "You're right. Thank you, Jaina." She smiled as some of the old vibrancy Arthas had returned to him, even if it coalesced into angry vindication. Remembering Kyle's concerns about single-mindedness, she added, "Don't lose yourself in that, though. You've people who love you, a future as a king. Don't abandon what you have just so you can have vengeance on the demons." Again Arthas went thoughtfully silent before nodding. "Thank you, Jaina." She hoped it meant that he gave her advice some serious consideration. Jaina stayed around to attempt a lighter conversation, but after it was clear Arthas needed time to think, she said her goodbyes and turned to leave. "Jaina." Jaina paused to turn back to the less despondent prince. "Yes, Arthas." She was confused by his sad smile at first. "Thank you. And I wish you and Kyle all the best." Jaina felt her brows shoot up her forehead and her heart suddenly pounding a bit too fast. "Arvidas. The demon said, made me think that you were being made a hostage, that Kyle was forcing you to love him. It forced me to believe that I had different ways of saving you from him." As Jaina continued to stare at him, Arthas let out a soft self-deprecating chuckle. "The signs were false, I see that now. But I also see that I stand nowhere close to him, even before all this, am I right?" She gulped before forcing out her admission. I'm sorry, Arthas. In contrast to Kale that's devastated expression back then, Arthas smiled. Don't be. He can protect you far better than I can. I can protect myself, she immediately responded. Another chuckle left his lips, which Jaina found was becoming less than amusing now. I'm sure you can. But Kyle's a mage as well. He knows you better than I ever can. Then the prince winced. I'm sorry for my words against Kyle, the insult. You weren't in command of your senses, Jaina waved off, never once considering how his disparaging use of the word mage offended her, at least after she realized Arthas had been enthralled. This time, when the silence settled between them in full awkwardness, Jaina took the chance to finalize her goodbye and hastily left the room. Her mind worried about whether the guards heard their exchange, and then worried even more about the extent of the truth of Arthas' sudden insight. Jaina forced herself to ignore the fact that her heart was beating faster, and didn't dare verify that her cheeks were warm. She'll need to find the time to have a private talk with Kyle. As she entertained that notion, she shoved away a flash of very real worry as she strode through the palace halls and unconsciously rubbed at the crystal hanging off her bracelet. Would she take rejection as well as Kale or Arthas? Chapter 34. Francis had to admit his misgivings about the new king, even if having one meant that the friendly alliance presence ended up leaving everyone alone. The king was young, everyone said. A boy. A mage. It was not heartening news at all, and many in his village shared the sentiment. Some confidence in the new reign was gained when royal decree saw taxes immediately lowered. But it was almost balanced out by the declaration of moving everyone from the farther reaches of Alterac closer towards the cities. Francis still kept his home, thank the light, but his village quickly became a town with how many new faces moved in. Fallow lands around the region were worked by the reluctant migrants, or new businesses opened, and at first friction between locals and transplants was a real concern. But eventually everyone got along, uniting in doubt at more developments from the capital. Dwarves and gnomes started appearing more often, the former to work the mines, the latter to carve out chunks of road and random ditches that interfered with everyone's lives. And then wagons of outside food were introduced, making the farmers and fishermen like Francis worry more. Skepticism was rampant at first, but then when months passed and the mining jobs were made actually much more tolerable instead of being completely stolen by the dwarves, Francis and his friends began shaking off their doubts. In the same vein, the food turned out to be bought from the elves, and the rather exotic fare did its intended job of keeping stomachs filled through the winter, and was not a complex scheme to ruin local farmers as some had feared. Then the new sewer and toilet systems were unveiled, and everyone agreed that the cleaner and safer replacements to outhouses was well worth the hassle. A year after it was introduced, Francis almost forgot what summer-baked latrine holes smelled like. And then the tractors were introduced, which at first drew concern by the farmers, but after the first harvest that finished faster and gave more than usual, everyone became proper fans of their young king. They might not be toasting him in the taverns, but Francis heard grateful grandmothers and matrons praying for King Kyle's soul, that the Mage King would repent from his arcane damnation and seek salvation in the light. Then fountains of gold began popping up, apparently in every village and town square along with other prominent locales. Francis Town had two pop up overnight, one in the main square and another right outside the church. Nobody heard or saw anything at night save the town watchman, but no matter how they were plied with drinks, not a man spoke about what they saw. You wouldn't believe me anyway, was the common excuse. The new king was very good with people, apparently. After that little excitement, things quieted down a good bit. Everyone got used to the chugging of tractors in the background, the streets no longer stank of piss and shit when the wind blew a particular direction, and life genuinely felt comfier than before. Then news trickled in later on about a massive gnoll horde that the king and his budding army had soundly defeated, and some of the townsfolk felt relieved that they were relocated here instead of being caught in the path of the ravenous invasion. Passing traders provided more details about a glorious one-sided slaughter, where Alterac soldiers utterly crushed the gnolls thanks in no small part to the king's new inventions. Most prominent were the golden machines that the royal guard rode into battle, that, if true, were faster and deadlier than any warhorse. There were rumors too about unhappy Gilnean and Stromgardian merchants due to their trade in essential commodities drying up in Alterac, which explained their growing absence nowadays. Francis couldn't feel sorry for them, not when a shovel made by smiths who worked metal bought from local mines was not only cheaper by half, but the adherence to dwarven quality meant that the tool remained unbent and uncracked even after bashing a boar's head in during an unfortunate fishing excursion. Also, Gilnean ceramics and glassware were pretty and all, but gnomish brass bowls were far more durable, and matched the new sense aesthetics too. The advancements brought to the new Alterac under the brilliant, if eccentric, King Kyle saw local sensibilities slowly but surely change. Gone was the dejection many felt from the Alliance occupation years ago, and instead a sense of purpose fueled everyone with diligence and self-respect that was further supported by the new gnomish and dwarven neighbors. Thanks to dwarven-guided builders, everyone began to appreciate the qualities of solid, stone-wrought buildings, with its multiple subterranean levels that made for surprisingly comfy rooms once you got your hands on a decent gnomish lamp. Strong guardian lamps could do the job, but the gnomes had some sort of mirror finish that made the flame brighter, and a filter that blotted out most of the smell and soot of burning oil. And they were about the same price, so, why'd you want a mere iron lamp with swirly patterns when you could have one that could literally survive explosions? Francis always enjoyed watching the demonstrations whenever he could. The pricing of gnomish and dwarven goods was boggling at first, but after a friendly merchant enlightened him to the concepts of trade tariffs and diplomatic subsidies in exchange for a few pints, Francis sort of understood the state of the kingdom he lived in a little better. Basically, after some sort of mess, King Kyle made Alterac good friends with the dwarves, the gnomes, and even the elves. They in turn found him to be a good enough friend that discounts and assistance were offered for cheap. It was a bit weird, but after being used to the dwarves and gnomes, Francis had to say that at least they were far more sociable than the Gilnean, Strongguardian, or Lordoranian soldiers that used to police the place. The Lord Aaron merchants that passed by no longer had their noses so high in the air now that they had to beg customers away from the gnomish tinkerers or local artisans who adopted dwarven work ethics. Francis hadn't seen an elf yet, but supposedly they worked exclusively as rangers. And you only saw rangers when trouble's near, so he simply thanked the light for that. With how new friends were being made all around, Francis found himself conflicted between fear and curiosity when Murlocs suddenly waded out to the banks while he was fishing one morning. Instead of legging it, he actually froze still and seriously considered if King Kyle had made friends with the Murlocs as well. And it turns out, the king likely did. The fishmen barely gave Francis any notice as they actually dragged out a very confused and poorly tied up cow that floated after them. Both bovine and fishermen exchanged similar lost looks as the former was rolled out to land and cut free from the sodden ropes. The fishmen then finally turned their goggly eyes at Francis, and one of them gargled something before they disappeared back into the river. It took a good few minutes before Francis decided to call for someone, and learned that one of his neighbors was in a panic after wolves sent their cows stampeding. Not only did a quick inspection confirm that the cow the Murlocs dragged to land was one of his, but tavern gossip later that evening made it almost indisputable that Murlocs had also ambushed and dragged the wolves into the river while leaving the livestock untouched. King Kyle's got us friends in the Murlocs then? Someone asked, dumbfounded. Seems so, was the general consensus, and considering that the fishmen had spared a bovine massacre from occurring, nobody was about to disprove that new fact yet. It took a couple of months later for sentiment to fully shift towards the positive when the Murlocs were sighted again, this time dragging a couple of fishermen to the banks after their boat had tipped over. The fishermen even helped salvage the boat and fishing rods, and nobody got so much of a nah. Francis and the other fishermen began leaving a portion of their catch by the river after that. Just as everyone was adjusting to a peaceful life alongside Murlocs, even the gnomes were having trouble with that fact. Terrifying news trickled from the capital: demons had ruined the Grand Cathedral's consecration. Scores of guards were slaughtered, and supposedly even the bishop and the great paladin Uther Lightbringer of all people almost fell to the despicable infiltration. Exact details were vague and conflicting as more traders and travelers passed the word, like whether or not Prince Arthas of Lord Aaron was a demon himself or if he was killed, or if Princess Gina of Kul Tiras was part of the fighting or had been busy protecting people with a dome of ice. Official word followed days after, and whether people wanted to believe or not, the herald spoke of how a powerful demon had fooled and almost magically charmed Prince Arthas and Uther the Lightbringer, and in its arrogance, the disguised demon and its servants followed them into the cathedral, where Bishop Falric took notice and immediately tried to banish it. Despite the holy ground weakening it, the monster was still too powerful, hence the bloody fight breaking out that saw scores of Alterac's best slaughtered. Nobody from Francistown lost any relatives, praise the light, but the fact remained that the capital had narrowly averted a proper catastrophe if not for King Kyle's intervention and the sacrifice of the guards. The king had managed to chase off the insidious demon, and his arcane defenses finally finished it off. And what were the defenses used? Francis and everyone else were startled when the fountain behind the herald hummed and glowed to life. His Highness wishes to reassure everyone that these fountains are only meant as a security measure against severe threats like orcs, gnolls, or demons. No loyal sons and daughters of Alterac will need worry about their well-being around them. It didn't stop a mob from dragging the twat Griff over to the fountain days later after he was finally caught fouling his neighbor's seed stock. Compromising the kingdom's food production was a severe crime, and it was Griff's brothers who led the mob, eager to distance themselves from the culprit and prove their innocence. Francis didn't take part, but from the excited stories told the next evening, apparently King Kyle actually manifested by the fountain and told everyone to disperse. Actually looked pissed as all fuck, old John recalled. The kid His Highness just told us to send Griff to the constables instead of wasting everyone's time. That made sense. Wouldn't be town guards or magistrates walking about if the king decided to use his magic to handle such things. Plus, Francis could imagine how annoying it must be if everyone kept coming to him for every small crime. Then, because we probably looked like idiots, he told us not to pray or sacrifice anything by the fountain. Judging by his face, it's probably not his first time having to say that. Hey! You think some other town might have tried? It was Burke the Tanner who answered with a scoff. Knowing those hicks who came from Darrowmere Lake? I bet the kings had to worry about people trying to baptize their kids in the fountains or turn them into a shrine or summit. Yeah, that sounded right. The really rural folk up north tended to be of that sort. Francis wouldn't be surprised if the bull milkers brought their queer practices over when the king ordered everyone to move away from the borders. Well, with demons and gnolls running about, I suppose he'll want them things working right, Francis offered, earning nods of agreement from around his table. Yup, John drawled, and then narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. Especially if the demons really were wearing human skins. The ones at the cathedral were supposed to be Stromgarde folk. And frowns grew all around as everyone remembered where the gnolls came from. Never thought Trollbane would stoop that low. Someone muttered. Maybe it's not him, Francis reasoned. Could be some mad wizard or such. Burke gave him a doubtful look. But he's the king, he has to know, yet. Francis couldn't refute that. Thoris Trollbane was supposed to be a good and mighty king. Good and mighty kings don't just overlook a massive gnoll horde or demons pretending to be their subjects. The conversation meandered through possible conspiracies, speculations, and good old fear-mongering. Some people were sure that Thoris was being envious about Kyle, and had let himself get lost in spite. Others insisted that the friend of a friend said that Stromgarde was lashing out because King Kyle had been offered the hand of Princess Kaliamenethel, an offer that should have went to Thoris' son Galen. Still more said that Thoris was in the dark about it all because a possessed Galen had actually taken over and the court of Stromgarde was nothing but a puppet to fool Thoris. By the end of it all, everyone in the tavern had a mind to keep a closer eye out for any Stromgardians that passed by. As the tavern closed, Francis joined the others in making a detour to the fountain to say his thanks to King Kyle before heading home. Just in case the young mage king could hear them. Heretic mage or not, it didn't hurt trying to earn some cheap grace from a king half Francis' age who had faced and defeated a demon where bishops and paladins failed. Chapter 35. Author's notes, apologies if this one's disjointed, there were way too many things that I tried and failed to fit in. 2 days had passed after the massacre at the cathedral, and Gina found herself standing among the courtiers behind Kyle, with the crowd of the city's populace gathered before him. Behind them were the 120 caskets of the victims of that bloody day, each draped with a banner of Alterac and lying next to a freshly dug grave. This graveyard too was newly opened, located on the opposite end of the city, where the city hall and inns and other buildings completely blocked the view to the now desecrated cathedral. From what gossiping Gina picked up, the cathedral was now considered cursed, and was awaiting no less than the arrival of 2 archbishops from Lord Arg3nt to join Bishop Falric in reconsecrating it. Gina stood in silence with her head bowed like the others as Kyle offered public condolences to the family and friends of the fallen, while extolling the sacrifices made by the men and women who followed him into the cathedral that day. They saw before them monsters from the void, terrifying and grotesque, filled with fangs and claws and the promise of death. But rather than quailing, each and every one of them did their duty, and engaged the abominations for the sake of their fellow countrymen. They gave their lives to contain the demonic threat, defying the fell things that had themselves dared defy the light. Dressed in muted and plain clothes, Kyle's somber and fragile eulogy easily carried through the silent crowd. Besides sacrifice and duty, he emphasized their bravery and competence, to which Gina could wholeheartedly agree with. She remembered the mayhem of that moment when the merchant revealed himself to be a winged demon, a dreadlord, and his accomplices to be felguards, a sort of demonic bodyguard according to Valagan and Pelton. Beyond the second or so of shock, the guards, both royal or otherwise, had charged the demons without any hesitation. They engaged the felguards not only to keep the demons' attention away from civilians, but also to allow Kyle to engage the dreadlord by himself. Thinking about it now, Gina felt so proud of and yet so terrified for him. She saw Uther impaled and nearly eviscerated by the fiend, experienced herself how impotent the spells Pelton and her threw at the demon had only irritated it. Yet Kyle had engaged the demon with as little hesitation as his guards, and came out unscathed. Her terror might have receded with the demon's eventual defeat, but her pride for him grew when she saw how he swiftly dealt with the aftermath, how his first priority was to care for his people. She saw too the grief in his eyes as he swept his gaze across the ruined cathedral. The dwarf Laura eventually carried him away when he turned pale and was about to step in to personally help move the bodies. Pelton said Kyle had gone into a sort of combat shock, though thankfully Bishop Falric's healing had cleared the worst of it. Supposedly he had nightmares, according to Callum, but the few times it was brought up by anyone, Kyle would dodge the question. That fact made Gina admire him all the more as he finished his speech, his resolute voice only faltering a few times. Seeing him putting on a strong front created the urge for her to reach out and comfort him. Demons. Demons, not mere orcs or trolls or gnolls, have tried us, and the best of us did not cower or roll over. Some say that the blood of the fallen might have cursed the cathedral, but I say that it is their blood, spilled out of sacrifice and duty, that has kept the site from being despoiled by demonic taint. The ceremony lasted for a while as Kyle somehow turned grief into stoic pride, and Bishop Falric after him wielded that pride into righteous outrage. By the time the final prayers were given to lay the dead to rest, the mourners were joining the bishop with a fervor that rivaled paladins marching to war. Kyle and his court remained until every casket was fully buried and the graveyard was sanctified twice over, first by Falric and Uther, and then by a protective ward created by Valagan. Considering that it was Kyle's magic that discovered and beat back the demons, the bishop gave an exception for his court mage to work his spell on hallowed ground, humbly and pragmatically trusting the arcane ritual to bolster the site from any spiteful demonic taint. After that, and a brief seeing off of Uther and Arthas, they returned to the palace, where a more discreet court was held without scribes or the minor officials. Jaina didn't know why she was included in it until Pelton began the meeting with a sigh. "So, Your Highness. About the fountains." Kyle's face went through surprise, fear, embarrassment, and finally resignation all in a second, which was almost comical if not for how nicely it highlighted his eyes. Jaina shook her head away from the thought and instead focused on the words of the floundering king. What do you want to know? Perhaps with when were you intending to enlighten us of its purpose?" Valagan asked dryly. Eventually." Amused looks spread throughout the advisors present, Jaina included. The steward let out another, louder sigh. "I know your summoning magic is impressive, Kyle, but it is dangerous to simply conjure things and expect them to behave as you believe they should. Not to mention the risks to the public," Lady Cilia added with equal exasperation, brushing away a lock of glossy black hair as if she was tempted to tear it out. If not for the manner in which they were revealed, the common folk would be far less enthusiastic knowing that the arcane ornament in their town square is capable of blasting things apart. It was meant as a security measure. Kyle started to say, but then the marshal, Colin, joined the verbal ganging up against his king. "With how little we knew about it, many might be concerned about just who your security measure was meant to guard against," the marshal sternly admonished. "You might be our king, but that does not immediately earn everyone's trust, Your Majesty. Especially not with the precedent set by your predecessor." Jaina simply watched as Kyle sunk a little into his throne and took the scolding from his court, before wholeheartedly agreeing that he wouldn't be pulling off a similar stunt in the future again. Which reminded her, what about the golden buildings he showed her the last time? Should she raise the issue? But, with demons actually running rampant, would such a secret, assuming that the underground city had a purpose beyond looking impressive, be best kept hidden? As Jaina struggled with the question, Kyle's court mage unofficially put an end to the lectures and chastisement against the throne by asking a question of genuine curiosity. If those fountains had the ability to, why didn't they activate when the merchants passed them? "I had them dormant until actual threats were detected, and the demons were not being threats up until the cathedral," Kyle answered with a thoughtful frown. "So your devices didn't see their illusions as threats?" "Their shape-shifting, as ugly as it was mostly arcane in nature," he replied. "Fell magic was only picked up when the Dread Lord cast its spell in the cathedral." "Mostly arcane?" Pelton queried. Kyle shrugged. "I haven't been exposed to other varieties of magic, but it's something dark. Not fell though. These demons are known to dabble with darker magics." Valagan hummed with concern. "Darker than fell?" the steward challenged. The blue-robed mage answered by muttering a single word, "Death." All signs of bemusement and skepticism fled from Pelton and he paled a bit. Jaina herself felt an ugly twist in her gut at the thought of that dark magic. Her formal education kept well clear from forbidden magics, but whispers still spread, and some of the Horde's atrocities in the past war was well known enough. "Death magic?" Lady Cilia echoed, reminding the magi that they were still discussing matters in court. "A most foul practice," Valagan explained with all the emotion of an uninterested lecturer. "Not as overt in its corruption, not as addictive in hold, but just as ruinous. Fell magic practitioners are warlocks, demonologists, desecrators." The hermit mage gave the court a querying look. "Guess what the wielders of death magic are called?" "Necromancers." Jaina was surprised to find herself answering. Valagan merely gave her a nod as the rest of Kyle's court went pale or scowled. "Indeed, Princess. Necromancers. The orcs who raised the dead to fight for them, or possessed the bodies of fallen Alliance knights to become Death Knights, those are the types we are talking about." The court mage spun about to face and nod at Kyle. "There is a good chance that the forms the demons assumed were taken. They could very well be literally wearing the skins of their victims." Uneasy mutterings spread throughout the courtiers at the ghastly news, but Valagan ignored it, keeping his attention on Kyle. "We'll need to further your education, if your defenses are to be more effective. I'll ask Cor Crassus for some of his more harmless artifacts." In the meantime, Pelton interrupted with a cough. "I trust this will be the last time you'll withhold any significant alterations to your kingdom without seeking out your court for at least their thoughts on the matter." Kyle let out a weary sigh and nodded. "No new installments into settlements or forts, or any holding without my court's approval," he confirmed dejectedly, and Jaina instantly knew the wording was peculiar. The Golden City, she remembered. Should she raise that topic now? No, she immediately answered herself. The fountains were effective only because nobody had known about them right until they were activated. With demonic infiltration now a fact, there was no knowing if the inevitable trickle of rumors and gossip would reach the wrong ears. Damn it, she was getting infected with Kyle's paranoia. The rest of the semi-secret session of court continued for a while longer, with Jaina's input being requested every now and then, mostly around her perspective of the demonic infiltration. Even knowing why, it felt weird that her words were being taken with far more credibility and authority than Uther's. The respect they gave her also made her feel self-conscious, especially when it came from Pelton and the heavily bandaged Marshal Colin, who had similarly faced down the demons. Needless to say, Jaina completely ignored looking at Kyle's way, fearful of the embarrassment she knew she'd feel if he treated her in the same way. Once all of that was done and the courtiers began to leave, Jaina finally turned to Kyle. Her legs were rooted to the spot as she watched him rise from the throne. For an eternal few seconds, indecision warred within her. Then finally, with a surprising amount of effort, the princess forced herself to march towards him. Kyle. Yes, Jaina. The uncertainty and blobs of fear became more raucous as he turned to face her, but Jaina willed herself to press on. Can we talk? Someplace quiet. Okay, how quiet do you need it? She didn't know if she managed to fight down the need to blush. As quiet as you can manage it. There was a flash of confusion on his features, but Kyle nodded and led her into an alcove, and then Jaina felt the jewel hanging off her bracelet tingle against her skin, and then she was no longer in the palace. Instead of plastered stone walls, a chamber of familiar gold surrounded her. What looked like false windows or scrying mirrors with opaque blue crystal surfaces hung from the walls, and soft white lights glowed from above. Where are we? Somewhere quiet enough, came the immediate reply. It's about the best I can do on short notice. Jaina looked to the curved desks with the same blue crystal surface on them placed around her in a particular order, and then to the weird hollowed egg things that might be seats. The air around her was cool and crisp, and interestingly, despite the metallic environment, there wasn't a trace of an echo. What is this place? A purely decorative one, Kyle replied again in the same flat manner, though this time there was a tinge of disappointment. None of the stuff here's working, they're all just props, unfortunately. He finished his sentence by tapping at one of the desks, and its crystal surface lit up. But there's light. Only light, he amended a bit pointlessly, though it suggested that he expected more to appear. Anyway, you needed to talk. Remembering what brought her here, Jaina suddenly found it hard to meet Kyle's gaze. That in turn caused him to suddenly regard her with some concern. Jaina? Are you all right? She tried again, but once more she met his silver-grey eyes. Kyle suddenly let out a soft sigh. I can take a hint, you know. What? Jaina's eyes finally snapped up to focus on him. The boy in front of her gave a wry smirk. If you wanted to leave, you could have just mentioned it to Pelton if you are worried about hurting my feelings. Leave? What? No. I wasn't going to leave. The self-deprecating look on Kyle turned to one of confusion as Jaina quickly reined in her sudden outburst. I was just... Under his silent, querying stare, Jaina took in a few deep breaths and tried formulating the right order of words and sentences to use. Prince Kale that sought to court me, before I came here. And immediately the princess was kicking herself mentally. Why'd she start with that? Oh, was Kyle's response. Flat, unsurprised. Somehow it made Jaina feel annoyed. I rejected it. Rejected him. Oh. He could show some emotion? Like maybe a hint of jealousy? She forced herself to meet his gaze and let out a sigh. At the cathedral. Arthas said that the demon made him think you were keeping me here. In Alterac. He thought he was trying to rescue me. Oh. Now Kyle showed some emotion, a sad realization dawning on him. Jaina matched the mood with a sad smile. I think at some point he would have courted me. I'm sorry. What? Why? Confusion returned to Kyle. You had to reject him because you couldn't trust him right now. The princess blinked at the Mage King a couple of times before sighing and shaking her head. No, Kyle. It's not about trust. It's not. No, it's not, she returned with half a glare. I wasn't interested in him. Or Kale that's. Oh, came that blank reply again. Oh. Her annoyance flared and finally Jaina snapped. Can you do something more than just oh? What do you want me to say? Kyle retorted defensively. It's not like Jaina felt herself blushing as she saw it. Oh. A different sort of realization dawned on him, and she fought hard to keep her eyes fixed on his as his mouth slowly opened. I've no interest in them, Jaina managed to say above a shy whisper, fighting back against the urge to run into a corner and hide her face. My interest is already held by someone else. Kyle's jaw fell half open like a landed fish for a good few seconds, and if not for her current embarrassment she'd have found his appearance very comical. He remembered to shut his mouth, but it took seconds more before he gulped audibly. And then Jaina felt some strange relief when Kyle's cheeks took on some color and he began pointing at himself. Before she could snipe back with a witty one-liner, he shook his head. I'm sorry, Jaina. The 3 words made Jaina's heart skip a beat and then stumble down into an abyss. She felt her emotions bubbling violently inside of her, and for some reason her vision became very unsteady. She was just about to let out a sob when Kyle suddenly took her hand gently and bowed before her. Forgive me for not realizing any sooner. Kyle. She heard Kyle draw in a breath before looking up at her, his silver eyes almost gleaming as he wore an uncharacteristically confident smile. Princess Jaina Proudmoore, would you grant this up-jumped peasant the honor of courting you? Jaina's first instinct was to immediately smack him with her free hand. You. Ow. Confusion returned once more and Kyle nursed his temple where he was struck. Don't play with me like that. She exclaimed in half a laugh and half a sob. I thought you were going to, that I'd be. Kyle rose up, and a more familiar, reassuring smile graced his face as he pulled her one step towards him. His hands felt warm and comforting as they sandwiched hers. I'm serious though, Jaina. Would you allow me to? Or would you rather wait until we've matured a bit to reconsider? Wait. I know you've got your priorities in your studies, he said with all seriousness. And we're still young. Kale never brought up that option, Jaina suddenly realized. Nor did Arthas. The former wanted an immediate resolution, while the latter bowed out immediately. Though it's not that she wished for either princess to hound her on the matter either. I can manage it, she finally said, most of the embarrassment bled away as she managed to smile at him. And us? Are you sure? He asked with a slight frown of concern. Somehow, that he was asking meant the world to her. Yeah, I'm sure, Jaina answered with a nod, and then slowly leaned in. Consider this courtship started. Her heart beat faster as she noticed Kyle doing the same, and serene bliss flooded her as their lips met. It was a chaste and brief encounter, and Jaina immediately felt some longing as he pulled away wearing a bright grin. We'll have to return or our absence will be noted, he explained with believable regret. Jaina nodded, absently licking at her lips and matching his grin. Next time, Kyle. Yeah. Work on your phrasing. Hey. And a thought occurred to her, and the grin on the Princess of Kul Tiras took on a more mischievous aspect. Oh. Do you want me to write to my father, or will you? And Jaina giggled as she watched confusion and elation on his face instantly warp into something akin to devastation. Chapter 36. Between the myriad of problems brought about from the downsized internment camps, and the growing isolation of several Alliance member states, Terranaz was not in the mood to receive any further difficulties. Unfortunately, a court mage had to deliver an urgent message from Alterac, sent by Uther of all people. It was far from good news. Demons had been caught not just trying to infiltrate the kingdom, in a cathedral no less, but they were in the process of enthralling both the paladin and Arthas if not for King Kyle's intervention. The rest of the report painted a bloody and dreadful picture, but Terranaz clung to one particular fact. His son had been the target of demons. Arthas, the crown prince, the golden prince of Lord arg3nt, was a victim of actual demonic schemes. Even as Terranaz immediately acted on the information, calling on Archbishop Valensis for further advice, as well as reallocating what the kingdom could afford to increase security, that one fact remained on the good king's mind. His son had run afoul of demons, and his soul almost damned irrevocably. He would be enraged if not for the fact that Uther had little information to provide a suspect to direct his wrath upon. The merchants the demons wore as a cover had proclaimed themselves strong guardians, yet they were encountered in the west, closer to Gilneas. Had the demons truly come from Stromgard or were they also trying to infiltrate the kingdom, after being done with Alterac? Could Gilneas be the source then? No. Jen had been carefully balancing his increasing isolationist stance with proving his realm's value as a trade partner. With the sudden surge of food exports from Gilneas to Lord arg3nt and Kul Tiras, Terranaz shared his court's opinion that Jen was trying to pay off his kingdom's obligations to the alliance. For him to dabble with dark magics was an unnecessary risk. The ensuing chaos would see prices heavily regulated to ensure that the whole of the alliance would be sufficiently supplied. And with the borders now put on higher alert, Gilnean grain profits would already take a hit. Jen was too wily to be that stupid. Perhaps it was Kyle being duplicitous and trying to undermine and frame others? There was not enough evidence to point the finger anywhere. From Uther's accounts, the king of Alterac had personally called out and faced the demon's leader, and received a threat in return. His realm's defenders had suffered a bloody toll that day, and if left untended his people might break into hysterics, plunging Alterac into frenzied chaos of paranoia. Besides, if Kyle really was complicit in this, he'd be better off letting the demon continue its beguilement of Arthas instead of stopping it. Instead, not only did he reveal the demon's existence, he expunged their corruption from Arthas' mind and soul, freeing the crown prince of Lord arg3nt from their influence. As eccentric as the Mage King was, Terranaz doubted that the boy's plans would twist so much as to hamper himself so greatly to achieve a goal. And while it was easy to pin it on them, the likelihood of the remaining orc marauders being responsible were unfortunately low as well. Back in the Second War, they required altars and portals and sacrifices to bring demons through. Demons that were, according to Uther's report, of a significantly weaker variant than these, Dreadlords. Terranaz didn't want to believe it could be Thoras. Though their friendship had deteriorated, the king of Lord arg3nt still held his Stromgarde peer with the highest respect, and knew that the warrior king would not countenance anything dabbling with the arcane, let alone demonic. Something was missing in this puzzle, something that eluded his and his court's understanding. Yet, frustratingly, even if he knew the true culprit behind all of this, Terranaz also knew that he was ultimately powerless. These new demons had kept their disguise right under Uther's nose, and had subtly beguiled both he and Arthas throughout their journey right until Kyle revealed them. Faith in the light was not enough to protect the paladins. At least not yet. It would be a nightmare trying to hunt down the demon's master if they had more such infiltrators ready to sabotage and subvert any punitive effort. Lord arg3nt would require the aid of the expertise from Dalaran and Alterac to seek satisfaction. A shame Terranaz could not convince Kyle to accept a betrothal to Kalia. Understandably, the royal court of Lord arg3nt focused their efforts in guarding the kingdom against future demonic infiltration. As such, other minor crises were relegated to the sidelines or pushed to a quicker resolution. News of a new plague spreading in the west, deep in the Silver Pine Forest, fell into the former category, at least after Terranaz was sure that the symptoms of the plague did not seem otherworldly and was assured that its spread was slow. It was an affliction of weakness that rendered peasants and livestock incapable of much beyond crawling. The origins of the disease has yet to be found, but suspicions were laid on rotten food or another strain of fleas or ticks, rather than esoteric demonic corruption. Healing priests of the light, alchemists and herbalists were already dispatched to investigate the matter, so the court would have to await their report either way before further action could be made beyond a quarantine. The internment camps though fell into the latter category. With the cuts in funding, crowding the orc prisoners into smaller and smaller spaces to make do with limited resources was proving to be an untenable situation. All it took was a marauding band of fugitive orcs to strike at a camp and rouse their fellows, and the overwhelmingly outnumbered garrison of guards would be overwhelmed by the savages. At best, the wardens would be forced to hole up in their keeps and allow their captives to break free, and add to the dangerously growing warsong warband. At worst, they would be slaughtered to a man, and the inhabitants of nearby villages would follow soon after. Compassion could not be afforded anymore. With heavy reluctance, Terranaz ordered for a culling of the interned orcs, to bring the prisoner population down to manageable numbers while preventing the horde remnants to garner more recruits. It was a hard choice, caused partially by his own decisions. But as king of Lord arg3nt, Terranaz ultimately had a duty to ensure his realm's well-being. Plagues and captive invaders would have to take a back seat when there was a demonic threat whose reach was yet unknown and was, currently, at least, unharmed by the light's touch. Anastarian frowned with genuine concern at the cowled figure before him. He had guesses as to the true nature of the aptly named Azure Wardens, but as decreed in secret by his forefather and the first king and founder of Kulthalas, Dethremar Sunstrider, any inquisition of the secretive brotherhood was forbidden, and any knowledge kept strictly to a single enchanted scroll kept by the royal family. At the same time, the words of the wardens were to be considered with all seriousness and without doubt. To break this decree was to invite ruination into not only the Sunstrider dynasty, but the entirety of the High Elves as a race as well. Yet up until now, there had been no need to call that decree into question, as there had been no encounter with the Azure Wardens. Even Anastarian's father and grandfather had not been honored by a visit in their lifetimes, to the point where Anastarian had deemed the Azure Wardens a myth of some sort. But here was one of them right now, appearing out of thin air in his study unannounced and undetected. She delivered her message through a burst of densely packed telepathy, sending the Elven King reeling. Anastarian gritted his teeth and struggled to remain standing as his mind was forced to process hours worth of information in a fraction of a second. He fought not only to unpack, but also store the knowledge as it all flashed through his mind. Fell influences in Northrend that were being purged and contained with arcane fire, but with potential fugitives that might make their way south to Kulthalas. Humans subverted by a demon that had escaped the containment, revealed only through the frustratingly unknown insight of the young Mage King. Said demon trapped and interrogated, revealing very little, too little to offer any clues, but enough to be of concern to even the isolationist Anastarian. The disturbing miasma of corruption to the west, its source yet unknown, as there were not enough blue-robed investigators to cover far too much ground. Every blast of information led to a terrifying conclusion: invasion. The Burning Legion was making its return. I understand, he finally whispered, and the intruder gave a nod and then vanished just as suddenly as she arrived. As he rushed out to summon his advisors to begin shoring up the defense of the realm, Anastarian absently wondered if this was what the young human Kyle had been experiencing. Had the Wardens, or similar groups, guided him and his kingdom? What is the truth to this? Thoras roared, barely restraining his rage as he stared at his spymaster. Word had trickled from merchants and travelers of demons in Alterac, threatening not only the upstart King Kyle, but also Lord Uther, Prince Arthas and Princess Jaina, who all happened to be there. Demons. Demons, disguised as strong guardian merchants. While the tale varies as rumors are wont to do, Your Highness, Lord arg3nt evenly replied, the main details have proven consistent. Lord Uther and Prince Arthas unwittingly joined the masked demons as they travelled east to Alterac, where they sat witness in a cathedral's consecration. King Kyle stormed in to reveal the demons, and at the same time revealed that the prince had been beguiled by fell magics. A bloodbath ensued, but through the sacrifice of many warriors, the demons were felled. Weakened by the light wielded by Lord Uther and a bishop, King Kyle himself felled the demons' leader, lifting the ensorcelment on Prince Arthas. There was a rising murmur from Thora's court, and he let it build as he fell into thought. First the gnolls, and now actual demons claiming strong guardian origins. Any doubts that someone was trying to set Thoras up were now banished. The problem now was finding the damned bastard responsible. Why are we only hearing this now? The king demanded as he tempered his rage, though he already guessed the answer. The spymaster's gaze shifted away with mild shame. There is speculation that the court of Alterac worries of how compromised our kingdom might be. King Kyle has not laid any blame at our feet, but it is clear that he currently has little reason to trust us to even deliver a message. Mutterings of outrage rose up from the nobles at the embedded accusation that Stromgarde could be under the influence of demons. Yet Thoras couldn't blame Kyle. If anything, the warrior king was thankful for his younger counterpart's restraint. He knew how it must look to outsiders. With the gnoll incursion and demonic infiltration, it'd be easy to simply say that Stromgarde had fallen under demonic enthrallment, or that someone was playing its court as fools to freely do as they pleased under Thora's nose. It'd be reason enough for Kyle to seek satisfaction through force of arms, and with testimonies from Uther, Arthas, and Jaina, Alterac would likely see support from the other kingdoms of the alliance. But Kyle instead has kept silent, either as a minimal show of trust of Thora's character, or a sign of how weak Alterac's standing forces were. Thoras would like to think it was the former. Regardless, the fact remained that someone was trying to damn his kingdom's reputation. With a soft snarl, Thoras rose from his seat and turned to his son. Galen. The gnolls, have you still found nothing about them? Any clue at all? Galen stepped forth and knelt before the throne, bowing his head as a sign of shame. Still nothing of note, father. We've only ascertained several possible encampments, but no hard evidence of who ordered them west into Alterac, or how they got the mangy brutes to carry the gold with them throughout the entire journey. Thoras was about to grunt in annoyance when he recalled something. How do you know they were told to carry the gold? There were rumors that gold had been found on the gnolls, and while many speculated about why the gnolls were paid in something inedible, or how they were fooled into doing so. But not once has Thoras heard about the gnolls being told to carry the gold. Galen stiffened a bit. Ah, I heard someone suggest that it was likely the only reason gnolls could be found with such gold. It made sense, as the savages don't value good coin. It did, if Thora's son didn't sound so unconvincing. Galen. The king of Stromgarde glared down at his heir. What have you found? The crown prince gave a sigh before finally lifting his head up to meet his father's eyes, and Thoras gasped at the glowing green eyes staring back at him. I've found that I tire of this charade, father. Galen rose up with a lopsided smirk, and as Thora's sights were locked onto his son drawing a crooked dagger, he heard the commotion coming from all around the throne room. Out of the edge of his vision, he saw some of the guards lowering their spears or drawing their blades with intent, while their colleagues stared on in confusion. Most of the nobles were similarly at a loss as events unfolded before them, though a few, the younger scions, the back of Thora's mind noted, also unsheathed daggers like Galen. For some reason, Thoras was rooted to the ground, unable to move away from the throne as his son advanced towards him, his mind refusing to comprehend the ugly truth of what was happening. Galen, what are you doing? His son's green eyes bore into him, and Galen's smirk grew into something feral as he raised his dagger. Succeeding you, father. As the slaughter in the throne room began, King Thoras was too stunned to join the screaming, even when his soul was wrenched out of his body by his son's cursed dagger. Chapter 37. In the weeks after the massacre at the cathedral, the upper echelons of Alterac was a hive of activity. Essential imports were essentially frozen as food stores throughout the kingdom were double-checked and assigned more guards. Heralds were sent to towns and villages with lockdown and evacuation briefings in case of enemy invasion. Specific scripts were written for the priests' sermons. Specialists were sent out to certain bridges or stretches of roads, preparing them for sabotage as a last resort. Boats were hoarded and new ships were built in the coastlines and lakesides, either to serve as improvised fireships or as evacuation vessels if the worst came to pass. The kingdom was preparing for an invasion from any and every corner, but rather than a bubbling panic, there was a sense of grim resolve in the people who carried out their king's orders. Brianna and her team were no different, the discreet agents reassigned out of listening to the sentiments of settlements all across the kingdom into herding minor criminals out of village lockups and town jails back to the capital. Pardons were offered to pickpockets, tavern brawlers, and petty troublemakers in exchange for much-needed labor, as watchtowers and fortifications needed to be built. King Kyle gave them the opportunity for freedom instead of simply press-ganging them because he believed that the incentive would guarantee a minimum of quality in their work. There were some skeptics about that line of thought, but Brianna herself didn't care either way. The king had beaten a demon, and the fountains he had laid down across the kingdom had been revealed to be magical defenses instead of merely gaudy reminders of his rule. After all that, beyond the other wild but successful ideas he's already come up with, then he deserved a good amount of her trust. And escorting conscripted criminals wasn't that bad a task. Brianna and her friends could be out by the lakes or the coastline, rolling barrels of cat oil and trying to talk with murlocs. Supposedly the king had managed to earn some degree of their loyalty and service. It sounded absolutely absurd, but so too was the idea that demons could show up in a cathedral. She'd witnessed with her own eyes as the demons revealed themselves, and as the guards had shoved her and every other unarmed worshipper out the doors. Brianna also caught sight of how the boy king had stood toe-to-toe against the winged horror while a paladin of the light had been felled. If King Kyle said he could make vassals out of murlocs, then Brianna would learn how to work with the fishmen when the time came. She just hoped that she didn't have to learn how to gargle in 100 different ways to do so. After returning to the capital with a meager harvest of conscripts from the southern villages, Brianna reported back to the palace. With court already over with by the time she returned in the late afternoon, the agent of the throne went straight to a palace guard to seek a meeting and then waited for only a few minutes to receive confirmation before heading straight to wherever King Kyle was currently at. She had the presence of mind to shake the most of the travel's dust off her before entering the palace proper, out of respect for the palace's servants. Rather than wasting everyone's time, the young king had little care for formalities with his agents, preferring to receive his reports promptly rather than worrying about how clean the messenger was when they presented themselves. A throwback to his peasant background, most said, either with admiration or exasperation. Brianna herself rather liked that she didn't have to go through putting on clothes and learning courtly speech just for a short meeting. Just arrange a meeting with King Kyle, deliver her report and receive her orders, and maybe make some small talk before fucking off to her rest and duties. Brianna found her liege in the gardens in discussion with the captain of his guard, Laura, who seemed to have healed from her nasty limp after the cathedral. The mage princess and tide collar queen, Gina Proudmore of Kul Tiras, was there as well, as was royal treasurer Tobias, and Carrick Stout Anvil of Hosmodan. Sure Magni can approve of a shipment, she caught the dwarf captain grumbling. Her fellow dwarf gave her an exasperated shake of his head. King Magni supports Alterac fortifying itself to fend off demons, but the guilds might not be keen on further discounts. You know how that works, you daft cow. While Laura audibly growled at the insult, Carrick turned to the king with an apologetic shrug. Good money's earned from rebuilding and refitting Stormwind. Money that feeds Ironforge's own rebuilding. Our king can't be seen as neglecting his own kingdom as a price to raise his neighbors up, however like they are. I understand, Kyle replied without any resentment. But we had to give it a try. Even with you and your colleagues' aid, Alterac's industrial output is still in its early stages of development to fill up our armories in time. I know, the dwarf sighed. I can promise you that King Magni will keep the prices reasonable. We just can't afford any discounts right now. Could we find cheaper alternatives? Tobias asked, but the king shook his head. If it were only orcs, I'd say yes. But seeing how the Felguard's weapons tore through shields and plate, I worry that anything lighter for our infantry would be about the same as sending them out naked. Brianna suppressed an involuntary shudder as the image of the hulking demons swinging their pole blades about to cleave through royal guards flashed through her mind. At least the heavy armor slowed the oversized blades' travel. She remembered the infernal weapon sweeping through a lighter armored town guard like he wasn't there, messily bisecting the poor man before burying itself into a royal guard's shield and chest. Carrick winced before nodding. I wish I can offer any good alternatives, Your Majesty. Despite frowning a bit, Kyle waved off the apology. I can't blame King Magni if he needs to care for his own people, especially after all the support he's given Alterac. We'll just have to work out alternatives that can keep our first responders alive as effectively as decking out everyone in heavy plate like Lord Aaron. If only they had the opposite of the issue we are facing, Tobias lamented, and Brianna agreed. After the massacre at the cathedral became widespread knowledge, along with the official responses by both King Kyle and Archbishop Falric, the king's call to arms was met with a huge wave of eager recruits. On paper, Alterac's standing army went from barely 2,000 strong to 8,000 resolute sons and daughters of Alterac. In reality though, while the kingdom could just manage the training of so many recruits, equipping them once they were ready was a problem. From what Brianna heard, it was mainly the fact that they couldn't protect every foot soldier or cavalryman sufficiently. The frustrating part was that they had the raw materials, but the smiths would still take a while to actually hammer out the pieces to fulfill the order. Last count had maybe enough mail shirts to fit 3,000 soldiers, and less than half of that for plate armor. The little meeting ended and the treasurer and both dwarves excused themselves, allowing Brianna to present herself to her king. She didn't have to look too hard to see why the Tide Collar Queen was still here. The two young royals were standing several paces apart, but with how they exchanged quiet, reassuring looks at each other, they might as well just be holding hands before her. Brianna. Brianna bowed and wasted no time in delivering her report. Your Highness. A little over 100 new laborers are interested in earning their pardons from the coastal towns. 100's better than nothing, he hummed in return. Any issues? Brianna shook her head. There's lots of talking, and people have begun boarding up windows and preserving more of their food, but no obvious signs of anxiety or panic. No mobs. I did not see or hear a single accusation of warlocks or cultists throughout my travel, let alone a lynching of one. Hey, I thought there'd be at least some hysterics. It's the fountains, Brianna offered with a shrug. People believe you're watching over them, making sure no demons are walking among them. Seen a few people walk up or shoved up to the fountains to prove their innocence. The boy king gave her a blank look before glancing over at Princess Jaina, who only shrugged. Hey. That's a thing. It is. Right then. Nothing else of note. None at all, Your Highness. The people are worried, but you're not going silent like the last king, so everyone's not ready to start fleeing for the woods just yet. King Kyle gave a rather regal nod to dismiss her. Thanks and well done, Brianna. Go get some rest, you should get your new assignment in a couple of days or so. Your Highness. Brianna bowed first to him, and then to the princess, before backing away with as much haste as was polite. Better to leave the teens to their privacy. Light knows with all the frantic bustling going about that they deserved a moment's peace to themselves to be young. Only a moment though, can't have the Lord Admiral Proudmoore declare war on Alterac because his daughter and King Kyle were taking too many liberties with their quiet moments alone. A messenger came huffing into view, rushing straight past her to present himself to the king. Seeing that Pelton and the other advisors followed in his wake, Brianna froze from her withdrawal and watched the scene with interest. Your Majesty. The king stopped the man from bowing and gestured for him to immediately give his report. The messenger quickly produced a scroll which a guard suddenly appeared out of nowhere to pass along to the king. Even before Kyle took the scroll, the messenger hurriedly spoke. My king, Stromgarde has closed its borders. A few Lord arg3nt and Kul Tiran merchants managed to flee to our lands in time. They bear news that King Thoras Trollbane and most of his court have taken ill. Crown Prince Galen now rules in his father's stead and is hunting down the poisoners. He has begun by having all outsiders seized for interrogation. That sounded bad. Very bad. The messenger took in a breath before continuing. One merchant also claimed that the kingdom is mobilizing its army. Is he overreacting? Princess Jaina asked, just as confused as everyone at the actions the Prince of Stromgarde was taking. Or this could be a ruse, Marshal Colin offered with a deep frown. Sealing the borders is already bad enough, but capturing foreign merchants. Stromgarde was gearing for hostilities. Pelton gave a concerned frown. If Galen is compromised. This is the wrong time to show it, Kyle finished for his steward. He gains nothing from showing his hand right now. There were nods from the gathered advisors who were already murmuring amongst themselves. Where are the merchants? The king asked the messenger, his gaze fixed on the scroll. The message was delivered from Chillwind Harbor, Your Highness. They should still be there. Valagan. The eerie court mage stepped forwards with a slight nod. Could you scry Stromgarde for demonic magic? Lady Cilia protested before the mage could answer. That would be intruding into their sovereignty, my king. The mage king nodded at that. It would, but with everything that's been happening, I think this is more than justified. It is, Pelton agreed. We've taken a soft stance as is, this is more than a reasonable reply considering. Alterac cannot risk demonic invasion from its neighbor. And considering that Lord arg3nt and maybe even Ironforge would receive the news slower than we have, we should seek to clarify matters to warn or assuage them. Kyle gave Valagan a look, and the court mage bowed to excuse himself. I will begin immediately, Your Highness. Thanks. Let me know your findings as soon as you get it. Teleport over if it's faster. By your will. Marshal. Prepare the orders to muster. Stromgarde might be under demonic thrall, or it might simply be experiencing a mundane but highly effective coup. Regardless, we can expect trespasses from Stromgarde. We'll have to make do with what we have at the moment. Emphasis will be placed on skirmishing tactics, Lord Colin said with a nod. Even with the lack of quality armor, Brianna quietly thanked the light that they at least still had enough bows and spears to go around. Ranger Captain, I'm afraid I'll have to employ the rangers in force. Brianna stood by as her liege began giving out orders, waiting for her turn. Preparation was made for everything in the southeast bordering with Stromgarde to be abandoned or reinforced. Coastal patrols would increase in case of amphibious infiltration. Food stores would be given another check in anticipation for rationing. Messages were sent to the other alliance kingdoms. Brianna. Brianna stepped forwards with a stiff salute. Change of plans. Call your team to get as much rest as they can, make sure your steeds are as fresh as can be as well. Tomorrow, you're going east to petition the Wild Hammers in Airy Peak. Assume they're out of the loop, brief them as thoroughly as you can of what has happened. I don't need their military support, but I'd like them to offer sanctuary to any refugees we have to send their direction. If time is of the issue. The gnome steward began to mutter, but the king cut him off with a wave of his hand. I'll be teleporting them to the nearest possible settlement. The dwarves don't like magic, no need to raise their hackles by plopping our delegation right at their doorstep. Brianna gulped, sharing the same sentiment as the dwarves. She'll have to have a light breakfast. And maybe say a prayer or two in case being shunted across the kingdom wasn't as effortless as her king made it out to be. Chapter 38. Deep under the icy wastes of Arg3nt, four-winged, cloven-hoofed figures stood proudly within a lightless cavern once inhabited by the arachnoid Nerubians, the baleful glow of their eyes the only source of illumination among the subterranean ruins. The usurpation has been completed then. Rumbled Tichondrius, the leader of the assembled dreadlords, asked his kin to his right. Complete and effortlessly for once, came the insidiously smooth reply from Mal'Ganis. The rulership of Stromgarde is ours to puppet. The last seeds of resistance are being purged, and the lower populace remain suitably oblivious. Good. It was about the first thing to go to plan ever since the damnable dragons suddenly discovered their operations here. If not for the fact that the winged lizards had targeted the more obvious assets first, the dreadlords wouldn't have had the time to quickly retreat into the shadows. It didn't help that Kil'jaeden's toy, the broken soul of the orc Nazul, had gone mad long before this and had to be put down. What ramblings of the disembodied shaman trapped in the frozen throne that made sense hinted at some sort of upheaval in the skeins of time. Nazul wailed of being blinded, that his visions were unraveling. The dreadlords had immediately understood the gravity of his nonsense, and while it was amusing to listen to the orc screaming at the unraveling of his planned defiance, the irrecoverable state of their tool meant that they had to permanently silence Nazul. All sentience was excised from his spirit, leaving just enough to fuel the armor and rune blade that was once his prison. Without Nazul, Tichondrius and his subordinates had to take personal command of the undead legions against the stubborn resistance of the Nerubians, a chore that greatly ate at their time to modify the future of their operations in Azeroth. Still, they were making significant progress in snuffing out the arachnoids until the dragons came to completely raise their base of operations in Icecrown Citadel, and force the dreadlords into sacrificing the undead minions to allow them time to go into hiding. The only consolation Tichondrius managed was ensuring that the Nerubians were similarly ruined as well. After noting that the dragons cared not for the tunnel dwellers, he had the last of the reanimated legion to mob Nerubian positions right as the dragons were beginning their assaults, ensuring maximum collateral. After Ditherok's sudden discovery and near demise, Tichondrius and his fellow dreadlords immediately went to ground, both literally and figuratively. Through rituals they masked and muted their magic to avoid detection through the more obvious scrying procedures. At the same time, a few of the undead were transfigured into replicas of the dreadlords, decoys for the dragons. And as a final precaution, the dreadlords split up, each taking a portion of what was left of their deathless minions. Every now and then, Tichondrius would meet his brethren in this cavern, their fell magic and physiology masked while distracting the dragons above with scattered elements of undead. It bought them precious time to work on salvaging their mission. It was, annoyingly, Mal'Ganis and Verimithras who concocted the plan to infiltrate the human kingdoms through subtle beguilement. Without better alternatives, Tichondrius, Ditherok, and Balnazar carefully worked on drawing the dragon's attention with large displays of fell magic at inconsistent intervals, first to allow Verimithras to depart for the southern continent undetected, and then to mask Mal'Ganis' more subtle use of mind-molding rituals. They were careful not to kill the dragons unless truly cornered, enraging the magical reptiles might only serve to make them too persistent. For more than a year they operated this way, and despite the annoyance of having to act as bait, visible progress was being made. Conveniently, they found what they had thought to be an easy focus point in Alterac. Drawing on the humans' basic greed over that kingdom, Mal'Ganis had twisted the minds of several useful humans across the alliance, stoking and warping the ambition of a king and two princes to excellent effect. Verimithras meanwhile adopted a mortal disguise to collect information and carefully nudge the addled targets in the right direction. Through careful planning, they managed to smuggle the frozen throne, before this secreted away and rendered dormant, over to the kingdom of Gilneas. The King Gen Greymane might not be as magically potent as Nazul, but his knowledge in warfare would serve just as well in leading the new batch of underlings once he was fully broken in. Everything was proceeding as well as could be expected, until, just days ago, Verimithras did not report back. It took Mal'Ganis plucking the mind of his victims to learn of their colleague's fate. In an attempt to subvert a third prince and a warrior of the light, somehow Verimithras was discovered by the so-called Mage King of Alterac. Whatever the truth to how it happened, the undeniable result was that Verimithras was defeated and likely banished back to the Twisting Nether, dealing a costly blow to the Dreadlord's mission on this world. It didn't help that one of Mal'Ganis' pawns suddenly decided to go ahead of schedule and seize power of Stromgarde. Tichondrius had to risk his life and the entirety of his undead elements at that moment to attract the dragon's full attention, allowing Mal'Ganis the freedom to cast spells to ensure that Galen's coup was swiftly conducted. With his father dead and deposed, the following days were spent in strengthening the Dreadlord's grip on both the new king and his kingdom. Travelers and merchants were restrained from leaving the kingdom, while the fledgling coven of Mal'Ganis went among the populace to soften their will and mold their perceptions. With that basic groundwork, it seemed that the new truth was easily digested. King Thoras and most of his court had been assassinated during a feast, and despite his luck Galen was too late to warn his father of the poisoned food. Those nobility that could not be subverted to the cause were quickly painted as the conspirators responsible and disposed of, and some well-crafted evidence gave the impression that there might be more hiding in the kingdom, or perhaps beyond it. It was more than enough to stoke the fear and outrage of the gullible humans. And now Stromgarde was theirs to wield. It just needed the finishing touches. Can we bring them up to par with Gilneas with speed? Mal'Ganis shook his head. Not unless you are willing to risk drawing the dragons from the north. Tichondrius hummed with annoyance. We cannot afford any further interruptions. Perhaps another distraction. Ditherok suggested in a soft growl. One that could make use of our harassers. What do you have in mind? Ditherok raised a clawed hand palm up. We have already begun discreetly activating the grain in western Lord Aeron, and thus far it has escaped the dragon's notice. We can afford to be more aggressive in activating the infection in other regions. Alter the plague there into something more obvious, something the dragons cannot ignore. That would likely draw their attention to our current work, Balnazar countered. We cannot underestimate the reptiles' intelligence. Or the weaker mortals. They might find the underlying link in our curse, perhaps even through sheer luck. Create a variant that is completely dissimilar to what we have in western Lord Aeron, then have it flare up and burn through the target region so that little evidence remains. Balnazar scoffed. Our plague is far from perfected. Without Nazul, it would take too much effort to create anything close to a stable strain. Never mind the dragons, any simple spellcaster might find a trail easily enough if a survivor remains. Then we aim for either thoroughness, or disposability. The goal is to draw attention, not truly cause damage. Tichondrius hummed again, this time in thought. Both suggestion and the protest against it had merit. Your thoughts, Mal'Ganis? While we should proceed with patience and caution, I must admit to being tired of enduring through this string of mishaps for any longer. We've been on the back foot for too long, some initiatives should be seized, however paltry the gain might seem, at least to shift the momentum to our advantage. Ditherok grinned approvingly, while even Balnazar was nodding with reluctance at the logic. Tichondrius too gave a curt nod before glancing around the chamber with disdain. Agreed. While our place is in the shadows, we should at least find comfortable ones to work in. I have had my fill of subterranean hideouts. The leader of the Dread Lords fell into thoughtful silence and glanced around the empty cavern, staring at the shattered Nerubian ruins. Inspiration struck him as he laid eyes on a particular broken statue. He turned to Ditherok with an indulgent smile. The premise of your idea is valid enough, though modifications will have to be made. With that, Tichondrius turned to Mal'Ganis. Tell me, what do we know of Kulthalas? What information do you require? These elves are a magical race, generally not as potent as the dragons, but numerous enough to make up for it. Would their ancestors' weakness still be found among them? Mal'Ganis paused for a moment before frowning. The protections warding the kingdom makes it hard for us to infiltrate and subvert it. Hard, but not impossible. Tichondrius offered with a sly grin, glancing back at the broken feline head that stared into the darkness. Thanks to the dark tidings brought by a mysterious messenger, the High Elven Kingdom of Kulthalas reinforced their defenses and increased their wariness of anything beyond the ordinary. Their swift fleet diligently patrolled the North Sea seeking for any signs of corrupting carried by the icy waves. Magister covens cast surveillance nets at the regions bordering their kingdom for early signs of demonic incursion. Yet, their alertness against the fell left them unprepared for the obsidian statues washing up on the eastern shores of Kulthalas. 8 statues in all were found throughout the shoreline, each carved to the likeness of a winged leonine with a humanoid upper torso and arms posed in victory or challenge. All of them rested on ornately carved caskets of gold and basalt of unknown yet certainly ancient design. The elven magi carefully studied through the sculptures, finding the lifelike design uncanny but otherwise inert. There was no trace of fell magic emanating from the statues. If anything, it seemed that the constructs were slowly absorbing the ambient magic around them. Not enough to be a hazard on prolonged contact, but it was something to keep an eye on nonetheless. Its magic-absorbing properties also barred any study into the interior of the caskets the statues set upon. All that was certain was that there was something within, and wisely nobody dared break either statue or casket open to find out its contents just yet. Perhaps a master stonesmith or runesmith from Ironforge might be commissioned to look into the matter, considering their affinity towards such materials. It would have to wait for a more convenient time though. Some magisters reported feeling unnerved by staring at the feline faces for too long, that through the trick of the light, the emerald eyes seemed to glow to give the illusion of sentience. Despite all that, they were still deemed inert enough to be transported to a secluded laboratory for further study. Magisters from varying disciplines would visit the novelties, but most would leave soon after sating their shallow curiosity. Only a rare few, like Magister Dar Condrathier, who came to see for themselves the queer flotsam and after a while, decided to assign themselves to the laboratory. They still tended to their assignments in defense of the kingdom, but the small clique of researchers, nicknamed the archaeologists, gathered whenever they could to study the statues. None would admit to anyone, even themselves, of hearing whispers in their head whenever they stared into a statue's emerald eyes. But eventually the elven researchers abandoned any actual studying of the statues in lieu of simply staring in the inanimate gem eyes whenever their similarly distracted peers were not noticing. Eyes that most definitely did not glow green, on stony feline faces that most definitely did not smirk or smile as the sinfully smooth whispers in the elf's head spoke of glory and power and unfulfilled potential. But it was only the Magister arg3nt who had ambition enough to arrange for several colleagues' accidents right after applying new wards to the laboratory with them. Only arg3nt, who had finally found a means of achieving the recognition he so thoroughly deserved, put faith in the sweet whispers and began daubing his dead fellow's blood on the statues as an offering of raw arcane life force, and then carved and formed their remains into an improvised ritual circle. With the new wards both masking his daring but necessary activity from outsiders and protecting him from any potential harm the rite might unwittingly bring, arg3nt reached out with his magic. To his immense relief and elation, something on the other end reciprocated, and the statue's eyes all glowed, basking him in the green light of enlightenment. Chapter 39. Stromgard really had demons, the fearful whispers said. Yet the fear that spread among the palace servants was tempered by confidence in their king. After all, everyone knew he had beaten back a demon himself, and it was through his foresight that the demons were revealed in the first place. While everyone admired Kyle, Callum could only worry for his brother. Once more, Kyle was forced to take on a lot of work, except that instead of just supporting a family he was taking care of a kingdom. And once more, Callum felt like he was in the way. It was Kyle who did most of the work back on the farm. He woke up the earliest to feed the animals so that Callum didn't have to. He always tried to carry as much of the harvests or feed or firewood as he could so that Callum and Ma didn't have to. When Pa was sick, Kyle almost broke himself trying to do the daily work, insisting to still be involved even when the Martins came to help. And when Kyle got sick in turn, Ma and Pa had to literally tie him down to the bed to stop him from shambling up to help, and Callum was reminded of just how industrious his brother was by struggling to get everything done in the time Kyle did. "He's a dwarf in a boy's body," was what they liked to say before he was caught using magic. The work wasn't as physically hard in the palace, but Callum could see a similar exertion on his brother. He vanished to light knows where for longer periods of time, and often muttered to himself in the same nonsensical manner as when he was concocting the wild plan to build a contraption to feed the cows. Getting a pretty girlfriend like Gina didn't help much either. Pa said Kyle wasn't spending anywhere close to as much time as he should courting the princess, whatever that meant, and Ma had to apologize to Gina for Kyle being distracted, which the mage princess didn't seem to mind at all. Gina was nice. Callum was glad that Kyle and her were together as Ma put it. Contrary to what he expected from Ma's tales, Gina was kind and fun, always smiling and talking with his parents during breakfast and dinner, and there wasn't the snooty air Callum had noticed in some of the other nobles passing through the palace. She sometimes watched Callum in his training and offered encouraging words, and shared stories about her own brother back in Kul Tiras. When she wasn't studying magic with Pelton or muttering bad words over a cat-scented cauldron, she could be seen in the library or gardens with Kyle. They talked and smiled at each other in the same icky manner like how Ma and Pa did, and occasionally one of them, usually Kyle, would say something that made the other go red. It was nice to see them together, and to have Gina join the family. But the trouble caused by demons weighed on everything, dirtying the mood with heavy concern. Callum had gotten over his own nightmares from the cathedral rather quickly, mostly thanks to the words from Kyle and Gina. He'd felt so useless back there, especially considering the fact that Callum had been training to be a fighter. Kyle had dueled a demon, while Laura and the royal guard had rushed to the other demons without a thought. Even Gina, a princess, fought. And what about Callum? He froze in terror, hugging his parents tightly as a few guards ferried them to safety. Kyle had said that it was normal, that it wasn't cowardly, but Callum found it hard to believe. He always imagined himself to be a brave knight that would beat back evil, but when the time came, when actual demons showed up, he was nothing more than a frightened boy. The fact stung deeply, though Laura hunting him down for missing practice had solved the matter rather quickly. "Why are ya wallowing?" the dwarf had roared. "What, just because ya didn't do anything back then, means you won't do anything forever." Despite her own recovering wounds, Laura dragged Callum out to the practice grounds and forced him into his training by swiping a proper, sharpened sword at him. "There's more of 'em out there. Are ya gonna let them just kill ya the next time they come calling? So ya froze once, boo-hoo. Ya gonna freeze again when they come for you or your family." The furious attacks and harsh words had effectively knocked Callum out of his rut, and he was thankful to Laura for it. He also wished that she could do the same for his parents. Pa at least was returning to his old self again, no longer trembling at loud sounds and managing to do actual gardening instead of digging bottomless holes. Ma on the other hand was still staying strictly within the palace interior, and never went anywhere without her husband or sons accompanying her. At least she no longer needed Kyle to assure her that the servants attending her weren't demons in disguise anymore. And having Jaina to talk to helped soothe her nerves a lot. Seeing his parents so badly affected, and his brothers so busy, Callum resolved to train harder. Next time, he won't freeze and be useless. Next time, he'll help his brother and protect his parents. It was great for his spirits then when one of the guests came walking in on his training with a booming compliment. Good form, boy. Needs more power in them strikes, but good form. The dwarf that entered with Kyle was lightly dressed, even compared to the miners Callum had met, and had streaks of blue paint all over his bare skin. He beamed a grin at him from under a thick, braided red beard before giving Laura a glance. Hat, and don't let that hag tell you otherwise. Knowing better than to pause mid-practice, Callum simply gave a nod as he kept attacking at the practice dummy, while Laura turned on the visitor with a glare. Oi, who are yet to make a comment? The boy's as good as I say he is. Peace, Laura, Kyle interjected with a placating gesture. This is Hythane Falstad Wildhammer, of Airy Peak. Callum almost stumbled at the title, recognizing the name of the much-storied dwarf who took part in the liberation of Grim Batol. He corrected his strike quickly enough, though Laura, who didn't seem impressed in the slightest, snapped a glance his way to show that she noticed. Great, that's going to be at least another afternoon of push-ups in loose armor. The other dwarf cocked an eyebrow at her. And how good are you gonna make him? Thinking of setting the boy on a whole clan of orcs. If he has to, came Laura's curt reply. She then gave a short wave that signaled for Callum to take a break, allowing him to actually focus on meeting a renowned warrior. Kyle idly tossed him a cloth to wipe the worst of the sweat off while he spoke to the blue-painted dwarf. My brother wishes to be a good fighter. So long as he remains interested, I see no problem in having Laura honing his skills. With himself now reasonably clean, Callum bowed and introduced himself as Pelton had taught him, and felt a stirring of elation at one of the heroes of Grim Batol smiling at him. Falstad then gave Kyle a look, and then turned to Laura before scoffing. Pfft! Even in Airy Peak we've heard of the Maiden of Rage. Trust me, young king, your brother's more than good enough by most alliance standards. Then Callum felt the weight of Falstad's gaze on him, sizing him up. Not that it's a bad thing if he gets better, mind you. Just needs to grow into finding a good weapon. And stick to solid, dwarven warfare, Laura added. Of course. Way he is right now, I'd wager he'd be a match for a silver-hand paladin. For some reason, the other dwarf glowered. Stupid tin cans have too many rules though. Falstad frowned with similar disapproval at that. Ah, right. They're duels. Meh, so long as you're getting smacked to your face, it's honorable enough, I say. That earned a nod from Laura and a chuckle from Kyle. Then the frown vanished, and the wild-hammer dwarf stepped up to give a heavy but friendly slap against Callum's arm. Anyway, keep it up, lad. Your brother's being all magical and whatnot, he'll need someone grounded to watch him. The boy could only stare in awe at the dwarf before him as he processed such a praise, completely tuning out whatever his brother snarked in reply. He watched as Kyle led Falstad away from the training grounds, and only the sudden yanking of his collar brought him back to the present. Alright, break's over, Laura grumbled. Back to position. To make up for your uncalled for rest, I want double the swings. You so much as scratch the target without me giving permission, and I'll be doing laps for the whole of tomorrow, Callum finished with a sigh, and dragged himself back to the dummy. I know. With his tutor being in a prickly mood, Callum didn't dare bring up the whole Maiden of Rage thing. Maybe he'll ask Kyle. Or get Kyle to ask Falstad. Refocusing himself, Callum picked up a weighted practice sword, and began swinging again at various angles, stopping the strikes as close as he could to the practice dummy. I meant it about your brother, Falstad said as they walked in the palace hallways. Not many fighters out there able to swing weapons like that. That Laura's gonna mold the lad into something fierce. Kyle nodded with some interest. I guess it's better than becoming a knight. Much better, trust me. You know about Laura's past. Master Crassus told me it's best not to inquire, as she's sensitive about it. Falstad rolled his eyes. I guess you can say that. You want to know? Kyle shrugged. I think I'll ask Laura if I do. Sounds like it's safer that way. The dwarf nodded sagely. Hey. You're not wrong there. The lone survivor of Clan Steelhide was not someone anyone wanted to get on the wrong side with. Anyway, that little pep talk aside, how sure are you about Stromgard? The young king shook his head ruefully. Valagan is sure that at the very least, their palace is corrupted. Considering he's being cautious about not alerting them, estimates are a bit vague, but we're guessing that at least the entirety of their ruling body have either been beguiled or enthralled. And with Valagan being a close peer of the annoyingly enigmatic Crassus, and this boy king his student, Falstad didn't like that he couldn't doubt the claims much. Humph. Knowing that, you're not gonna charge in to nip it in the bud. Kyle shook his head again. We fear that with how obvious this is, there's a trap in play. Either the corrupted king and his court are bait, or they're being brazen because they have something in store for anyone who might oppose them. Alterac barely has enough people to hold its borders as is. Until we can figure out exactly what we're dealing with, I dare not send anyone to their deaths in Stromgarde. He exhaled a drawn-out sigh. Besides, if it's truly only Galen and his cronies who are corrupted, we'd need to prove it to the populace, or the bloodshed that'd follow would ruin the kingdom further. Hey, it shouldn't be surprising for a student of the Red Dragon to think too much, but seeing such a serious face on the boy was a bit disconcerting. But Kyle had a point, who knows the designs of demons? It was a shame for Thoras to be felled so cruelly, but it might be worse to simply barge in and upend Stromgarde in a senseless massacre. For all they knew, it was what the demon masterminds behind the damned souls of Stromgarde had in mind, though to what end Falstad could only begin to imagine. Thus far, I have observers watching over their muster, Kyle continued. They're just drawing levies and training up new footmen, but there's no sign of any dark rituals yet. You think they're going to throw their people at you, for some reason? The boy shrugged. Maybe. Or they're just waiting for the right moment to pull off something. Kyle paused in his walk then, and turned to fully face Falstad. I've been told that it is a dangerous gambit, but let's say I conduct a preemptive decapitation strike, right in the palace. Falstad raised a brow at him. If all of this is a trap like you imagine. Yeah, it'd be bad. But knowing what you know now, would Airy Peak support my action? The High Thane frowned and tugged at his beard as he pondered the question. Would the clans of Airy Peak support such an action? Without a second's thought, but you'd need to give solid proof. Words and claims have proven useless. One only needed to look at the alliance. Kyle gave a resigned sigh. Yeah, I thought so. Don't think you'd be bagging a demon with that stunt. I think they're ready to make a martyr out of Galen. Falstad hummed with annoyance. That sounded about right for underhanded bastards. Well, ain't much I can do to help, unfortunately. Not as a High Thane, being stuck in damned clan politics. Still, he gave a reassuring smile, from one ruler to another. But know that the Griffins and Stormhammers of Airy Peak will be there if Alterac has need of them. My thanks, and Alterac will be ready to support however it can should Airy Peak require it, High Thane. Falstad, he insisted at the smirking boy. Right. Now let's see, you've seen our toilet system, the repeater bows, and Laura. Would you care to see our Murloc befriending project? Author's notes, honestly, I might delete and redo this whole story. Originally, I'm supposed to wait till 50 to do a sort of retrospective and decide, but it's clear that the go with the flow and outside POV style isn't working here. Not enough plot checkpoints to reach, not enough opportunities given to flesh Kyle out, not enough of a lot of things compared to focused fire. I should have stopped at around chap 21 or so, but I thought I had enough fumes to keep going till the next spark of idea. Too many vague ideas that are harder to link together compared to FF, especially when trying to drag them towards the goal of having the orcs/demons' first impressions of a reaver popping up in front of them, or the skies darkening with the Golden Armada. I'll give myself this weekend to figure out how things go, I guess.